Chapter 1. As the most diminutive kingdom on the entire continent of Longqinus, the territory of Arcadia is undoubtedly the smallest. Situated at the southeastern edge of the continent, it is flanked by the vast and boundless ocean to the southeast, while the other two sides border two formidable empires. Were it not for the interference of a place known as Fablon at the heart of the continent, nations like Arcadia would likely have perished long ago. Our tale begins in the capital of Arcadia, Luna City. The sun blazed fiercely, particularly in the southern regions of Longqinus, where the celestial orb seemed almost within reach, casting down searing waves of heat that enveloped everyone basking in its rays, causing sweat to pour forth from their brows. Despite it still being morning, the streets of Luna City were devoid of bustling crowds. It is no wonder that some say the powerful empires of Landias and Bohin have refrained from swallowing up Arcadia not only due to the interference from Fablon, but also because this is indeed the hottest locale on the entire continent. Of course, there are exceptions at this moment. A sprightly elder stood before the entrance of the Mage Guild in Luna City. His white robe bore not a single wrinkle, mirroring his upright stature. The intricate network of wrinkles on his face attested to his age, while his silvery hair was neatly combed back. The old mage was tall, towering at least half a head above the average Arcadian, and in his gnarled right hand he grasped a long wooden staff. Although the staff rested upon the ground, none would presume he relied on this mere wooden instrument for support. This was due to the depth of his eyes, black as the abyss, yet strikingly clear. The elder mage squinted slightly, yet a faint glimmer of brilliance emanated from his gaze. "Praise Fablon. Esteemed mage, how may I assist you?" Upon exiting the Mage Guild, Pirlo's eyes fell upon the old mage. Although the elder wore no ostentatious garments or magical artifacts, and his robe revealed nothing of his rank, Pirlo, having trained for over 20 years as a yellow-tier intermediate mage in the Mage Guild, trusted his instincts. Only those who sought to showcase their power would emblazon their magical status upon their robes. The old mage, appearing to be at least 70, could hardly be a mere novice. Moreover, not a single bead of sweat adorned his furrowed brow. "Praise Fablon." The old mage's voice was soft and soothing, albeit somewhat deep, evoking a sensation akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze, rendering even the sweltering air a touch more bearable. "I come from Fablon. Please take me to meet the acting president of the guild." Pirlo's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes sparkling with astonishment and delight. He had come from Fablon? In the realm of Longqinus, even the most ordinary of commoners would grasp the significance of such a statement. The president of the Luna City Mage Guild had passed away over 2 years ago. As the central guild of the Arcadian kingdom, the position had remained vacant throughout this time. If he had indeed come from Fablon, what is the most revered profession on the continent of Longqinus? It is that of a mage. While some may doubt the existence of deities, none can deny their admiration for mages. Fablon is a vast expanse of fertile land, roughly half the size of Arcadia. Yet no nation dares to covet it, for it is the sanctuary of mages. Fablon is, apart from the desolate northern wastes of Longqinus, the object of reverence for all nations. Fablon is not only the holy land of mages, but also the place they most fear. Aside from the Fablon Legion that guards it, only mages are permitted entry. While entering Fablon is not overly arduous, departing from it is a daunting prospect for most mages. Without the power of a blue-tier mage or higher, one is not granted leave. Mages are ranked from low to high as follows: Mage, Intermediate Mage, Advanced Mage, Great Mage, Sorcerer, Archmage, and Grand Sorcerer. Each level corresponds to a color of the rainbow. The most basic mage corresponds to the first color, red, and so forth. Blue signifies an archmage. The first 6 colors of the rainbow are divided into 3 tiers: low, intermediate, and high. Pirlo, being a yellow-tier intermediate mage, is classified as an intermediate high mage. The final color, purple, is divided into 9 tiers, with the differences in power between ranks being substantial. Fablon's status as the sanctuary of mages is further attributed to the presence of 7 mage towers within it, each housing a powerful 9th-tier purple mage, representing the pinnacle of existence in Longqinus. Thus, Discerning an individual's power in Longqinus is quite straightforward. Any magic or combat energy is categorized by color, with the color displayed during release revealing the wielder's strength. "Please, after you," Pirlo said, stepping aside with great trepidation. A faint smile graced the old mage's lips as he nodded slightly to Pirlo, who then led him into the Mage Guild. Inside the guild hall, a vast reservoir of magical elements filled the air. The floor, embedded with mithril, formed a magical hexagram that emitted a soft silver glow, creating an ambience of spaciousness within the guild's stark contrast to the scarcity of mages, as in a small kingdom like Arcadia. The number of mages could only be described as sparse. Although the guild held a prestigious position within the kingdom, it remained eerily silent. Pirlo did not keep the old mage waiting for long. Shortly thereafter, an equally aged mage emerged from within the guild. Clad in a blue robe, he appeared similar in stature to the visiting elder. "Praise Fablon." "Greetings, esteemed mage from afar. I am Diala, the acting president of the Arcadian Mage Guild, a fire mage," he declared, bowing gracefully to the elder mage. As he spoke, a faint azure flame ignited in his right hand, affirming his rank as a blue-tier novice mage, a gesture of the utmost respect. It is noteworthy that Diala, given his standing in Arcadia, would not typically extend such deference even to the king. His reverence stemmed from one singular fact. The white-robed mage before him hailed from Fablon. "Praise Fablon. I am Qin Shang, come from Fablon, and this is the seal of Fablon." Qin Shang transferred his wooden staff to his left hand and extended his right, where a faint glow flickered, revealing a parchment scroll in his palm. Both Pirlo and Diala were momentarily rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. They clearly observed that although the light emanating from Qin Shang's hand was faint, its hue was undeniably purple. Diala's hands trembled slightly as he took the scroll, cautiously unfurling it. The parchment appeared blank, devoid of any markings. Yet Diala felt no surprise instinctively. His gaze shifted back to Qin Shang. With a swift motion, Qin Shang's right hand brushed across the scroll, and a soft purple light enveloped it. In an instant, under the violet glow, lines of text materialized. Diala read aloud, his voice trembling with excitement. "By decree, Purple Tire First Class Sound Mage Qin Shang is appointed as the president of the Arcadian Mage Guild." "You are a Sound Mage?" This time, the astonishment of Diala and Pirlo transformed into sheer disbelief. Sound mages, a branch of mental mages who utilize musical instruments to channel their magic, are considered the most noble among the mages of the continent, yet also the most impractical. This is due to the fact that sound mages rarely attain levels beyond yellow tier, often serving merely to uplift morale on the battlefield. Historically, only the daughters of great nobles or princesses showed interest in mastering this noble, yet somewhat feudal form of magic. Yet, the elder mage before them was a purple tier sound mage. Diala struggled to believe his own eyes. However, the ancient symbol surrounded by a silver hexagram in the lower right corner of the scroll unmistakably represented the illusion tower among the 7 towers of Fablon, indicating that the mage named Qin Shang had passed the trials of the illusion tower to arrive here. The purple magical energy he emanated was undeniably genuine. Diala quickly regained his composure. The seal of Fablon could not be forged. He hurriedly stowed the scroll away respectfully and presented it to Qin Shang. Diala and Pirlo paid their respects to the guild president. Qin Shang retracted the scroll and inquired, "How many mages remain in Arcadia?" Upon hearing Qin Shang's inquiry, Diala couldn't help but display a hint of bitterness on his countenance. "Within the realm of Arcadia, beneath my station, there exists but 1 blue-tier mage, 3 green-tier mages, 24 yellow-tier mages, 67 orange-tier mages, and 213 red-tier mages. The majority have enlisted in the military, leaving merely a handful within the guild." A flicker of mild astonishment crossed Qin Shang's face. "So few?" While it is true that the path of magical cultivation is a protracted endeavor, Arcadia boasts a population of tens of millions. Could it truly be that the number of mages amounts to merely 300? I recall that mages in other nations seem to be far more abundant. Diala sighed. In the past, this was certainly not the case. Our kingdom of Arcadia has long been renowned for its fire mages. However, as the nation's power wanes, those with any semblance of strength have migrated to the neighboring empires. Naturally, very few wish to remain. But now that you have arrived, it is fortuitous indeed. You are a purple tire archmage. It has been centuries since Arcadia has seen a being of such caliber, and I believe that under your guidance, our Arcadian mage guild shall rise in strength once more. Though he was no longer youthful, the mere mention of this ignited a spark of excitement within him. His gaze upon Qinshang was tinged with fervor. At that moment, a melodious and graceful voice resonated from outside. Is Master Diala present? Diala was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips as he turned to Qinshang to apologize before stepping outside to greet the caller. Shortly thereafter, a young woman entered the hall, following Diala. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with flowing black hair and a porcelain complexion. She donned a gown of emerald green, her visage slightly fuller, yet it did not detract from her regal demeanor. Whether she walked or stood, she exuded an air of elegance, her slender waist seemingly incapable of bending. In her arms, she cradled a swaddled infant, the rhythmic sound of its breathing indicating that the child was in slumber. Upon sighting this woman, Qinshang's eyes sparkled, his previously narrowed gaze widening, glimmering with intensity. The woman immediately sensed his gaze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as a flash of emerald light flickered in her eyes while she turned to look at Qinshang. The instant their eyes met, a dazed expression overtook her, and upon regaining her composure, her countenance paled significantly as she instinctively tightened her hold on the swaddled infant. Diala, still brimming with excitement, did not notice this exchange and addressed the woman. Maying, where is Yichong? Why did he not accompany you? Surely you have just emerged from your confinement? Maying instinctively took a half step back, smiling as she replied, he is currently engrossed in rigorous training, so I came alone. Master, our child has turned a month old, and I would like to trouble you for your blessing. The blessing from a mage is regarded as the finest form of protection for a newborn. The higher the mage's level, the healthier the child blessed will be, free from the constraints of magical attributes. Diala laughed heartily, responding with enthusiasm. Not a problem at all. Did I not promise you that I would bless your child upon his arrival? By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Qinshang from F.A. Lon, our guild's newly appointed president. Though he recognized the familiar face, he did not forget the presence of the new guild leader standing beside him. Maying could not shake off the memory of Qinshang's earlier gaze. She merely offered a polite salutation. Praise F.A. Lon. Greetings, Master. Just as Qinshang was about to respond, a piercing wail erupted from the swaddled infant. A delicate arm, resembling white lotus, emerged from the wrap, gently flailing as if attempting to break free from its mother's embrace. Qinshang's words were abruptly stifled as he beheld the infant's tiny hands, each adorned with only 4 fingers. For the first time since his arrival at the Mage Guild, a significant shift in his expression occurred, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. With a swift stride, Qinshang approached Maying, his aged visage flushed with excitement. He raised trembling hands, reaching out toward the tender little fingers. His rapid movements belied that of a mage, resembling instead a warrior. What are you doing? Maying admonished, retreating 2 steps with an unusual grace, but Qinshang's speed was swift, and what he touched was but an illusion. Qinshang's gaze remained fixated on those delicate little hands, standing there in a daze, forgetting even to lower the hands he had raised. 8 fingers, a natural 8-fingered child. Could it truly be that such individuals exist? A prodigy, this is undoubtedly a prodigy. Diala, startled by the unfolding scene, hurriedly positioned himself between Mei Ying and Qinshang, anxiously imploring, Do not misunderstand. Do not misunderstand, Master Qinshang. You are. Gradually, the expression on Qinshang's face calmed, as he lowered his gaze to the magical hexagram embedded in the floor. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of ecstatic light emerged in his eyes, and clapping his hands together in delight, he exclaimed like a child, Praise F.A. Lon. Yes, just like this. Raising his head and meeting Mei Ying's vigilant yet curious gaze, Qin Shang offered a faint smile, unable to deny the fact that despite the myriad wrinkles adorning his face, he still carried an undeniable elegance. Miss Maying, you have come today to bestow a magical blessing upon your child, have you not? Maying nodded in affirmation. Qin Shang then turned his attention to the side and addressed Diala. In that case, allow me to bestow this blessing upon the child. Diala was taken aback. It is well known that in this world, it is exceedingly rare for a newborn to receive the blessing of a wizard. And for it to be conferred by a grand mage of the purple level is even more extraordinary. Such privileges are typically reserved for the princes and princesses of great nations. Diala glanced at Mei Ying, who at 67 years of age could easily discern the change in Qin Shang's demeanor upon seeing Mei Ying's child, causing him to hesitate, given his relationship with the Mei Ying couple. How could he account for any harm that might befall their child here? A hint of coldness flickered in Mei Ying's gaze as she inquired, "Chairman, I wish to know why." A profound emotion glimmered in Qin Shang's eyes, his voice taking on a magnetic quality as he continued, "These hands of mine, they are the most perfect hands I have ever beheld in this world. Miss Mei Ying, I harbor no ill intentions." Indeed, while the Grand Mage Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with fervor, there was no trace of malice emanating from him. Rather, he exuded an air of kindness. However, upon hearing him speak of her son's hands, Mei Ying's expression darkened considerably. "Master Qin Shang, why do you say my child's hands are the most perfect in the world? Are you mocking me? Each of a person's hands possesses 5 fingers. And for a warrior, every single finger is of utmost importance." Though Mei Ying's child had only lost the pinky fingers of both hands, it significantly impacted his ability to wield a weapon, rendering him incapable of gripping a long sword properly. What parent does not wish for their child to be perfect? Mei Ying was no exception, yet her child was born with 8 fingers, a fact that shattered her heart. 8 fingers determined that her child could never become a master swordsman, a hope that the entire family cherished. No, I extol the virtues of Fa Lan, that I swear by Fa Lan's name that I harbor no intention of mockery. Qin Shang's eyes brimmed with compassion as he gazed at the still struggling, crying infant. His features softened unexpectedly, for while to others these hands might seem deficient, to someone like me, they are undeniably perfect. In a moment, you shall understand. Under the watchful eyes of Mei Ying, Diala, and Piero, Qin Shang slowly settled into a cross-legged position. A flash of light emanated from his right hand, and Mei Ying vaguely discerned that it was a spatial ring on his pinky finger glowing. For a wizard, a spatial ring is one of the most vital magical artifacts. The reddish-brown guqin materialized gracefully upon his knees, its 7 strings shimmering with a faint silver glow. As Qin Shang placed his hands upon the strings, a profound transformation overtook his expression. His aged visage became serene and humble, and an aura of life surged from him, as if he had fused entirely with everything within the Hall of the Mage Guild the moment his hands touched the strings. Unconsciously, every gaze gravitated towards him. With his left hand raised in a gesture that did not touch the guqin, his right thumb and index finger gently pinched together while his middle and ring fingers lightly pressed against the strings. Releasing his thumb, his index finger plucked delicately among the 7 strings, producing a resonant, clear sound that was deep and rich, lingering in the in an instant. It seemed as though time had frozen, and the baby's cries ceased abruptly. In the cradle, a pair of bright, dark eyes turned towards the source of the sound, emitting a few soft coos in response. Whether it was a high-level mage like Piero, a master wizard like Diala, or a warrior like Mei Ying, upon hearing this melodious sound, it felt as if all the impurities within them had been expelled in an instant, leaving them with an unprecedented sense of clarity and comfort. The hostility in Mei Ying's eyes dissipated entirely in that moment, replaced by surprise and delight as she regarded Qin Shang. He offered no reply, merely smiling gently as his hands continued to move. With light pressure from his left hand and a delicate pluck from his right, a captivating melody floated into the air. The music was nuanced and restrained, controlled with subtlety, its rhythm lively and intertwined with a sense of longing. A delicate purple light emanated from his hands, cascading gently from the silver strings. The halo of pale purple enveloped the hall, yet it did not spread. The mental prowess of a wizard is undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary person. However, at that moment, both Piero and Diala found themselves entranced by the captivating melody, their eyes filled with joy and confusion, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Mei Ying remained the only one fully aware. She could not fathom why she retained her clarity. She distinctly observed the faint purple glow converging towards a specific direction, the very direction of the infant in her arms. The baby had ceased his cries. And when Mei Ying looked down at her precious child, she was astonished to find him smiling, his tiny hands gently waving in the A-I-R-T. Oh, her amazement. The sequence of his hand movements seemed to correspond with the melody, and the soft purple light was quietly seeping into his body, prompting strange changes within him. Is this truly happening? Mei Ying was utterly absorbed, remaining in this dreamlike state until the enchanting melody gradually faded away. With a winding, intricate sound, I will invoke a tune of pure waters, perfectly suited to cleanse this child's body and spirit. Qin Shang's voice pulled Mei Ying back from her reverie. She jolted upright, only to find the piercing silver glint in Qin Shang's eyes, and the guqin that had rested upon his knees had vanished. Glancing at her sleeping infant, she noted the sweet rhythm of his breaths. So harmonious. The child's skin appeared even more radiant, his cherubic face adorned with a hint of a gentle smile. A genius. He is undoubtedly a genius. My judgment was right, even at just 1 month old. He can perceive the true essence of my music. Now you should understand why I extol his tiny hands, Qin Shang declared. For a musician, the pinky fingers of both hands are non-functional. A sound sorcerer. I know far too much about this. There was once a legend that spoke of a person with 6 fingers on each hand, dubbed the 6-fingered music demon. That was pure fabrication. To play the guqin. 8 fingers are more than sufficient. To be born with 8 fingers is a form of perfection, Qin Shang said with a hint of wistfulness. Master, who exactly are you? Mei Ying inquired tentatively, not because of the purple aura surrounding him, but due to the previous melody of pure waters and the sound of the ancient wood dragon's song. That I hail from Fa Lan. Qin Shang replied, I originally sought a disciple to inherit my teachings. Yet unexpectedly, the genius I admire turns out to be one of your bamboo sect. Come, lead me to meet your grandfather. Yi Li, it has been several decades since we last met. I wonder if your health remains robust? Mei Ying suddenly awoke to the realization, your surname is Qin, the ancient wood dragon's song. You are from the Guqin sect. Qin Shang smiled faintly, gesturing for silence. It seems I truly must have a thorough discussion with old Yi Li. Turning to Piero and Diala, Mei Ying whispered, Master, what shall we do about them? Qin Shang cleared his throat, a flash of purple energy flickering in his eyes, and it was only then that Diala and Piero, previously immersed in confusion, regained their senses, exhaling in relief. Diala exclaimed, How marvelous! This is simply exquisite. Praise Fa Lan. This is my first experience of the might of a sound sorcerer. Chairman, I look forward to learning from you in the future. Qin Shang shook his head. What you have perceived is merely the power of mental magic. You do not yet comprehend the appreciation of music. The distinction between mental and elemental magic is still quite significant. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mei Ying. Mei Ying understood and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Qin Shang, for bestowing a magical blessing upon my child. If you have time, I would like to invite you to visit the Azure Sky Sea. It would also allow my husband and me to extend our hospitality. Would that be agreeable? Qin Shang nodded. Then I shall not decline. Diala, somewhat astonished, remarked, Praise Fa Lan. Mei Ying, it seems I have never experienced such treatment. Mei Ying smiled. There will be opportunities in the future. Master Qin Shang, please. The Azure Sky Sea signifies a sea of emerald depths, and the bamboo forest is indeed green and hollow. Thus, the Azure Sky Sea refers to a lush expanse of bamboo. The location of the Azure Sky Sea lies 30 kilometers west of Luna City. Countless verdant bamboos weave together to form a unique landscape, where faint glimmers of light flicker amidst the greenery, casting a gentle green glow all around. For the Arcadians, the Bikong Sea is an extraordinary place, abundant with fresh bamboo shoots. Yet, no one has ever ventured deep into the heart of the Bikong Sea. Nor does anyone truly comprehend its vastness, as it borders the kingdom of Landias to the west of Arcadia. Each individual who steps into the Bikong Sea finds themselves inexplicably retracing their steps back to where they entered. And the reason for this remains a mystery. Consequently, it has gone largely unnoticed and undisturbed. The temperature within the Bikong Sea differs significantly from that of Luna City, perhaps due to the presence of numerous emerald bamboos. The sweltering heat dissipates almost immediately upon entering its realm. Mei Ying, cradling her son, walks alongside Qin Shang through the bamboo sea, exclaiming, "Senior, your stamina is truly remarkable. After such a long journey, you show no signs of fatigue. It is my first encounter with a mage like you. 30 kilometers is hardly daunting for a warrior, yet for a mage, it is indeed a taxing distance. Upon closer observation, one could discern a faint aura enveloping the swaddled infant in Mei Ying's arms. A manifestation of her fighting spirit, designed to protect her son." Qin Shang chuckles softly. "Haven't you heard that saying? The divine sound is utterly useless, a sound master. I am unable to utilize the elemental magics for acceleration. I have no desire for attendance. Wherever I go on the continent, I rely solely on my own legs. Over time, this has naturally strengthened my endurance compared to other mages as they converse." Qin Shang notices a peculiar ethereality to the bamboo forest ahead. A knowing smile gracing his lips, he casually snaps a bamboo branch from the side, and, while proceeding forward, begins to rhythmically tap the surrounding bamboo. His strikes vary in speed, producing unique sound waves. Without waiting for Mei Ying to lead, he strides deeper into the bamboo grove. For an ordinary person, surpassing the Bikong Sea is an impossible feat, but for him, a seasoned visitor, it poses no challenge. Mei Ying appears to have anticipated this, and rather than being taken aback by Qin Shang's actions, she adjusts her pace to match his, subtly gliding into the depths of the bamboo forest. Approaching the center of the Bikong Sea, a neat row of bamboo houses encircles the grove, numbering over a dozen in total. Amidst the swaying shadows of the bamboo, they exude an air of exquisite elegance. Before Mei Ying and Qin Shang could reach the entrance of the bamboo house, an elderly voice resonated from within. "Inger, why have you brought outsiders? Have you forgotten what I told you?" Before Mei Ying could respond, Qin Shang interjects with a playful reprimand. "Ah, Yi Li, have you truly forgotten to greet an old friend?" In an instant, a figure, swift as lightning, appears before Mei Ying and Qin Shang. Though the movement is remarkably quick, it flows with a grace that feels entirely natural. The newcomer is indeed Yi Li, who stands slightly taller than Qin Shang. His gray-white hair cascades behind him, and the wrinkles on his face are notably fewer than those on Qin Shang. Giving him the appearance of someone in their 50s, he stands tall, with piercing eyes that emanate a commanding presence, exuding the undeniable gravitas of a seasoned man. Upon seeing Qin Shang, Yi Li's large, sturdy hands swiftly grasp him, and without evasion, Qin Shang allows himself to be embraced. "Old friend, what brings you here? It's been over 20 years since we last met," Yi Li exclaims with excitement. Qin Shang's usual composure dissipates in Yi Li's presence, and he adopts a somewhat comical expression. "I came to see you. You remain ever youthful, while I seem to have aged. Truly, the practice of fighting spirit is far superior. Magic has a way of making one feel old too soon, that if I recall correctly, you are still a year older than I." Yi Li retorts playfully, "Youthful? Have you not seen how gray my hair is becoming? Come, let us speak inside." As he says this, he pulls Qin Shang along while casting a sidelong glance at the grandson nestled in Mei Ying's arms. The interior of the bamboo house is simply adorned with bamboo couches, tables, and chairs. Nothing more. Yi Li pours a cup of clear water from a kettle on the table and hands it to Qin Shang. "This is the spring water from the Bikong Sea. Do give it a taste." Qin Shang takes a sip, exclaiming in delight, "Refreshing and sweet, quite delightful. You certainly know how to indulge." Yi Li sighs. "You old rascal, you didn't come looking for me merely for pleasure, did you? You are aware that matters concerning the bamboo sect are no longer my concern." Qin Shang laughs heartily. "I have yet to utter a word, yet you've already dismissed me entirely. What do you think I have come to discuss? This time, I intend to stay." Yi Li's eyes widen in surprise. "Stay?" Qin Shang nods. "I have just returned from Phelan." At the mention of Phelan, Yi Li's expression shifts, a shadow crossing his face. "So you went after all. Does this mean you have reached the purple level?" Qin Shang squints, appraising Yi Li. "Aren't you the same? Let me see." Yi Li shoots him an annoyed glance, and a faint purple aura emanates from him, a proud and defiant energy. The immense pressure causes Qin Shang's eyes to gleam with intensity. "First tier, so it appears neither of us has fallen behind the other." Yi Li states, "I am no longer your match. In a contest of the same tier, no elemental magic or fighting spirit can overcome your music magic." "Oh, you think I am unaware?" Qin Shang smiles slightly. "My melodies must be played for over a third of their duration to truly manifest their power. Given the circumstances, Even with a slight distance, you would find it challenging to best me. And I could easily retreat that it would be futile for you to expect me to chase you while playing the lute. Ye Li, with utmost seriousness, retorts, at this distance, do you think I couldn't eliminate you with a single move? Qin Shang leisurely sips the spring water. I do not believe so. The two lock eyes and burst into laughter, having not enjoyed such mirth in a long while. As their laughter subsides, Yi Li's demeanor turns serious. Old friend, candidly, what is Phelan truly like? Qin Shang's expression darkens, and he sighs. The 7 towers of Phelan are beyond our imagination. When I traversed the illusion tower, I did not even meet the tower master. Yi Li remains silent for a considerable time before responding somberly. It seems we have no hope. Not at all. Qin Shang's eyes spark with excitement. As if struck by a revelation, he abruptly rises from the bamboo chair. There is absolute hope, and it lies right before you. Yi Li's gaze ignites with fervor. What is it? Tell me quickly. Qin Shang smiles softly, resuming his seat without uttering a word. Yi Li, growing impatient, presses, what are you teasing me about? Speak plainly. Qin Shang chuckles. You remain as you always were, so impetuous that I truly wonder how you have cultivated your bamboo fighting spirit to this level. After undergoing the assessment in Phelan, I was confirmed at the purple level and ascended the rainbow list. Before departing, the people of Phelan inquired where I wished to serve, and I chose Arcadia. It is not solely because of your presence that I came here. With your consent, I could remain for at least a decade. Yi Li's expression shifts, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Old friend, I can't shake the feeling that you have set a trap for me. Speak plainly. What is our hope? Qin Shang nods. Very well. I shall speak plainly. Our hope lies in your grandson. Yi Li gasps. You must be mistaken. Did you not notice that my grandson was born with only 8 fingers? He may struggle to wield a weapon. How could he possibly be our hope? I merely wish for this child to lead a normal life. Qin Shang scoffs. That is merely your perspective. From my point of view, it is entirely different. Born with 8 fingers, he is the heir I have long sought. Unencumbered by the limitations of the forbidden fingers, he possesses significant advantages for mastering music magic. Moreover, your grandson has an innate sensitivity to music. If you allow him to learn from me, he could indeed become our future hope. However, as a sound master, while reaching the purple level grants me the ability to wield powerful music magic, it also comes with considerable drawbacks. Thus, I have devised a solution that requires your cooperation. Yi Li furrows his brow. My cooperation? I practice the bamboo sex fighting spirit. How can I assist you? Qin Shang responds. In Longqinus, there have been precedents for the combination of magic and fighting spirit, known as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Yet no one has surpassed the blue level. Presently, mages are even less inclined to practice fighting spirit. The method I have conceived, however, is to enhance the range of sound waves through the infusion of fighting spirit, even enabling direct attacks with sound waves. Your bamboo fighting spirit, imbued with the essence of nature, is the perfect complement to the melodies of the zither. My intention in coming here was to take on a disciple, and subsequently persuade you to teach him the bamboo fighting spirit, thus merging the strengths of our 2 families to cultivate a superlative sound master. Perhaps, we may even transcend the limitations of the purple level. Yet, upon my arrival, before I could seek out a disciple, I encountered your grandson. A rare talent indeed. Born with 8 fingers, such an opportunity is exceedingly hard to come by, and I shall not let it slip away. Old friend, I have never beseeched anyone in my life. But this time, I must make an exception. I implore you, allow your grandson to become my disciple. As he spoke, Qin Shang rose and bowed deeply to Yi Li, his demeanor gravely earnest. Yi Li stepped aside, resolutely rejecting the request. No, I cannot agree. He is my only grandson, and although he possesses the extraordinary gift of 8 fingers, I still hope for him to inherit my legacy. Qin Shang replied urgently. But you just said you wanted him to lead an ordinary life. Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Li explained. An ordinary life refers to the common people of our bamboo clan. My grandson is destined to be the future leader of our clan. If you take him to the Zither clan, what will become of our bamboo clan? Absolutely not. Qin Shang, unwilling to concede, urged. Yi Chong and Mei Ying are still young. Do you truly fear that you will have no more grandsons in the future? A talent born with 8 fingers is incredibly rare. Old friend, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please grant me this favor. Yi Li sighed in resignation, saying, It is not that I do not wish to accommodate you. It is simply impossible. Indeed, Chong heir and Ing heir are still young, but they can only have this one son. When Ing heir gave birth to my precious grandson, she faced complications. Thankfully, Lanzong had Granny Lan to ensure their safety. However, Granny Lan has stated that Ing heir will not be able to bear children again, that if you do not believe me, you may inquire at Lanzong. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Qin Shang sank despondently into the bamboo chair, all his hopes dissipating into thin air. Neither he nor Yi Li spoke, both lost in profound contemplation. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. "Dad, I heard we have guests." A tall figure strode in through the door. It was a young man, robust and charismatic, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Li, with handsome and resolute features. His entrance brought a refreshing aura, a quality distinctive to the Bamboo Clan's fighting spirit. He was Yi Li's son, Yi Chong. Yi Li addressed him. "Chong heir, greet your uncle Qin. Yi Chong responded. "Uncle Qin, greetings. That I heard from Ing heir that you seem to have come for my son." Qin Shang's eyes gleamed momentarily as he smiled. "Chong heir, it appears you have reached the first level of the yellow bamboo and bamboo fighting spirit, which corresponds to the initial stage of the green level in the rainbow rankings." Yi Chong, evidently uninterested in this topic, pressed eagerly. "I heard from Ing heir that you believe my son is a genius in learning zither magic. Is that true? If possible, could you please take him as your disciple?" Qin Shang's interest piqued. He hastily replied, "Of course. However, your father does not consent." Yi Chong turned to Yi Li, bewildered. "Dad, why not?" Yi Li, with a hint of anger, retorted, "Leave. This is not a matter for you to discuss. You are our only child. If he learns the ways of the Zither clan, what will become of our Bamboo clan?" Yi Chong countered. "But he was born with 8 fingers. He is ill-suited to inherit the sword techniques of the Bamboo clan. Do you not wish for your grandson to become a strong individual in the future? Since our Bamboo clan's martial arts do not suit him, is it not fortuitous that he has the opportunity to learn the magic of the Zither clan? This is a clear instance of narrow-mindedness. You said it yourself, leave." Yi Li erupted in fury, raising his fist and striking his son. With a resounding thud, Yi Chong was sent flying through the bamboo door. Of course, Yi Li's display of force was merely an application of fighting spirit to push his son away. What father would genuinely strike his own child? Observing Yi Li's ire, Qin Shang remarked, "You see, your son possesses more understanding than you do, old bamboo. After some contemplation, I propose this. Allow your grandson to learn zither magic from me while simultaneously mastering your Bamboo clan's fighting spirit. In the end, he will still belong to your Bamboo clan, with no ties to our Zither clan. How does that sound?" Yi Li's expression softened slightly, but he retorted, "How can I trust that you have the ability to cultivate my grandson into a being capable of contending with the Law Blue 7 Towers?" Qin Shang replied earnestly, "Currently, in the land of Longqinus, both magic and fighting spirit are ranked according to the rainbow's 7 colors. However, our Eastern Dragonate clans are an exception, whether in our 4 magic clans or your 4 fighting spirit clans. The cultivation process involves only 3 color transformations, each consisting of 9 tiers. When combined, this corresponds to the same ranking as the rainbow's 7 colors. Particularly, the final color is also the 9th tier of the purple level. Thus, we must cultivate to the purple level to conceal the secrets of our Eastern Dragon 8 clans from the outside world. However, attaining the purple level is no easy feat without over 50 years of effort and extraordinary talent. People in Longqinus are only aware of the existence of Law Blue, who remembers our Eastern Dragon 8 clans." Yi Li scoffed. "Do you think I am unaware of this? You are merely speaking empty words." Qin Shang challenged. "Then tell me, what are the 3 colors and 9 tiers of our Zither clan?" Yi Li responded, "Are they not the red soul refining Zither heart, the yellow sword courage Zither heart, and the purple Ziwei Zither heart? You are currently at the initial stage of the Ziwei Zither heart. This is akin to the 3 major tiers of our Bamboo clan, green bamboo, yellow bamboo, and purple bamboo, which consist of 27 stages. Nevertheless, our first tier is merely green, and your attempts to impress are futile compared to our Zither clan." Qin Shang nodded. "Indeed, it is these 3 tiers of 9 that correlate perfectly with the 27 stages of the rainbow's 7 colors. The cultivation of the soul refining Zither heart is of utmost importance to our Zither clan. Point 1 must first refine their soul before learning the Zither, expelling distracting thoughts and allowing the melodies to penetrate the mind. gradually enhancing their understanding of the music and zither power. This is the orthodox cultivation method of the zither clan. Even individuals of average talent can complete the 9 tiers of the soul-refining zither heart with approximately 5 to 6 years of dedication. However, the depth of the soul-refining zither heart's foundation directly influences future development. Yet, how can refining the soul compare to possessing an inherently pure zither soul? Yi Li, puzzled, inquired. I do not fully grasp your meaning. Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with conviction. Should you allow your grandson to become my disciple, I will not have him base his cultivation on the soul-refining zither heart, but rather on our zither clan's Qitzi zither heart. Ah, Yi Li gasped in astonishment, staring at Qin Shang. You mean the method recorded in your zither clan's secret tome, one that has never been successfully cultivated? You must be mad, Qin Shang asserted firmly. I am not mad. The Qitzi zither heart is the most authentic cultivation method of the zither clan. Due to its exceedingly stringent requirements and daunting difficulty, no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. Yet your grandson is different. He is born with 8 fingers, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to musical tones that I believe that with my guidance as a purple-level sound master, he has at least a 70% chance of success. Although the Qitzi zither heart is significantly more challenging to cultivate than the soul-refining zither heart, once mastered, it will truly open the doors to zither cultivation, potentially allowing him to reach the level of the Ziwei zither heart in a short span of time. Provided he applies himself, achieving the legendary Taishin zither heart is not beyond the realm of possibility. Coupled with the fighting spirit assistance method I have developed, the Law Blue 7 Towers will no longer seem formidable. Yi Li spoke gravely. And if you fail? Qin Shang replied nonchalantly. Even in failure, he will continue to cultivate your bamboo clan's fighting spirit. You can simply have him abandon the zither and revert to your bamboo clan's martial arts at any time. The Qitzi zither heart is not influenced by external elements. If I am correct, under the cultivation of the Qitzi zither heart, his fighting spirit's enhancement speed will be remarkably swift, enough to compensate for any delays in martial arts training. Old friend, such an opportunity may not arise again for another century within our Eastern Dragonate clans. Are you truly unwilling to take a chance? If you agree, I am prepared to exchange anything from my zither clan in return. Yi Li's eyes gleamed with a flash of purple light as he waved his hand. There is no need for an exchange that I will agree, but you must also consent to 3 conditions. Qin Shang replied without hesitation. Very well. State your terms. Yi Li began. Firstly, if successful, my grandson shall be the co-leader of both the zither and bamboo clans. Qin Shang nodded. That is acceptable. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, no one will oppose it. Moreover, this is an agreement between the two of us, Yi Li continued. Secondly, upon success, all 5 renowned zither of your clan shall belong to my grandson. Qin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Li. You are not being greedy at all. Do you understand the value of our zither clan's 5 renowned zither? They are akin to the staves wielded by the mages of the Law Blue 7 Towers. Objects that rival divine artifacts in significance, Yi Li languidly remarked. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't want it at all. Do we, the bamboo sect, lack treasures? The only items from your Qin sect that catch my eye are those 5 zither. After all, my grandson will be the future leader of your Qin sect. Why be so stingy? The Mingfeng zither, the Kumu Longyin zither, the Daisheng Yin zither, the Jiu Shaohuan Pei zither, and not to forget the Chunlei zither that you often use. Quite a decent collection, wouldn't you say? Did you not once tell me that the melody played should match the zither used? The greater the harmony between the zither and the melody, the more powerful the zither magic becomes. Surely, you haven't forgotten that, have you? Extortion. This is blatant extortion, Qin Shang retorted with mild anger. Yi Li chuckled. So, do you agree or not? After giving Yi Li a fierce glare, Qin Shang reluctantly nodded, gritting his teeth. Fine, I agree. Yi Li's eyes narrowed into a smile. Now for the last condition, call me uncle. Qin Shang was taken aback. You? Yi Li laughed. Have I spoken incorrectly? Since you are my grandson's teacher, you are naturally a generation below me. What's wrong with that? Goodness, you old rascal. You are tricking me. Qin Shang growled, lunging at Yi Li without any regard for his identity as a purple-level warrior. Yi Li refrained from using his fighting spirit or techniques. And the 2 aged purple-level powerhouses, whose ages combined exceeded 100 years, found themselves wrestling fiercely within the bamboo house, neither yielding an inch. Fortunately, The contents of the bamboo house were sparse, so the scene was not one of utter disarray. As a magician, Qin Shang's physical abilities and strength paled in comparison to Yi Li's. When he was pressed down once more by Yi Li, he huffed in frustration, "No more fighting. I'm exhausted." Why? Yi Li released Qin Shang. Sitting beside him and watching as he gasped for breath, his smile growing ever broader. "Old Qin, give my grandson a name. The little one has just turned a month old and still lacks a name." Qin Shang realized that Yi Li had finally conceded, and a spark of inspiration struck him. "Let us call him Yi Zhud. It inherits my music and your bamboo grove." Why? Yi Li burst into laughter. "Excellent. We shall call him Yi Zhu." Suddenly, Qin Shang seized Yi Li's beard, glaring fiercely. "Did you plan to agree with me all along?" Yi Li unabashedly nodded. "Indeed." Qin Shang snapped. "Then why did you make things difficult for me earlier?" Yi Li huffed. "Who asked you to come seeking me out? That foolish lad Yi Zhong. Had I not thrown him out in time, he would have exposed my plans, and how could I maximize my benefits then? Two sect leaders, not bad. Indeed, pioneering the East Dragon's 8 sects. Ha ha ha." You. Realizing Yi Li's smugness, Qin Shang finally understood that he had truly been tricked, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. "Old bamboo. Since you have agreed to let me be your grandson's teacher, you must also concede to a few of my conditions." Yi Li laughed heartily. "What? Are you looking to reclaim something so soon?" Qin Shang retorted. "Do you think I am like you? I am doing this for Zhu's sake. Of course, you must never mention again that I am a generation below you. We shall each speak for ourselves." Seeing that Qin Shang was serious, Yi Li nodded. "Speak." Qin Shang continued. "Cultivating the childlike zither heart is exceedingly arduous. To succeed, Zhu must maintain a childlike heart as much as possible. This means minimizing his contact with the outside world. Even with you. Except for bamboo fighting spirit, you cannot teach him any martial skills without my consent. After he turns 3, you may only see him once a week, and you must not speak of any external matters. Only with a heart free of distractions can the childlike zither heart be cultivated." Yi Li asked. "He can never learn martial skills. Without the bamboo sect's techniques, how can he become the leader of the bamboo sect?" Qin Shang pondered for a moment. "It's not that he can never learn at least for the first 15 years. He should not be taught any martial skills to avoid distractions. If by 15, he has not achieved the 9th stage of the childlike zither heart, I fear I will have failed." Yi Li readily agreed. "All right, I accept your terms. How about this? Since you are concerned about the generational issue, publicly, you shall be his teacher, but when we are alone, let Zhu also call you grandfather." Qin Shang shot Yi Li a sidelong glance. "Now that's a bit of sincerity from you." The two formidable elders exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a glimmer of hope, a shared aspiration for Yi Zhu's future and for the East Dragon's 8 sects. Qin Shang returned to Luna City to make simple arrangements. And the next morning, he returned to the Azure SEAS, the newly appointed president of the Arcadia Magicians Guild. He clearly had little regard for the Arcadia Magicians Guild, for in his heart, nothing was more important than nurturing his naturally gifted disciple. Though Yi Li was the leader of the bamboo sect, within the Azure Sea, only their family resided there. Yi Li's wife had passed away, leaving him with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. With Qin Shang's arrival, they had one more person. There were originally many bamboo houses, but Qin Shang insisted on not living together with them. At his request, Yi Zhong built another bamboo house 500 meters away from where they lived. Though the bamboo house was simple to construct, Qin Shang's requirements were exceedingly strict, including the angles of the bamboo and the size, orientation of the house, and even specific materials that had to be purchased from Luna City. Only later did Yi Zhong understand that Qin Shang's insistence on such precise construction was to ensure that the zither's sound would resonate perfectly within the bamboo house. 10 days passed. And with Yi Zhong's efforts, the bamboo house that Qin Shang requested was finally completed. "Are you out of your mind? Zhu has just turned a month old. What can he possibly learn now?" Yi Li exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at Qin Shang's thoughts. Qin Shang, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at his old friend with a disdainful expression. "Who says an infant cannot learn? Even if he cannot learn, can he not listen? Do you think cultivating the childlike zither heart is easy? If we do not start before his innate energy dissipates, how can we hope for success?" Yi Li shook his head repeatedly. No, I know the power of your zither music. If my grandson were to be injured by the mental magic intertwined within your melodies, he would likely become a fool." Qin Shang retorted. I believe you are the fool. Do you think my concern for Inju is any less than yours? He is the greatest hope of my life. Even if it means injuring myself, I would never harm him. Until he turns 3, he cannot learn fighting spirit from you. And until he turns 5, he cannot learn the zither from me. However, this period is the most crucial that I will use my music to help him develop his own zither heart through daily listening. The child still needs care, so let Yizhong and Meiying listen alongside him. This way, they can look after him while also benefiting their own fighting spirit cultivation. A glint of cunning sparkled in Yi Li's eyes as he kicked his son. Hurry and thank your Uncle Qin. The Qin sect's Pei Yuan Jing Xian Chu is not something everyone can hear. Since Qin Shang had been outsmarted by Yi Li, Yizhong was left in awe of his father. Hurriedly smiling and bringing Meiying, who was cradling Yi Yinju, to express their gratitude, Qin Shang was momentarily stunned, realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered. Yet, he found himself powerless against Yi Li. Pointing at him, "So you anticipated I would use the Pei Yuan Jing Xian Chu? You sly old fox. Now I finally understand what it means to be cunning and shrewd. The Pei Yuan Jing Xian Chu offers immense benefits to warriors. Merely alleviating concerns about excessive fighting spirit flow that could lead to madness and dispelling distracting thoughts are two aspects that any warrior would dream of. Furthermore, the music invokes the elemental energies of the world, nourishing the listener, thereby significantly enhancing a warrior's cultivation speed. As the leader of the Qin sect, the Pei Yuan Jing Xian Chu that Qin Shang played was not something just anyone could hear. Thus, the newly appointed president of the Arcadia Magicians Guild, Qin Shang, settled down in the Azure Sea. Meanwhile, our little Inju grew amidst the celestial melodies that resembled the gentle rustling of leaves in spring and the rippling of water over stones in autumn. 6 years later, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the bamboo house. Accompanied by the deep and soothing sound of the zither, Yi Yinju gradually awakened from his meditative state. The transparency of his comfort eliciting a soft groan from him. At 6 years old, Yi Yinju was as handsome as a girl, his black hair cascading down his back, and his large, dark eyes sparkled with vitality. The oversized white robe he wore did not diminish his ethereal charm. Rather, it accentuated his innate grace. With every gesture, he exuded elegance, surpassing even the finest of noble adults. Although he was still a child, the calm and composed demeanor he exhibited was truly astonishing. The faint aura of mixed bluish and reddish hues that enveloped his body was gradually dissipating. The blue light was evidently more intense, while the red light appeared somewhat deeper. As the music ceased, Qin Shang withdrew his hands, a hint of fatigue appearing on his face. "Inju, it seems your fighting spirit has made some progress." "Indeed, Grandpa Qin, when my grandfather visited me yesterday, he mentioned that I seem to have reached the 3rd stage of Qingzhu." Little Inju exclaimed excitedly, jumping up from the ground, his face radiating innocence and purity. He rushed to Qin Shang's side and pleaded, "Grandpa Qin, shouldn't you teach me a new piece today? I've been practicing this one for a whole year." Qin Shang smiled gently, replying, "It is not yet time. Inju, you must understand that mastering one technique opens the door to a multitude of others. Learning many pieces without true comprehension of the essence of the Qin is of little use. Only by grasping the profound mysteries of the Qin's heart can you continue to advance." Over the course of 6 years, Qin Shang had poured countless efforts into Inju's development. Each day, he dedicated at least half of his time to playing the Qin for him. Under the nourishing influence of the music, Inju's elegant and ethereal demeanor became increasingly pronounced. Since the age of 3, he had been training in bamboo fighting spirit under Yi Li's guidance, who had continuously assisted his grandson in clearing his meridians with his own abundant fighting spirit, allowing Inju to easily find his way in the early stages of cultivation. When he turned 5, Qin Shang formally began to impart the secrets of Qin magic to him, and it had already been a year since then. However, during this time, Qin Shang had only taught Inju the most basic fingering techniques of the Guqin and a single simple piece. "Green water." Inju expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "But I've already learned it." Qin Shang smiled nonchalantly and asked, "Have you truly mastered it? Then come with me." Stretching his body slightly, Qin Shang picked up the Guqin Spring Thunder and led Inju out of the bamboo hut. The Yi family had kept their promise. Ever since Inju began studying the Qin with Qin Shang, they only visited him once a month, though they occasionally peeked from the sidelines. Outside the hut lay a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Qin Shang halted and inquired, Inju, what are the three timbers of the Guqin and their meanings? Inju, clearly accustomed to Qin Shang's assessments, answered without hesitation. The three timbers are Sanin, open sound, Anin, press sound, and Fanin, harmonics. Sanin refers to the sound produced by plucking the open strings with the right hand, characterized by its rich and broad tone, and In involves pressing the strings with the left hand on the Qin surface while plucking with the right hand, producing a soft and rounded sound. Fan-in is created by lightly touching the strings with the left hand while simultaneously plucking them with the right hand, resulting in a bright and crystalline tone. The combination of these three timbers forms the Qin music. Qin Shang nodded in approval, stating, "Well done. The art of playing the Guqin is the most challenging among all instruments, just the basic harmonics. Under the influence of the 7 strings and 13 frets, can yield as many as 91 variations. Coupled with the combinations of San-in and Anin, the possibilities are countless if you do not solidify your foundation. How can you expect to achieve greatness in the future?" Inju obediently nodded and replied, "Grandpa Qin, I understand my mistake. I will diligently practice my fundamentals." Qin Shang smiled faintly. Although he was reprimanding Inju, he felt immense satisfaction for this disciple. Despite having only studied the Qin for a year, Inju had grown amidst the melodies since he was merely a month old. His familiarity with the music was comparable to Qin Shang's own, and his talent for the Qin was unprecedentedly high at such a tender age. He had already grasped its subtleties, truly a genius among geniuses. Qin Shang handed the spring thunder Qin to Inju, directing him to sit at the bamboo table in the forest. "Here's the deal. If you can play green water in such a way that all the creatures in this forest gather around you, considering you their closest friend, I will teach you a new piece. Now, I will go fetch your breakfast." Inju nodded, placing the spring thunder Qin on the bamboo table and sitting up straight. The moment his hands touched the strings, his aura underwent another transformation. Though the innocence on his face remained, it was now accompanied by a maturity and elegance beyond his years. With deft fingers, the notes of green water began to resonate softly. The music flowed melodiously, yet Qin Shang furrowed his brow. For the heart and intent to harmonize with the music, one must resonate with the melodies. Otherwise, one's sound will never stir the spirits of any creature. Inju glanced at Qin Shang, but his movements did not falter. He soon closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lovely face. Although the music remained green water, the essence had subtly shifted at that moment. As if he were immersed in the tranquil embrace of the verdant mountains and waters, the delicate red glow emanated from him, gradually spreading outward. Seeing this, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction, inwardly sighing, "Yili, you believe our Qin magic is the most powerful of all magics, but how little do you comprehend the immense difficulty of cultivating mental magic, especially for those of us who are sound masters. The cultivation of mental magic diverges significantly from that of other magical disciplines. Firstly, one must develop formidable mental strength, and then employ special methods to manifest it, thereby influencing the mental states of others from various angles. That if elemental magic is aimed at defeating opponents, then mental magic seeks to conquer the very souls of adversaries, using the music of the Qin to hone one's mental prowess and release one's mental energy through the unique characteristics of the music, generating diverse mental waves for attack or assistance. This is the profound mystery of Qin magic. In the serene bamboo forest, the rich and soothing melodies echoed continually at 6 years of age. Apart from cultivating fighting spirit, Inju devoted himself to learning the Qin, nurturing a pure heart, ensuring that he remained free of any distractions in all his endeavors. The piece Green Water was played repeatedly, and the passage of time seemed irrelevant as he became fully immersed in the intricacies of the music. As the enchanting melodies flowed, various small animals began to gather in the bamboo grove, drawn by the music. Though they dared to observe from a distance, it was evident they were captivated by Inju's performance. "Who are you?" Qin Shang exclaimed softly as he returned to the bamboo hut, holding a bamboo basket filled with food. The music abruptly ceased, and Inju opened his eyes, curiously following Qin Shang's gaze. To his surprise, a small boy was sitting 5 meters away, staring intently at Inju as he played. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Inju, yet his facial features bore a ruggedness that belied his youth. Most astonishingly, he had a head of purple hair, a rarity among humans. Upon hearing Qin Shang's voice, the boy snapped out of his stupor, his previously vacant gaze now filled with intense hostility as he glared at Qin Shang. clenching his fists and remaining silent. Inju eagerly ran to Qin Shang's side, taking the bamboo basket from him with a smile. "Grandpa Qin, look, my music has attracted someone." As he spoke, he pulled out a fresh bamboo shoot from the basket and offered it to the purple-haired boy. "Hello, please have some." The boy's gaze shifted from Qin Shang to Inju's innocent smile, and his expression gradually softened. The tension in his clenched fists eased as he accepted the bamboo shoot. Nodding in acknowledgement, before Qin Shang could inquire further, the boy suddenly turned and dashed into the bamboo forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching the purple-haired boy disappear, Qin Shang furrowed his brow. Had the bamboo clan's concealment array failed? The boy seemed to harbor animosity toward him, yet he relaxed upon seeing Inju. Could it truly be that he was drawn in by Inju's music? As a mere mage, Qin Shang knew he could not pursue him and could only let the boy go. Inju's simple life revolved around practicing the Qin by day and cultivating fighting spirit under Qin Shang's melodies by night. However, ever since the appearance of the purple-haired boy, his once straightforward existence was infused with new colors. Every morning, as Inju began to play, the purple-haired boy would quietly appear, sitting nearby and attentively listening. With such an audience, the practice felt less solitary. Since his first appearance, the purple-haired boy had never spoken a word to anyone. His demeanor remained calm only when Inju was alone, but he would immediately flee whenever Qin Shang or Inju's parents arrived. Yi Chong had once discreetly followed the purple-haired boy, hoping to uncover his origins, only to discover that this boy also resided within the Bikuan Sea, less than 2,000 meters from where Inju practiced the Qin. To the untrained eye, he appeared no different from an ordinary child. The bamboo shoots in the grove served as his sustenance. When Inju found moments of leisure, he would often engage him in conversation, draping his own garments over him and sharing the provisions sent by his parents. The boy with violet hair accepted these gestures in silence, remaining mute as ever. Yet, the gaze he directed at Inju gradually softened. Over time, he garnered the tacit approval of those around him. After all, his silence would not impede Inju's cultivation of the heart of a child through the zither. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. The once charming child blossomed into a striking youth. Inju bore a resemblance to his father, Yi Chong, in about 6 aspects, yet he also inherited his mother's delicate beauty. At 16, he stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique clad in a flowing white robe, and his cascading black hair rendered him undeniably handsome. Xiaozi, where are you?" called Yi Inju, his voice echoing through the bamboo grove like a melodious tune. After calling for some time without response, he halted, murmuring to himself, "Where has Xiaozi gone? Why is there no sign of him?" A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I've got it." He seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and as a silver light flickered from the middle finger of his left hand, an ancient zither materialized before him, its body thick and rounded, crafted from camphor wood, displaying a rich yellow hue and a texture reminiscent of aged pine. The zither bore intricate designs, including a clam emblem, a circular dragon pool, and an oval phoenix basin, with the dragon pool resonating slightly as he gazed upon the zither. His soft and clear eyes were infused with a touch of infatuation. The melody of Yangwan Sandy was meant to be played on this balanced and serene instrument. "I refuse to believe you won't come out." With 8 fingers gently caressing the strings, a melancholic yet lingering sound drifted into the air, a piece that encapsulated the essence of parting in an instant. Inju was entirely immersed in the emotional realm of the music. The crimson glow swirled around his form, forming concentric waves of sound that dispersed into the surroundings. The azure sky sea was devoid of large creatures. Yet at that moment, all the birds and small animals converged towards Inju at an astonishing speed. A cacophony of mournful cries erupted from various creatures, and gradually, the area surrounding Inju became lively. Yangwan Sandy, named for its repetition of a single melody 3 times, encapsulated the bittersweet feeling of parting from friends. The emotions woven into the music evoked memories of the 16 years Inju had spent in the azure sky sea. A delicate sadness glimmering in his eyes, adding a touch of melancholy to his otherwise graceful demeanor. The final notes of Yangwan Sandy resonated. Inju pressed down on the strings, allowing the echoes to dissipate completely. "I am sorry, my friends. I truly must leave. However, I promise I will return to visit you. That I do not wish to go." Yet both grandfathers insist I must venture into the world beyond. Let this piece serve as my farewell to you." A tall figure, unbeknownst to him, had appeared behind Inju. Upon hearing his words, the expression on his face stiffened slightly. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to grasp Inju's shoulder. It seemed Inju had known of his presence all along. He lowered his head and said, "Xiaozi, I am leaving." In a flash, the tall figure moved to stand before Inju. Standing at 1.8 meters at 16, Inju was quite tall among ordinary individuals. Yet he still fell a head shorter than the person before him. The violet hair was somewhat tousled, and his tall, muscular frame radiated explosive strength, while his chiseled features conveyed an unwavering resolve. His deep violet eyes sparkling like stars, his broad shoulders seemed capable of shouldering any burden. Inju had grown, and so had Xiaozi. The decade had passed, transforming Xiaozi's physique in ways that left the Yi family astounded. Towering over 2 meters, he appeared far more mature than Inju, lacking the childlike innocence that still glimmered in Inju's eyes, instead exuding an air of depth. Xiaozi gripped Inju's shoulders with both hands, his eyes reflecting confusion and inquiry. Sensing the warmth of Xiaozi's hands, Inju looked up at him, sadness lacing his voice. "I truly must depart. This is not merely practice. I have come specifically to bid you farewell. My grandfathers say that my heart of a child has reached the 9th tier, and I am about to enter the realm of sword and zither heart, no longer needing to be isolated from the outside world. They have advised me to attend school and learn about the world outside, to adapt to society. Therefore, I must leave. Now, what is the outside world like, Xiaozi? I have never ventured beyond." Xiaozi's gaze shifted from confusion to understanding as he slowly nodded, releasing his grip on Inju's shoulders. "I will accompany you." "Really? That is wonderful," Inju exclaimed, jumping up like a child. Yet he soon realized something was amiss, looking at Xiaozi with astonishment. You can speak now?" Indeed, this was the first time in a decade that Xiaozi had spoken since arriving at the Azure Sky Sea. Previously, nearly everyone had regarded him as mute, yet now he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, carrying an oppressive weight. Yet to Inju, it transformed into a sense of security. Xiaozi patted Inju's shoulder and said, "Let us go." As he spoke, he began to stride towards the direction beyond the Azure Sky Sea. Initially filled with trepidation at the thought of embarking on a solitary journey, Inju now felt a surge of excitement. For 10 years, he had spent nearly every day with Xiaozi. Though Xiaozi had never spoken, their communication had thrived on exchanged glances. He had come to regard Xiaozi as his most trusted companion and dearest friend. With Xiaozi by his side, the unknown world beyond seemed far less intimidating. With a cheer, Inju dashed to catch up with Xiaozi, and together they ventured into the great unknown. "Xiaozi, what was your original name?" he inquired curiously as they walked. Aside from playing the zither and learning about the Bamboo clan, he was a blank slate regarding the outside world. The child's youth is carefree, and at that moment, Inju embodied this sentiment. He had nearly forgotten the impending farewell to his family before even stepping out of the Azure Sky Sea. With Xiaozi accompanying him, his initial fears had dissipated, leaving only curiosity and excitement. After all, this was his first journey beyond the Azure Sky Sea. "You may call me Z." "All right, Z. Where do you hail from? I heard Grandfather Qin mention that you are not from the Azure Sky Sea." Grandfather Qin had assured him that Xiaozi meant him no harm, but simply cherished his zither melodies, which was why he had lingered here. Z nodded in affirmation, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement. Inju chattered incessantly, bombarding Z with questions. Yet Z remained mostly silent, responding only with nods or shakes of the head until they arrived at Luna City, at which point Inju finally calmed down. "Wow, is this a city? It looks so vast and beautiful," he exclaimed, gazing at the towering walls of Luna City and the bustling crowds, his excitement palpable as he hurried towards the city gates. "The Azure Sky Sea is the most beautiful place." Observing Inju dash ahead, Z shook his head gently. Nearly everything in Luna City was unfamiliar to Inju. For 16 years, he had remained within the confines of the Azure Sky Sea, devoted to mastering the heart of a child. Now, consumed by curiosity and exhilaration, he felt as though his eyes were insufficient to take in everything. "Where will you attend school?" Z inquired, a rare question directed at Inju. Inju replied, "Grandfather Qin instructed me to first head to the Mage Guild in Luna City to collect some items." He even provided me with a map, stating that by following its directions, I would find the academy and deliver his letter to the principal there. Z extended his hand, saying, "The map." Trusting Z implicitly, a genuine feeling emanating from within, Inju did not hesitate to retrieve a specially crafted sheepskin map from his cloak and handed it over to Z. Z unfurled the map, revealing a comprehensive depiction of the Longqinus continent, marked with a red line that traced a route from Luna City to a destination further afield. The endpoint was annotated with a note reading Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Furrowing his brow, Z remarked, "You are destined for the Milan Empire. Your grandfathers are quite trusting." Inju, lacking any sense of distance, inquired curiously, "The Milan Empire? Is it far?" Z nodded, explaining, "To reach Milan, one must traverse the Boha Kingdom. Arcadia lies at the southernmost point of the continent, while Milan is situated to the north, beyond which lies the extreme north wasteland." As he mentioned the extreme north wasteland, his pupils narrowed slightly. However, it soon returned to normal, though Inju still discovered it. "Z, you need not fear. I shall protect you." As she spoke, Inju childishly patted her own chest. Z paused in surprise. "You?" Inju nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I shall protect you." Grandpa Qin said that I have already become a qualified mage. Observing Inju, who was a head shorter than himself, a faint smile graced Z's face, softening the previously rigid lines of his visage. "Z, how rare. I have never seen you smile before." Inju gazed at Z as if he had discovered a new continent. Z replied helplessly, "All right, let us first head to the Mage Guild." Fortunately, the Mage Guild was quite renowned in Luna City. Z casually inquired of a passerby, and soon led Inju to their destination. Although over a decade had passed, the Mage Guild in Luna City remained eerily desolate, devoid of even a doorman. Inju and Z walked along the path until they arrived at the entrance of the guild hall, where they could hear the sounds of an argument within. Inside the hall, there were 9 individuals divided into 2 factions. On one side stood Diala, flanked by Pirlo and another fire mage, while the opposing 6 were also mages, clad in robes of varying colors. Judging by the colors of their robes, there was 1 blue-level mage, 2 green-level great mages, and 3 yellow-level senior mages. Diala, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Rufit, do not go too far. Do not forget that you once walked out from here." Rufit, the blue-level mage, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Short in stature, with a flame insignia on his chest denoting his status as a fire mage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke disdainfully, "Indeed, I did leave from here, and to this day, I am grateful for that decision. Just look at this place. Does it resemble the Mage Guild of a nation? There are merely 3 of you. After all these years, you have yet to break through to the blue level. I fear you haven't even reached the high tier of the blue level, have you? Diala, do not be so stubborn. Come with us to Bois. With our royal family's thirst for talented mages, you will surely be valued. Praise the law of blue. Rufit, how could you forget your roots as an Arcadian?" Diala's voice trembled, recalling a time when Rufit had been the most promising mage of Arcadia. Now, he represented another nation. Rufit sneered, "It seems your stubbornness has not changed. Does your guild not have a president who never shows his face? Bring him out. If he can defeat me, we will leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Diala, enraged, retorted, "Rufit, do not forget that this is Arcadia, not Bois. What can you do if you are rude?" As he spoke, a sense of sorrow washed over him. Had Arcadia truly reached the point of being bullied? Rufit coldly declared, "We come on behalf of Bois to negotiate with the royal family of Arcadia, as an envoy. Even if I were to slay a few of you, I doubt the royal family would dare to retaliate. Is your so-called president merely a coward, afraid to accept the challenge? Grandpa Qin is no coward. I shall accept your challenge on his behalf." Just as Diala was about to explode, a clear and melodious voice echoed from outside. Belonging to Yin Zhu, the sudden voice immediately drew the attention of all the mages in the hall, as the strikingly handsome Yin Zhu and the tall, imposing Z stepped inside. Yin Zhu glared at Rufit. Since his birth, he had only interacted with his family, Z and Qin Shang, who cared for and taught him with utmost dedication. In Yin Zhu's heart, Qin Shang had long become akin to family. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of coward, he understood it was not a compliment. Rufit looked at Yin Zhu in surprise. The young man in the white robe brought a refreshing aura upon entering. Especially notable were his clear black eyes, which left a lasting impression, did I hear you correctly? You wish to challenge me? Inju nodded seriously, stating, Grandpa Qin is not here. I shall accept your challenge in his stead. Young man, who are you? Diala inquired of Inju. Inju glanced at Diala, offering a gentle smile, yet he did not respond. Instead, he sat down directly on the ground. He was oblivious to formalities, his mind consumed solely by anger towards Rufit. Leaving no time to waste, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the reddish-brown spring thunder chain gracefully appeared upon his legs. The spring thunder chain measured 39 inches in length, 7 inches in width at the shoulder, and 4.5 inches at the tail, adorned with a reddish-brown lacquer and intricate patterns resembling flowing water. The back bore the inscription Spring Thunder, while the 13 chain emblems beneath the strings were inlaid with white jade. One of the 5 renowned chains, it produced a pure and gentle sound. For a sound mage, an instrument serves as their magic wand. I shall begin. Inju suspended his left hand above the instrument while gently plucking the strings with his right, producing a deep, resonant hum. A dark red light emerged as Inju's gaze fixated on the strings. In an instant, the indignation that had once filled his expression vanished, replaced by an elegant, noble demeanor imbued with calmness. Unfortunately, the 6 mages across from him, upon witnessing the emanating dark red light, failed to notice the transformation in his expression. What did dark red magical energy signify? Merely the lowest red level. Even a high-tier red mage was still an ordinary mage, not even reaching the intermediate level. Moreover, Rufit and his companions were at least senior mages. Furthermore, this handsome young man appeared to be a sound mage. Witnessing the light radiating from Inju, they could not help but burst into laughter. Itsu praised the law of blue. Diala's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized Inju's 8 fingers. However, before he could intervene, the music began. Inju poured his spirit into the strings. He had forgotten all about the external world, or rather, he chose to ignore it. His inner chords harmonized with those of the ancient Qin that moment. All that filled his mind were the profound teachings of Qin Shang regarding the interplay of fingers and strings, sound and intention, form and spirit, virtue and artistry. He murmured, the essence of sound responds to the subtle depths of intention. In an instant, the guild hall illuminated, with light emanating from 2 sources. One, the silver magical hexagram in the center of the hall, and the other, the 7 strings of Inju's spring thunder chain. The silver light burst forth, and Inju's voice seemed to contain boundless magical power, freezing the once scornful gazes. A series of deep, lingering and endlessly entwined melodies wafted through the air, cascading throughout the hall alongside the dark red light. The tune bore a hint of sorrow, but was more profoundly weighted, echoing the farewell piece Inju had played for his companions in the bamboo forest, Yangwan Sandy. With a different mindset and instrument, the outcome of the music was entirely distinct. At this moment, the sorrow was slightly lighter, while the weightiness increased, filling the hearts of all present with a heavy sensation. Even the magical elements in the air were affected, becoming sluggish and stagnant. Rufit furrowed his brow in surprise, realizing that the music had caused his emotions to become somewhat unsettled. Even his own feelings appeared to be stirred. Alarmed, he thought, it seems this young sound mage is not so simple after all. Unfortunately, he did not turn to glance at his companions. Had he done so, he might have regarded Inju with greater seriousness. The 2 green-level mages were now in a daze, their faces still reflecting the laughter from moments prior, while the 3 yellow-level mages exhibited glazed expressions, their bodies swaying uncontrollably, clearly losing control. The spirit mage is often referred to as the mage killer. To sing before a spirit mage is no easy feat. Rufit found himself silenced. As he attempted to vocalize the first note of his chant, it was abruptly interrupted by the enchanting melody. Magical chanting requires a special tone to communicate with the magical elements in the air, drawing upon one's magical power to invoke the forces of nature. Yet now, he could not even convey a complete chant. Even Rufit, with his formidable mental strength, felt a twinge of panic. Inju remained utterly unfazed by the unfolding events. As he played Yangwan Sandy, he layered the melodies, each iteration heavier than the last. Only when the 3 iterations converged did the piece reach its zenith. At this moment, the first movement had concluded, and one could see Inju's hands dancing over the strings as if they were mere phantoms. Suddenly, the tempo of the music accelerated dramatically, and the stagnant feeling in the air became increasingly palpable. Except for the blue-level mage Rufite, who could still maintain his awareness, the 2 green-level novice mages and 3 yellow-level mages had completely lost their perception of the outside world. Entranced by the melodies, even the 3 mages standing beside Diallo were influenced to varying degrees. Remarkably, the only one unaffected was Ji, who stood behind Inju. In truth, Inju, having attained the 9th rank of the childlike heart of the Zither, possessed strength equivalent to that of a high-level yellow mage. It was merely due to the red hue of the childlike heart prior to its breakthrough that led his opponents to misjudge him. After 16 years of immersion in the realm of the Zither, how could his prowess be underestimated? Not to mention that once he unleashed his music, even mages within 3 ranks of him would be affected. Furthermore, his adversaries were caught completely off guard, which meant that even the green-level mages, who ranked higher than him, fell victim to his enchantment. The dark crimson glow intensified, and it seemed that the magical elements in the air were pulsating in rhythm with the music. The deep and sorrowful strains of the Zither now concealed an ominous intent, a Zither mage. The magic he wielded was inherently an area of effect spell, challenging 6 opponents of equal or greater standing with his solitary might, a feat that could only be accomplished by Inju. Rufite felt the influence of the music growing stronger, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. However, being a blue-level mage, he was 3 ranks above Inju, approximately at the 7th or 8th tier, which allowed him to steady his mental fortitude. While biting his tongue, he forced himself to regain some clarity through the pain. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, a magical staff materialized in his hand. And with a swift motion, a fireball the size of a bowl surged toward Inju. Any mage could instantly cast spells 3 ranks lower than their own. For instance, a green-level mage could swiftly unleash red-level magic. This kind of instantaneous casting was known as a quick-released AT. That moment, Rufite's eyes were filled with murderous intent, yet he still failed to regard the red-level Zither mage before him with the seriousness he warranted. The fireball, glowing in orange, was indeed a testament to Rufite's strength, as he managed to conjure an orange-level spell in his panic. The orange fireball was now mere moments away from Inju. Diallo wished to intervene, but given his current strength, he realized it was too late to cast a spell, and he couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Ji's fists clenched tightly. Just then, Inju suddenly lifted his head, a strange light flickering in his bright eyes. His 8 fingers did not cease their dance upon the strings. However, a faint yellow glow had inexplicably enveloped his hands, amplifying the music in an instant. With a resonating hum, a wave of yellow-red light emerged, intertwining with the distant resonance, striking directly at the orange fireball. With a soft pop, the orange fireball disintegrated into sparkling motes of light. Inju's left hand shifted suddenly, pulling back the 7-string zither by an inch. His right hand continued to play, producing a wondrous sound within the sequence of Yangwan's 3 layers. Then, with a release of his left hand, 7 beams of yellow-red light surged forth, making no sound of breaking air. Only the profound and rich tones of the zither filled the air, as the entire Chunlei zither emitted a melodious light thunder. The speed of light matched the swiftness of the beams, flashing by in an instant. While the sequence of Yangwan's 3 layers abruptly ceased, the 6 mages from the Boheo kingdom stood in stunned silence, including Rufite. Diala and the 2 mages behind him regained their senses the moment the music faded. Meanwhile, Ji, positioned behind Inju, found himself in a similar stupor, but his gaze remained fixated on Inju, for only he had witnessed the trajectory of the 7 beams of yellow-red light, in a flash of silver. The Chunlei zither was returned to the spatial ring, and Inju adjusted his attire, muttering to himself in frustration, "I still cannot continue the melody while unleashing 7 sound blades. No wonder Grandpa Chin said my skills are still lacking." Diala was horrified to discover that each of the 6 individuals bore a line of blood at their throats. At that moment, Rufite's staff had also snapped in two. Who is Diala's grandfather? Having defeated 6 mages, Inju felt no joy, not even glancing back at the mages who remained standing. In truth, Rufite was incredibly powerful. However, he had been overly complacent upon perceiving Inju as merely a red-level mage. He had barely had time to summon his magical pet or scroll before being instantaneously overwhelmed by Inju's music. Diala's voice trembled as he gazed into Inju's clear black eyes, a sense of dread washing over him. I am. This is what your Grandpa Chin instructed me to give you. As he spoke, He retrieved a badge representing a red-level mage from his pocket and handed it to Inju. Inju eagerly accepted the badge, which was a red six-pointed star adorned with an engraving of an ancient zither, faint magical fluctuations swirling upon its surface. This is what Grandpa Chin asked you to give me. Well then, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Grandpa Diala. With that, Inju pulled Ji along and headed for the exit. Praise the flame. Diala hurriedly called out to Inju. Inju turned back, curiosity evident in his expression. Is there something else? Diala murmured. Your Grandpa Chin mentioned yesterday that I should give you a mage badge and send someone to escort you to Milan, as well as teach you some knowledge of the continent. Ji, standing nearby, suddenly realized that Qin Shang was indeed uneasy about letting Inju travel alone. Before Inju could respond, he interjected, There's no need. With me and Inju together, that's sufficient. We shall take our leave. He grasped Inju's hand and exited the mage guild without looking back. Diala wished to intervene but was silenced by the cold glint in Ji's eyes. The words he intended to say caught in his throat. With a mournful expression, he lamented, What to do? What should I do? The envoy from Boheo, Perlo, approached Diala, speaking in hushed tones. Vice President, it seems no one witnessed their arrival here. You should expedite the matter, then report to the President for his decision. Diala hesitated. Are you suggesting? Perlo glanced disdainfully at the bodies of Rufite and the others, expressing his contempt. They are all traitors and will surely meet a bad end. However, I never expected the President's disciple to be so formidable. He seems to possess only red-level strength. It's truly unfathomable. Having practiced magic for many years, Diala gradually regained his composure. All right, let us keep today's events under wraps, especially concerning that child from earlier. Forget everything you witnessed and handle the aftermath cleanly. A cold light flickered in Perlo's eyes. This is precisely what we fire mages excel at. Inju, oblivious to the significant trouble he had brought upon the Mage Guild, strolled through the streets of Luna City, turning to Ji and asking, Ji, what I just did was correct, right? Ji gazed at Inju with a gentle expression, nodding earnestly. Of course, it was right to eye in the face of enemies. One must eradicate them completely. Otherwise, it will only lead to further complications for oneself. You performed excellently today. Inju, akin to a blank canvas, felt his doubts dissipate upon hearing Ji's praise, smiling. That's good. However, Ji, since Grandpa Chin mentioned having the Mage Guild find someone to teach me about the continent, isn't it inappropriate for us to leave like this? Ji halted, adopting a serious demeanor. Inju, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Inju nodded. Of course, I trust you. You are my best friend. Ji smiled. In that case, let me be the one to teach you. Come, let us buy some supplies, and then we shall set off. Seeing Ji's smile warmed Inju's heart, and without further thought, he followed along. Little did Qin Shang and Yili anticipate that Inju was not following the person they had arranged to accompany him to Milan. Ji led Inju to a shop along the street and paused. Inju, do you have any money? Inju nodded, a flash of silver revealing a handful of gold coins. Grandpa gave these to me. I think there are a few hundred of them. Do you need any? Ji nodded, taking the coins from Inju's hand before leading him into the shop. The shop was filled with the sounds of clinking and clanking, and a middle-aged man, appearing quite lethargic, rose only when he saw Ji and Inju enter. What can I get for you? Inju curiously gazed around, observing various weapons and armor adorning the walls, items he had never encountered before. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Zi. What are these? Zi replied. These are the armors worn by warriors and the weapons they wield. Inju asked, Are we going to buy them? They look rather impressive. Would you like one? Zi nodded slightly and addressed the middle-aged man. I would like a two-handed greatsword. The man, appearing rather lethargic, responded, There are many types of two-handed greatswords. What kind do you desire? You have chosen the right place. The weapons produced here are renowned throughout all of Arcadia. Zi, growing somewhat impatient, retorted, Enough with the chatter. Any kind will do, as long as it is heavy. The heavier, the better. The bluntness of Zi's words incited a flicker of anger in the middle-aged man. However, upon observing Zi's robust physique, he refrained from further protest, thinking to himself, If you desire weight, then I shall provide you with something truly heavy. Follow me, he instructed, turning towards the inner chamber. Inju and Zi trailed him into the depths where several burly men were laboriously forging weapons. Their sweat dripping amidst the already sweltering heat of Arcadia, which intensified near the forge. Yet, neither Inju nor Zi lingered to observe, following the perspiring man until they reached the innermost part. The middle-aged man pointed to a corner, saying, "This is the heaviest two-handed greatsword we have. If you can lift it, it's yours." That as he spoke, a hint of mockery gleamed in his eyes. In that corner lay an ominous, pitch-black object, which, to be frank, could hardly be called a sword. It resembled more a hefty iron rod, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. One end was considerably thicker than the other, yet even the thinner end boasted a circumference akin to that of an adult's arm, while the thicker end was the size of a human head, coated in a layer of dust. "Is this what you refer to as a sword?" Inju exclaimed, a trace of anger evident in his voice. Although it was his first time venturing beyond the Azure Sea, he was well aware of what a sword should be. The middle-aged man replied, "This is a rather unique sword. You sought a heavy blade, did you not? This is indeed the heaviest I possessed. If you can manage to lift it, it shall be yours." As he spoke, the derision in his gaze became more pronounced. Zi's expression remained calm. Yet Inju sensed an undercurrent of displeasure in him. Stepping forward, Zi grasped the thinner end of the iron rod. Upon exerting force, surprise flickered in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips as he effortlessly lifted the 2-meter-long iron rod. "Impressive," the middle-aged man remarked, astonished as he witnessed Zi easily hoisting the rod, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. No one understood the rod's daunting weight better than he did. This rod, which he had inadvertently acquired while leading his men to mine iron, weighed nearly dozens of times that of ordinary iron, or at least 500 kilograms. Had he not suspected it might be a special metal, he would have never brought it back. However, his hopes had been dashed. No matter how intense the fire or how much he paid to hire a fire mage, he had been unable to melt and remold the rod. Over time, it had been left to gather dust in the forge. He could scarcely believe that a young man could lift it so effortlessly without relying on fighting spirit. "We're leaving," Zi stated succinctly, ushering Inju out. "Wait, just a moment," the middle-aged man's voice called from behind. Zi frowned. "Are you having second thoughts?" The man, flustered, waved his hands. No, I merely wish to inquire if you require armor as well. The price is negotiable." He was no fool. Rather, as a merchant, he was quite shrewd. From Zi's ability to lift the heavy iron rod, he discerned that both Zi and Inju were no ordinary individuals. For a weapon merchant like him, encountering powerful warriors was undoubtedly fortuitous. And his laziness evaporated as he sought to sell some armor. Zi coldly replied, "I do not need armor." With that, he and Inju exited. Under Zi's guidance, the two procured some daily necessities in Luna City before departing the capital of Arcadia, heading north along the highway. Azure Sea. "Father, I have some reservations about Inju. This child has never left home. Should we not discreetly follow him? At the very least, we should see him safely to the academy?" Maying expressed anxiously. Yi Li smiled gently, proclaiming with pride, "The descendants of the Yi family possess formidable adaptability. Besides, with your Uncle Qin's letter and the company of the Mage Guild, he will encounter no issues." Maying still felt uneasy. "I fear that Inju may struggle to interact with others. What if he faces difficulties at the academy?" Qin Shang, standing nearby, smiled. "Are you not aware of Inju's strength? Moreover, the head of the sound department at Milan Mage Martial Academy is my good friend. With my recommendation, Inju will be just fine. He has trained for 15 years in the red heart of the child. It is time for him to venture forth on his own. Only in this way can he grow more swiftly. I do wonder how my old friend will react upon learning that I have introduced such a young teacher to him." "Ha, Zi, you are so impressive." As they walked along the highway, Inju marveled at the scenery. Turning to Zi, the heavy iron rod rested on Zi's shoulder, yet he appeared unfazed, responding, "What makes me impressive?" Inju replied, "You purchased so many items. It seems you are quite familiar with the outside world. Yet, I recall you came to the Azure Sea when you were very young, and it seems you have not ventured out much." A cold glimmer flickered in Zi's eyes as he replied, "That is a matter of the past. In due time, I shall share it with you." "When will that be?" "When you have truly grown up." Arcadia was indeed pitifully small, even less than 1/3 the size of the Bohan Kingdom. Moreover, Luna City was relatively close to the northern part of the kingdom. After 10 days of travel, the two had already entered the territory of Bohan Kingdom. As they crossed into Bohan, the air grew notably cooler. The contrast between Bohan and Arcadia was stark. Just the width of the main roads was twice that of Arcadius. The streets bustled with pedestrians, most of whom rode on horned horses. Horned horses, classified as first-tier magical beasts, earned their name from their robust bodies and bifurcated horns, although they were the lowest tier among magical beasts, lacking any attack capabilities. Their endurance was remarkable, making them excellent for civilian transportation in Arcadia. Only the wealthy could afford horned horses to see. Let us purchase a horned horse to ride. How much do they cost? Inju exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy as he watched the riders. Despite his youth, he found it difficult to contain his excitement at the sight of something new. Z pondered for a moment. Very well. This will allow us to travel faster. However, if we walk, it may take us 2 months to reach Milan. About 30 miles ahead lies Roar, the southernmost city of Bohun. We can buy a horse there. One horse. Yes, one will suffice. I do not need one. The speed of a horned horse may not exceed my own. Z smiled at Inju, his smile reserved solely for him. In the presence of others, he always donned an icy demeanor. I don't believe you. I want to race you, Inju declared with a grin. Z glanced at him. Very well, let us begin. As he spoke, his body surged forward, the hefty iron rod on his shoulder hardly hindering his speed. You cheat, Inju protested as he saw Z sprint ahead, quickly leaping into action, using a single foot to propel himself forward and swiftly chasing after Z. Z's running was steady, each stride powerful as he fully planted his feet on the ground, propelling himself forward with vigor. In contrast, Inju moved with grace, merely tapping his toes, covering distances of over 5 meters with each step, his speed remarkable. In just a few bounds, he had caught up to Z's side. Z, I am faster than you, Inju exclaimed, pride evident in his voice. Z regarded him with intrigue. Is that so? As he took his next step, Inju suddenly felt the earth tremble violently beneath him. Hearing a resounding crash emanating from Z's feet, in the next moment, Z's body catapulted forward like an arrow, covering nearly 20 meters in a single bound, followed by another thunderous sound as he left Inju far behind. Without the presence of fighting spirit, Inju's heart raced. Although he was innocent, he was also remarkably perceptive. Merely relying on the strength of his physique to achieve such astonishing speed, he questioned whether he could ever accomplish it. Z, how many secrets do you truly possess? Lost in thought, he hastily quickened his pace to pursue. That moment, a deafening sound of hooves thundered from ahead, directly approaching Inju and Z. In the distance, a vast cloud of dust soared, resembling a swift earthen dragon hurtling toward them. The pedestrians along the road, startled, scrambled to the sides, their startled gasps echoing where the earth dragon passed. A troop of approximately 100 cavalrymen appeared, clad in black heavy armor, wielding 4-meter-long lances, with hefty iron shields hanging from their saddles, exuding an aura of unyielding steel that instilled fear in all who beheld them. They rode not on ordinary steeds, but on the formidable iron-clad beasts, resembling horned horses yet devoid of horns, their heads and bodies sheathed in a layer of chitinous armor, boasting immense carrying capacity, making them the finest mounts for heavy cavalry on the continent of Longqinus. Heavy cavalry was an absolute mainstay in any nation of Longqinus, albeit at a high cost. The entirety of Arcadia's heavy cavalry amounted to merely a brigade of 10,000. Once the ironclad beast charged, combined with the weight of the heavy cavalry, they became a terrifying force. Heedless of the pedestrians on the official road, Z and Inju's steps halted almost simultaneously, watching as the ironclad cavalry drew ever closer. Showing no inclination to step aside, Inju was driven by curiosity towards the ironclad beasts and heavy cavalry, while the concept of yielding had no place in Z's lexicon. Clear the way. The leader of the heavy cavalry barked, noticing 2 individuals refusing to move. That Z remained still, his gaze turning icy, while Inju did not budge either. Because Z stood unmoving, he had previously vowed to protect Z, instinctively stepping forward to shield him, without questioning why Z would not yield. The eyes of the ironclad cavalry glinted with a fierce light. Since they would not step aside, they could not blame them for their ruthlessness. In the kingdom of Bo, heavy cavalry enjoyed privileges, and any interference from civilians during the execution of orders could be met with lethal force, leaving them with no moral burden. They drew closer, ever nearer. The ironclad cavalry had now reached the first row of 5 heavy cavalrymen simultaneously leveling their lances, fully confident that their robust weapons would effortlessly pierce the bodies of the two civilians before them. Roar! A brutal bellow resonated like thunder from the heavens. Inju felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him, as if he were soaring, the scenery beneath him shrinking rapidly. Soon, he beheld a peculiar sight. Z roared toward the sky. And the ironclad cavalry, having charged forward, almost instantly underwent a transformation. All ironclad beasts forcibly reared up simultaneously, their momentum abruptly halted. Due to their excessive speed, the beasts behind collided with those in front. The clattering of armor ringing out, accompanied by the sounds of lances piercing flesh and the cries of agony, as the once formidable 100-strong ironclad cavalry descended into chaos in an instant. Inju firmly believed he would never forget the sight of Z's roar. The furious emotion, the chilling gaze, were deeply etched into his memory. The heavy cavalrymen were bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Amidst the ear-splitting roar, their hearts felt as if they might leap from their throats. Meanwhile, the ironclad beasts, once their trusted companions on the battlefield, trembled beneath them, some even frothing at the mouth. Get lost. Z growled lowly, striding forward. Just as Inju landed behind him, Z's pace was not swift, but each step he took radiated an unyielding presence. The ironclad beast at the forefront had collapsed to the ground. And instinctively, the heavy cavalryman thrust his lance toward the approaching violet-haired youth. Z moved. His actions were swift and uncomplicated. The 2-meter-long black iron staff swept out, sending 5 lances and their wielders hurtling away. Landing 10 meters off the official road, their once sturdy steel weapons now bent like serpents. Z had reached the fallen ironclad beast, and with another simple motion, he swept his right foot, sending the beast, which weighed over 200 kilograms, crashing to the ground with a mournful cry. With the same motion, all 5 ironclad beasts were sent sprawling aside, clearing a path for Z's advance. The heavy cavalrymen, aside from those previously injured, began to rise from their mounts. From Z, they sensed no presence of fighting spirit, yet the overwhelming strength he exuded filled them with dread. 5 ironclad cavalrymen were blasted away. The once ferocious ironclad beasts were kicked aside like straw, not daring to resist even slightly. What terrifying power this was! Get lost! As Z roared once more, and this time, the heavy cavalrymen silently parted, creating a path. Even exerting themselves to drag their incapacitated ironclad beasts aside, Z strode forward confidently, seemingly oblivious to the glinting lances illuminated by the sunlight on either side. Inju observed Z with curiosity. Following closely behind, it was the first time he witnessed Z wielding force. Never having anticipated the sheer magnitude of his physical strength, no one dared to obstruct them. Even the passing pedestrians, upon witnessing the scene, were too frightened to utter a sound. Only after Z and Inju's figures vanished at the end of the road did the ironclad beasts gradually regain their mobility. The 5 heavy cavalrymen, blasted away, had all suffered fractured right arms, and their mounts, those 5 ironclad beasts, could no longer rise. Z, are you a warrior? Inju inquired. One could say so. The frenzy in Z's eyes had completely dissipated. Returning to a state of tranquility. Z, why did you strike just now? Z glanced at the azure sky, responding nonchalantly, because no beast is worthy of my yielding. Not even a dragon. Inju gazed deeply at Z, remarking, Z, do you know, just now, you felt incredibly powerful to me. Yet, I couldn't discern the source of your strength. Can you wield fighting spirit? No, because I have no need for it. As Z cast a glance at Inju, suddenly breaking into a faint smile. Aren't you supposed to protect me? Inju smiled back. Of course, as long as you need it, I will always stand before you to protect you. Just don't throw me so high next time. Roar was a bustling small town, where the inhabitants were perpetually busy, a stark contrast to the languidness of Arcadia. The cool air brought refreshing sensations, and the temperate climate was conducive to life. Inju's handsome demeanor and Z's resolute presence frequently drew attention on the streets, particularly from the young ladies. Some audacious ones even initiated conversations with them. Z maintained his usual icy demeanor, while Inju often responded with a smile, his handsome and gentle nature making him more approachable to the infatuated maidens. However, had these girls known what was truly on Inju's mind, their feelings would surely have shifted. Z, why do those girls look different from us? Their pectoral muscles are so strong. Inju remarked with a hint of envy. Z's expression momentarily stiffened, and he whispered, "Did your parents never tell you?" Inju shook his head, explaining, "You've been with me for so long in the Azure Sea. You've seen it. My time with mom and dad is minimal, and they never discuss the outside world to avoid affecting my cultivation of the childlike heart. Do you know why their pectoral muscles are stronger than ours?" Z looked at Inju helplessly. "I don't know to so you're unaware as well. Z. Let us buy a horned horse. Should we stay here for the night or continue our journey?" Just as Inju was asking, Z's expression suddenly changed drastically. Inju, standing close by, could distinctly sense Z's muscles tensing in an instant, a strange aura emanating from him, an emotion that felt akin to anger, yet also excitement. Following Z's gaze, Inju spotted a group of more than 10 individuals walking toward another direction. Z's attention was fixated on a figure entirely enveloped in golden fur, with a grim countenance. Standing slightly taller than Z, radiating a primal aura, the muscles beneath his clothing were evidently explosive in strength. His cheekbones were pronounced, and his facial hair was thick, showcasing a stark difference from ordinary humans. The others accompanying him varied in appearance, most of them distinct from the norm. Inju even noticed one individual with a long tail extending from their back. Upon sighting these figures, the pedestrians instinctively recoiled. Seemingly terrified of them. Z. What's wrong? Who are they? Inju inquired. They are orcs from the far northern wastelands. The one leading the group is a member of the orc royalty, a Lionqin, remarked Z with a somber tone. Orcs? What exactly are orcs? Are they also humans? I am uncertain how orcs came into existence. They could be described as a fusion of man and beast, with some being entirely beastly. On the continent of Longqinus, orcs are the race closest to magical beasts, inherently warlike and endowed with immense strength. Were it not for their lack of proficiency in magic, which has led to their continual suppression by the three great northern empires of humanity, they might have already invaded the human heartland long ago. Alas, they now find themselves confined to the frigid desolation of the far north, due to the strength of the three great empires bordering the human north and the frigid wasteland. Decades have passed without conflict. The orcs have been relegated to trading some of the far northern wilderness's unique products for food and necessities with human nations. It is unexpected that they have ventured to the southern region of Bo. As Z spoke, a contemplative expression crossed his face. For Inju, orcs were undoubtedly a novelty, and he couldn't help but glance at them with curiosity. Just then, the Lionqin's gaze fell upon him, sweeping over Inju before settling on Z. The moment he locked eyes with Z, his golden mane bristled, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he strode purposefully towards Z and Inju. A faint green aura of combat energy coursed through his golden mane. Though its glow was subtle, imperceptible to the untrained eye, only a mage like Inju, adept in mental cultivation, could easily sense it. Z suddenly lifted his gaze to meet that of the Lionqin, causing the latter's steps to momentarily falter. After observing Z's icy gaze, the Lionqin slowly nodded before turning back to his comrades. Inju, puzzled by the unfolding events, glanced between Z and the Lionqin. With a sigh, Z bowed his head and addressed Inju. I apologize, Inju, but I fear I cannot accompany you to Milan. Inju exclaimed in shock. Z, why not? You said. Z raised a hand, grasping Inju's shoulder, and forced a bitter smile. I am sorry. I had promised to accompany you. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. Keep the map safe. If you follow its directions, you will reach the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. If you are unsure of the way, ask someone for help. Once I have resolved my matters, I will seek you out at the academy. Inju accepted the map Z handed him, a wave of despondency washing over him. For 10 years, he had never been apart from Z, and now, with Z's sudden declaration to leave and the unwavering determination in his eyes, Inju felt an indescribable sorrow. It was as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Z, you seem to harbor many secrets, yet you do not wish to share them with me. If you need my assistance, please let me know. All right? I am your brother, Inju implored urgently. Brother. A fierce flame ignited in Z's deep-set eyes as he firmly patted Inju's shoulder. Indeed, we are brothers. You go ahead to the academy. I will not be long. I promise to find you there. Remember, do not trust strangers easily on the road, and conceal your true strength. Never allow outsiders to discern the extent of your abilities. Only then can you best protect yourself. You understand. Here, take this. When you need to do something you wish to keep hidden, wear it. Also, We encountered the heavy cavalry of Bo on our way. So to avoid trouble, you should leave here as soon as possible. As he spoke, Z retrieved an object from his bosom and pressed it into Inju's hand before striding away in the direction the Lionqin had vanished. It was only when Z's figure had completely disappeared that Inju turned his gaze back. Though the streets of Roar's city bustled with life, a chill settled within him, accompanied by a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness. Looking down at the object Z had given him, Inju discovered it to be a mask made of an unknown material, soft and comfortable to the touch. He carefully tucked it into his bosom, silently wishing, Z, please come find me soon. It seemed he now had no choice but to rely on himself. First, he would procure a horned horse, and then hasten to the Milan Academy to await Z's arrival. With this thought, Inju's sense of loss gradually dissipated. He asked a passerby for directions and learned that horned horses were sold at the slave market near the North Gate, so he eagerly headed in that direction. Z had once informed him that across the continent, gold coins served as a universal currency, with 1 gold coin equivalent to 100 silver coins. Generally, people primarily used silver coins, as a family's monthly expenses amounted to merely a few dozen silver coins. Purchasing a horned horse would require no more than a few gold coins at most. In the realm of Longqinus, nearly every human city boasted a slave market, a necessary establishment. The class system was rigidly enforced, with the slave market being the lowest tier of human society, where the destitute sold themselves or their children. As the continent evolved, the slave market scope expanded to include slaves and magical beasts of various races. Typically, the magical beasts sold were of low rank, not exceeding Tier 3, but within the continent, magical beasts were categorized into 10 tiers, with Tiers 1 to 3 being low-level magical beasts, Tiers 4 to 6 classified as high-level magical beasts, and anything above Tier 6 referred to as intelligent magical beasts. Low-level magical beasts were generally docile. Even those with fiery tempers posed little threat. In contrast, high-level magical beasts were formidable. Intelligent magical beasts, ranging from Tiers 7 to 10, were exceedingly rare. The legendary Tier 10 beasts were known as divine beasts, existing only in tales. Among the magical beasts, the 2 most powerful races were the behemoths of the far northern wilderness and the dragons residing in the hidden dragon city of the 8 nations of humanity. The genuine dragons and behemoths were exceedingly scarce, with historical records revealing that their numbers had never reached 4 figures. Nonetheless, their strength was immense. Even the weakest among them ranked above Tier 7. However, dragons possessed a breeding advantage over behemoths. After millions of years of propagation, the actual number of true dragons remained few, yet various subdragon types flourished, some successfully tamed by humans to become dragon riders. Although they could not compare to true dragons, the genetic advantage conferred upon dragon riders ensured that even the weakest among them boasted a strength of Tier 3 or higher, with the strongest rivaling true dragons. It was the existence of these dragon riders that granted humanity formidable power, thereby restraining the orcs of the far northern wilderness from escaping their frigid abode. Naturally, humans had no intention of invading a world where survival was impossible. Oh, how pitiful I am! I lost my mother at 3, abandoned by my father at 10. Kind sir, madam, please show me pity. Spare me a few gold coins for a morsel of food. Inju had finally located the entrance to the slave market. Upon arrival, he spotted a small beggar weeping loudly at the entrance. The boy was frail, dressed in tattered rags, his hair a matted mess, and his face obscured by a layer of grimy dirt. His clothing was nothing but torn strips, and before him sat a broken bowl as he cried out, pleading for the passers-by. Entering through the front gate of the slave market, one typically encountered 2 types of individuals, those there to sell and those there to buy. The sellers were often merchants or families impoverished to the point of selling themselves or their children. The buyers, in contrast, were usually wealthy nobles, and regardless of their status, they rarely exhibited any inclination to offer charity. Merchants prioritized profit and disregarded beggars, while the destitute struggled to survive themselves, let alone assist others. As for the nobles, their primary concern was avoiding any dirt that might mar their lavish garments. Thus, the small beggar's choice to beg here was evidently unwise. Had he been a bit sturdier, he might have been sold into slavery. However, his frail frame and filthy appearance rendered him less valuable than bathwater in the eyes of slave traders. It was Inju's first encounter with a beggar, and with a pure heart, he mused, he appears to be about my age. Yet, he is so small, having lost his mother at 3 and abandoned by his father at 10. What a tragic fate! Compassion welled up within him, prompting him to unconsciously halt before the beggar. Spotting someone had stopped before him, the little beggar's eyes lit up. "Sir, kind sir, please spare some money. Here you go." Inju retrieved the gold coins he had set aside for purchasing items, approximately 30 in total, and offered them to the small beggar, placing them in the outstretched hand. The beggar was momentarily stunned. What he beheld were Inju's clear, untainted black eyes, and for reasons unknown, a tremor ran through his heart. However, this was quickly replaced by the joy of receiving gold coins. Thank you, kind sir," with trembling hands. He hastily tucked the gold coins into his bosom, nearly in a state of panic, so swiftly that even Inju was taken aback. "Please rise, the ground is cold," he said, while gently grasping the boy's hands. He felt they were exceedingly soft, though small. The fingers were remarkably elongated. The little beggar, head bowed, caught sight of the gleaming spatial ring on Inju's hand under the sun's rays. His delicate and nimble fingers quivered slightly. And finally, with Inju's pull, he stood up, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You are truly a good person." However, the abruptness of his rise caused him to collide with Inzhus. Inju steadied him with a firm grip. The boy's slender fingers subtly brushed against something, performing a secretive motion. Inju smiled, his gentle and kind expression akin to that of an angel. The warmth spread within him as he thought, "How wonderful it feels to help others. Goodbye." He waved at the little beggar before stepping into the slave market. As he watched Inju's figure vanish, a flicker of conflict crossed the beggar's eyes. With a firm resolve, he dashed off in another direction, disappearing into the throng of people in the blink of an eye. The slave market was divided into 7 sections. The outermost area dealt in lowly civilian slaves, where even a robust human slave was worth no more than 50 gold coins. The next section offered low-grade magical beasts. As one moved deeper, the items for sale became increasingly expensive. Naturally, in a small town like Roar, there were not many precious items available. Only in the slave markets of larger cities could one find truly valuable goods, such as dragon trainers and beautiful elves. Upon entering the slave market, the first sensation that struck Inju was the cacophony of noise. As various sounds clamored in his ears, the place was vast, and being inexperienced, he had no idea where to purchase the horned horses. He hurriedly approached a middle-aged man passing by and inquired, "Sir, hello, could you please tell me where I can find horned horses?" The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in finely crafted black leather armor, bearing an emblem of a sword and shield intertwined with thorns on his left chest. He was tall, rivaling the stature of Jid, and a massive two-handed sword, measuring 1.5 meters, was slung across his back. "You wish to buy horned horses? I happen to be going there as well. I will take you," the man said boisterously. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sir." Inju expressed his gratitude politely. Years of refinement amidst the melodies had naturally imbued him with an air of elegance, complemented by his handsome appearance, making it easy for him to endear himself to others. The middle-aged man led Inju deeper into the slave market, chatting along the way. "Little brother, my name is Guen. What is yours? Where do you hail from?" "I am Inju, from Arcadia," he replied. "Your name is rather peculiar, Dada." "We have arrived," Guen said, pointing towards a gigantic stable ahead. Upon entering the horse stable, a pungent odor assaulted Inju's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Accustomed to the fresh air of the azure sea, he felt utterly uncomfortable in such a foul environment. Inside the stable were dozens of horned horses, with horse traders negotiating prices with various customers. Ian appeared quite familiar with this setting, remarking, "This is just how the slave market in Roar is. If you ever visit a larger city's market, you will find enormous stables with top-quality horned horses, at least hundreds to choose from." The horse trader seemed to recognize Guen, as he approached immediately upon seeing him. "Dada, isn't this Captain Guen? What brings you here? Are you planning another venture? These horned horses are all newcomers. Choose some." Guen nodded and replied, "Heart, do I not know the caliber of your horned horses? Fine, I shall select 20 of the sturdier ones. And please, pick one for this young brother as well." Heart quickly agreed with a smile and darted off to select the horses. In no time, 21 horned horses were brought forth, clearly a regular customer. Guen did not bother with meticulous selection. That he retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom and stated, "The usual, 2 horses for 5 gold coins. Here are 50 gold coins, count them." Hart accepted the pouch and casually tucked it away. Laughing, Count, do you think I would doubt you? Your Iron Thorn mercenary group is the only permanent mercenary group in Roar. Go-In chuckled wryly. Do you think I enjoy being stationed in this wretched place? Without strength, it is impossible to settle in those larger cities. Well, since this young brother is with me, give him a discount. 2 gold coins will suffice. Young brother, please choose from these 21. Although not the finest horned horses. Hart's selection boasted decent endurance. Inju could clearly see that Go-In was securing a favorable price for the horned horses. Thank you, Uncle Go-In, he said, realizing he had given all his coins to the little beggar earlier. Instinctively, he attempted to summon his mental energy to retrieve money from the spatial ring. However, the next moment, his expression froze in shock. Extending his hands, he found 8 fingers empty, with only the finger bearing the spatial ring showing the faint traces of its presence. Ah, my spatial ring is gone, Inju exclaimed, panic surging through him. The spatial ring itself was incredibly valuable, but even more precious to him were the 5 ancient zither contained within. Additionally, the letter from Qin Shang and all his remaining gold coins were stored within that ring. At this moment, losing the ring meant he had become utterly destitute. Young brother, what's wrong? Go-In was startled by Inju's sudden reaction. Inju remained silent. A glint of cold light flashed in his clear black eyes. He closed his eyes, and a faint crimson glow emanated from his brow, forming a dark red magical hexagram before him. The spatial ring and its owner were connected by a mental link. And only the owner could break the seal on the ring. An external force attempting to breach it would only cause damage. The only explanation for the ring's loss dawned on Inju, while helping the little beggar stand. The boy had bumped into him, diverting his attention and deftly making off with the spatial ring. For the first time since leaving the Azure Sea, a surge of anger welled up within Inju's mind. Having offered his kindness, he was robbed of his most vital possession. He was a zither mage. Without the ancient zither, he could not perform his zither magic. Moreover, those 5 zither were treasures of the zither sect, accompanying him for 16 years. Losing them just like that was exasperating. At that moment, in a deserted corner of Roar, the little beggar sealed the box in his hands, muttering to himself, "What a spatial ring! What a pity I cannot access its contents so well. I shall keep it as a memento that I in these times. Truly good-hearted individuals are rare. Consider this a lesson for him. What is a spatial ring worth? With this lead box, he won't be able to establish a mental connection that a few dozen gold coins will suffice for my travel and tuition fees. Old man, wait for me. One day, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine." His eyes were large and bright, but unlike Inju's clarity, they brimmed with hatred and various complex negative emotions. Clutching the box containing the ring tightly, a fleeting green glow shimmered. His petite figure swiftly vanished from sight. It was over to no means of contact. Recalling his released mental energy, Inju's face turned pale. What did losing the spatial ring signify? It meant he had lost the treasures of the Zither sect. It meant he had lost all his funds in the introduction letter to Milan Academy. With nothing left, what was he to do? What path should he take? Caught in a dilemma, should he continue to Milan? He had neither funds nor an introduction letter. Should he return? He had no money for that either. And having lost the 5 zither, how could he face Master Qin Shang? Go-In and Hart did not mock Inju for his inability to produce gold coins. Rather, both wore expressions of astonishment. Gen tentatively asked, "Young brother, are you all right?" Inju lamented, "Sir, I fear I cannot purchase the horned horses. My spatial ring is lost, and all my money was inside." Go-In nodded and remarked, "Young brother, from your earlier demeanor, you must be a high-level red mage, correct?" Inju instinctively recalled Qin Shang's admonitions and nodded, "Yes." A glimmer of delight appeared in Go-In's eyes as he continued. "Where are you headed now?" Inju hesitated, thinking returning was out of the question. He could not face Master Qin Shang without retrieving the spatial ring. "I should head to Milan first, as he said he would look for me there. Once I meet him, we can discuss what to do next. I am going to the Milan Martial and Magic Academy in the Milan Empire. That is truly wonderful. The Milan Magic Martial Academy lies just outside the capital city of the Milan Empire. Our mercenary group has been tasked with a mission to Milan City. Why not accompany us? The expenses for the journey will be covered by our mercenary band, and upon arrival, I shall reward you with 20 gold coins." "What do you think?" exclaimed Go-In with excitement. The crushing blow of suddenly losing everything reignited a spark of hope within Inju's heart due to Go-In's proposal. However, The abruptness of it all left him somewhat dazed. Then, mistaking Yi Yinzhu's silence for discontent over the amount offered, hurriedly added, "We will also cover the cost of your mount. What say you? Are you unwilling?" No, of course, I am willing. But, Uncle Gan, could you enlighten me on what a mercenary is? Gwen said, bemused as he looked at Yi Yinzhu, who was gazing at him earnestly, without a hint of jest. You don't even know what a mercenary is? Let me explain. Over there, Hart interjected. A mercenary on the continent of Longqinus is a widely recognized profession, referring to warriors who fight or undertake missions solely for the sake of profit on behalf of their employers. Mercenaries can be seen everywhere, with the kingdom of Palermo in the west of the continent being known as the Mercenary Kingdom, as it hosts some of the largest mercenary groups in its borders, where the treatment and status of mercenaries are also the highest. I see. Uncle Guen, are you suggesting that I become a mercenary? Yi Yinzhu inquired. Guen nodded and replied, consider it a temporary mercenary role. To be frank, our Iron Thorn mercenary group does not possess the financial means to hire a mage for an extended period. This time, we are escorting a shipment of goods and its owner to Milan City, and the journey poses minimal danger. Let us help each other, shall we? Looking into Gan's sincere eyes, the shadows cast by the loss of his spatial ring began to dissipate for Yi Yinzhu. Uncle Gan, you are truly a good person, and I am more than willing to at that moment. He completely forgot that the little beggar who had stolen his ring had also called him a good person. Very well, let us depart. Hart, have your men deliver the mounts to us at the usual spot, Gwen said, clearly in good spirits as he draped an arm over Yi Yinzhu's shoulder and walked toward the slave market's exit. Observing their retreating figures, Hart chuckled. Gwen is quite fortunate. Who would have thought he would encounter such an innocent mage? Iron Thorn finally has a mage, albeit temporarily, but it shall allow them to level up. Unbeknownst to Yi Yinzhu, the status of a mage on the continent of Longqinus was far higher than he had imagined. That it is the most noble profession. Even a low-level mage holds a status considerably superior to that of a warrior of the same rank. And mages are known for their pride. Few are willing to engage in the profession of mercenary, as most are loyal to various nations. The ability to employ a mage has always been a significant indicator of a mercenary group's strength. And the hiring fees are exorbitant. Mercenary groups are classified into 8 tiers, from highest to lowest. S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Among them, E, F, and G are considered low-tier mercenary groups. C and D are mid-tier, B is high-tier, and S and A are classified as super-tier. Currently, the Iron Thorn mercenary group is an E-tier group, and they have accomplished sufficient tasks. However, to ascend from low-tier to mid-tier D, they require a mage to pass the Mercenary Guild's review. This is primarily why Gan is willing to hire Yi Yinzhu for this relatively safe mission. The Iron Thorn mercenary group is stationed in a courtyard at the north gate of Roar City, composed entirely of men, totaling 67 members including the leader Gan. Among them, there are 20 heavy sword warriors, 10 archers, 10 light cavalry, and the remaining 27 are spear and shield warriors, making for a well-rounded assortment. The group was established 6 years ago, and most of the mercenaries are aged between 25 and 40. Gan is a green-tier earth warrior, and it is due to him that Iron Thorn has risen to an E-tier mercenary group within 5 years. His goal is to ascend to D-tier, joining the ranks of mid-tier mercenaries, resulting in a significant increase in hiring fees. When Yi Yinzhu arrived at the Iron Thorn mercenary group under Gwen's guidance, the mercenaries were finalizing their preparations, as they were set to depart early the next morning. The commission from our employer is quite generous, so our Iron Thorn will be going all out. We leave at dawn. Yi Yinzhu, just stay close to me. Yi Yinzhu observed the bustling mercenaries and asked, Uncle Gan, your group consists of over 60 members, yet you only purchased 20 mounts. Isn't that insufficient? Gwen chuckled wryly. I wish I could provide each one with a mount, but our financial resources are limited. The mounts I bought are solely for transporting goods and the employer. If it weren't for the employer's funding, I wouldn't have even purchased 20. We mercenaries are accustomed to running about without heavy gear, and our speed is not significantly slower than that of the mounts. But rest assured, as a mage, you will naturally have a horse. As he spoke, Gwen clapped his hands to capture the attention of all the mercenaries. Everyone, pause for a moment. I would like to introduce our new member, Yi Yinzhu, who will accompany us to Milan. A newcomer. He looks a bit frail. Captain, what is his profession? A curious mercenary in his 30s asked. Gwen smiled mysteriously, a high-tier red mage. From this moment on, Ironthorn can be considered to have a mage among us. Once we complete our mission in Milan, we can conveniently register as a D-tier mercenary group at the guild there. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries erupted in cheers, as they had awaited this day for far too long. The elevation of the mercenary group's status directly impacts their income. Suddenly, Yi Yinzhu became the darling of the mercenaries, all curious to engage him in conversation, asking questions, and some even wished to see him cast a spell. All right, everyone quiet down, don't frighten young Yi. Gun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Knowing that mages are typically very proud, his subordinate's eagerness to see a demonstration might provoke Yi Yinzhu, causing him to withdraw in anger. But I'm sorry, but I cannot demonstrate my magic for you, Yi Yinzhu said somewhat bashfully. Without a lute in hand, what could he possibly perform? Gwen quickly interjected. Exactly. You lot, settle down. Magic is not something to be displayed casually. Yi Yinzhu. Ignore them. By the way, have you lost your mage badge? If you have it, it's best to bring it along. Yi Yinzhu indeed had not lost it. He had casually tucked the badge from the Luna City Mage Guild into his pocket the day he received it. The map and the mask gifted by Z were also still with him, as they had not been placed into the ring. That he retrieved the red badge from his pocket and affixed it to the left side of his chest. Despite being only 16, Yi Yinzhu still appeared somewhat youthful. However, the badge on his chest clearly indicated his professional identity. The badge issued by the Mage Guild is impossible to counterfeit, possessing unique magical fluctuations. In fact, to create this badge, Qin Shang had even sent a drop of Yi Yinzhu's blood to the guild. As long as the badge remains intact, it will accompany Yi Yinzhu for a lifetime. Once his level increases, he can go to the Mage Guild to upgrade it. The appearance of the badge caused the mercenaries to fall silent, and under Guin's direction, they resumed their preparations. Captain Guin. Just in time. How are the preparations coming along? A melodious voice called from the entrance, prompting both Yi Yinzhu and Guin to turn. In that instant, Yi Yinzhu felt a slight shift in his mental energy. A woman appeared at the courtyard entrance, gracefully walking in. The simple white long dress she wore reflected an aura of elegance, while her flowing azure hair cascaded behind her, with two strands framing her delicate face. Partially concealing her ears, her fair and exquisite visage radiated a gentle glow, complemented by a petite, straight nose, a gracefully elongated neck, and lips that appeared as if painted by a divine hand. She looked like a goddess descended from the heavens. Her movements were soft and unhurried, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a captivating lily drifting through the clouds. Yi Yinzhu found himself entranced, unable to ascertain her exact age. At a glance, she seemed youthful and vibrant. Yet upon closer inspection, there was no trace of naivety, her noble and elegant demeanor rendering those who dared to fantasize about her utterly self-conscious. The appearance of the woman instantly captured the attention of all the mercenaries. Yet, after merely gazing for a while, they averted their eyes, and even Jern was no exception, as if continuing to stare would be a desecration to the goddess before them. Only Yi Yinzhu's bewildered gaze remained fixed upon the young woman. Standing still, and within the entire courtyard, it was only his intangible aura that could compare with that of the girl. For reasons unknown, Yinzhu suddenly felt an inexplicable closeness to this woman who had appeared. Her presence enveloped him in a most comforting aura, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the company of his teacher, Qin Shang. Before long, the woman noticed Yinzhu's gaze, and her gentle eyes met his in the air. Instantly, he felt a spark of illumination before him, a hint of surprise gracing her delicate features, as two distinct lights emanated from her beautiful eyes, devoid of any malice, merely brushing lightly upon Yinzhu's gaze in a probing manner. For a fleeting moment, Yinzhu's mind became slightly dazed, his focus momentarily faltering, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, yet it dissipated almost as quickly as it came. The pure and unblemished heart of a child holds no distractions. It is precisely for this reason that Yinzhu's progress in his cultivation has been so swift. Whether it be his mental fortitude or his resolve, he is indeed deserving of Qin Shang's praise for his genius. Stimulated by the unusual light in the woman's eyes, a dark red glow once again emanated from his brow, forming a barrier of mental energy. Such pure tests of mental prowess are customary among sorcerers, employed to gauge each other's strength. How is this possible? The surprise in the woman's eyes intensified. Jern, will you not introduce me? Jern, finally coming to his senses, silently cursed himself for his lack of composure. This was not their first encounter, so why was he still affected this way? He hastily replied, Miss Anya, this is my newly appointed sorcerer, Yi Inju, who will also partake in our mission. With his addition, we shall undoubtedly be better equipped to escort you and your cargo. Upon hearing Jern's words, Inju realized that the elegant and noble woman before him was none other than the employer for this journey. Greetings, Sister Anya. Inju's clear black eyes gazed at Anya, pondering to himself how remarkably strong she appeared. Anya, initially taken aback by Inju's scrutiny, felt a flicker of irritation, but as she beheld the purity in his gaze, her anger quietly dissipated. Faced with this handsome and exceptionally poised young man, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him, not merely due to his appearance, but because of the untainted essence he exuded. Hello, and welcome to our team, Anya greeted warmly. If I may inquire, are you truly just a novice sorcerer of the red level? Inju nodded, replying, indeed, a high-tier red level, perhaps due to the nature of his fib. His face turned crimson. Anya did not press the matter but smiled slightly, saying, having a powerful sorcerer join us is certainly a boon. Jern interjected, praise be to Phelan. Miss Anya, we have nearly completed our preparations and shall set off promptly at dawn tomorrow. Anya nodded with a smile, assuring him, that puts my mind at ease. You may carry on. We shall meet at the city gate tomorrow morning. With that, she turned gracefully and departed, praise be to Phelan. She has finally left, Jern muttered, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. Inju, curious, asked, Uncle Jern, are you frightened of Sister Anya? Jern replied, it is not fear. Rather, I cannot quite explain it that I in her presence. I always feel as though I cannot hold my head high. She is the most beautiful and noble woman I have ever encountered. To be frank, I cannot even entertain any thoughts of disrespect towards her. Thoughts of disrespect? What does that mean? You will understand in due time. Inju's gaze remained fixed on the door. Uncle Jern, Sister Anya, is also a sorceress. Ah, Jern was taken aback, staring at Inju in disbelief. Surely not. She appears to be merely a merchant. Inju insisted earnestly. She must be a sorceress. She just probed me with her mental energy, and there is no mistaking it. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Jern's eyes. His thoughts were evidently more profound than his rugged exterior suggested. No wonder she ventured so far to procure tea leaves in her or.it. Turns out she is a noble sorceress. Inju, can you discern her level? Is she stronger than you? Inju shook his head. I cannot determine her level, but she is certainly more formidable than I. Then she might be an orange-level sorceress. Jern mused inwardly, relieved that he had not harbored any ill thoughts toward this female employer. Offending a sorceress would indeed be unwise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Inju's magical prowess had already reached the high-tier yellow level, while Anya was clearly more than just an orange-level sorceress. Out of respect for sorcerers, Jern arranged a private room for Inju to rest. Sitting on the bed, Inju pondered in distress. He had attempted several times to connect with his spatial ring using his mental energy, yet all attempts had failed. Moreover, he sensed that the spatial ring seemed to drift farther away from him. Why? Why did you steal my ring? Have I not given you enough gold? Without Chin, Inju found himself overwhelmed with a profound longing for her. For 16 years, they had been inseparable, and she had become his closest companion. Now that all reminders of her were lost, he felt an immense sorrow weighing heavily on his heart. He settled into a cross-legged position, seeking to calm his mind through the cultivation of his bamboo fighting energy. A soft yellow radiance silently emanated from within, enveloping his body in a gentle barrier, as the fighting energy coursed through his meridians, gradually alleviating his inner turmoil and guiding him into a meditative state. The bamboo fighting energy is divided into 3 levels: green bamboo, yellow bamboo, and purple bamboo, similar to Inju's cultivation of the zither magic. The colors exhibited at different levels differ from the 7 colors of the rainbow on the continent. Each level consists of 9 tiers. The faint yellow glow he emitted indicated that he was at the first tier of yellow bamboo. In terms of levels, his fighting energy surpassed even that of the zither magic. According to the rainbow classification of the continent, he was at the level of a green tier first rank, which is comparable to that of an earth warrior. However, his fighting energy primarily served to aid his zither magic, as dawn broke, casting the first rays of sunlight upon the land. The northern gate of Roar City buzzed with activity. The Iron Thorn mercenary group, comprising 68 members, was fully equipped and prepared for departure. The 3 carriages were loaded, with the first and last carrying goods, and the central one occupied by the employer, Anya. Surrounding the 3 carriages were the 20 strongest heavy sword warriors from the mercenary group, flanked by archers beside them, while 27 spear and shield warriors formed the outer perimeter. 10 light cavalrymen led the way. The newly acquired 20 horned horses, with the exception of those pulling the carriages, bore the group's supplies, and everything was meticulously organized. As a sorcerer, Inju was stationed beside the central carriage, experiencing the thrill and trepidation of riding a horned horse for the first time, although the ride was somewhat jarring. These gentle first-tier magical beasts were easily tamed, and he quickly adapted to the sensation of being atop the horse. After all, his physical constitution was far from the frail appearance he projected. At that moment, Inju's gaze remained fixed on the leader of the Iron Thorn mercenary group, Jern, who was at the forefront of the procession, filled with admiration and astonishment. Jern was not merely an earth warrior. He was an earth knight. His steed was none other than a tamed dragon. The 4-tiered green-spined earth dragon measured 5 meters in length and stood over 2 meters tall, with relatively small forelimbs. Relying solely on its robust hind legs for support, its entire body displaying a deep green hue. Besides its impressive charging power, this 4th-tier dragon also possessed commendable defensive capabilities and the ability to expel corrosive acid, ranking it among the lower tiers of tamed dragons, yet still significantly stronger than lesser magical beasts. With the strength of a green-tier beginner, Jern could contend with mid-tier earth warriors. This tamed dragon was the prized possession of the Iron Thorn mercenary group, which Jern had expended considerable effort to acquire. The mercenaries donned leather armor, advancing at a steady pace. In a matter of hours, they had distanced themselves from Roar City, gradually heading towards the interior of the kingdom of Boha. Traveling was their primary objective, and Jern ordered brief rest breaks every hour. When the sun hung directly in the sky, they quickly consumed some provisions before resuming their journey. Inju, the carriage curtain lifted, revealing Anya's enchanting visage. "Sister Anya, is there something you need?" Inju politely greeted the noblewoman. Anya smiled. "You are a sorcerer. Why not ride in the carriage instead? It seems this is your first time riding a horned horse. After a while, you might find it unbearable. Our journey will take approximately a month to reach Milan." "Very well." Inju readily acquiesced, leaping down from the steed and swiftly diving into the carriage. Unfamiliar with the concept of politeness and oblivious to the dynamics between employers and mercenaries, he acted on impulse, embodying the essence of a pure-hearted musician. After riding for an extended period, the initial thrill had waned, leaving him somewhat restless with the monotony. The mercenaries of the Iron Thorn were exceedingly serious while executing their tasks, rarely engaging in conversation. The carriage was spacious, feeling rather empty with only Anya present. Inside, a variety of food and beverages were arranged, with wide seats cushioned by thick padding, offering far greater comfort than riding on horseback. Anya, adorned in a flowing white gown, reclined lazily against the cushions. As they faced each other, a refreshing fragrance wafted from her, prompting Inju to take a deep breath, the delightful scent bringing him great comfort. He sincerely remarked, "Sister Anya, you are truly beautiful." Anya had heard many compliments before, but those words, spoken by the innocent Inju, carried a different resonance. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Inju, what brings you to join the Iron Thorn mercenary group?" Inju, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted the events of the previous day. Fortunately, he remembered to withhold the information about the 5 Guqin hidden within his spatial ring, as instructed by Zlindas. "Oh, that is the case. You are indeed very kind-hearted. However, Inju, in this world, one must not be excessively kind. Otherwise, one will only be taken advantage of." Listening to Anya's words of caution, Inju couldn't help but recall that detestable little beggar, vowing, "I will certainly not allow that to happen again." Innocence does not equate to a lack of anger. Anya cast a glance at the magical emblem adorning Inju's chest, while the mercenaries of the Iron Thorn were oblivious to the significance of such insignia. She was not. "Inju, the design on your emblem is quite peculiar. What type of mage are you?" "I am a Sound Mage. The emblem is engraved with the pattern of my instrument." A Sound Mage. Anya paused, her gaze towards Inju shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. "What is it, Sister Anya? Is there anything strange about that?" "Oh, it's nothing. I simply find it curious that a boy would choose the profession of a Sound Mage." I know several sound mages, but they are all female. So, does that mean you do not possess your own magical beast? Inju replied. Must a mage necessarily have a magical beast? Anya's surprise faded subtly. Of course, a magical beast serves as a mage's best safeguard. A mage without a magical beast is rather vulnerable, especially since mages are not adept in close combat. As the most noble profession on the continent. Mages are revered not only due to their scarcity but also because of their inherent power. While this may not be evident at lower levels, once one reaches the yellow level, a mage can easily contend with multiple warriors of the same rank. Moreover, a magical beast acts as a shield for the mage. As long as it can withstand the enemy's assault before the mage completes their incantation, that is sufficient. A powerful magical beast can even join the mage in attacking the enemy. Only with a magical beast can a mage truly excel in solo combat. Are you not aware of this? My grandfather did mention magical beasts, but he said I am not yet at the stage to have one. In order to allow Inju to fully dedicate himself to the cultivation of his pure-hearted music, Qinshang rarely discussed matters beyond music with him. Anya marveled. Your grandfather must be a formidable mage. For any mage only has one chance in a lifetime to form a contract with a magical beast. He hopes that when your strength is sufficient, you'll contract a powerful magical beast. Unfortunately, you are a sound mage at this point. Her gaze softened further as she observed Inju, and he distinctly sensed that her eyes bore a resemblance to those of his mother. Sister, could you tell me a story about magical beasts? Do you have your own magical beast? Anya smiled slightly and replied, Of course, I do. Otherwise, how would I dare venture so far alone? Magical beasts are a mage's best companions. Generally, mages choose to form contracts with magical beasts that are strong in melee combat and defense. Ensuring maximum protection, among magical beasts, flying ones are the most precious, as they can provide mages with more time. Once a contract of master and servant is established between a mage and a magical beast, the beast cannot betray its master for life, and the mage cannot abandon their beast. Thus, this singular opportunity to form a contract becomes exceedingly valuable. Inju, I heard from Captain Gain before we set out that you are heading to Milan Magic Martial Academy to further your studies. Correct? Since you have called me sister, I cannot accept this without offering something in return. If you wish, I would like to find a way to gift you a magical beast. Upon hearing Anya's proposal, excitement sparkled in Inju's eyes. However, this enthusiasm quickly dimmed as he shook his head, saying, Sister Anya, I appreciate your kindness, but my grandfather taught me that one should not accept gifts from others lightly. You have already called me sister. Am I not someone close to you? A gift from your sister is something you should certainly accept. Observing the handsome yet innocent Inju, Anya's fondness for him grew. Her desire to gift him a magical beast stemmed primarily from his identity as a sound mage, a branch of mental-type mages. Sound mages often have their offensive capabilities overlooked. Signing a contract with a magical beast requires first defeating it, which is quite challenging for a sound mage relying solely on their strength. Driven by her growing affection for Inju, she aimed to provide him with a means of protection, lest this naive young brother be bullied at Milan Magic Martial Academy. Can I really? Of course. However, I must consider what type of magical beast would suit you best, as this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A growth-type magical beast would be ideal. Once we arrive in Milan, I will help you search for one. Inju was unaware of the implications of Anya's casual mention of a growth-type magical beast. Even among intelligent magical beasts above the 7th tier, growth types are exceedingly rare, and any intelligent magical beast on the market commands astronomical prices, often unavailable. Moreover, subduing an intelligent magical beast is no simple feat. Sister, may I see your magical beast? Inju gazed at Anya with hopeful eyes. Anya smiled and shook her head, saying, Not here. Let us wait until we are in a more secluded place. Inju, your hands. Inju extended his hands towards Anya, explaining, I was born this way. My grandfather said that my naturally 8-fingered hands prevent interference while playing the guqin. Sister Anya, what level of mage are you? Yesterday, when you tested me, I sensed a strong fluctuation of water elements emanating from you. Anya was taken aback. You could feel the water element fluctuations from me? Inju nodded, affirming, Yes. Anya spoke earnestly. Inju, are you truly only a sound mage? Why is your mental acuity so sharp? Inju scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. That I do not know. I merely speak what I perceive. Anya sighed softly. You foolish boy. Do not inquire about the same matters with others in the future. Mages often possess peculiar temperaments and may find such questions offensive. Not at all, Sister Anya. You have a wonderful temperament. Oh, By the way, Sister Anya, why are women's pectoral muscles more developed than men's? Inju's gaze naturally fell upon Anya's chest as he curiously probed. Why not ask your mother when you get home? Anya replied, somewhat flustered, her cheeks turning a shade of pink. I never had the chance to ask before. My grandfather forbade me from inquiring about anything other than music. Sister Anya, your face is so red. Are you unwell? You little rascal, you've truly bested me. Anya sighed in resignation. Had anyone else posed such a question, she would have likely reacted explosively. In the future, do not ask such questions to other girls. It concerns the physiological differences between men and women. You will understand naturally when you grow older, though. Is that so? Sister Anya, you are so kind to me. It's a pity that I lost my Guqin. Otherwise, I would play a piece for you. Inju seemed to grasp something profound. Just as Gun had anticipated, their journey from the kingdom of Boha to the empire of Milan was devoid of peril. As they traversed the official roads, after 20 days, they finally reached the border between the two nations. Throughout the journey, Inju spent most of his time in Anya's company, eliciting envy from the mercenaries. He listened to her recount tales of the continent, and the knowledge she imparted far exceeded what he had learned over a decade in the Azure Sky Sea. Anya is not only as gentle as water, but also possesses remarkable patience, which has transformed his understanding of certain common-sense issues, rendering him far less foolish than before. After traversing the mountain ahead, we shall enter the realm of Milan. With merely 10 more days' journey to the north, we will reach the city of Milan. Anya stood beside the carriage, addressing Inju. The mercenaries of Iron Thorns, save for those on watch, were resting in the shade of the trees by the roadside. Upon hearing Anya's words, Gwen chuckled and remarked, the empire of Milan is far more peaceful than the kingdom of Bowen. Once we pass through here, we will have accomplished a significant portion of our mission. What sound is that? Inju's expression shifted, revealing his intent to listen intently. Gwen, taken aback, inquired, what sound? I cannot hear anything. Is it possible that your hearing surpasses mine? Anya's countenance grew slightly grave. There was indeed a sound, albeit from a considerable distance. Though I cannot hear it, the ground exhibits a subtle tremor. At this point, she cast a sidelong glance at Inju, pondering to herself how his hearing could possibly be superior to hers. Was this an advantage of the Sound Mages? During their 20 days of companionship, Inju struck her as a pristine, unblemished canvas, innocent, and perpetually curious about everything. The mental energy he unconsciously emitted seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere red-tier mage. Yet its hue was distinctly red, adding an air of mystery to this seemingly simple, yet handsome youth. Although Inju was naive, he lapsed into silence whenever she inquired about his origins. As the sound gradually intensified, even the mercenaries could hear it clearly, an overwhelming rumble, filled with a sense of oppression, emanating from their flank. The colossal earth dragon surged into the sky, reminiscent of the heavy cavalry Inju had encountered with Z. However, this time, the momentum was vastly superior to that of the previous heavy cavalry. Form ranks. Though uncertain of the approaching threat, Gin reacted swiftly, issuing a commanding shout to rally his men. The seasoned mercenaries quickly organized themselves into a battle formation, the spear and shield warriors at the forefront, followed by heavy swordsmen and archers. .10 light cavalrymen split into 2 teams to guard the flanks, shielding the 3 carriages, and Inju at the rear. Gin stood at the forefront, his great sword resting on his shoulder. His expression tense as he gazed toward the earth dragon. Beneath him, the green-spined earth dragon emitted low, rumbling growls, appearing somewhat agitated, with corrosive slime dripping from its jaws, hissing as it struck the ground. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the distant earth dragon, making it appear all the more formidable, while the thunderous noise caused the earth to tremble violently. It is the dragon cavalry. Quickly, stow your weapons, Gwen shouted in a panic, hurriedly sheathing his great sword behind him. The members of the Iron Thorns mercenary corps mirrored his actions, their expressions reflecting a mix of fear, respect, envy, and jealousy at the gravity of the situation. What is a dragon cavalry? It refers to cavalry that rides dragons. The cause of the earth dragon's ascent was precisely this cadre of cavalry, approximately 100 strong. At the forefront was an enormous golden dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 meters in height, dwarfing Gin's green-spined earth dragon. This golden dragon, lacking wings, had its limbs firmly planted on the ground, its head appearing somewhat pointed, with a long, spiraled horn glittering like golden crystal atop its head. Its thick scales could be discerned from a distance, densely layered upon its massive form. and its lengthy tail bore numerous triangular spikes, bifurcating at the end and curving slightly upward. Not touching the ground, glimmering with a bluish hue, behind the golden dragon, there was a uniform line of green dragons, each 2 meters high and 3 meters long, in a semi-upright stance, with saddle-like apparatuses securing the riders in place. Though they ran on 2 legs, their speed was remarkable, always trailing closely behind the golden dragon. That is a Jinjing Bao long, and an AI Li Kumin long, Anya remarked casually. Faced with the imposing dragon cavalry, she displayed no hint of panic. Inju, too, remained unperturbed, observing the throng of tamed dragons with curiosity. Sister Anya, what tier are those dragons? The Jinjing Bao long is considered one of the more formidable tamed dragons. Its strength can rival that of genuine dragons, albeit only of the lower tiers. The IT is the king among earth dragons, level 6 beasts of the metal attribute, second only to intelligent beasts. Its defensive capabilities are formidable. And combined with its metal affinity magic, it can roam the earth with impunity. Observe its horn and tail. Those are the loci for its innate magic. As for the AI Li Kumin long, it is of lesser significance. Lower-tiered tamed dragons, classified as level 4 or 5, that the larger and faster ones are level 5, while the slightly smaller ones are level 4. In terms of strength, it is comparable to Guin's green-spined earth dragon and is also an earth dragon. Primarily noted for its speed. In terms of sheer velocity, it can even outperform the Jinjing Bao long in short bursts. As Anya spoke, the dragon cavalry had already closed in, evidently aware of the presence of the Iron Thorn's mercenary corps, their advance gradually slowing. Now that they were closer, Inju observed a man seated atop the Jinjing Bao long, who appeared to be in his 30s, with a 7-meter-long heavy dragon spear hanging by his side and an ancient-style longsword strapped to his waist. Clad in shining silver armor that glimmered in the sunlight, he wore no helmet, allowing his golden locks to cascade down his back. He was tall and imposing, with an unremarkable visage, save for a 5-inch scar stretching from the corner of his chin. Imparting a fierce demeanor, on the left breast of his silver armor was a palm-sized silver hexagram, adorned with a violet design, signifying his lineage, amidst the oppressive aura exuded by the Jinjing Bao long. Guin's green-spined earth dragon roared and trembled. All hail the Dragon Knight. It is an honor to meet you here, Guin said hastily, leaping down from his green-spined earth dragon and placing his right hand over his left chest. Respectfully saluting the Dragon Knight atop the Jinjing Bao long, the Dragon Knight merely glanced at him, coldly stating, "All hail the Dragon Knight. What brings you here?" The dragon cavalry behind him had come to a synchronized halt, silence enveloping them, a testament to their discipline. Guin, undeterred by the knight's indifference, quickly replied, "We are the E-tier Iron Thorn's mercenary corps, currently engaged in an escort mission." The Dragon Knight raised his hand and pointed forward. "My companion is hungry. Relinquish 5 horned horses for its sustenance. Here are 20 gold coins as compensation." Saying this, he casually tossed a pouch of coins to AT. This moment, he was still 20 paces away from Guin, yet the pouch seemed to reach him in an instant, causing Guin to instinctively reach out, the pouch's weight nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. "Uncle, be careful," Inju exclaimed, supporting Guin from behind to prevent him from embarrassing himself. After tossing the pouch, the Dragon Knight did not spare Guin another glance, gently patting the robust back of the Jinjing Bao long with an affectionate demeanor, clearly indicating that this dragon was what he referred to as his companion. A flicker of anger crossed Guin's eyes, yet he knew better than to offend the Dragon Knight before him. However, the number of horned horses in their troop was just sufficient, should they surrender 5. There would be no place left for the mercenary corps supplies. "Must you be so forceful? Why should our horned horses be fed to your earth dragon?" Guin was taken aback to realize that Inju had stepped forward at some point, his melodious voice tinged with indignation. The Dragon Knight's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Inju, who met his gaze without flinching. Although the knight towered above him, Inju's clear black eyes revealed a hint of defiance. "A mage?" The Dragon Knight's tone softened slightly. Mages, too, held a noble status, even if Inju's badge merely represented a red tier. Inju nodded, stating, "We cannot part with our horned horses. Without them, we would be left with nothing." At this moment, Guin quickly intervened, positioning himself between Inju and the Dragon Knight, fully aware of the pride and might of the dragon cavalry, fearful of Inju suffering a loss. Apologies, esteemed Dragon Knight, but we truly have no surplus horned horses. Perhaps you could, A cold glint flashed in the Dragon Knight's eyes, and he grew impatient. Who among you can withstand a single thrust of my spear? You may depart. Otherwise, surrender the horned horses. By what right do you act so tyrannically? Inju glared defiantly at the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight replied coolly with a single word: strength. Indeed, in the land of Longqinus, strength dictated everything. What an imposing presence. Lord Viscount Austin, why not allow me to stand against your dragon spear? Anya's elegant and captivating voice emerged from behind Inju and Gwen. Upon hearing that sound, the Dragon Knight Austin was suddenly taken aback, his entire body quivering. He had previously avoided meeting the gaze of Inju and his companions, but now his attention shifted towards them with a soft awe. Austin's body flickered as he leaped down from the back of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, exclaiming in admiration, "Miss Anya, it is indeed your esteemed entourage." As he spoke, his right hand pressed against the silver star on his left breast, performing a knightly gesture that was far more refined than that of Jern. Praise be to Phelan. Anya raised her right hand, allowing Austin to complete a kiss on her hand. The sudden shift in attitude of the Dragon Knight left the Iron Thorn mercenaries utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that a Dragon Knight would address their employer with such deference and reverence. "Miss Anya, what brings you here?" She replied nonchalantly. "I came to Bohin to procure a batch of goods and hired the Iron Thorn mercenary group for protection. I did not expect to encounter a Viscount here. Were you not stationed in Milan?" Austin cast a glance at Anya, a fleeting look of enchantment passing through his eyes. "I am here escorting a shipment of military supplies to Bohin. As you know, the Kingdom of Bohin has always been a partner to us in Milan. My mission has concluded, and I was preparing to return to Milan. You must be heading back as well. Why not allow us to escort you? An E-rank mercenary group is hardly worthy of your status." Anya scoffed lightly. "Let us not be hasty. As long as your dragon lance is not pointed at me, I shall be satisfied. How could I trouble you so?" Austin smiled wryly. "I apologize for my earlier offense. I truly did not realize you were here. Though my dragon lance is sharp, it shall never be aimed at you." "My lady," Anya replied coolly, "in that case, I bid you safe travels. That I presume you must return to Milan to report." "Miss, do you truly not require our escort?" Austin inquired. Anya shot him a glance, retorting, "Do you think I need it?" Austin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Once you return to Milan, I shall pay you a formal visit to apologize." As he spoke, he took several steps back before leaping gracefully, the towering form of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus merely a springboard for him. Before departing, he cast a deliberate glance at Inju, who sensed a hint of hostility in his gaze. The Dragon Knights vanished in the blink of an eye. But this time their movements were considerably gentler, stirring up far less dust. Observing the retreating figures of the Dragon Knights, Jern approached Anya nervously, saying, "Miss Anya, I am sorry." Anya smiled faintly, the frost on her countenance evaporating. "There is no need for such apologies. Even an A-rank mercenary group would not fare much better in the presence of Dragon Knights. After all, they are the ultimate fighting force of humanity. We should be on our way, Captain Jern." With that, she returned to the carriage, seemingly oblivious to the respectful gazes of the mercenaries. "Uncle, stop dawdling. We must depart," Inju prompted, patting Jern on the shoulder. Jern finally snapped back to reality, contemplating that his employer's status was indeed extraordinary, and it would be wise to refrain from prying too deeply into matters best left unknown, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. After all, one does not offend a person whom even a Dragon Knight respects, and it would be prudent to complete their task promptly. "Inju, thank you for your help just now," he said. Inju smiled. "There is no need for thanks. I merely spoke my mind. Those Dragon Knights are indeed overbearing. Particularly that Dragon Knight commander, as if he were issuing orders to us. Are the Dragon Knights of Milan always so arrogant? If they were in the Milan Empire, would they soar to the skies?" Jern sighed. "Brother, you are unaware. The status of Dragon Knights on the continent is second only to that of mages. The rank of a Dragon Knight commander even surpasses that of a mage. Only high-level mages can be compared to them. The number of Dragon Knights has become a standard for measuring a nation's strength. 100-strong detachment of Dragon Knights can rival a heavy cavalry legion of 10,000. Inju nodded. "That Viscount indeed possesses remarkable strength. Are all Dragon Knight commanders so formidable?" Jern replied. "He is not even among the most powerful. Regardless of the nation, the classification of Dragon Knights remains consistent. 10 form a squad. 100 a detachment, 1,000 a brigade, and 10,000 a legion. Oh, you know why only Milan and Landias among the 8 human nations on the Dragon-Kinus continent hold the title of empire. While the other 6 are kingdoms, it is because Milan and Landias each possess a legion of dragon knights. Comparatively, Milan's Dragon Knight Legion is the most formidable on the continent. Their very existence deters the orcs of the northern wastes from daring to cross our borders. That Austin is a Silver Star Dragon Knight. Beneath him are the squad leaders of the Dragon Knights, and above him are the Gold Star Dragon Knights commanding the brigades, and the Purple Star Dragon Knights leading the legions. A Silver Star Dragon Knight holds the strength of the blue rank, while a Gold Star Dragon Knight is at least of the initial blue rank, and a Purple Star Dragon Knight is a master of the purple rank. It is said that the mount of a Purple Star Dragon Knight is a fearsome 9th-level dragon. Even a Gold Star Dragon Knight rides a true dragon, not merely a tamed one. Within the Dragon Knight Legion, ordinary Dragon Knights must possess at least mid-level orange rank strength, have their own trained dragon mounts, and must hold noble titles of knight rank or higher. The selection process is exceedingly rigorous, and the rewards are astonishing. Every warrior aspires to join the Dragon Knight Legion. If I had possessed this green-spined dragon 10 years ago, perhaps I too would have sought to join the Dragon Knight Legion. Is that so? With such formidable strength and dragons as mounts, it is no wonder the Dragon Knight Legion is so powerful. Inju mused, contemplating the notion that it would indeed be marvelous to ride a giant dragon as a mage. After the earlier commotion, the Iron Thorn mercenary group resumed their journey. In the hearts of the group, Anya's identity had become shrouded in mystery, and none would regard her as a mere employer any longer. The remaining journey unfolded smoothly, and 10 days later, the Iron Thorn mercenary group successfully escorted Anya and her cargo to the capital of the Milan Empire, Milan City. Upon entering the city, the goods escorted by the Iron Thorn mercenary group were received by a dozen young men clad in blue. Leaving no one aware of how Anya had informed them, these individuals were clearly her subordinates. Inju, are you truly not going to visit your sister? Anya looked at him with a hint of anticipation. Inju shook his head, stating, No, I have promised Uncle Jern to assist the mercenary group in registering as a D rank. After all, the Milan Martial Arts Academy is just outside Milan City. I shall certainly seek you out when the opportunity arises. Thank you for your care along the way, Anya. You have taught me so much. The trace of melancholy flickered in Anya's eyes, which did not go unnoticed by her blue-clad subordinates, who had never witnessed their beautiful employer exhibit such emotion towards anyone. Since that is the case, let it be. Take this. It is a small memento from me. When you come to seek me at the Piaolon Pavilion, you will need it to gain entry. Should you refuse, I might just get upset, Anya said, gently placing a ring carved from blue crystal onto Inju's left hand's middle finger. Anya, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The blue crystal ring was elegantly designed, with a silver base made from an unknown material, adorned with a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone that shimmered softly, reminiscent of rippling water, flawless in every aspect. More importantly, Inju could sense the magical aura emanating from it. He recognized it as a spatial ring. As the ring slipped onto his finger, his mental energy instinctively communicated with it, revealing that its capacity was even greater than his previous one. Containing as it did 500 gold coins. Are you still going to speak like that with your sister? This is merely a small keepsake from me. Besides, you will need it to find me at Piaolon Pavilion. If you refuse it, I shall be quite displeased, Anya remarked, though her feigned irritation was ineffective against Inju, who found himself at a loss. Very well then. I shall accept the ring, but I absolutely cannot accept any money from you. My grandfather always said that a man must never take a woman's money, lest he become a freeloader. I still vividly recall how stern he was when he said that. Sister, here is your money back. This is a matter of principle. His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Anya's cheeks flushed, but her resolute spirit helped her suppress her emotions as she quietly replied, Silly boy. Do you even know what being a freeloader means? Such nonsense. It is not easy for you to be out on your own. How can you manage without money? Inju resolutely shook her head and said, Sister, I truly cannot accept it. If you do not take back the gold coins, I shall not even dare to keep the ring. Anya sighed helplessly, her right hand brushing over Inju's, as a ring of the same design, adorned with green gemstones, shimmered briefly. The 500 gold coins from Inju's blue crystal ring had vanished without a trace. Silly girl, I am leaving now. Be more careful this time. Do not misplace the ring again. Should you encounter any difficulties, do remember to seek out your sister. Inju stood by the roadside, watching Anya's carriage gradually depart, escorted by the youthful guardians clad in green. An inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her, reminiscent of the feeling when Z had left initially. The Milan Empire, as the most powerful human nation on the continent of Longqinus, is bordered to the north by the frigid wasteland, to the west by the Ascoli Kingdom, to the east by the Flora Kingdom, and the Palermo Kingdom lies to its southwest, while the Bohai Kingdom borders it to the southeast, directly to its south. It adjoins the core of Longqinus, the realm of Fablon. The borders with the four kingdoms and the frigid wasteland necessitate a formidable military presence. Otherwise, how could it withstand the scrutiny of so many rivals? Milan City, an ancient and cultured metropolis, houses nearly 6 million residents and serves as the political, cultural, and commercial hub of the Milan Empire. As the capital, it also stands as the empire's foremost military stronghold. With a standing army of 300,000, which includes 3 battalions of dragon cavalry, Jern and Inju walk through the streets of Milan City, pointing out the surrounding edifices. Milan City is renowned as a paradise for the aristocracy. Its architecture a testament to the brilliance of the continent's most exceptional craftsmen. Here, one can procure anything desired, provided one possesses sufficient wealth, as a multitude of opulent establishments abound. Simultaneously, Milan City is also the safest city on the continent of Longqinus. Who would dare commit a crime in a city defended by 3,000 dragon cavalry? The city is vast. Traversing from the northern edge to the southern would take no less than 3 days. He had arranged accommodations for the Iron Thorn mercenaries in an inexpensive inn. After all, it was unnecessary to bring everyone to elevate their mercenary rank. Having Inju, a crimson-level mage, was sufficient. All right, today's examination concludes here. Next, those whose names I call may remain for enrollment. The rest may leave and return next year. The elderly woman's voice was deep, devoid of discernible emotion. 11 names were read aloud, those called displaying joy, while those not called exited the hall with dissatisfaction. Inju was among those called, yet he remained unchanged, still pondering the words of the white-clad maiden who had played the zither with him just before her departure. You, stand up and tell me your name. Hey, Director Nina is calling you, said the girl beside Inju, who possessed a jade-toned zither, gently nudging him and pulling him from his contemplation. She was also among those who remained. At this moment, her gaze towards Inju bore no trace of astonishment, but rather a hint of something else. Inju instinctively stood. I am called Yi Inju. Greetings, Grandmother Nina. Silence enveloped the hall, plunging it into complete stillness. Am I so old? The barely contained fury seemed poised to shatter the tranquility of the hall. Amidst her soft laughter, the attention of the 11 girls shifted entirely to the young man of their age. Everyone knew that Nina, the director of the Sound Magic department, despised being referred to as old. My grandfather said it is polite to call those of advanced age grandmother. You. Observing Inju's bewildered expression, Nina felt an urge to hurl the bell she held at him. Yet, upon catching the clarity of his dark eyes, she restrained her ire. Are you also here to enroll in the Sound Magic department? At that moment, Baiji had already taken to the stage, responding for Inju. Yes, Director, he has just come to enroll, and I brought him along. As she spoke, she cast a deep glance at Inju below. Having been one of the most aware during the performance alongside the white-clad girl, an orange-level sound mage, she found it hard to fathom that this youth's musical talent had reached a level beyond her reach. Nina snorted, I never expected a boy to wish to study as a sound mage. Very well, you are admitted. Now you may proceed with enrollment. Off you go. With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Wow, a male sound mage. Is it possible for a man to choose this profession? How delightful. An excited exclamation startled Inju as a petite girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, with short hair, bounced over to him. Her face alight with disbelief. The other girls who passed the examination also gathered around. Hey, why did you choose to be a sound mage? It seems no men ever wish to select this rather lackluster magic. The fragrant breeze wafted around him, and having learned a few things about the dynamics between the genders from Anya, Inju felt his cheeks flush as he was surrounded by the girls. The scent of youthful innocence lingered in the air, and he could distinctly feel his heart racing, a novel sensation that made him somewhat anxious. Rubbing his head, he replied. Is there anything wrong with being a sound mage? Not at all. It's just that it's quite rare for boys to study it. You are so interesting, a splash of green amidst a sea of flowers. You are quite charming, little one. I believe I saw you playing the piano earlier. Are you a pianist? The first girl to approach him asked excitedly. Inju nodded. Yes, hello, I play the xiao. Inju's eyes lit up. The xiao was the only instrument capable of perfectly harmonizing with the piano. How wonderful! I must witness your skill in the future. All right, you will have plenty of opportunities to learn together. Now, follow me for enrollment. Under Bai Ji's guidance, a total of 12 new students from the Sound Magic department, including Inju, exited the hall. Walking at the rear, Inju felt a sense of comfort watching these lively girls and thought to himself, it seems my life at the Milan Magic and Martial Academy will be quite pleasant. Hello. A gentle yet somewhat shy voice sounded beside him. It was the girl with the jade-toned zither who had previously sat beside Inju. She stood just at his chest level. Her blue attire complemented by her soft, sky-blue eyes, evoking memories of Anya, though this girl appeared far more youthful. Inju hastily replied, Hello, I borrowed your zither earlier. The girl quickly responded, No worries. Your playing was truly remarkable. Oh, and your singing was splendid as well. You heard that? Inju exclaimed, surprised. Although he had not consciously controlled his emotions or magical energy, it was improbable for anyone without a certain understanding of music and considerable mental acuity to have perceived his playing. The girl nodded. Indeed, I only caught the first half, though I could not recall the latter part. As I was completely absorbed in the harmony between your piano and the zither, I remember that the piano and the zither cannot be played together. How did you manage that? Oh, right. Your name is Inju. Yes, I am Longqinus. Inju explained. It is indeed challenging for the piano and zither to harmonize, but for a short piece, with some techniques and different fingerings, it can be accomplished. However, achieving a complementary effect is quite difficult. One must merely serve as an accompaniment to the other. Longqinus exclaimed in realization. So that is how it is, however, without exceptional skills. It must be quite hard to achieve, right? Your piano playing is so exquisite. Could you teach me sometime? I am just a beginner. Inju smiled. It's no problem. I cannot be your teacher, as I still have much to learn. However, feel free to ask me any questions. I will help as much as I can. Thank you. You are truly kind. Longqinus stuck out her adorable little tongue. You were quite bold earlier, calling Director Nina grandmother? Did you not know she loathes being called old? Fortunately, you played well. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to gain admission. Inju expressed surprise. Is that so? I had no idea. Longqinus displayed a defeated expression. You truly do not know anything, do you? Surely you researched the Milan Magic and Martial Academy before the examination? Please do not tell me you are completely ignorant of this place. Inju nodded earnestly. I genuinely did not know. Longqinus covered her mouth. Praise Fablon. To think you could pass without any prior knowledge. Your luck is astonishing. Thankfully, you chose the Sound Magic department. We are fewer in number, and thus the elimination rate is relatively lower. The other departments have a much higher elimination rate. Every year, at least 200,000 apply to the Milan Magic and Martial Academy, yet never more than 2,000 are accepted. That is a mere 1% chance. The academy is divided into the northern and southern districts. The south is the martial arts zone, encompassing all combat-related disciplines, while we, in the north, focus on the magical arts. Whether in the southern district or the northern district, the teaching area lies at the heart of the academy. Surrounding it are various specialized training grounds. Fortunately, the routes between the teaching areas are relatively close. Otherwise, we would suffer greatly walking from one place to another for classes. Today marks the final day for registration, with all disciplines gathering together. Just as this was being discussed, Bai Ji had already escorted 12 individuals to the front of a towering teaching building, where numerous temporary stone platforms had been erected for the purpose of registering and collecting fees from new students, irrespective of their specialization. Bai Ji waved her hand and said, All right, everyone, you may go on your own. Classes officially commence the day after tomorrow. After you complete your registration, you may either rest in the dormitories assigned by the academy or take a stroll outside, but do remember to prioritize your safety. Upon finishing her words, she cast a fleeting glance at Inju among the group of girls before summoning her jade-horned steed and departing. Behold, the stunning new arrivals from the Sound Magic department. Someone exclaimed. Although sound mages are considered a niche profession at Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, It is undeniable that the girls who choose this path are almost invariably beautiful. Instantly, the 11 new students became the center of attention, drawing the gazes of other students engaged in registration. Regardless of the setting, the allure of beauty wields immense power. The previously orderly scene quickly descended into chaos, with many eager to display their attentiveness. Come here to register. The beauties of the Sound Magic department never have to wait in line. Several registration points were instantly cleared, and amidst the throng of admirers, the 11 enchanting ladies swiftly completed their registrations. Inju, standing behind the beauties, was preparing to register when he was suddenly intercepted. "Hey, which department are you from?" Trying to take advantage of the chaos, 2 tall male students blocked his path, glaring at him menacingly. Inju was taken aback, replying, "I'm from the Sound Magic department too. Why shouldn't I register? You're from the Sound Magic department. Think before you fabricate such lies. When has a boy ever chosen the Sound Magic department?" Scoffed one red-haired student, brandishing his massive fists as if to intimidate Inju. "Who says there can't be boys in the Sound Magic department? I can vouch for him. He is indeed one of us." A short-haired beauty, who had just completed her registration and introduced herself as Chue Xiao, appeared beside Inju unexpectedly. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, whether they were currently registering or fawning over the beauties from the Sound Magic department. All eyes converged upon Inju, making him the focal point of attention. The red-haired student stared at Inju in disbelief. Could he truly be from the Sound Magic department? The short-haired beauty declared proudly. "Indeed, would I, Xueling, ever lie?" The male student's expression shifted, and suddenly he dashed up to Inju, excitement evident on his face as he grasped Inju's hand. "Idol, you must be a master in the art of wooing, right? To attract beauties from the Sound Magic department, you even resorted to self-mutilation to join. I'm in awe. Idol, allow me to be your underling, and please share your secrets of seduction with me." The crowd erupted in laughter, a whirlwind of envy, admiration, and disdain directed at Inju. From that moment forth, he was adorned with titles such as the lone green among a sea of flowers, the first male student of the Sound Magic department, and the love guru, transforming him into a celebrity among the new students, even gaining notoriety throughout the entire Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Inju shook off the boy's hand, frowning as he said, "Self-mutilation? Why would I do that? Hasn't he, the Sound Magic department, ever had male students?" Without hesitation, the red-haired student replied, "Of course not. Since the establishment of Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy hundreds of years ago, you are undoubtedly the first and only one. Idol, I admire your spirit of sacrifice. How did I not think of this before? I am Fei Si Chia from the Swordmaster department. You must remember me. Since you're from the Sound Magic department, hurry up and register." While speaking, he thought to himself, "This guy seems quite naive. If I build a good relationship with him, how could I miss the chance to get closer to the beauties of the Sound Magic department? He surely can't monopolize all those beauties, right?" With that thought, he couldn't help but grin more lecherously. With Xueling vouching for Inju, no one dared to stop him any longer. 100 gold coins, came the cold voice of the teacher behind the desk, chilling as if winter had arrived. "What? So expensive?" Inju stared at him in shock, rummaging through the ring that Anya had gifted him, revealing all his wealth. 10 gold coins. "Teacher, this is all I have." Although he had anticipated the tuition here would be steep, he never expected it to be so exorbitant. 100 gold coins could sustain an average family for several years, yet here it merely constituted a semester's tuition. What business do you have at Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy without money? This is just tuition and lodging fees. Cost for magical materials and venue usage will be charged separately. If you lack funds, then be on your way. The teacher waved dismissively at Inju, as if shooing away a fly. "That I thought those who dared to criticize our mercenary corps were something special. Turns out he's just a fool who can't even afford tuition." The crowd that had previously been waiting in line automatically parted, allowing a pink figure to come into view. Inju recognized this person as the S-rank mercenary magical girl he had encountered before at the Mercenary Guild. She approached him step by step, while the students registering made way. "Clearly familiar with her. That I'm not a fool," Inju replied sternly. The girl scoffed, "Coming to Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy without tuition, and choosing the Sound Magic department, aren't you just a fool? A penniless kid daring to criticize our Violet Mercenary Corps? I suggest you leave at once. Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy does not welcome the destitute." Yu Yinju glared at her, stepping forward with his left foot, his right fist tightly clenched, suppressing his rising anger that I don't hit women. Ha! The girl laughed, mocking him. You think you can hit me? With your mere rank as a beginner mage, if you can't pay your tuition, just scram. I don't want to see you here. Who says he can't pay his tuition? I'll cover it. Came a chilling voice from outside the crowd, as another path opened up, revealing a tall figure gradually coming into focus. Dressed in a flowing white gown emanating an eerie coldness, it was the white-clad girl who had played music alongside Yinju in the auditorium. Her black hair still obscured half of her face as she walked up to Yinju, tossing a ruby coin onto the desk and addressing the registration teacher. This is his tuition. Ruby coins are rarely circulated in the market and are typically used only by the nobility. 1 ruby coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Ocean, it's you. Why are you opposing me again? The magical girl fumed. Roland, I'm not opposing you. I simply cannot stand by and watch you bully the new students of the Sound Magic department. Ocean's voice remained icy, yet warmth surged within Yinju's heart, making her somewhat pale face appear even more noble. Roland pointed at Yinju, saying, All right, you've gotten a reprieve this time. However, if you're a man, I expect to see you in the new student competition 3 days from now. Otherwise, whenever you see me, you'd best take a wide berth. She paused momentarily, a glint of sarcasm in her eyes, feigning realization as she added, Oh, I almost forgot, you're from the Sound Magic department. I suppose you never participate in the new student competition, do you? After all, you lack any offensive capabilities that I will participate. Yinju blurted out without hesitation, accepting Roland's challenge. Ocean frowned slightly, whispering, Don't be impulsive. I will participate. Yinju reiterated firmly, his gaze resolute. Although he was unsure what the new student competition entailed, he accepted the challenge that in that moment. He recalled the words his grandfather once imparted while teaching him the bamboo fighting chi. One must not be arrogant, but should possess a steadfast spirit. As the heir of the bamboo clan, he was meant to embody a spine as upright as bamboo. Roland snorted, Very well. I shall see if you can even manage to encounter me in the arena. I doubt you'll last past the first match before you're bedridden. Perhaps you won't even qualify to participate. With that, she shot a glance at Ocean beside Yinju, seemingly unwilling to confront her, and turned to leave. Watching Roland's retreating figure, Yinju fell into contemplation, feeling as if he had matured a little in that moment. Are you really going to participate in the new student competition? That's not something we Sound Mages typically do. Xueling expressed her unease. Yinju nodded at Xueling, affirming, Yes, I will participate. My grandfather once said, a man must never shrink back from any challenge. Xueling gazed at Yinju in astonishment, her beautiful eyes seemingly reflecting a hint of something more. With a smile, she exclaimed, All right, count me in as well. A timid voice then chimed in. It was Lan Shi, someone Yinju had only recently met. Hai Yang's voice remained calm and unruffled, indicating that the freshman competition might require a senior from their department to lead. Suddenly, Yinju recalled the tuition fees and hurriedly said, Thank you, but I cannot accept your money. That he turned to retrieve the ruby coin from the table, only to find that it had already been collected by the teacher. Hai Yang ambled towards the exit, casually remarking, It's just a loan. It must be repaid. She departed, yet both her zither and her presence left an indelible impression on Yinju's heart. This is your school uniform, along with the dormitory key. Your dorm is located in Mixed Zone Room 623. The teacher responsible for enrollment seemed disinclined to spare Yinju even a fleeting glance, hastily shoving the items into his hands before returning to other matters. Mixed Zone Room 623. Where is that? Yinju inquired, feeling somewhat lost. Both Xueling and Lan Shi shook their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge. I know. I'll take you there, Fei Si Che La volunteered. Thank you so much, Yinju replied. His spirits lifted as the earlier gloom brought on by Roland vanished entirely. He began to view the academy as a place filled with good-hearted individuals. See you tomorrow then, don't be late for class. Xueling cheerfully waved goodbye to Yinju, while Lan Shi, more reserved, merely smiled and nodded in his direction, with the enrollment commotion behind them. The freshmen continued their orderly registration. Fei Si Che La patted Yinju on the back and suggested, Let us run. It will be quicker that way. They stepped out of the crowd, and Fei Si Che La set off at a steady pace. Although his speed was not particularly fast, his long strides compensated, allowing him to cover ground quickly. Yinju matched his pace and asked, Fei Si Che La, Where's the mixed zone? Is it far? Fei Si Che La chuckled. Not too far. I suppose that I suspect that enrollment teacher placed you in the mixed zone because she saw you had little money. Of course, if you were a female student, you could go directly to the dormitory of the sound department. Unfortunately, as the top male student of the sound department, you cannot share accommodation with the girls. The mixed zone is often referred to as the work-study area, where students work part-time while studying. Although the environment is somewhat lacking, it allows those with potential to study while earning a living. Inju's eyes lit up. So, that means I can do the same? Of course, but you'll need to find a job yourself. By the way, do you really intend to participate in the freshman competition? Fei Si Che La inquired. Inju nodded earnestly. Yes. However, could you tell me what the freshman competition entails? Fei Si Che La stumbled slightly, utterly taken aback. No way. You dare to accept that little sorceress Roland's challenge without even knowing what the freshman competition is? You truly are my idol. Despite his words, the way he looked at Inju suggested he found him quite foolish. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Inju scratched his head and explained, I came from Arcadia, and I'm not familiar with anything here. Fei Si Che La clarified, well, every year after enrolling new students, the Academy holds a freshman competition to assess their overall qualities. Students who place well in the competition have a good chance of receiving special training from the Academy. And the top 3 earn prizes. That sounds wonderful, Inju exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He was in dire need of funds, not least to repay Hai Yang's 100 gold coins, along with his living expenses. Fei Si Che La rolled his eyes. You think it's that easy to place? The freshman competition is divided by departments, and each department sends their strongest new student teams to participate. Therefore, the sound department will first conduct a rigorous selection process over 3 days to identify the 4 best candidates, along with 1 senior from the previous year, to compete in the actual freshman competition. The departments face off against each other through a draw. Our martial arts department comprises 17 departments, while the magicians have 9. The sound practitioners don't even constitute a complete department. They're merely a small subset under the mental department. After a series of elimination rounds, the martial arts and magic departments will select the 2 best performing departments to advance to the finals. It's incredibly challenging to stand out among the elite students of Milan's Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Historically, the sound department has never participated in the freshman competition. In contrast, the mental department has been quite successful, with their freshmen reaching the finals for 3 consecutive years. That little sorceress Roland is the granddaughter of the Violet family patriarch, a genius wind element magician. Having achieved mid-level yellow rank at just 16, she is certainly among the top newcomers. As for your sound department, not only is victory unlikely, but finding 5 participants may prove to be a daunting task. Although the explanation seemed complex, Inju's remarkable memory allowed him to grasp the entirety of the competition process instantly. He felt a pang of anxiety. While participating alone was manageable, he now needed a team of 5. Was the sound practitioner truly so insignificant? Snow Ling, Lan Shi, and Hai Yang had all expressed their willingness to support his participation, but aside from Hai Yang, the mental strength of Snow Ling and Lan Shi appeared noticeably lacking. And they were still 1 person short, and no wonder Roland had looked at him with such disdain. It turned out that entering the freshman competition was fraught with difficulty, and no matter what, he resolved to compete. Even if he had to do it alone, he would go. With that thought in mind, he asked, Fei Si Che La, what are the rules for the competition? Is it best of 5? Fei Si Che La replied. That's one option. There are 3 methods to choose from through mutual agreement between the competitors. Best of 5 is one, while another involves direct team battles. 5 against 5. The last option, known as the Wolf Pack Battle, allows the winning side to continue competing from the first match until they are defeated. If one possesses sufficient strength, they may even accept challenges from the opposing side in succession. However, victory requires defeating all members of the opposing team. That sounds ideal. Upon hearing the last method, Inju felt a surge of confidence. This was a situation he had created for himself, so he would face it alone. Worst case scenario, he would defeat his opponents one by one. At that moment, he had yet to realize the formidable opponents he would soon encounter. Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy was indeed vast. It took the 2 of them over half an hour to run from the enrollment office to the mixed zone dormitory. Fei Si Che La was astonished to find himself somewhat out of breath, while Inju appeared utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. Here we are, room 623. Fei Si Che La pointed to a modest dwelling among a cluster of bungalows, where a sign reading room 623 hung prominently. Thank you, Fei Si Che La, Inshu said gratefully. Fei Si Che La chuckled. No need for thanks. If you really want to show your appreciation, make sure to invite me to any events involving the beauties from your department in the future. Idle.o. Alright. Inshu failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Fei Si Che La's words, but found him to be a decent fellow and agreed without hesitation. After Fei Si Che La left, Inshu entered room 623 and unlocked the door. As he stepped into his new abode, he noticed a small figure bustling about. Being a work-study student dormitory, the space was pitifully cramped. The room contained a bathroom barely large enough for one person, and the so-called common area could accommodate only 2 seated individuals. The bedroom, furnished with 2 beds and a table, left virtually no space to spare. The diminutive figure was diligently cleaning, moving with surprising agility. Clad in loose gray attire that, while simple, appeared quite clean, the individual stood only at Inshu's chest height. Their small hands were nimble and deft, and the tiny room 623 was already spotless. Hello, Inshu greeted the small figure. Upon hearing someone enter, the person turned around, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat pale face before Inshu. Brown hair cascaded over their shoulders, and a pair of lively, expressive eyes darted around. However, their slight frame and unwell complexion suggested they might be malnourished. When they first laid eyes on Inshu, they stood frozen in place, completely oblivious to the cloth they had dropped from their hands. Thinking he had startled the other, Inshu quickly reassured, I'm also living in this dormitory. Are we roommates? The small student finally snapped back to reality and quickly responded, yes, it's a bit cramped. Please do come in. As he bent down to pick up the cloth that had fallen to the floor, a flicker of surprise momentarily illuminated his spirited eyes. Inshu walked into the inner bedroom, carrying no belongings, and placed the school uniform he had just received on an unoccupied bed. Hello, my name is Inshu, he said, extending his hand towards the slender junior. Hello, you can call me Su-La? Your hand. Su-La grasped Inshu's hand, only to realize that he had only 4 fingers. With an indifferent tone, Inshu replied, it's nothing. I was born this way. I only have 8 fingers. As he spoke, he extended his other hand, waving it in front of Su-La. Fortunately, it's just the little finger. It doesn't hinder anything. Su-La smiled faintly. What department are you in? I am in the Divine Sound Department. Divine Sound Department? Are you a Divine Sound Master? Su-La stared at Inshu, astonished. Why does everyone seem so surprised when they hear I'm from the Divine Sound Department? Inshu chuckled ruefully. I suppose anyone would be astonished to see a male pursuing a profession like a Divine Sound Master. After all, it is quite an unconventional career. Inshu laughed. You are rather kind. They all say that Divine Sound Masters are rather useless. Oh, you're quite diligent. The dormitory is spotless. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Su-La shook his head repeatedly, saying, no, I can manage on my own. Just look at this small space. I can hardly move around. However, when I arrived, it was filthy. How about you give me a silver coin? A silver coin. Inshu was taken aback. Su-La smiled awkwardly. Yes, in this world, everything costs money. Look, I put in quite a bit of effort to clean this place up. Only then did Inshu understand. Observing Su-La's malnourished appearance, he refrained from commenting further and took out a gold coin, which was 1/10 of his wealth, and handed it to Su-La. This is all I have. I don't have a silver coin. Su-La eagerly snatched the gold coin from Inshu's palm. His gaze filled with enchantment and greed. Gold coins are certainly better. How about this? I'll take care of the dormitory cleaning from now on. Let us consider this as you paying me 3 months' salary. Shall we? And since you are also a work-study student, why don't we skip the cafeteria and prepare our meals here? I'm an excellent cook. His excitement was evident as he held up 3 fingers. Oh, all right. Inshu produced 3 more gold coins and handed them to Su-La. Su-La, what is your profession? Me? I'm in the assassin department, which is also somewhat unconventional. Just look at my physique. Isn't it perfect for an assassin? An assassin. Inshu couldn't help but feel envious of Su-La. He had heard from his grandfather that being an assassin was a challenging profession to master. In training, they did not focus on defense, relying solely on stealth and other special abilities to protect themselves. Once they struck, it was either a swift victory or a certain demise. Su-La's slender and agile frame was indeed well suited for this vocation. Do you assassins participate in the freshman competition? Su-La gazed at Inshu in disbelief. What are you joking about? How could an assassin openly compete in a ring? That would defeat the purpose of being an assassin. Dante, tell me you intend to participate. Yi Inju nodded. Yes, I've already decided to take part. Praise the heavens. You're not feverish, are you? Sula reached out to feel Yi Inju's forehead. His small hand, with long fingers, was cool to the touch, providing a surprisingly pleasant sensation against Yi Inju's skin. You don't believe in me. In truth, we divine sound masters are not entirely useless. Inju said earnestly. Unfortunately, my lute, along with my spatial ring, was lost on the way here. Otherwise, I could play a piece for you right now. A peculiar glimmer crossed Sula's eyes as he sighed. What a pity. Well, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare a meal so you can sample my cooking and prove that your 3 gold coins are well spent. With that, he dashed out swiftly. Sula's movements were indeed quick. In no time, lunch was ready. There were 2 dishes and some steamed buns. The dishes were simple greens, devoid of any meat. Yet Yi Inju discovered that Sula's culinary skills were exceptional. The ordinary vegetables were transformed into a feast for the senses. Having grown up eating bamboo shoots, he naturally preferred light flavors, and thus he found the meal exceptionally delightful. In this manner, the future Lute Emperor Yi Inju shared his first lunch with the Shadow King Sula. Unbeknownst to Inju, news of the Divine Sound Department's participation in the upcoming freshman competition had spread like wildfire, making him an unwitting celebrity within the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The following day, Inju rose early from his bed. Sula was already nowhere to be seen. On the table lay a steamed bun and a bowl of thin rice porridge, evidently prepared for his breakfast. Though simple, the meal warmed Inju's heart. Aside from being a bit of a money grubber, Sula showed remarkable skill in both cleaning and cooking. The 3 gold coins spent were well worth it. Stretching his body, the energy within him flowed smoothly, bringing a comfortable sensation to every meridian. His routine of cultivating energy and meditating at night had long since become a habit. Then, Yi Inju touched his right wrist and murmured. Fortunately, it hasn't been lost. Through his conversation with Sula the previous day, he learned that the red and white stripes on the school uniform held significance. A pair of red and white stripes represented a first-year student. And since the Milan Academy was a 5-year program, each advancement in grade added an additional pair of stripes. Naturally, students had to pass exams each semester to progress. Otherwise, they would have to repeat the year. All graduates from the Milan Academy were at least of the yellow level advanced standard. The fabric of the uniform was quite good, and wearing it, Yi Inju exuded a gallant demeanor. The academy was quite accommodating. During the distribution of uniforms yesterday, he also received a campus map. Fortunately, with this map, he managed to locate the Divine Sound Department without much difficulty. It took him a full hour to run from the mixed dormitory to the Divine Sound Department. But he didn't mind. He considered it a way to exercise. The teaching building of the Divine Sound Department was situated in an exceptionally favorable location within the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The elegant 4-story white building was exquisite, flanked on one side by a lake spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, and surrounded by lush greenery on all other sides, with several pathways leading from various directions to the main building. Behind the main building lay the dormitories of the Divine Sound Department, consisting of charming white villas. Of course, residing here required a separate accommodation fee, which was quite exorbitant. Inju, over here. Schwelling called from the second-floor window. Spotting Yi Inju approaching from afar, from the description on the map, Inju knew that on the first floor of this 4-story building were the mental magic classrooms, while the remaining 3 floors housed the classrooms for students. Upon entering the teaching building, Inju's first impression was that it resembled a palace rather than a school. The opulent decorations harmonized beautifully with the abundant plant life, creating an atmosphere that was neither gaudy nor overwhelming. Although it was not yet class time, the sounds of musical instruments could be heard echoing throughout the building. What a wonderful place. No wonder it's so expensive, Yi Inju mused aloud. Expensive? Everyone in the continent knows that the teaching quality of the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is as high as its tuition fees. When Yi Inju turned around, he found that the department head, Granny Nina, had somehow come to stand beside him. Hello, Nina. Oh no. Director Nina. Yi Inju remembered just in time to correct himself before Nina could react. Nina huffed. In the academy. You must be mindful of your words. I heard that you accepted a challenge from a new student in the wind department yesterday and intend to participate in this freshman competition? Yi Inju nodded. Do you have confidence? A glint of intensity flashed in Nina's eyes. Yes, Yi Inju replied simply. Yes, on what basis? I'm a divine sound master, of course, based on my musical magic. Yuinshu said, looking at Nina with clear eyes. Nina lowered her head in contemplation. Very well, then follow me. She led Yuinshu directly to the second floor, to the classroom for first-year students. The classroom was spacious, accommodating up to 40 students, yet this year's cohort, including Yuinshu, comprised only 12, making the room feel somewhat empty even with everyone present. Nina gestured for Yuinshu to take a seat. Without hesitation, he sat down beside Longqinus, causing her to blush furiously. In truth, it was not that he held any particular affection for Longqinus. Rather, it was primarily because Longqinus, like him, was a student of the piano. And he himself possessed no instrument. Nina stood on the podium, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the new students, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Nina proclaimed, first and foremost, as the head of the Department of Divine Music, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. Regardless of your reasons for choosing our department, since you have arrived, I hope you will complete your studies in the forthcoming academic journey. Formal classes will commence in a week. I trust you are aware that the annual freshman competition will take place in 3 days, while other departments are in the process of selecting their competitors over these 3 days. Our Department of Divine Music is an exception. However, student Yuinshu has already registered yesterday, representing our department in the competition. Now, I wish to know who among you is willing to join him. If we cannot gather 5 participants, our department will be disqualified. Director Nina, I am willing. Xueling was the first to raise her hand. Longqinus soon followed suit, expressing his desire to participate as well. A hint of a smile graced Nina's aged visage. Excellent. We still need 2 more. Director Nina, Senior Haiyang mentioned she would take us to participate. Xueling added, we only need 1 more person now. Nina looked somewhat surprised at Xueling's words. Haiyang is participating too. Very well. We require just 1 more AT this moment. The classroom fell silent once more. Observing the lack of further volunteers, Nina spoke softly. Our Department of Divine Music has always been the foremost department of Milan's Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. However, beneath this prestigious title lies the whispers of many who deem us to be mere chicken ribs among sorcerers. Since it was student Yuinshu who proposed our participation in the freshman competition, regardless of victory or defeat, I hope you will defend the dignity of our department. Every competitor will receive a musical instrument and 300 gold coins from me. Representing our department, upon hearing Nina's words, Yuinshu felt an overwhelming joy. 300 gold coins would suffice for a considerable duration of his expenses, not to mention the instrument. Yet, before he could revel in his happiness, Nina continued, with the exception of Yuinshu as a newcomer, he has engaged in conflict with students from other departments on his very first day, and thus, his encouragement to participate is rescinded as a form of punishment. Grandma Nina, please no. Yuinshu lamented, instinctively touching upon Nina's sore spot. Very well. I have made my decision. If you cannot lead our department to victory this time, your tuition will be doubled henceforth. Yuinshu suddenly realized just how formidable this Grandma Nina truly was. Adhering to the principle of avoiding further disaster, he could only grimace in silence. Xueling chuckled softly beside him. You look utterly adorable when you're flustered. Yuinshu, resigned, replied. Adorable is hardly a term to describe a man. Just then, in the back of the classroom, a young lady stood up. Director Nina, I wish to participate as well. She was a tall and striking beauty, seemingly older than Xueling and Longqinus. With a slightly proud expression on her face, her long legs, visible beneath her school uniform, drew attention. Longqinus leaned closer to Yuinshu and whispered, her name is Kong K, and she plays the pipa. She appears to be at an advanced red level, slightly stronger than both Xueling and me. Didn't he, Grandma Nina, just say our department is the first in Milan's Academy of Magic and Martial Arts? Surely that can't be true. Don't the other departments call us chicken ribs? Longqinus chuckled softly. That is indeed true, but it pertains to status rather than strength. At our department's peak, we once had 9 princesses from various nations, making our status the highest among all departments. This title of first department is well-deserved. Then what about you? What is your status? Longqinus waved her hand dismissively. That is not something to inquire about. The identities of every student in the Department of Divine Music are confidential. After all, the relations among the nations on this continent are not particularly harmonious. Here, we are all merely students. Director Nina clapped her hands and said, during the days leading up to the formal classes, others may arrange their activities freely. You 4 will come with me. Nina led them to the first floor of the spiritual magic classroom. This was an even larger room, equipped with 100 seats. And its walls were crafted from special materials conducive to the acoustics of music. To excel in your craft, one must first sharpen their tools. I have brought you here to select some equipment. This is the first time our Department of Divine Music is participating in the freshman competition. We cannot afford to fail miserably. As she spoke, Nina appeared somewhat melancholic, sighing, perhaps our Department of Divine Music ought not to be classified under the realm of magic. Nearly every student here has come due to their love for music. Despite our outward appearance as the foremost department of Milan's Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, we have long been scorned by students and teachers of other departments. Although the incident provoked by Yu Yinzhu is coincidental, I wish to use this opportunity to demonstrate that our department is not without merit. You carry the honor of the Department of Divine Music upon your shoulders. Lanqi hesitated, but, Director Nina, can we truly win? Our magical music. Nina interrupted her gently. For a long time, almost everyone has believed that divine musicians are devoid of strength. In truth, they are mistaken. A true divine musician possesses immense power, even ranking among the most formidable of spiritual mages. However, due to the difficulty of cultivation, few are aware of this secret. On this continent, there once was a divine musician who single-handedly defeated 6 mages from other departments simultaneously. In simpler terms, aside from spiritual mages, we divine musicians are nearly the nemesis of all other types of mages. Can anyone tell me what the essence of a divine musician is? Longqinus answered. To infuse one's spiritual power into music, evoking resonance. Well said. Nina affirmed that a divine musician can be considered the only type of mage whose magic is entirely area-based. Moreover, music is omnipresent and cannot be shielded against. Unless one steps outside the range of the sound emitted. Through our music, we can release spiritual power over a vast area. Provided one possesses sufficient spiritual power, we can utilize music to manipulate the emotions of our opponents. At that point, the outcome of the battle will be unequivocal. Under equal conditions, only the spiritual power of spiritual mages can rival ours. Other mages stand no chance. Yinzhu. Can you tell me where the drawbacks of a divine musician lie? In the duration required to perform a piece, Yinzhu replied. Generally speaking, the music of a divine musician must reach 1/3 of its progression before the effects of the infused spiritual power can manifest. Compared to the spells chanted by other mages and instant-cast spells, we are far too slow. This was a sentiment Yinzhu recalled well from Qinshang's earlier words. This time, it was Nina who was taken aback. 1/3? Your statement is inaccurate. It should be 1/2 before it can take effect, unless one's strength exceeds the yellow level. Little did she know that as a practitioner of the heart of the child's piano, Yinzhu's performance indeed required only 1/3 to achieve effectiveness. In the freshman competition, the selected contestants from each department generally ranged from advanced red level to beginner yellow level, and the leading seniors would not exceed advanced yellow level. Therefore, if the timing of the piece could be resolved and with Haiyang's guidance, you stand a complete chance. Even mages with a level or 2 above Haiyang would struggle to surpass her in spiritual power. Thus, during the competition, you will need to engage your opponents in a team battle format. Your task, as a quartet, is to hold your opponents at bay until Haiyang's music can take effect, preventing them from interfering with her. The glimmer of determination shone in Nina's eyes. It was clear that she had already devised this strategy. No, I refuse to be a mere pawn. As a proud divine musician, I will not serve as fodder. Longqinus puffed out her chest, undeniably the most striking figure among the new students. Nina furrowed her brow. Do you truly believe you can surpass Haiyang, Longqinus? If you cannot prioritize the team's victory, then you need not participate in this freshman competition. An invisible authority emanated from her, causing the proud Longqinus to falter. Nina approached the wall adorned with a magical hexagram behind the podium and placed her right hand upon its center. A series of deep, rhythmic incantations filled the air. Though Yinzhu and the others could not discern the words Nina was chanting, a brilliant azure light radiated from her hand, swiftly enveloping the hexagram in a sea of blue. This was a clear indication of at least a mid-level magic instructor's prowess. To elevate a divine musician to such a degree is a rarity across the entire continent. A melodious tune resonated throughout the classroom. The hexagram before Nina silently split apart, revealing a wide passageway. The passage sloped downwards, and Yinzhu and his companions followed Nina in astonishment into this unknown realm. Every 10 meters along the top of the passage, a milky white magical orb was embedded, casting a soft glow. The air here is refreshingly crisp, and the corridor does not evoke any sense of oppression. After walking 100 meters, they encountered a grand door adorned with ancient intricate carvings that obstructed their path. Nina halted, her voice calm, yet commanding. Upon your return, forget everything you have witnessed today. That a melody reminiscent of what had just transpired filled the air, and a hexagonal gem materialized in her palm unbeknownst to them. Casting a violet glow that illuminated the door upon its insertion, that a suffocating wave of magical energy erupted suddenly, momentarily stiffening the bodies of Yi Zhu and his companions. The door creaked open inward, revealing a chamber of approximately 50 square meters. Aside from the entrance, the other three walls were lined with numerous compartments, seemingly integrated with the walls themselves, crafted from an unknown material. The left wall was adorned with an array of musical instruments, their archaic designs hinting at their great age. The right wall displayed magical robes, wands, and even pieces of enchanted armor and weaponry. The wall opposite the door boasted the most compartments filled with gemstones. Magical stones. The overwhelming magical energy emanated from the hundreds of gems within, rendering the space akin to a miniature treasure vault. As soon as Lan Shi, Xueling, and Kong Ke stepped inside, they were entranced by the gems before them, their eyes glimmering with wonder. Even the proud Kong Ke could not conceal her enchantment. Yi Zhu's gaze was drawn to the left, where he beheld a chain, the sole instrument of its kind amidst the treasures of the Sound Division. Its chestnut-colored lacquer and flowing, broken patterns radiated an aura of solitary majesty. Positioned centrally among the instruments, it stood apart, as if surrounded by subjects paying homage to a sovereign. Unconsciously, Yi Zhu forgot the presence of others and approached the ancient instrument step by step. As if something were pulling at his very heart, as he drew nearer, he finally discerned the faint azure glow of its strings and the 13 inlays of pearls forming the chain's emblem. Resembling 13 diminutive full moons harmoniously resting upon its surface, Nina, too, was momentarily spellbound. Having led the 4 new students into the treasures of the Sound Division, she turned just in time to see Yi Zhu's rapt gaze and his uncontrollable advance toward the chain. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had frozen. A sharp pain surged from the depths of her being, radiating through every inch of her skin. The previously authoritative Nina trembled at that moment. It was strikingly reminiscent of the time he had first arrived here. Equally unmoved by the gems, his discerning eyes fixated solely on the chain. Nina stepped in front of Yi Zhu, blocking his line of sight. With the chain now obscured from view, Yi Zhu snapped back to reality. Noticing Nina's dazed expression, that a violet long flute fell into her hands, emanating a faint chill. As Nina murmured, the lingering fragrance of the reed, clouds drifting without a trace, the sound of birds echoing from delicate fingertips, gazing into the horizon. It is the sea moon's gentle glow dyed by longing. The memories in my heart that cannot be erased, perhaps even a sorrow that lingers like unquenchable wine. The bright moon's azure hue piles high, filling my brow and heart with unintentional thoughts. This night, the flute remains. The purple jade flute, a solitary silhouette beside the jade strings and pearls. Where are you now, when transformed into the lonely starlight, as the waves return and the melody ends? I stand by the moonlit QIN.do. You know, I have waited far too long. A mournful sound from the flute, tinged with frustration and endless yearning, reverberated through the air, lingering long after it had ceased. A cerulean glow enveloped Nina, instantly illuminating the entire treasure chamber. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Almost simultaneously, the 3 girls, who had been captivated by the radiance of the gems, collapsed to the ground. Their eyes filled with anguish, tears flowing uncontrollably as they seemed to have their hearts shattered by the desolate sound of the flute. Yi Zhu too was not faring any better. His mental fortitude paled in comparison to Nina's, and being closest to her, an indescribable sorrow filled his heart, draining the color from his face. Fortunately, his pure heart for the chain prevented him from succumbing to the flute's enchantment. With a sudden bite of his tongue to clear his muddled thoughts, a pale yellow light enveloped him. In a swift motion, Yi Zhu maneuvered around Nina, his fingers dancing over 7 azure glowing strings of the chain, producing a series of bright notes that resonated with a swirling aftertaste, interrupting the next sound of the flute before it could emerge. Nina felt a lightness in her mind, realizing what she had just done. In a moment of emotional instability, she had unleashed an explosive sound wave. If this had inflicted irreparable mental trauma on the students, it would have been a disaster. The explosive sound, a sudden burst of sonic energy, was highly penetrating, akin to a spell cast by a sorcerer of another discipline. Only those in the Sound Division who had reached the green level could wield such power. Yi Zhu was still a tear away from employing explosive sound. Hastily retracting the purple jade flute, she rushed to the 3 girls, channeling her mental energy to assess their condition. Upon completing her examination, Nina's tense expression eased considerably. Thankfully, the three girls possessed a solid foundation of mental energy. And with Yinju's timely interruption of her explosive sound, they had only experienced a minor mental shock and would soon recover with a bit of rest. Thinking of Yinju, Nina's gaze sharpened. Why Yinju? Tell me, what is your relationship with Qinshang? At that moment, Yinju's mental strength had only just begun to recover from the shock, and he momentarily failed to respond. You needn't hide it. With my green-level mental energy, if you were not practicing the same Qin magic as Qinshang, you could not possibly withstand it with red-level power. And no wonder you were unaffected by the ocean's young melody that day and were able to perform alongside her. It turns out you are just as formidable as that rascal, with your red magical energy not representing the third tier but the ninth. Grandpa Qin is not a rascal, Yinju retorted. Mildly indignant. At that moment, he had unknowingly wrapped his arms tightly around the ancient Qin. The profound connection between a Qin magician and the instrument made it impossible for him to let go. Grandpa Qin, you are his grandson. Nina's face turned ashen, her body swaying as if she might fall at any moment. Yinju shook his head. No, I am Grandpa Qin's disciple. Nina paused, her complexion improving slightly. Did he send you to find me? Yinju recalled the words Qinshang had spoken when he departed from the Blue Sky Sea. Yes, Grandpa Qin asked me to deliver a letter to the head of the sound division. That should be you, right? Where is the letter? Nina approached Yinju in hurried strides, her breath noticeably uneven. I lost it. What? What on earth happened? Yinju then recounted the tale of his generosity toward a beggar, only to have his spatial ring stolen. Rascal, if I find out who that thief is, I will have him killed. Nina, in a fit of rage, was beginning to lose her composure. The thought of her earlier explosive sound made Yinju increasingly aware of why the female students feared her. After a considerable time, Nina gradually calmed down, glaring fiercely at Yinju. After all these years, he does not come to find me, but sends you instead. What does he mean by that? I thought he had long forgotten me. What did he send you for? Is it regarding this sea moon's gentle glow? Qin? Yinju shook his head in confusion. That I do not know. Grandpa Qin merely told me to deliver a letter and did not specify any purpose. Perhaps he wants me to become a student here. Ridiculous. Can't he teach himself? With his level of skill. Does he really need to send you here to learn? I do not know why Grandpa Qin wants me here either. Nina, are you all right? Yinju hesitated. Oh, I apologize, Director Nina. I misnamed you again. Surprisingly, this time Nina did not erupt in anger at being called Grandma. Instead, she responded calmly. From now on, you may call me Grandma Nina. Is he well? Quite well, though sometimes I catch him lost in thought. But most of the time, he is with me, teaching me to play the Qin. Is he married? Nina's inquiry was tinged with a hint of shyness. Yinju shook his head. That I do not know. But for these past 10 years, Grandpa Qin has been alone. Nina breathed a sigh of relief, but then her expression turned bitter. That rascal, not married and still does not come to find me. Am I really that frightening? Rascal, truly a great rascal. Tell me, where is he? Grandma Nina, I cannot say, Yinju replied. When I departed, Grandpa Qin specifically instructed me not to reveal his whereabouts. Nina's fury dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile that rendered her eyes nearly invisible. Yinju, my dear, tell Grandma Nina, where is your master? Just reveal this to me, and I shall gift you this exquisite highway Qinghui Qin. How does that sound? It is one of the finest instruments of our time, no less than those you have lost. Your master once implored me for it, yet I did not part with it. Yinju, reluctant yet resolute, cast a wistful glance at the Qin cradled in his arms, inhaled deeply, and decisively presented the ancient instrument before Nina. Then I shall forego it. I cannot betray Grandpa Qin's words. You insufferable fool, raising such a dimwit, Nina exclaimed, snatching the highway Qinghui Qin back with indignation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and her ire vanished. Qinshang, you claim you would not seek me out? Very well. Your disciple is here. Should you fail to appear, I shall hold him captive and see if you dare come. With her thoughts clarified, Nina assessed Yinju from head to toe and inquired. To what extent have you cultivated your Qin magic? Speak freely, for I am an old friend of your Grandpa Qin, and I am nearly acquainted with all his affairs. Your cultivation levels diverge from those of ordinary divine musicians. Being divided into 3 segments, each comprising 9 tiers, correct? Yinju nodded. Grandpa Qin indicated that I am on the verge of entering the initial stage of Jian Dan Qin Xin. Yet breaking through the bottleneck requires both opportunity and time. On the cusp of achieving the Jian Dan Qin Xian initial stage, Nina's heart jumped. Does this imply that you currently possess the prowess of a high-level Huang-tier divine musician? That seems to be the case. He replied, Haha, this is splendid news. Heaven has bestowed upon me such a fortuitous opportunity that I cannot let slip away. Humph, let the old codgers from other disciplines witness what it truly means to be a divine musician. The freshman competition will tremble beneath the weight of our divine music department. With these words, she placed the Haiwei Qing Wei Qin into Yi Yinzhu's hands. How much of Grandpa Qin's skill have you mastered? Nina inquired. I am unsure. Grandpa Qin mentioned that I am still far from his level. Nina, my dear, your emotional fluctuations are excessive. This is not advisable for a divine musician. Nina snorted. My affairs are of no concern to you. How ludicrous. That little wind mage dared to provoke you yesterday, yet she has no inkling that you are the true genius. To reach high-level Huang-tier status at just 16 or 17, excelling in the arena as well. Yi Yinzhu, heed my words. No matter what, you must lead the divine music department to a commendable performance in this freshman competition. Should you reach the finals, I, in my capacity as the head of the divine music department, will endeavor to secure a scholarship for you, waiving all your future tuition fees. And you may keep this Haiwei Qing Wei Qin for your US.Is that truly so? How wonderful! Yi Yinzhu exclaimed joyfully. For he was in dire need of both funds and a qin, and now he had both. Nina shot him a glare. Do not assume this will be easy. Never forget, divine musicians possess little offensive capability. We shall adhere to my earlier strategy. However, the primary focus will shift to the ocean. Yi Yinzhu shook his head. No, that is not appropriate. I cannot allow a girl to serve as my shield. Grandma Nina, I believe I can manage on my own. Good, you have ambition, befitting a disciple of Qin Shang. However, you must heed my guidance here. With you as a variable, I must reconsider my tactics for the competition. We shall discuss it later, and do not divulge to anyone that your Qin magic differs from that of ordinary divine musicians. The more they underestimate you, the more advantageous it shall be for you. Understood, Yinzhu replied. Nina sighed. Should you encounter any troubles at the academy, do not hesitate to seek me out. Since your master entrusted you to me, I shall take good care of you. She led Yi Yinzhu to the right side of the treasure vault. Retrieving a set of white magical robes from the top shelf and thrusting them into his arms, then she guided him to a shelf adorned with gemstones, from which she procured a bracelet and a necklace for him. Now go. I still need to assist these young ladies in selecting their gear. Do not lose these 3 items, particularly the magical robes. They are called the Moon God Guardian robes, crafted by the elven race. Imbued with elemental shielding abilities and self-cleaning water magic, impervious to any filth, the elemental shield will activate based on the wielder's mental strength. Usable 3 times daily. It provides commendable resistance against both physical and magical attacks. Grandma Nina, this is too precious, Yi Yinzhu exclaimed, recognizing the exceptional elemental aura emanating from the items. These are not gifts for you. They are merely tools to ensure your contribution to the divine music department in the freshman competition. She continued, the necklace, known as the Heart Guardian, serves to protect your mental strength, offering benefits during your training. In the event of a mental magic attack, it will safeguard your spiritual essence, preventing you from losing yourself. The Life Guardian bracelet can summon absolute defense once per day. Though it is absolute, be wary if your opponent exceeds the purple tier. It may still prove perilous. Reflect on these matters. Yi Yinzhu departed as instructed by Nina. And as he walked away, tears welled in her eyes once more. You insufferable brat. The 3 pieces of the goddess guardian set that you once spurned now belong to your disciple. Do you realize they were intended as tokens of our bond? As night fell, the bamboo dwelling by the Bekong Sea cast a solitary figure of Qin Shang, a qin resting upon the table before him. Yinzhu should have arrived in Milan by now. Have you seen him? Nina, oh Nina, do you know how desperately I long to see you? Yet I cannot, for I carry too much on my shoulders. The gentle flow of water serenely enters the night, whispering sweet melodies to the ears. The delicate understanding beneath the surface speaks without a note, as the ethereal sounds weave into verses meant for you. Should you listen closely, a heartfelt wish, a fate that will not allow the qin and flute to miss their moment in this life, leaves behind a beautiful musical bond, arriving gracefully, with your beloved qin in hand. Tonight is all the more enchanting. Under the luminous glow of 1,000 miles, we cherish the moon together, strumming a melody across the distance, tenderly, For my heart is resolute. As the Qin resonates, tears fall like droplets. The moment Qin Shang's hands pressed upon the strings, he was already immersed in distant memories. Though Yin Zhu did not wear the Moon God Guardian robes, he had securely donned the Heart Guardian and Life Guardian. The Heart Guardian, a silver necklace forged from an unknown metal, bore a heart-shaped silver gem embedded in its pendant. When Yin Zhu adorned it, the gem inexplicably adhered to his chest, merging a peculiar elemental aura with his mental strength. Sharpening his awareness. Under the influence of this intangible elemental energy, his mental fortitude condensed into a more solid form. The Life Guardian, an inch wide, fit snugly against his wrist, adorned with 8 pale green gems set into azure metal, transmitting warmth through its gentle energy, connecting with his pulse. All 3 magical items were related to defense, and even if Yin Zhu was unfamiliar with them, he could sense their value. Although Nina had exhibited a fierce demeanor upon discovering his connection to Grandpa Qin, he still felt the warmth of familial affection emanating from her. "Hey, you've been sitting there like a fool all this time, neither sleeping nor meditating. What are you pondering?" Sula, reclining on his bed, inquired curiously. Yin Zhu jolted from his reverie. "Nothing. The freshman competition is merely 2 days away." Sula chuckled, his large, bright eyes sparkling even in the dim light of night. "So you're actually going to participate? Don't hold out much hope. Your divine music department stands little chance. You should rest early and think about your future instead." The next 2 days passed swiftly. Each day, upon arriving at the divine music department, Yin Zhu found Nina gathering their group of 5 to strategize for the competition. She seemed to have forgotten the previous day's events, paying him little undue attention, though her gaze occasionally softened when directed at him. A golden sun illuminated the land, and the Milan Magic Martial Academy thrived with vitality, its diverse flora releasing the freshest air under the sun's embrace. Despite the summer season, the Academy's proximity to the northern continent kept the weather refreshingly cool. Aside from the central campus, more than 2/3 of the Academy consisted of training grounds for various disciplines, as both magic and martial arts required ample space for practice. Today, the training grounds were particularly lively due to the ongoing freshman competition. A throng of students gathered around the grand training arena, with the most fervent excitement centered on the match between the Divine Music Department and the Water Department in Arena 6. The Divine Music Department's venue was the same hall where new students had undergone testing, which was evidently unsuitable for competitive matches. Thus, after the order of the competition was determined by drawing lots, they could only proceed to the Water Systems Trial Arena for the contest. Any form of magic requires a certain range for its execution, and the 6th Trial Arena, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was already considered rather modest. Logically, as this was the Water Systems Trial Arena, it should have been predominantly occupied by students of that discipline. However, at this moment, the entire perimeter of the 6th Trial Arena was encircled by at least 6,000 students from other factions, a number that far exceeded that of the water system participants. The reason was simple. Since the establishment of Milan Magic Martial Academy, it was the first time that freshmen from the sound system would be competing. It is well known that the majority of those who choose to cultivate as sound mages hail from the highest echelons of nobility, individuals who need not worry about their future livelihoods. Who could guarantee that among this year's freshmen there were not princesses from the various nations of the Longqinus continent? The chants of sound system, sound system, sound system rose like a tidal wave, with even some water system students joining in the cheers for the sound system. In truth, no one held high hopes for the sound system to secure victory. Yet, the chance to admire the numerous beauties of the sound system was a desire shared by all male students. Should they manage to leave a good impression on the enchanting ladies, it would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune. The observation platform of the 6th Trial Arena featured 20 seats, which were typically occupied by the teachers of the water system to observe their students' training. Now, however, it had transformed into a vantage point for both the water and sound system instructors. Director Nina sat in the central seat, flanked by the Water System's department head, the mid-level blue mage Vager. The other teachers were seated on either side. "Director Nina, I had thought the rumors of your sound system's participation were mere gossip. I never imagined they were true," Vager remarked, his wiry frame and peculiar half-smile casting an odd air. Nina did not spare him a glance, her gaze fixated solely on the students in the trial arena. And she replied coolly, "Since our sound system is the foremost department of Milan Magic Martial Academy, why should we not participate? Perhaps you should contemplate how to prevent your water system from finishing last once again in this freshman competition. Vager was left quite embarrassed. The water system's magic had always been at a disadvantage. Its healing spells were inferior to those of the light system, and defensive spells required at least a green tier to truly unleash their power. Thus, in previous freshman competitions, they often found themselves at the bottom. Moreover, most of those who chose the water system came from modest backgrounds, with the majority being work-study students in the magic department, indicating a lack of financial means to procure high-level magical artifacts. Given that this was a competitive assessment for all freshmen, it was only natural for the sound system to participate. Just then, a venerable voice resonated behind them, prompting Nina and Vager to turn in surprise, discovering an elderly man clad in a pale golden mage robe had approached them unnoticed. Even the usually proud Nina stood promptly. Respectfully greetings, Dean Ferguson. Vager, taken aback, exclaimed, Dean Ferguson, what brings you here? Ferguson smiled gently. With the sound system competing, I naturally wish to support Director Nina. I anticipate that this year's freshmen from the sound system must have some outstanding talents among them. He understood Nina better than Vager did. Nina's pride was renowned throughout the Milan Empire. Had she not been confident, she would not have allowed the sound system to stand on today's trial arena. Vager relinquished his seat to Ferguson, who waved to the surrounding instructors from both factions. Please, everyone, take your seats. The competition is about to commence. In the expansive trial arena, now over 1,000 square meters. 10 students had gathered at the center. Yang, with his dark hair partially obscuring his face, stood at the back, remaining inconspicuous. Lanqi, Shuling, and Conke, as beautiful women, naturally attracted the attention of many spectators. Yet, the true focal point for all was Yinju. Positioned at the very center of the sound system's competitors, clad in a pristine moon god robe, untarnished by dust, the robe's collar and cuffs were adorned with golden trim that on the left side of his chest. A crescent-shaped, milky white gemstone radiated a gentle glow, imbuing the otherwise simple robe with an air of noble elegance. His long black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, a serene expression gracing his handsome features. Wearing the moon god robe, Yinju seemed transformed. Every gesture exuded an aristocratic aura. His elegance was untainted, particularly highlighted by his deep, clear black eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others. Standing upright, his relaxed demeanor rendered the 4 women beside him mere embellishments to his presence. Positioned at the center signified his role as the main representative of his system. No one anticipated that the lead of the sound system would be Yinju, a first-year student who had accepted a challenge from the genius girl of the wind system, Roland, rather than the second-year Yang. The water system's competitors consisted of 2 males and 3 females. The appearances of the 3 female students being quite ordinary when compared to those of the sound system. Their gazes were wholly captivated by the figure of Yinju, with some even visibly blushing. Greetings, I am Karachi, a second-year student of the water system and the main representative for the freshman competition. I look forward to your guidance, he stated, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone as he observed the sound system participant before him. It was one thing for the sound system to produce beauties, but to have a male student emerge after so many years, and to be so strikingly handsome, overshadowed his own presence. Humph, you'll soon learn of my prowess, he thought to himself. Karachi stood half a head shorter than Yinju. Though his appearance was decent, he bore the telltale pallor common among mages, and when contrasted with Yinju's radiant presence, he appeared decidedly inferior. Yinju nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, I am Yinju, the main representative of the sound system, a first-year student. I look forward to your guidance. Suppressing his envy, Karachi smiled. Might I inquire which competition format your faction has chosen? According to the rules of the freshman competition, out of respect for the female participants, the faction with more female competitors had the right to choose the format if the numbers were equal. A draw would determine it. It was evident that among the magical systems, the sound system was unique in fielding 4 female competitors, which was one of their advantages. Team battle, Yinju replied decisively. Karachi responded with a nod, and both sides stepped back. A teacher from the Academy's administration served as the referee for the match. Having established the competition format, he announced loudly, the match begins. Simultaneously, 6 points around the 6th trial arena illuminated, and a colossal magical hexagram materialized in the air. A soft, milky white light formed a vast transparent barrier, enveloping the entire trial arena. Only a prestigious institution like Milan Magic Martial Academy could afford to create such a protective barrier using advanced magical stones. This elemental defense shield, infused with various elements, could withstand the onslaught of magic below blue tier. As long as the officiating mage possessed sufficient energy, it could persist indefinitely. Wooden tables and chairs were set up, with Haiyang seating herself in the back, placing her guzheng flat upon the table. Meanwhile, Yi Yinzhu and the other four stood 5 meters in front of Haiyang, forming a protective arc around her. Yi Yinzhu, we are about to begin, Karachi called out from across the arena. He showed no urgency to launch an attack. They were somewhat familiar with sound mages, as long as the musical piece had not progressed halfway. Its power would remain unmanifested. Given the duration, even a water system's forbidden spell could be completed by now. In response to Karachi's call was a resonant, powerful sound, akin to a dragon's roar emanating from the guzheng. Haiyang's performance had commenced. Orange light radiated alongside the melodious notes that sounded like splashing jade, the name of the piece being Dream, a gentle yet melancholic tune that seemed to express Haiyang's innermost feelings. Karachi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent, high-level orange-tiered, and no wonder they call him the sound system's greatest talent. What a pity. Yi Yinzhu was unaware of what Karachi deemed a pity, as at that moment the opponent's attack had already begun. The 4 competitors selected from the water system's first-year cohort were indeed among the best, each releasing varying shades of orange light, all exhibiting the prowess of intermediate mages. The deep chanting of their spells commenced, while Karachi, without incantation, emitted a faint yellow glow, indicating he was at the initial stage of yellow tier. The swift red water arrow sped towards Yi Yinzhu's chest. As the main representative, Karachi initiated with a probing attack. Director Nina's directive for the first match was succinct: win by surprise. The sound system had never participated in the freshman competition before, leaving no one familiar with the sound mages, which became their greatest advantage. Yi Yinzhu stepped to the left with his left foot. Although the water arrow was swift, his seemingly nonchalant movement allowed him to evade it perfectly. The red water arrow struck the protective barrier of the trial arena, creating a slight ripple. Karachi was momentarily stunned. In duels between mages, evasion was seldom seen. He had not anticipated that Yi Yinzhu would respond to his attack in such a manner. Just then, he sensed something amiss. According to the original plan, the first wave of spells from the 4 companions should have been unleashed by now, yet their incantations remain incomplete. What could be the reason for this? It dawned on Carrick. Jingyin. This sudden realization cast a grave expression upon his face. He recognized that the sound masters were not entirely without merit. At the very least, the ocean's zither melodies had begun to take effect. She must be stopped. After all, it was a rare opportunity for a sound master to potentially replace the water element as the underdog, and he was unwilling to forfeit that chance. Rapid-fire water arrows shot forth towards Yi Yinzhu and his companions. Some even aimed at the gaps between the 4, targeting the ocean. Carrick thought that as long as he interrupted the zither melodies, victory would be assured. The peacock scoffed disdainfully. So this is the level of their magic? With a flick of her right hand, a ring on her middle finger emitted a brilliant elemental glow. An orange light shield expanded instantly. Standing firm before the 4, the crimson-level water arrows were completely thwarted by the orange-level defense, producing a cacophony of impact sounds. At that moment, the other 4 students from the water element finally completed their spell, Water Roar, a spell of colossal waves, if executed by a single orange-level mage. Its power would naturally be limited. However, when 4 mages unleashed it simultaneously, the effect was markedly different. The quadruple overlapping orange waves surged forth with a tremendous roar towards the sound masters. Carrick raised his magic staff, its tip adorned with a resplendent blue gem that radiated a soft halo. His incantation had begun. Someone in the audience shouted, "The protection of the water spirits." 1 layer of orange-level defense was clearly insufficient to withstand the 4 water roars, and both Lanqi and Shuling extended their right hands, releasing identical orange light shields, forming a stacked 3-layer defense. When the water roar collided with the triple defense, a whirlwind of orange magical elements erupted within the testing arena. The defense shields began to falter. In the stands, Vager scoffed. Can magical artifacts completely resist magic? Even the most potent magical items can only unleash power equivalent to 1 level higher than the user. Carrick's water spirit protection staff could reduce the chanting time for water spells by 30%. How could the Sound Masters defend against that? Nina chuckled coldly. Just watch. The impoverished water element, forever ignorant of what true magical artifacts are. She was well aware that the water spirit protection was Vaegir's own staff, which he had entrusted to Carrick. Vaegir had already resorted to his trump card, yet Nina felt no trepidation. No system could rival the Sound Masters, who frequently boasted princess-level students. The prestige of the first academic system was not merely a facade. As the quadruple water roar diminished in power, the 3 orange magical defense shields also vanished. Magical artifacts require a certain level of mental energy to sustain them. Now, both crimson-level Shuling and Longqinus appeared somewhat pallid, seizing the opportunity presented by the water roars and the water spirit protection. Carrick's magic was completed. A water dragon, approximately 3 meters long, roared forth, shimmering with a yellow hue, charging towards Yuanzhu and his companions. Having completed this spell, Carrick's complexion grew even more ashen. The influence of Zhinin intensified. Reluctantly, he had to unleash his most powerful spell, Water Dragon Chant. A gasp erupted from the audience. They could all discern that even if the Sound Masters were to cast their earlier magical shields, they would be incapable of withstanding an attack from a yellow-level spell. The outcome of the match seemed predetermined. At this juncture, Yuanzhu smiled serenely, and together with Shuling and the other 2 women, retreated to the ocean's side. A pearlescent glow radiated from the moon goddess guardian, enveloping the 5 within a 10-meter radius. With a resounding crash, the power of the Water Dragon Chant was indeed formidable. However, following the instantaneous collision, the crowd's gasps shifted in tone. The 3-meter-long yellow water dragon shattered, while the pearlescent barrier only exhibited minor cracks. Impossible. Vaegir's eyes widened as he stood up from the stands. The magical radiance emanating from Yuanzhu was unmistakably crimson. Ferguson exchanged a meaningful glance with Nina, the moon goddess guardian. Even I find myself envious of the Sound Masters. As the dream approached its conclusion, all suspense dissipated. Neither Carrick nor his companions could conjure another spell. His 4 junior students fell directly into slumber under the dream's influence. Carrick himself felt drowsy, unable to utter another incantation. The dream, however, did not affect Yuanzhu and the others. Selective targeting was a special skill possessed by all Sound Masters. The entire cadre of water element students had lost their capacity to resist, leading to a resounding victory for the Sound Masters. The referee rendered an accurate judgment. Even if mages lacked melee capabilities, it was entirely feasible to throw the sleeping competitors off the stage. Hooray! We won! We truly won! Shuling exclaimed, leaping joyfully, wrapping her arms around Yuanzhu's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek, causing him to flush crimson and feel awkward as he didn't know how to respond. Longqinus was considerably more reserved, a gentle smile gracing her face. The peacock proclaimed proudly, "The Sound Masters are the strongest." The ocean's reaction was the most subdued. The dream had ended, and clutching her guzheng, she made her way out of the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd before the competition commenced, apart from Yuanzhu and his companions. No one believed the Sound Masters would emerge victorious. Mage competitions typically involved both sides bombarding each other with magic until one party exhausted their magical energy, a pure test of strength. Yet today's match concluded far too swiftly. The water element students barely managed to cast a single offensive spell before succumbing to the Sound Masters. At this moment, many students began to question the derisive reputation of the Sound Masters. Vaegir stood there, momentarily dazed. Impossible. This cannot be. Even the moon goddess guardian, when invoked by a crimson-level student, should be incapable of withstanding the water dragon chant. He had initially thought that with the participation of the Sound Masters, the water element would not need to be the underdog, but his spirits had plummeted to the depths. Nina rose, lifting her head with pride. Vaegir, remember my words. This is merely the beginning. Vaegir huffed in anger, saying nothing further, and turned away with the water element instructors. Having suffered defeat at the hands of the Sound Masters, he could not bear to remain there. Ferguson smiled slightly. The water element spells are quite commendable, though regrettably lacking in power at lower levels. Nina, your Sound Master named Yuanzhu is quite intriguing. Vaegir's statement had one point with which he concurred. Even the moon goddess guardian, when invoked by a crimson-level mage, should not be able to withstand a yellow-level spell. News of the Sound Masters triumphing over the water element in the freshman tournament swiftly spread throughout the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The rapid and straightforward conclusion of the battle astonished everyone. Various discussions concerning the sound masters began to circulate throughout the academy. Yi Yinju and the four participating young women became the subjects of much discourse. Particularly, the elemental shield Yi Yinju manifested at the last moment and the ocean zither became focal points of discussion. Unbeknownst to Yi Yinju, as conversations about him swirled, he hastily departed from the sixth testing arena, racing in a specific direction. For just at the final moment of the match, he had heard a voice that filled him with overwhelming excitement. A flash of yellow light passed by, leaving only a faint shadow in its wake, prompting some mages meandering through the academy to ponder which upperclassman from the martial arts department had dashed into the magical zone, in his haste to reach his destination. Yi Yinju no longer concealed his bamboo fighting spirit. After all, the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy was immense. With the support of his bamboo fighting spirit, he pushed his speed to the limit, covering the distance of the academy in merely 10 minutes. Upon exiting the academy, Yi Yinju sprinted northward for 10 miles before halting before a grove, his excitement palpable as he called out, "Z, where are you?" "I'm here." Indeed, just as the match concluded, Z's voice had resonated in his ear. She had said but a single sentence, "I await you in the grove 10 miles north of the academy." For Yi Yinju, although he had settled in the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, it was not truly his home, and Z had been his partner for 10 years. Aside from family, she was undoubtedly the person he trusted most. A tall and robust figure emerged from the grove, his hair still somewhat disheveled, and his star-like purple eyes seemed a bit weary, yet his rugged features remained unchanged. Upon seeing Yinju, the indifference in his gaze softened slightly. Only when with Yinju did his expression exhibit such a transformation. Yinju, his deep, magnetic voice resonated warmly in Yinju's ears. Z. Yinju, filled with excitement, called out, and in the blink of an eye, a brilliant yellow light shot towards him like an arrow, coming to a halt before him as if it were a nail driven into place, creating a seamless transition between motion and stillness. Z smiled gently and said, "I have kept my promise and have come as you wished. I witnessed your earlier performance on stage. It appears you have adapted well to life here." Yi Yinju nodded and inquired, "Z, how have you been? I can't help but feel you seem a bit weary." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Z's eyes as she replied, "It's nothing, merely attending to a task that needed to be done. Furthermore, this is just the beginning." Yinju felt a sudden jolt in his heart. "Z, are you planning to leave?" His voice had shifted noticeably with the question as he rarely displayed a smile, yet a trace of it appeared as she said, "You are a student here. It would be inappropriate for you to have someone constantly by your side. Focus on your studies. This place is most suitable for your adaptation to the continent's ways that I have inquired, and the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, also known as the Milan Royal Academy, holds a prestigious reputation across the continent. While you may find little to learn regarding your music magic here, you will undoubtedly gain valuable life experiences, and you will be safe." A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Yinju's eyes as he swiftly grasped Z's left arm with his right hand. "As quick as lightning, Z. If you must go, then I shall accompany you. Both my grandfathers have urged me to gain experience on the continent, and being with you is equally a form of training. I do not wish to part ways with you." Though his hand had only 4 fingers, it was as firm as steel, surprising even Z with its strength. Z patted Yinju's shoulder and said, "I too do not wish to be apart from you. However, currently, we are not yet equipped to pursue all we desire on this continent. Remaining here will be beneficial for you. Thus, I have devised a compromise. I wonder if you would be willing to consider it." "What kind of compromise?" Yi Yinju asked curiously. Z explained, "Though I may not be by your side, this method will allow us to see each other whenever we wish." Yinju was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Is such a method even possible? Z nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Everything I have today is due to you. Do not inquire as to why. When your strength is sufficient, I will reveal everything to you. This method I speak of is called the equal life contract." "Equal life contract? What is that?" Z elaborated. "On the continent, it is not only warriors who can possess their own mounts. Mages can summon magical beasts to protect them as well. However, a mage can only summon a magical beast of their own level. Furthermore, a mage can only sign a contract with one magical beast in their lifetime. Consequently, lower-level mages rarely sign contracts until they have improved their magical prowess and found a suitable magical beast to serve as a lifelong companion. This is known as the master-servant contract." The reason magical beasts cannot be summoned beyond one's level is simple. The summoning process consumes mental energy. If one attempts to summon a beast of a higher level, it will have a detrimental effect on the mage. Only those mages who specialize in summoning magic can bypass this rule. Therefore, students at your Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, unless they encounter a growth-type magical beast, are unlikely to possess their own. What I propose, the equal life contract, breaks this master-servant contract rule. Similarly, an individual has only one opportunity in their lifetime to complete such a contract. The incantation for this contract is known only to me. Once established, it cannot be altered. In simple terms, if you and I enter into this contract, we will become contract partners, and no matter where we are, we will maintain a mental connection. You can summon me to your side, and I can summon you to mine. Thus, regardless of the distance between us, we can meet. Each summoning lasts for half an hour, consuming very little of our mental energy. Ye Inju exclaimed in delight. Is there truly such a wondrous contract? That is fantastic. Let us begin at once. Just as Z was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted, and she coldly gazed toward the edge of the forest. Wait a moment. A figure radiating yellow light appeared before the two in an instant. Even Yu Inju could not discern the figure's appearance due to its incredible speed. However, recognition did not require sight. The aura emanating from the figure was all too familiar to him. Dad? Inju cried out in excitement. Indeed, the figure that had suddenly materialized was none other than his father, Yichong. Yichong, clad in a gray warrior's attire, appeared to be in his late 30s, scarcely older than Yi Inju. Though he carried an air of maturity, the verdant long sword rested at his back, and his gaze toward Yi Inju brimmed with affection as he turned her attention to Yichong, who reciprocated the gaze. In that moment, it felt as if sparks ignited in the air between them. After 16 years, Yi Inju had grown. Yichong's bamboo fighting spirit had ascended from the initial yellow level to the 6th stage of the yellow level, equivalent to a high-tier Azure Sky warrior in the rainbow ranking. Just a step away from becoming a battle mastered. No wonder I felt someone tailing us since we left the Azure Sky Sea. It turns out to be you, Z remarked solemnly. Yichong smiled slightly. I have only this one son. Neither his mother nor I, nor his two grandfathers, could fully trust allowing him to roam the continent alone. Thus, I have been secretly protecting him, now that he has reached the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. My task is essentially complete. What? Dad, you have been following me all this time. Yi Inju looked at his father in astonishment. You know where the one who stole my ring is. Before Yichong could respond, Z's expression changed dramatically as her gaze fell upon Yi Inju's left hand, which bore only 4 fingers. It was then that she noticed his original spatial ring had been replaced with another. Inju, has your spatial ring been lost? What about your musical instrument? Yi Inju forced a smile. I lost the instrument, the introduction letter, and all the money as well. What? Z exclaimed, her voice rising sharply as an overwhelming aura emanated from her. Though no aura of fighting spirit shone forth, Yichong could see the ground beneath Z's feet cracking silently. The intensity of Z's fury even put some pressure on him, clenching his fists. A series of painful cracking sounds echoed. Let me know who it is. I will shatter every bone in their body. Yichong cast a deep glance at his son and firmly stated, the things you have lost must be recovered through your own strength. I can only tell you this. The person who stole your ring is also in Milan. Son, remember, to become a strong individual, you must learn to observe and perceive everything around you. That person is also in Milan. Yi Inju looked at his father and, after a moment's thought, resolved, Dad, I will rely on my own strength to retrieve the ring. Yichong turned to Z and said, Z, I would like to speak with Inju privately for a moment. Z did not respond to Yichong. Instead, she briefly gazed at Inju before turning and walking toward the woods. Inju, I have been watching everything you encountered on this journey. However, whether it was the mages you met in Luna City or the subsequent loss of the ring given to you by Grandpa Qin, I refrained from intervening. Do you know why? Yi Inju shook his head, bewildered. Yichong replied solemnly, because I hope you can grow from your own experiences rather than always relying on my protection. Perhaps I could help you recover the spatial ring you lost this time, but what if I am not by your side next time? You are now 16 years old, and according to the customs of Longqinus, you are already considered an adult. Henceforth, you must learn to be strong and face all challenges on your own. That is why I have not intervened. even though you are no longer acting according to Grandpa Qin's arrangements. I believe this is a good thing. You must carve your own path. Always remember the teachings of your two grandfathers. In the face of his father's somewhat stern gaze, Yi Yinzhu suddenly realized that the sense of uncertainty that had lingered since leaving the azure sea had vanished, and the concept of strength had taken root and begun to flourish within him. Father, I will. Transitioning from dad to father, though merely a word apart, Yi Chong felt the undeniable truth that his son was truly growing up. Yinzhu, I do not oppose you taking a life. However, I must inform you that not every enemy must be killed. Some individuals, though guilty, do not deserve death and should be dealt with through other means. Additionally, killing comes with a price. When you took a life at the Arcadia Mage Guild, the repercussions were not borne by you, but by the entire Arcadia Mage Guild, and indeed, the entire kingdom. Fortunately, that was a situation we wish to see unfold. Although Z harbors no ill will towards you, she can be somewhat rigid in certain aspects. Her words are not always correct. You must cultivate your own judgment. During the period of your separation, I had once tracked him down, but later, out of concern for your safety without the Qin, I turned back and stayed by your side. Z must undoubtedly possess a mysterious lineage, as he seems to have some special connection with the orcs of the extreme northern wasteland. Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Yinzhu could not help but furrow his brow and firmly declared, Father, Z would never harm me. We are brothers. What price has Arcadia paid for me? Yi Chong smiled slightly and replied, You do not need to know about Arcadia's matters. Your two grandfathers will handle it. I merely wish to remind you, not to make judgments for you. I heard the suggestion Z made earlier. Although I do not comprehend the true meaning of an equal life contract, I can be certain of one thing. Once you complete this contract with him, you will no longer be able to possess magical beasts. Such contracts possess a singularity, a mage. Having one's own magical beast is of utmost importance. Your grandfather Qin was unable to acquire powerful magical beasts later on because, in his early years of practicing Qin magic, he was too weak and had no choice but to sign a contract with a low-level magical beast. Does grandfather Qin also have a magical beast? How come I never knew? Yi Chong sighed and said, Your grandfather's magical beast perished in battle long ago while protecting him. In memory of it, and due to the impact of their previous contract, your grandfather has never owned another magical beast since. How to manage your relationship with Z is entirely up to you. I must take my leave now. This departure from the Biquang Sea serves two purposes. One is to escort you to Milan, and the other is to attend to some matters in the Ascoli Kingdom. You should remain at the academy. There is no need to return home at the end of the term. We will contact you. You have grown up, and our clan, the Zhu clan, and the Qin clan must take action. With that, Yi Chong embraced his son and, before Yi Yinzhu could utter another word, soared into the air, disappearing after a few leaps. Strength, I must be strong. Suppressing the sense of loss brought on by his father's departure, Yinzhu's clear gaze took on a hint of something else, reflecting on the experiences of this time. The lesson imparted by Yi Chong was of immense significance to why Yi Yinzhu had gradually distanced himself from the life he once led, where he needed to concern himself with nothing but cultivation in the Biquang Sea. He now understood that he could rely solely on himself henceforth. As he observed the tall figure returning to his side, Yi Yinzhu smiled faintly, nodded at him, and said, Let us begin. Z was taken aback. Begin? Begin what? Yi Yinzhu replied. Of course, the equal life contract. Z spoke in a solemn tone. Are you truly resolved? I believe your father must have informed you of the drawbacks of the contract and its implications for your future during your conversation. I hope you will consider it carefully and not regret it later. There is nothing more to consider. I have thought it through clearly. In fact, after my father explained the contract's impact on future summoning of magical beasts, I only asked myself one question. Which is more important, possessing a powerful magical beast or having the ability to summon you to my side at any moment? The answer is self-evident. From beginning to end, Yi Yinzhu had never contemplated rejecting the equal life contract due to concerns over magical beasts. His thoughts were straightforward yet often focused on the crux of the matter. Signing the contract would not only impose limitations on him, but on Z as well. That if Z harbored no worries, what was there for him to fear? Could one not become a formidable force without a magical beast? His father had just informed him that to grow strong, one must rely solely on oneself. As he gazed at Yi Yinzhu's warm smile, Z's brilliant eyes suddenly erupted with profound emotion. Good brother. Your trust will forever remain etched in my heart. We are brothers, Yi Yinzhu simply stated. Indeed. Since we are brothers, what more needs to be said? This was the silent understanding between the Qin Emperor and the Z Emperor. From this moment on, their bond of brotherhood would never waver, enduring through the ages. Z, let us commence. Inju could see that Z was equally exhilarated. As long as they completed this contract, he would be able to see Z anytime at the academy. All right, repeat after me. Z was never one to hesitate. In the presence of the eternal sun, moon, and stars, I, Z. In the presence of the eternal sun, moon, and stars, I, Yi Inju, Z bit his right index finger with some difficulty. And his blood was surprisingly a pale purple, which appeared exceedingly strange. Yi Inju mirrored the action, and their bleeding fingers intertwined in the air, the two different colors of blood merging instantaneously. A powerful surge of magical elemental energy erupted, enveloping both of them like a tempest in the air. It seemed as though a river of stars descended from above, isolating everything around them. In that fleeting moment, Yi Inju felt as if his mental energy had transported him to another realm, where all sensations of the surroundings had vanished. What he could perceive was solely an aura of majesty. Indeed, it was the ancient power of the sun, moon, and stars. The surroundings were illuminated, bathed in the radiance of celestial bodies. Yet, all Yi Inju could see was Z before him. Open the door of the contract. Bestow upon me the honor of your noble light. The indestructible seal shall be formed here. The earth has its boundaries. The ocean has its edges. The north wind flows through the labyrinth, and flames burn in the sacred garden. Listen to the wishes of the eternal believers, guided by our blood. I, Z, willingly share my life with Yi Inju from this moment forth. In equal aid, never to change. The colossal surge of purple light soared upward, and in an instant, two beams of light shot from Z's eyes, piercing deep into Yi Inju's heart. Inju distinctly felt as if something had been added to his brain. Everything about Z was inscribed more profoundly into his soul and memory. Unconsciously, Z's form seemed to grow immensely. Yet at that moment, he also appeared to become somewhat indistinct. Open the door of the contract. Bestow upon me the honor of your noble light. The indestructible seal shall be formed here. The earth has its boundaries. The ocean has its edges. The north wind flows through the labyrinth, and flames burn in the sacred garden. Listen to the wishes of the eternal believers, guided by our blood. I, Yi Inju, willingly share my life with Z from this moment forth, in equal aid, never to change. The light emanating from Yi Inju was a milky white. And as the gentle white light intertwined with the commanding purple light, they soared together in a dance of entanglement. The imposing aura dissipated, and both Yi Inju and Z felt an extraordinary transparency between them. Yi Inju seemed to perceive all of Z's essence, albeit in a hazy manner. He sensed the boundless sorrow and near madness that had once dwelled within Z's heart. All emotions were deeply imprinted. A gigantic magical hexagram, coalesced from purple and white, appeared above their heads, drawing their bodies together in a slow rotation. In that moment, their mental energies intertwined, and the bloodlines they touched began to undergo subtle transformations. Yi Inju felt his body brimming with boundless power, while Z also sensed his mind becoming increasingly lucid. In truth, even Z himself was unaware that the equal life contract was the highest form of all contracts. Once signed, not only could both parties summon each other, but at the instant the contract was completed, their abilities would be wholly shared, resulting in a certain degree of mutual enhancement. Yi Inju would benefit from an increase in life force and physical strength, while Z would experience an elevation in his mental energy and a clearer consciousness. This was an additive enhancement that did not compromise their inherent abilities, although Z's enhancement of mental energy was not immediately apparent. Yi Inju's bamboo fighting spirit quietly ascended to the second tier of Huangzhu, which is the mid-level of the green tier within the Rainbow classification. At the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Ferguson, as the headmaster, resided in a magnificent tower located in the most beautiful central area of the academy. While this tower could not compare to the 7 towers of Fa Lon, it nonetheless symbolized his status within the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, Ferguson lounged in a chair on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, while leisurely perusing an old friend's magical notebook. What is this power? How peculiar! Ferguson's originally languid gaze abruptly sharpened as he turned to the north. A faint white-purple stream of energy swirled in the air, persisting for a full half-minute before gradually dissipating. Sensing the distant aura, Ferguson mused to himself, What a powerful elemental fluctuation, yet it does not seem to belong to either offense or defense. Could it be that a formidable magical beast has emerged? No, that is not right. The aura is quite peaceful. Unlike that of a magical beast, it resembles the elemental fluctuations of summoning or contracting. That light emanated from a location several dozen miles away. What kind of contract or summoning could this possibly be, that I can sense its elemental essence from so far away? In Milan, there are few matters that can pique Ferguson's interest, but today, a student who, with unparalleled prowess, utilized the moon goddess guardian to block the yellow-level water dragoness song has indeed intrigued him. At this moment, the white and purple elemental fluctuations emanating from the student present an even greater temptation. Come forth, my old friend, Kosa. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, a purple current effortlessly forms a magical hexagram in the air. Immediately following, a deep roar reverberates as a colossal figure emerges from the star. It is a massive red dragon, a member of the dragon kin. Although the red dragon is not the strongest among its kind, it is a true dragon, not a mere tamed creature. An adult red dragon can attain an 8th tier, while a red dragon king approaches the 9th tier in strength. The fire magic and melee capabilities of an 8th tier red dragon are beyond the reach of any human lacking purple level prowess. The red dragon summoned by Ferguson, named Kosa, measures over 20 meters in length, clearly an adult. The oppressive aura of an 8th tier dragon causes the small animals in the surrounding woods to faint. With a flap of its powerful wings, capable of generating hurricanes, Kosa raises its relatively short foreclaws to scratch its head, exhibiting a sleepy demeanor. Old friend, what do you require? As an intelligent beast of over 7th tier, Kosa may lack the ability to transform into a humanoid form like a 9th tier beast, but speaking poses no challenge. Ferguson smiles and replies, apologies, Kosa, for disturbing your slumber. However, I have just detected a peculiar elemental fluctuation and wish to investigate. You know I am a mental type mage and cannot fly. Kosa rolls its eyes, reluctantly turning its hefty dragon posterior toward Ferguson. Come on, after all, it is my destiny to serve as your mount. Ferguson chuckles, a self-assured grin on his face, as he staggers onto Kosa's back, finally settling at its neck. He is untroubled by the prospect of falling. With Kosa's might, even attempting to leap off would not be a simple matter. With a powerful beat of its massive wings, Kosa ascends, propelled by a wave of scorching air, heading in the direction indicated by Ferguson. For a true dragon, traversing several dozen miles is merely a matter of a few breaths. Upon reaching the source of the elemental fluctuations, Ferguson instructs Kosa to descend as soon as they touch the ground. Kosa's body quivers violently, unleashing a tremendous dragonic pressure. Pale blue flames swirl around its massive form, scorching the nearby woods to a charred yellow. Kosa, what is amiss? Ferguson senses the unease of his companion. The drowsiness in Kosa's eyes has vanished, replaced by sharp vigilance as it surveys the surroundings. This is the presence of a growth-type beast, and it emanates an aura that repulses me. Ferguson's curiosity is piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Can you discern what sort of beast it is? Kosa shakes its enormous head. No, I cannot ascertain. I only sense a tremendous pressure from this growth-type beast. This aura is unfamiliar to me, making it impossible to identify its origin. Moreover, there is a human presence here. Someone must be summoning a beast. The dragonkin's sensitivity to auras surpasses that of humans by hundreds of times, and Ferguson has no doubt about his companion's words that he falls into deep contemplation. Even growth-type beasts, before reaching the 9th tier, would not exert such overwhelming pressure on Kosa. If a 9th tier beast were truly present, it would be peculiar indeed that Kosa's aversion indicates that this beast is unmistakably not of the dragonkin. Meanwhile, Yinju is unaware that the equal life contract he completed with Z has drawn the attention of Dean Ferguson at this moment. He walks alongside Z on their way back to the academy. Yinju, I must take my leave. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, summon me. Z stands beside Yinju, the coldness in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a gentle concern akin to that of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Z, if you face any troubles, be sure to summon me as well. That I have promised to protect you. Yinju smiles faintly, reassured that this time, he need not worry about Z's absence, for as long as he wishes. Z can appear before him at any moment. After the completion of the contract, a mysterious mental connection forms between Yinju and Z, The other's aura feels familiar, and through this connection, they can even sense each other's emotional shifts. I find myself hesitating, Inju admits. Hesitating about what? Today, the freshman tournament has commenced that we won the first match against the water system, but Granny Nina mentioned that the water system is the weakest of the 9 magical systems. The opponents from other systems are formidable. I am uncertain whether I should merge my sound blade with the melody to contend against them. Grandpa Chin said that anyone who sees my sound blade must perish. Yet my father just told me that some people do not deserve death. It is merely a competition, after all, and naturally, those who do not deserve death should not be harmed. Z comprehends the doubts weighing on Inju's mind and responds with a calm smile. This matter is for you alone to decide. I can only say that while your Grandpa Chin may harbor concerns about your abilities being revealed, if you wish to become a strong individual, it is equally detrimental not to hone your skills through practical experience. Concealment is not the optimal approach. Becoming stronger is. Why Inju nods in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Moreover, it is crucial to note that apart from myself, all in the divine sound system are female. That I do not wish for them to suffer any harm in the upcoming matches, nor do I wish for them to shield me from the opponent's attacks. As a man, I must stand at the forefront. Inju, you are maturing rapidly. Now, I can depart with peace of mind. Remember, our equal summoning can only succeed when neither party is engaged in battle. In other words, if you wish to summon me now, I must not be in a combat state. Otherwise, the summoning will fail. The same applies in reverse. Only the party engaged in battle can summon the other who is not. Z pats Inju's shoulder once more before turning to leave. It is only then that Inju realizes he has unconsciously returned to the entrance of Milan's Magic Martial Academy. Strolling into the academy, he no longer feels rushed, instead taking his time to walk toward the mixed area. His memory is sharp, and after several days of residing in the academy, he has memorized the paths to the places he frequently visits. As he breathes in the fresh air of the academy while traversing the northern district, he is nearing the mixed area when a group of individuals suddenly blocks his way. There are 7 of them, varying in height, and their weapons indicate that they do not belong to the northern district's magic department. Halt! You are Inju, are you not? The 7 stand in a line, obstructing Inju's path. I am. Do you have business with me? Inju furrows his brow, his instincts telling him that these individuals harbor ill intentions. Of course we have business. Kid, you cost us a significant amount of money today. We were planning to make some pocket change, but you, a lone green amidst a garden of flowers, ruined it for us. Now, what do you propose we do? The leader of the group, a tall youth with a physique akin to Fashella's and appearing around 20 years old, exudes an air of intimidation, with 2 massive battle axes slung across his back. Inju, perplexed, replies, I caused you to lose money. Absolutely. Do you think I, Ganetti, would lie? Today, your divine sound system triumphed over the water system. But we bet on the water system to win, and now we are left with nothing. It turns out that during the freshman tournament, some upperclassmen secretly organized betting pools. The match between the divine sound system and the water system was the focal point of the tournament. The bets were not on who would win, as no one favored the divine sound system. Rather, they wagered on whether the divine sound system could withstand the water system for half an hour. The outcome, evidently, resulted in the vast majority losing their bets. Ganetti and the other 6 are work-study students residing in the mixed area, lacking sufficient funds to begin with. They had anticipated an easy win, but ended up losing a considerable amount. And feeling frustrated, they dared not confront the noble beauties of the divine sound system. Instead, they chose to block Inju, also a resident of the mixed area, to vent their frustration. This is your affair. It has nothing to do with me. What do you intend to do? Inju is not one to be easily bullied. Observing the provocation from Ganetti and his group, he contemplates that these individuals are likely what his father referred to as those who do not deserve death. What do you think? We do not wish for anything drastic. Just compensate us for our losses, and we will leave. It is not much, only a total of 40 gold coins. Pay up, and we will be on our way. Otherwise, you will experience some pain today. Ganetti, with a physique comparable to Z's, clenching his massive hands together, produces a series of cracking sounds, and coupled with his fierce appearance, he is indeed intimidating. Regrettably, he has chosen the wrong adversary today. I possess no wealth, and even if I did, I would not part with it for you. I have heard that one must be willing to accept the consequences of gambling. Do you not comprehend this? A faint, cold glimmer surfaced on Inju's countenance. as the bamboo essence within him surged. The explosive power granted by the pact with Z was now boiling within him, yet he was unprepared to employ the newly acquired Sea Moon Radiance Zither against these opponents. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Just as he was about to act, Ghaneti suddenly became rigid, standing motionless. His eyes filled with terror. The dagger, no more than 7 inches long, had inexplicably been placed against his throat. The blade was black, devoid of any sheen, yet its chilling aura sent shivers through his skin, causing his body to tremble. The icy killing intent stimulated his throat, and he felt as though the hot blood within him was on the verge of erupting. Yes, just like that. Do not move. I cannot guarantee that my hand will remain this steady. A soft voice emerged from behind Ghaneti. His 6 companions turned in horror, realizing that a diminutive figure had appeared behind him. One hand rested on Ghaneti's broad shoulder for support, while the other gripped the black dagger. Though he bore a faint smile, his eyes radiated a lifeless light. "Who are you?" Ghaneti shouted in fear, acutely aware that the person behind him could take his life at any moment. "This is the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Like you, I am also a student here. If you wish to bully my roommate, should you not first inquire whether I consent?" The small student was none other than Su-La, Inju's roommate. Cold sweat trickled down Ghaneti's forehead as he inferred that the person behind him must be from the assassin department. In the martial skills department, no matter how formidable a warrior, none wish to cross paths with an assassin, for they are omnipresent, and no one desires to be targeted by a killer. Ghaneti had always held confidence in his strength. Yet the sudden appearance of Su-La from behind him caught him completely off guard, revealing that the assassin was beyond his capability to confront. Even within the academy, no one would question the ruthlessness of an assassin. The first lesson in the assassin department is to confront the enemy. Wherever one may be, any potential threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Thus, a saying has long circulated within the Milan Magic Martial Academy: it is better to provoke a teacher than to offend any student from the assassin department. I know I was wrong, that I did not realize that Inju was your roommate. Please spare me, and we will leave at once. That Ghaneti's voice trembled as the black blade seemed to be grazing his skin. "The next time I see you, I shall remain silent." Sula's gentle voice suddenly turned ominous. What does a silent assassin signify? That is destruction. The black dagger vanished as if by magic, under the gaze of Ghaneti's 6 companions. Su-La merely swayed and disappeared without a trace. Stealth, a skill that only advanced assassins can master. To profound fear engulfed the 7 individuals, and Ghaneti cast a glance at Inju, too frightened to utter a word, and fled with his companions in disgrace. Inju's gaze shifted, and he looked to his left, where the slender figure of Su-La appeared silently. "Su-La, thank you." Inju smiled gently. Su-La looked at Inju in surprise. For just before his appearance, he had distinctly felt an invisible mental wave lock onto his body. "Even if I did not intervene, I trust you could manage. However, it is better to instill fear in them." That Ghaneti is a standout from the heavy sword department's 2nd year, possessing considerable combat skills that I suspect they will not dare to trouble you again. That Su-La chuckled, and at that moment, the lifelessness and chilling killing intent in his eyes had completely vanished. Su-La's earlier display had given Inju a newfound impression, and he realized that his roommate was remarkably strong. "Congratulations, Inju. Congratulations." "Oh, are you referring to our victory against the water department today?" Su-La gave a thumbs up. "I never expected your sound department to have a day of triumph. Come on, let us return to the dormitory. What would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you." Inju smiled warmly. "You truly are a diligent steward. These 4 gold coins are worth every penny. Not only do I avoid cleaning the room, I also have meals prepared for me, and you even serve as my free bodyguard." Su-La grinned. "If you consider it a great deal, I would not oppose a raise." As he spoke, he began to rub his fingers together in a somewhat lewd manner. That moment, he bore no resemblance to the cold assassin from earlier. The dormitory remained as small as ever, yet it had become a home for Su-La and Inju. A grand, luxurious villa may not necessarily provide comfort. Though modest, the dormitory was clean and orderly. Every time Inju returned, he felt a sense of warmth. Since arriving at the Milan Magic Martial Academy, the teacher who had left the deepest impression on him was naturally Nina. Yet among the students, it was not the beautiful women of the sound department or Ocean that left the most significant mark, but rather his roommate Su-La was exceptionally capable. Everything in their dormitory was managed with meticulous care. Inju scarcely noticed when he tidied up, nor could he find a speck of dust within their quarters. Today, witnessing Su La's prowess as an assassin astonished him greatly. While everyone harbors their own secrets, Su La seemed particularly abundant. Perhaps even Ganetti was unaware of Su La's true level of strength. Yet Inju understood well that assassins rarely reveal their fighting spirit. Concealing one's true prowess from adversaries is paramount for an assassin. However, Inju's mental acuity surpassed that of his peers, and at the moment Su La released Ganetti, he sensed that the aura of fighting spirit emanating from Su La was surprisingly similar to his own. This indicated that Su La possessed at least an initial level of green-tier fighting spirit. Among peers, this was nearly unimaginable. It is important to note that even Inju had to endure over a decade of unwavering dedication to reach such a level of fighting spirit. Without needing to inquire, Inju could deduce that Su La was undoubtedly the strongest among the new recruits of the assassin department this year. Dinner is ready. What are you pondering? The restored Su La wore an expression of carefree nonchalance. Pulling out a money pouch and calculating the meal expenses, their lunch was more sumptuous than in previous days, featuring a meat dish, a vegetable dish for steamed buns, and even a small bowl of vegetable soup. Wow, Su La, what is the occasion today? So much delicious food. Inju exclaimed in surprise that Su La replied, "Today your sound department won. Did it not? Consider this a celebration for you that we are at an age of growth. After all, we must indulge in meat every month. You have another match this afternoon, so hurry and eat that I have nothing to do this afternoon. After lunch, I will accompany you to the match to cheer you on." Thank you. Su La Inju was so moved that he could not find words to express his gratitude. Su La lowered his head, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes as he said, "No need for thanks. That if you truly wish to show your appreciation, then continue to strive. If you can secure a ranking and earn some prize money, our lives will improve significantly. That I will certainly do so." For his own dignity and for Su La, Inju firmly resolved to aim for the championship in the freshman tournament. After devouring their lunch, Su La accompanied Inju back to the sound department, where numerous beautiful women awaited them. Perhaps due to their victory against the water department earlier that day, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the sound department. "Inju, you have arrived. What did you do after the match?" Xue Ling exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Inju as soon as he entered the classroom. Inju recalled Xue Ling's passionate kiss earlier that day, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His handsome face flushed as he replied, "Xue Ling, I went back to E.O. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Su La from the assassin department. Su La and Fei Si Chia La were undoubtedly two distinct types of individuals. Fei Si Chia La's eyes would bulge out at the sight of beautiful women, while Su La's reaction was notably subdued. Even his smile diminished as he merely nodded in greeting to Xue Ling. The first-year students of the sound department were gathered in the classroom, including Ocean, who sat in the corner, tuning her zither strings. Xue Ling informed Inju, "Everyone is discussing the match this afternoon." Inju inquired, "Discussing? Didn't Grandma Nina already finalize the plans?" Xue Ling chuckled, "What we are discussing is the cheerleading arrangements. The senior girls have said that if we win another match, they will all come out tomorrow to cheer for us." At that moment, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire academy. "Inju, why do you still call Director Nina Grandma? Are you not afraid of death?" "We, on the other hand, fear being implicated." Inju smiled faintly, but offered no reply. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Nina strode in. Though her countenance remained as proud and frigid as ever, it was palpable to all that Nina was in unusually good spirits today. Clapping her hands, she drew everyone's attention to herself. "All right, everyone, listen to me. I have just returned from the draw, and our opponents this afternoon will be the dark magic faction. The tactics will be the same as in the morning. However, you must exercise caution. Should our defenses falter against their attacks, you must concede immediately. Inju, this responsibility falls to you to ensure fairness. The new student competition during the round-robin stage involves drawing lots for each subsequent match after the conclusion of the previous one. With already encountered opponents excluded from the draw, upon hearing that their next adversaries were the dark magic faction, both Xue Ling and Lan, she gasped in unison, while Kong Ke, though silent, wore an even more sullen expression on her haughty face. Only Hai Yang, seated in the corner, remained inscrutable, her demeanor as cold and tranquil as ever. The 9 divisions of the magic department comprised the water, fire, wind, earth, light, dark magic, summoning, mentalism, and spatial fields. The first 6 belong to elemental magic, while the latter 3 are categorized as specialized magic. Among these, the spatial field is the most enigmatic, while the most formidable are the mentalism and summoning disciplines. However, the least desirable to confront is undoubtedly the dark magic faction. Qin Shang had once elaborated to Yi Zhu on the intricacies of various magic systems. Water magic is relatively weak in its initial stages, while dark magic, in stark contrast, is the most potent at the outset. Often referred to as the first of the dark magic under the green level, dark magic primarily involves using certain aspects of oneself as sacrifices to summon dark elements for personal use. Boasting tremendous power, with its corrosive spells being particularly dreaded. Once struck by a corrosive spell, recovery from the inflicted damage is often impossible, which is a primary source of fear for the beauties of the sound system. Nina Grandma, may I arrange the tactics for this afternoon's competition? Addressing Nina as Grandma in public was not a first for Yi Zhu, yet this time he did so with remarkable nonchalance. Nina shot him a glare but refrained from rebuking him, instead nodding in acquiescence. Very well, since you are the captain, I shall leave the decisions to you. However, I must emphasize that safety is paramount, that I do not wish to see any mishaps. Magic knows no bounds, and the harm inflicted by dark magic is formidable. Yi Zhu nodded, affirming, I understand. Senior Haiyang, might I request that you perform the spirit of the beautiful woman once more this afternoon? Haiyang paused, a flicker of surprise dancing across her pale visage. Why? The piece only expresses sorrow, and the students of the dark magic faction are not as easily dealt with as those from the water faction. Even if the spirit of the beautiful woman is successfully performed, it may not incapacitate them. Yi Zhu replied with confidence. Just trust my arrangements, Senior Haiyang. And Xueling, Lanshi, Kongke, you are all familiar with this relatively common piece. So please perform it with your respective instruments, he added. Lanshi, you will play beside me. The zither is the most challenging to harmonize with other instruments, so pay close attention to my technique. Lanshi nodded enthusiastically, eager to learn from Yi Zhu, whose musical prowess she had witnessed firsthand. However, Kongke interjected with irritation, Yi Zhu, what do you mean by this? If everyone is to perform the spirit of the beautiful woman, then who will defend against the magical attacks from the dark magic faction? I will. Yi Zhu's response was succinct yet resolute. Kongke scoffed dismissively. Can you truly manage it? Among the 4 competitors, Yi Zhu held the least regard for the arrogant Kongke, replying coolly, if I cannot, can you? If you can withstand the opponent's magical onslaught, I will gladly relinquish my position as captain to you. You? Kongke seethed with anger. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Enough! Nina's calm voice cut through their escalating tension. The competition has not yet begun. Do you wish to engage in infighting? Kongke, remember, this is not your Palermo kingdom, since I have designated Yi Zhu as captain. All arrangements for the competition will be managed by him from this day forth. The afternoon's match for the sound system was held at the 4th training ground of the dark magic faction. Unlike the orderly setup of the water faction, this training ground, though comparable in size, was constructed entirely from black materials. First-time visitors often felt a chill in the air. The 4th training ground was experiencing an unusual level of excitement since its establishment. The number of spectators gathered to witness the match between the sound system and the dark magic faction exceeded that of the earlier contest between the sound system and the water faction by 20%. Although the sound system had emerged victorious in the morning, few held any optimism for their success this time. Most students believed the water faction lost due to the new students' initial overconfidence, which resulted in a slower attack speed. Yet, little did they realize that the delayed release of magic was not born of carelessness, but rather influenced by the music. Inju, you must do your utmost. I wager a gold coin on your victory for the sound system. Su La whispered cheerfully to Yi Zhu, who was preparing to take the stage. Yi Zhu frowned, replying, my grandfather always said that gambling is ill-advised. Su La chuckled, a small bet adds to the thrill. It's nothing serious. Now hurry onto the stage. I will be cheering for you all the way. In contrast to the first match, the sound system brought not 1, but 3 sets of tables and chairs to the training ground. While Yi Zhu personally transported his own, the other 2 sets were handled by students from other divisions for Haiyang and Lanshi. Sound system, give it your all. Sound system, victory is certain. The resounding calls of encouragement captured the attention of all, as the ensemble of first-year students, clad in their uniforms, rallied beside the training ground to support Yi Yinzhu and his companions. Most of the girls' gazes were fixed upon Yi Yinzhu. Despite his humble background, his charisma and appearance were strikingly exceptional. Had it not been for his role as a somewhat unremarkable sound mage, he would surely have attracted a throng of admirers. The dark magic faction had the smallest number of students among the 9 divisions of the magic department, with only 20 to 30 individuals per year. Now gathered together, they seemed distinctly out of place compared to their peers from other divisions. Yi Yinzhu's table and chairs were positioned at the forefront, flanked by Lan Shi and Hai Yang, while Shui Ling and Kong Ke stood at the rear. This was the first time Yi Yinzhu had seen their instruments. Shui Ling wielded a blue jade flute, while Kong Ke's pipa was a creamy yellow, seemingly carved from ivory, exuding a translucent brilliance. The sound it produced when plucked resonated with a striking metallic tone. Both teams had assembled and faced off at the center of the arena. Yi Yinzhu was taken aback to find that the composition of the dark magic faction was the opposite of the sound systems. While the sound system consisted of 1 male and 4 females, the dark magic faction was comprised of 4 males and 1 female. Even more surprising was that the lone female student was their captain. Judging by the insignia on her uniform, she was also a first-year novice. Dark magic first-year student, Captain Yu Ming. Please select the method of competition. The dark magic captain spoke succinctly, with her dark blue hair cascading down her back and clad in a black robe. Her large eyes, which should have been enchanting, now glimmered with an eerie light. Her entire demeanor was chilling, devoid of any warmth. Sound system first-year student, Captain Yi Yinzhu. Team battled. Yi Yinzhu's response was equally succinct. The girl before him, Yu Ming, had already instilled a profound sense of caution within him, as he mused to himself that the Milan Magic Martial Academy truly deserved its reputation as the premier academy on the continent. Even a first-year student possessed such remarkable talent. The dark magic faction was clearly not to be compared with the water faction from the Morning Point. One of the dark magic students scoffed disdainfully. Do you sound mages really need to bring tables to the battlefield? Shui Ling retorted sharply from behind Yi Yinzhu. Have you ever seen a sound mage on the battlefield? Win against us first before you boast. Yi Yinzhu and Yu Ming exchanged nods, retreating simultaneously with their respective teams. The defensive barrier of the 4th training ground activated, and at the referee's command, the match commenced. In the stands, Nina and the head of the dark magic faction were present. Unlike Vager, the head of the dark magic faction, though also an elderly man, exuded an icy demeanor. He had not uttered a single word from the moment he arrived until the match began. Perhaps he was intrigued by the sound system's earlier victory. Once again, Dean Ferguson made an appearance in the stands. This child, Yu Ming, is becoming increasingly impressive. I wonder how long the sound system can endure in today's battle. Even he would never hold a favorable opinion of the sound system. He was well aware of the formidable strength of Yu Ming, the granddaughter of an old friend. The referee called for the start. 10 crimson orbs, steeped in an eerie stillness, materialized in midair, hurtling towards the 5 members of the sound system. A flicker of yellow light revealed that all 5 students from the dark magic system were, in fact, yellow-level mages. Leading the charge, Yu Ming radiated an elemental glow that was unmistakably indicative of a high-tier yellow level, a dark yellow hue. The instant she unleashed the dark sphere, gasps erupted from the onlookers surrounding the training ground. Everything is under my command, Yi Yinzhu calmly proclaimed, his left hand flashing with the gleam of a teardrop-shaped gem on his ring. In an instant, the sea moon's luminous melody appeared on the table before him. Confronted with the pressure emanating from Yu Ming, Yi Yinzhu's heart surged with intense battle fervor. Seated gracefully before the zither, he transformed into a different person, his hands poised elegantly over the strings. At that moment, an extraordinary resonance blossomed between his heart and the sea moon's luminous melody. As the 10 dark spheres approached, Yi Yinzhu refrained from invoking the moon god's guardian. Instead, with a gentle pluck of the strings, a deep and resonant hum echoed forth, causing the 5 dark magic students opposite him to simultaneously shudder. Their incantations abruptly cut short. In the stands, Nina abruptly rose from her seat, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Yi Yinzhu in the arena. Was that an explosive sound? How else could one disrupt an incantation before the music even began? Yet, even with such prowess, he could not possibly possess the capabilities of a green-level mage. Without invoking the moon god's guardian, a rich and profound melody began to resonate. as a blade of light, infused with hues of yellow and red, surged forth from Yi Yinzhu's zither strings, its arc uncanny, as if it possessed sight, effortlessly erasing the 10 dark spheres mid-air, leaving no trace behind. Nina's sudden stand in the stands would have seemed conspicuous. Yet at that moment, she was not alone. The second figure rising was none other than Ferguson, the principal of Milan's Magic and Martial Academy, a purple-level Grand Mage of the mental system. Magic and martial arts in unison, Ferguson exclaimed in astonishment. N01 possessed sharper instincts than he. He could clearly sense that the blade of sound emitted by Yi Yinzhu was far beyond mere magic. The red hue represented the mental magical energy summoned by the zither, while the yellow signified the rich battle aura. Most astonishing was the flawless amalgamation of zither music and battle aura, creating a unique energy. The dark spheres, formidable in the realm of red-level magic, now faltered against the sound blade conjured by Yi Yinzhu's gentle plucking of the strings. N01 had anticipated such a turn of events. Even the 4 women standing behind Yi Yinzhu were momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, their spirits were rekindled by the melody emanating from Yi Yinzhu. The same haunting tune, the ghostly woman's melody, was played by Yi Yinzhu, yet it bore a distinct essence from that of Hai Yang, that a subtle melancholy lingered, reminiscent of aged wine, as the ethereal notes lingered in the air, though soft. The sound resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Even the spectators beyond the protective barrier of the training ground felt their emotions ebb and flow with the music. Among the 4 women of the sound system, Hai Yang, possessing the highest mastery of oceanic magic, was the first to respond. The clear and textured notes of her guzheng flowed from her fingers across its 21 strings, producing a light sound akin to a dragon's roar, harmonizing with Yi Yinzhu's melody. Following closely, a somewhat raw yet identical zither melody emerged. Longqinus did not glance at her own Yuyun zither. Her gaze was wholly fixed on Yi Yinzhu's hands. It was then she noticed that he possessed only 4 fingers on each hand. The sound of pearls dropping onto a jade plate interjected perfectly, akin to the sharp sound of a silver vase shattering, infusing the piece with a sense of solemnity. Simultaneously, a rich, lingering, and delicate flute sound, tinged with sorrow, descended upon the scene. The 5 members of the sound system were now exhibiting the ensemble skill of sound mages. An ensemble refers to multiple sound mages simultaneously performing the same piece. Even with varying magical levels, a cleverly coordinated melody could yield a cumulative effect. In an instant, for beams of crimson light intertwined with the deep orange glow released by Hai Yang, erupting in a splendid display, swirling like a vortex and permeating every corner of the 4th training ground. The most fearsome aspect of the Sound Mage's magic lay in its invulnerability. No magic or battle aura could withstand the mental assault conveyed through the melodies. Only through sheer mental fortitude could one hope to endure. When the melody first resonated, the 4 dark magic students, aside from Yu Ming, paid little heed, for the highest among the sound systems stood only at orange level. They were confident that, regardless of the melody's effects, they could withstand it with their mental strength. However, upon witnessing Yi Yinzhu's sound blade obliterate their dark spheres, they quickly realized that the sound system was far from simple. As their incantations were disrupted, they immediately focused their magical energy, unleashing a torrent of instantaneous red-level magic aimed at Yi Yinzhu and his companions. In truth, the initial note played by Yi Yinzhu was not the traditional explosive sound of a sound mage. He had yet to attain the green-level capabilities required for such a feat. That note was a sound explosion he had developed, based on sound and ignited by battle aura, when he faced the blue-level mage Rufite. It was this very tactic that had granted him the upper hand. Soft sound blades floated forth from Yi Yinzhu's 8 fingers, though the dark magic spells brimmed with corrosive and formidable power. They could not breach the 5-meter radius around Yi Yinzhu, with his left hand invoking the resonance of the empty valley and his right hand summoning the flowing spring of the gloomy valley. He declared, "You may receive my greeting." 4 sound blades crossed in midair, forming a shape as they drifted toward the 5 dark magic students, their trajectories remarkably fluid, as though untethered by force, yet moving with blinding speed. Almost imperceptibly, when Yi Yinzhu had previously dispatched Rufite and his companions, he was aware of his own limitations. Thus, he had seized the moment while his opponents were astonished by his zither sound to unleash the 7 kills melody. fully manifesting his battle aura and zither magic to secure victory. This time, however, he was somewhat reserved, for given his current strength, unleashing the 7 kills melody would leave him with no residual energy. Suddenly, a thick black mist erupted from Yu Ming's chest, coalescing into a wall of darkness as the shaped sound blades pierced through. This nightmarish mist magic trembled violently, but ultimately succeeded in blocking the sound blade's assault. Shadow split, Yu Ming called out, her voice tinged with breathlessness. Although she had utilized a magical artifact to cast a defensive spell, the 4 sound blades significantly drained her magical energy. The 5 dark magic students simultaneously produced a black orb. Crushing it in mid-air, in an instant, countless black figures began to emerge, each of them fracturing into 6 shadows, rapidly dispersing to surround the sound system in a concerted offensive. Unable to chant incantations, they resorted to magical artifacts to instantaneously summon this yellow-level magic, Shadow Split. Unlike the water system, the dark magic students were not impoverished. Shadow Split was ideally suited to counter Yin Zhu, as the dark magic students lacked the capacity to withstand the sound blades. Yet, the sudden emergence of multiple clones rendered it impossible for Yin Zhu to discern their true positions. The sound blades were immensely taxing on both battle aura and magical energy, and Yin Zhu was not inclined to expend them lightly. However, at this moment, the ghostly woman's melody had already progressed to 1/3 of its entirety. 1/3 marked the moment when Yin Zhu's zither piece began to take effect. The 5 dark magic students simultaneously felt a surge of profound sorrow within their hearts, their subconscious urging them to listen to the melody rather than continue the competition. The clones generated by Shadow Split began to blur. Yu Ming, being a mage of equal caliber to Yin Zhu, bit her lips sharply to rouse herself from the enchantment, and with a powerful shout, called forth, "Appear, my companion." Ming Shued, a dark blue magical hexagram materialized before the mass of black figures, revealing a graceful form. Remarkably, a girl who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, floating in mid-air. Her deep blue hair flowed behind her, its length surpassing her feet, and her large black eyes radiated a chilling aura. A faint dark blue glow spiraled around her translucent, crystal-like body. In the stands. Nina's complexion changed dramatically as she gasped, a growth-type undead beast, the phantasmic snow soul. All growth-type beasts possess the potential to evolve into intelligent magical beasts. However, the journey is long and arduous, and the number of undead growth-type beasts is so scarce it rivals that of 9th-tier dragons. Not to mention the exceptional phantasmic snow soul. It is critical to note that any contract with a growth-type beast must begin from its juvenile phase. An adult phantasmic snow soul is a 9th-level beast, and it can only produce 1 soul throughout its lifetime. To obtain this soul and establish a contract, one must first locate the phantasmic snow soul. Simultaneously, it is imperative to vanquish the adult nether snow spirit, which is equivalent to a purple-level dual-element grand sorcerer. Spirit Howl. With a resounding cry from Yu Ming, the still juvenile nether snow spirit emitted a piercingly sharp wail. Its chilling resonance filled with sorrow and frost. This sudden howl instantly diminished the enchanting melody of the 5-person ensemble from the sound division, Snow Dance. Yu Ming issued another command, and immediately, dark blue specks of light began to appear around the nether snow spirit, gradually coalescing into delicate snowflakes that danced in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Ming hastily gathered with 4 companions from the dark magic division to commence their incantation, "O God of Darkness." From the void you emerge, intoned the first dark magic student. With profound sorrow, "Take away my soul." The second student seamlessly continued the chant, "Bring despair unto my foes, shroud the world in carnage." The third followed suit, their voices harmonizing as though the incantation were the continuous utterance of a single being. As each participant recited their lines, a copious amount of yellow light radiated from them, converging at the center of the 5. "I swear by my blood, I shall offer my soul." The 4th student's incantation concluded, and simultaneously with the first 3, they unleashed a mist of blood, transforming the previously gathered yellow light into a ghastly green hue. In the spectator stands, Ferguson exclaimed in astonishment, overlapping chanting, "Dark magic spell. This is an advanced dark magic." Director Baston, the head of the Dark Magic Division, interjected, "This year's new students in the Dark Magic Division are quite remarkable." As he spoke, his violet magical energy began to coalesce as the Academy's principal. He was determined to prevent any casualties during the freshman tournament. The silent director Baston could only describe his emotions as bitter. Advanced spells like the Dark Curse were rarely executed even by fifth-year students, and he had originally crafted this overlapping chant for a more critical competition, intending to showcase the Dark Magic Division's capabilities. He never anticipated having to use it in the second match against the so-called useless sorcerers of the Sound Division. Though he believed victory was all but assured, revealing their strength too early was not something he wished to witness. Dark Curse. Wail of the Abyss. Yu Ming concluded the final line of the incantation, in an instant. The ghastly green light enveloped all 5 members of the Dark Magic Division, and the air was filled with their anguished cries. Meanwhile, Yin Zhu and his companions were also facing considerable challenges. The Nether Snow Spirit, a dual-element undead growth-type magical beast, posed a significant threat to them, despite still being in its growth phase. This Nether Snow Spirit already possessed strength exceeding that of a level 4 entity. The dark blue snowflakes not only exuded an icy aura, but were as sharp as blades, and more terrifying was their corrosive nature. Just a slight touch could result in devastating corrosive damage. The enchanting melody of the Sound Division did not falter. Yin Zhu understood that the Sound Division's music was undeniably effective against any being with a soul, even against undead magical beasts. However, the sound blades could not block the omnipresent snowflakes. Thus, at a critical moment, he released the Guardian of the Moon, enveloping all 5 of his companions within its protective embrace. Allowing the dark blue snowflakes to slice through unhindered, simultaneously, he subtly altered his stance, channeling his aura into his fingertips, causing the resonance of the strings to amplify instantly, suppressing the piercing wail of the Nether Snow Spirit. Accompanied by the deep and distant notes of the instrument, his elegant yet sonorous voice emerged amidst the 5-person ensemble. Life is but a dream, a long road where the winds and frosts leave their mark. In this world of dust, how many dreams can one pursue? Lost in the endless pursuit of love amidst the vastness. The melody had previously appeared to harmonize with the ocean, yet now, it was Yin Zhu's first display of its true power. The emotional resonance created by the combination of the music and singing permeated the minds of all present. On the other side, among the 5 dark magic students who had just completed their incantation. Aside from Yu Ming, whose mental fortitude was exceptional and who managed to hold on, the other 4 had completely succumbed to the overwhelming impact of the musical performance, losing their will to fight and even shedding tears under the melody's influence. Most peculiarly, the reaction of the Nether Snow Spirit closest to Yin Zhu was notable. Its crystalline body began to ripple like water under the direct assault of the melody, and the number of dark blue snowflakes in the air visibly diminished. Even more surprising was the flicker of emotional fluctuation in its lifeless eyes, a trace of faint sorrow appearing on its flawless visage, as it floated towards Yin Zhu as if propelled by an unseen breeze. Although the other 4 students from the Dark Magic Division had become entirely absorbed in the melody and lost their combat capabilities, the Dark Curse had already been fully completed through their overlapping chanting. A massive black 6-pointed star silently materialized before Yu Ming. Following this, countless piercing wails erupted from within the star, as ghastly green shadows, seemingly clawing their way out from the depths of hell, surged forth, accompanied by their chilling cries, and swept toward the 5 members of the Sound Division. Judging by the color of the magic, it had reached the mid-level of the green tier. The combined power of the 4 yellow-tier students' overlapping chanting was astonishing, causing both Yin Zhu and his companions to change their expressions in alarm. Yin Zhu, be cautious. Su Le's anxious voice rang out, amplified by their aura to Yin Zhu, momentarily disregarding the now passive Nether Snow Spirit beside him. Fixed his resolute gaze with determination, he understood that retreat was not an option, for behind him stood the 4 women of the ocean. At this moment, he could only rely on his own strength to withstand the final assault from the Dark Magic Division. In an instant, Yin Zhu's eyes transformed to a dark crimson hue, as a potent aura surged forth from his being, his mental energy reaching its zenith, augmenting the defense of the Moon Guardian to the utmost level he could sustain. The aura coalesced without dispersing, and beneath the cover of his sleeves, his 8 fingers had taken on a yellow jade-like hue. The enchanting melody of the Sound Division abruptly ceased, and he simultaneously grasped the 7 strings of the sea moon's luster. Drawing them back, In this heightened state of magical energy and aura, a wave of weakness began to invade his mind. Yinju was aware that he still possessed the life guardian on his wrist for absolute defense, a safeguard that could withstand even the dark curse. However, with his innate pride, he was reluctant to employ the life guardian that he recognized that over-reliance on it would pose a significant obstacle to his future progress. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not readily activate it. The wail of the abyss produced by the dark curse summoned dozens of spirits, though it was impossible for Yu Ming and her peers to unleash the full power of this advanced dark magic. The result was still formidable. The fourth trial ground was filled with the harrowing wails and the oppressive waves of dark magic energy, exerting immense pressure that caused the three women, aside from the ocean behind Yinju, to pale in dread. Just as Yinju concentrated all his energy, preparing to determine the outcome against the dark curse, a bizarre scene suddenly unfolded. The Nether Snow Spirit, floating beside Yinju, exhibited increasingly pronounced emotions. As if having made a decision, it abruptly darted forward, silently placing itself in front of Yinju, causing his mental state to momentarily falter as he prepared to unleash his full power. The dark blue hair of the Nether Snow Spirit billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, forming a colossal circular barrier behind her. Black energy swirled around her form, coalescing into a massive black hole, a fierce and chilling aura of consumption emanating from it. The spirits released from the black six-pointed star screamed in terror, their ghastly green glow surging violently, as if they were gripped by fear. Yet, confronted with the black energy radiating from the Nether Snow Spirit, these spirits unleashed by the dark curse exhibited no resistance whatsoever, being devoured one after another like green arrows by the insatiable black hole. Yu Ming was utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that the strongest magical attack she had painstakingly unleashed would be intercepted by her own magical beast, although she could distinctly sense the mental connection with the Nether Snow Spirit. In that moment, she lost control over it. Such an occurrence was almost impossible in a signed master-servant contract. The previously silent director Baston of the Dark Magic Division could no longer contain himself. Rising in astonishment, his aged face filled with disbelief, the inability of a magical beast to be controlled by its master. What could this signify? Would the next moment bring about a backlash? What he had thought to be an assured victory had suddenly taken an unexpected turn at the most critical juncture, leaving him utterly incredulous. The four women behind Yinju were equally astonished, and it was at this moment that the enchanting melody of the sound division came to an end. Enveloped within the depths of the ocean, a subtle sensation arose within her heart. Among the 5 participants from the sound magic department, her mental prowess was second only to Yinju. She vaguely sensed that the changes in Mingxue were likely linked to the melody they had all played together. The creation of the dark magic curse was notably arduous, yet its consumption occurred with remarkable swiftness. In but a few breaths, the ghastly green specter had entirely vanished, and the black hexagram before Yu Ming silently converged. Overcome by the excessive drain on her mental energy and the psychic blow she had suffered, Yu Ming staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, barely managing to steady herself with her magic staff. Mingxue floated beside Yinju, having absorbed the dark magic curse. Her form seemed to solidify somewhat. In that fleeting moment, she appeared to have aged, her once youthful visage of 6 or 7 years now transformed into that of 8 or 9. The most chilling realization for Yu Ming was the glimmer of contemplation she discerned in Mingxue's eyes. That it must be noted that this growing creature, Mingxue, was merely a magical beast between the 4th and 5th levels. The emotion of contemplation, however, was typically reserved for intelligent magical beasts of the 7th level and above. That on the viewing platform, Ferguson furrowed his brow in thought, remarking, "It appears that the Nether Snow Spirit has evolved." Yinju had closed his eyes as Mingxue began to absorb the dark magic curse. This moment, a faint smile graced his lips as the previously gathered fighting spirit and magical energy gradually dissipated. However, having prepared to unleash an all-out attack only to withdraw at the last moment, he still suffered a degree of elemental backlash, causing him to turn and spit blood. "What have you done to Mingxue?" Yu Ming exclaimed in terror, glaring at Yinju. Slowly opening his eyes, Yinju's gaze remained as clear as ever, devoid of any signs of fatigue from the elemental backlash. With a slight smile, he replied, "I have done nothing. That I can only say that our music can influence both you and the magical beasts. Any being with a soul will be affected by the emotions woven into the melody. You should pay more attention to your magical beast. She seems rather unhappy following you that if you cannot earn her genuine loyalty, she will never become your greatest companion. Yu Ming stared blankly at Yi Yinju. And suddenly a flash of cold light crossed her eyes as she shouted, "Ming Xue, attack him." She was convinced that if it were not for Ming Xue's last-minute defection, their dark magic department would have already claimed victory. Simultaneously, she could not believe that her magical beast would refuse to heed her command. Ming Xue hovered there, glancing at Yi Yinju, then at Yu Ming, and with a distinctly human-like gesture, lowered her head and shook it gently in refusal. You won't attack him?" Yu Ming was utterly stunned. Her face drained of color while Yi Yinju smiled gently at Ming Xue, saying, "You may return now." Ming Xue regarded Yi Yinju with a surprising display of respect, bowing gracefully before uttering two awkward words. "Thank you." And with a graceful turn of her lithe form, she transformed into a myriad of dark blue light points, vanishing from sight beneath her flowing dark blue hair. Yu Ming's gaze towards Yi Yinju became exceedingly complex. Her magical beast not only disobeyed her, but instead followed the commands of her adversary at that moment. Her heart was filled with an icy void, accompanied only by an endless resentment towards Yi Yinju. Ming Xue had been a powerful magical beast painstakingly procured for her by her grandfather. Once Ming Xue reached the 7th level and her own magical prowess advanced, she would become a formidable force capable of rivaling even the Dragon Knights. Yet, this beautiful future seemed shattered by the presence of this male student from the Sound Magic department. "Miss Yu Ming, my mother has always taught me to show respect to young ladies. Therefore, I do not wish to attack any further. Please concede," Yi Yinju said, somewhat helplessly observing Yu Ming that in truth, he himself was not entirely certain why Ming Xue had behaved in such a manner. However, being acutely aware of the hostile aura emanating from Yu Ming, he could not ignore it at why Yi Yinju's goodwill now struck Yu Ming as exceedingly jarring. The excessive consumption of her mental energy, coupled with the emotional blow, rendered her unable to sustain herself any longer. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed onto the arena floor. The 4th trial arena fell into a profound silence. The nearly 8,000 spectators remained utterly still for a full minute. Victory for the Sound Magic department. The judge finally reacted, announcing the conclusion of this tumultuous match. The seemingly overlooked Sound Magic department had, once again, performed a miracle, defeating the Dark Magic department, which boasted 5 yellow-level mages, with a mere orange-level mage and 4 red-level mages. For everyone present, this victory was utterly inconceivable. Even Nina, the head of the Sound Magic department, had not harbored any illusions of victory upon witnessing the emergence of the Nether Snow Spirit, yet triumph had arrived with astonishing rapidity. As Yi Yinju exited the trial arena, the gazes of all around him shifted, tinged with a peculiar nuance. The students of Milan Magic Martial Academy were all elite, and it was evident to all that the crux of this victory lay with the first male student of the Sound Magic department. Often referred to as the solitary green amidst a field of flowers, the wondrous sound blades that had thwarted the instant casting magic of the Dark Magic department had made their official debut on the historical stage of the Longqinus continent. Dean Ferguson cast a deep glance at Yi Yinju from a distance, but chose not to elaborate further, turning away instead. The instructors from the Dark Magic department wore grim expressions as they hurried to attend to the students who had been affected by the melodies of the Sound Magic department. In stark contrast to their mood, Nina was barely able to contain her excitement. After so many years of the Sound Magic department bearing the title of the top department at Milan Magic Martial Academy, it had been largely disregarded by everyone. Yet, at this moment, the Sound Magic department had finally taken the spotlight. If the Sound Magic department's first victory against the Water Magic department had been aided by magical items and a stroke of luck, then the match against the Dark Magic department was a true test of skill. At this juncture, no one doubted the capabilities of the Sound Magic department. Sound Magic department, certain victory. Sound Magic department, certain victory. The cheers erupted in waves, especially from the 8 first-year beauties of the Sound Magic department, who shouted with exuberant enthusiasm. Yi Yinju finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of cheering admirers. Escorting the 4 ladies and the other first-year beauties of the Sound Magic department back to their teaching building. "Yinju, you were incredible. How did you do that just now? What was that attack that resembled a wind blade?" Shualing asked excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Though Yi Inju was innocent, he understood that the secret of the sound blades should not be casually divulged, at a loss for how to respond. He was saved by the sudden appearance of Nina. Yi Inju. "Come with me," Nina said, her expression calm, though her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. "All right," he agreed, following Nina out of the classroom as the head of the sound magic department. Nina had her own office, a vast and luxurious space almost comparable to a classroom, adorned with various elegant magical decoratives lining the walls. Nina gestured toward the sofa before her desk, saying, "Please, have a seat." This was Yi Inju's first visit to her office, and he couldn't help but gaze around in curiosity. The leather sofa was soft and comfortable, and the fatigue from the match seemed to dissipate within its inviting embrace. "Nina, did you summon me for something specific?" Yi Inju inquired tentatively. After a moment of contemplation, Nina suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Inju's. "Tell me, was the sound blade you released a combination of fighting spirit and magic?" Yi Inju hesitated, then slowly nodded. Yes, Z was correct. His sound blades would eventually make their mark on the continent. While he could not reveal the secret behind them, the unique nature of this attack did not require excessive concealment. Nina rose from her seat in a burst of excitement, only to quickly sink back down, sighing. "Inju, so that means you are adept in both magic and martial arts." "Sort of." Yi Inju scratched his head, uncertain if he could truly be classified as proficient in both. Nina's brow furrowed as she pondered. Has Qin Shang lost his mind? Does he wish to ruin you? Huh? Why do you say that? Nina? Yi Inju asked, surprised by her comment. Nina replied sharply, "How can the base martial techniques ever compare to our noble magic, especially the most exalted sound magic? By intermingling martial techniques within your music, you may eliminate the disadvantage of the sound magic's slower effects, but you also render your music less pure. Such an approach will not benefit your future development. Does Qin Shang not realize this?" Yi Inju expressed his confusion. "I don't know. Grandpa Qin has always taught me to cultivate this way. It doesn't seem wrong." Nina scoffed. "While the combination of magic and martial arts can yield great power, it is not a specialization. Once you reach the green level, your cultivation speed will drastically decline, and you may still succeed. However, the effort required is several times greater than that of a singular mage or warrior. Once they reach the purple rank, the magic warrior may not necessarily have an advantage over a singular warrior or mage." Yi Inju shook his head and said, "I do not know if what you say is true, but I believe that Grandpa Qin would never harm me." Nina, observing Yi Inju's calm yet resolute gaze, found herself at a loss for words. From her perspective, it was natural not to doubt Qin Shang's teachings. After all, Qin Shang was the foremost divine sound master on the continent, and in the realm of divine sound masters, he was incomparable. Yet, she could not fathom why Qin Shang would guide Yi Inju to pursue the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts. In truth, she was unaware that Yi Inju's current cultivation was not the conventional dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Let us set that aside for now. What transpired during today's match? Why did the Nether Snow Phantom turn against us at the last moment? This question was the true reason Nina sought out Yi Inju. Yi Inju sighed. "I do not know. Perhaps our music resonated with it." Nina replied firmly, "That cannot be right. Although divine sound masters excel at using music to influence magical beasts, even rendering some lower-tier magical beasts completely incapacitated, today you faced the Nether Snow Phantom, which has the potential to evolve into a 9th-tier intelligent magical beast. Our music's impact on it is negligible. Even if you could sway its emotions, it would be impossible to command it to turn against us." Yi Inju instinctively remarked, "Perhaps it has something to do with the song we chose today, the enchanting Lady Ghost." Nina's eyes brightened. The connection between the song and the undead Nether Snow Phantom seemed to unveil a new topic for research within the Divine Sound Department. She pondered deeply. If every Divine Sound Master could cause their opponent's magical beast to turn against them, then even against dragon cavalry. At this thought, excitement surged within her, and she began to dance with joy, her eyes sparkling with fervor, reminiscent of the earlier Snow Ling. "All right, Inju, you should return to rest now. Recuperate your mental energy. We have more competitions tomorrow." With a newfound purpose, Director Nina immediately turned her attention away from Yi Inju, becoming completely absorbed in her enthusiastic thoughts. Upon leaving Nina's office, Yi Inju did not return to the classroom. The recent victory had invigorated the entire Divine Sound Department. However, Everyone overlooked the toll it had taken on Yi Yinju. As the captain, he had single-handedly endured all the attacks from 5 opponents and another snow phantom, resulting in extreme exhaustion of both his fighting spirit and mental energy, were it not for his deep-rooted cultivation of the Ziqin Xin since childhood. He would likely have long since faltered, especially since he had not unleashed his full power in the final strike. Under the backlash of elemental forces, he had already sustained some injuries, and waves of weakness continuously surged through his mind. Thus, as soon as he exited Nina's office, Yi Yinju made his way outside. He needed to return to the dormitory for some much-needed rest, and no sooner had he stepped out of the Divine Sound Master's teaching building than he heard someone call his name. Sula emerged from an unknown corner, his complexion appearing somewhat pale, and his gaze towards Yi Yinju seemed oddly intense. "Sula, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Yinju forced himself to maintain his composure. Reaching out to touch Sula's forehead, "I am not unwell." Sula brushed Yi Yinju's hand away and spoke in a strange tone. "Congratulations. You've won again." Yi Yinju replied with a wry smile. "There's nothing to celebrate. Luck played a significant role." "Sula, you look unwell." Sula gritted his teeth and said, "My complexion cannot improve." Yi Yinju, "I want to kill you." In an instant, his slender frame erupted with astonishing speed. The distance between them had already been minimal, and with Yi Yinju's reaction time drastically reduced due to exhaustion, before he could react, Sula's hands were already gripping his neck. Due to their size difference, Yi Yinju found himself dangling helplessly in Sula's grasp. A chilling sensation enveloped his neck. Sula's hands were cold, and though his demeanor was fierce, he did not exert real force. "Sula, what are you doing?" Yi Yinju exclaimed in surprise that Sula's eyes were filled with complex emotions, even misted with tears, as he abruptly released Yi Yinju. "I hate you so much. Why does your divine sound department have to win? Why?" The sudden release caused Yi Yinju to feel disoriented, and the overwhelming exhaustion and elemental backlash finally took their toll. Darkness clouded his vision, and he began to topple forward. Sula, preoccupied with another matter troubling his heart, suddenly saw Yi Yinju collapsing towards him and could only exclaim in shock before he could react. Yi Yinju had already collided against him as he supported Yi Yinju's weight. Sula's complexion fluctuated between red and white. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black dagger had once again appeared in his grasp, staring at Yi Yinju, who still leaned against his chest. He hesitated for a long moment, yet he could not bring himself to plunge the dagger in. The extreme north wilderness occupies over a quarter of the territory of the Longqinus continent. Located at the northernmost part of the continent, enduring perpetual cold, the southern edge of the extreme north wilderness borders the Ascoli Kingdom to the southwest, the Milan Empire to the south, and the Flora Kingdom to the southeast. In order to defend against the orcs from the extreme north wilderness, human nations have stationed heavy troops along the borders. Similarly, the orc tribes remain vigilant against human incursions. Consequently, 3 fortresses have been established at the junctions with these 3 nations: the Solomon Fortress bordering the Ascoli Kingdom, the Thunder God's Hammer Fortress bordering the Milan Empire, and the War God's Fortress bordering the Flora Kingdom. In the eyes of humanity, orcs are seen as barbaric, as half-blooded savages. However, in truth, while many orcs may possess lower intelligence, the intellect of many high-ranking orcs is not inferior to that of humans. This is evident from the fact that most orc nobles bear a striking resemblance to humans. He stood atop a small hill 5 miles from the Thunder God's Hammer Fortress, gazing at the fortress walls that towered 20 zhang high, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Gripping a heavy iron staff, he supported his body, having stood there for a full hour. 10 years have passed. I never imagined I would return to the Thunder God's Hammer. You did not expect this, did you? The child you once hunted down has returned, from the extreme north to the extreme south, and then back again. Z's fury would melt the ice and snow of the extreme north wilderness. 2 piercing beams of light shot from Z's violet eyes, and the muscles in his arms swelled slightly. Veins protruding. No one would doubt that these were arms brimming with explosive power. At this moment, the gates of the Thunder God's Hammer Fortress suddenly swung open, causing the ground to tremble. One after another, massive figures appeared at the fortress gates. Upon seeing them, the heat of anger ignited in Z's deep violet eyes, and he gripped the heavy iron staff even tighter. Before him stood giants exceeding 15 meters in height, their iron gray fur covering their bodies, shimmering under the sun. Most astonishing was the overwhelming aura they exuded. causing even the magical elements in the air to recoil in fear. Each enormous foot, measuring a meter in length, caused the ground to quake violently with every step, their bodies so robust that terror was the only fitting description. Especially their bloodthirsty red eyes, wide shoulders measuring 5 meters, and bulging trapezius muscles resembling small hills beneath their fur. At the ends of their thick arms were claws 100 inches long, each capable of rivaling the dragon spears of human dragon cavalry. Their deep, rumbling breaths seemed to make the air weep. Indeed, these were the orc tribe's ultimate trump card, the raging behemoth, capable of contending with true dragons and renowned for their invincibility in land combat. Even the physique of a dragon could not compare to that of the behemoth. If it came to close combat, these 7th-tier raging behemoths could easily tear apart an 8th-tier dragon. Though they were only 7th tier, no magical beast of the same rank could stand against them. Their high resistance to magic, rendering them immune to blue-tier spells, made their bodies akin to impenetrable fortresses. As for the 8th-tier silver behemoth and the 9th-tier golden behemoth, they were even more emblematic of invincibility in land warfare. In the extreme north wilderness, the orc tribes were divided into numerous clans, with the strength of a clan not determined by the size of its territory, but by the number of behemoths it possessed. Whichever clan had the greatest number of behemoth giants was regarded as the strongest among the orcs. At this moment, there were 100 raging behemoths outside the Thunder God's Hammer Fortress. Their formation disorderly, for behemoths never required ranks. Their appearance was not for battle, but rather for training. Even within the orcs' largest fortress, the Thunder God's Hammer, the commanders dared not allow these incredibly ferocious giants to train inside. In addition to the 100 raging behemoths, there were also 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths. More than half of the behemoth beasts within the fortress of Thor's Hammer are now present. The fur of the silver behemoth shimmers with a silvery hue, and their physiques are even more robust than that of the rampaging behemoths, rendering them nearly immune to all blue-level magic. Only purple-level magic can inflict harm upon them. The golden behemoths are even more formidable. These so-called kings of the behemoths are unequivocally 9th-tier powerhouses, even against purple-level magic, unless it is of the 3rd tier or higher. It is futile to expect them to suffer even the slightest injury. Their golden fur is more resilient than any armor, and their bloodthirsty gazes are enough to make dragons tremble in fear. It is precisely due to the existence of these behemoth beasts that human nations are unable to advance beyond the threshold of thunder. It is unknown from where the orc nation has captured hundreds of tamed dragons, ranging from 4th to 6th tier, which have now been unleashed, their terror palpable outside the fortress of Thor's Hammer. But on the ramparts of the fortress, countless powerful orc warriors are roaring with fervor, cheering for their king. The blood of dragons is the finest sustenance for the rampaging behemoths, and they are now on the move. Their immensely strong bodies exhibit no sense of clumsiness. A single leap can rival the height of the fortress walls. Those tamed dragons attempting to take flight are swiftly grasped by the claws of the rampaging behemoths and brutally torn back to the ground. The method of attack employed by the behemoth beasts is straightforward, sheer power, absolute. Bloody-powered, no tamed dragon can resist, nor can any escape. In just 5 minutes, a bloodbath has ensued outside the fortress of Thor's Hammer. The tamed dragons have vanished, and not even a single intact piece of flesh can be found. Blood has soaked the iron-gray fur of the rampaging behemoths, intensifying the crimson glow in their eyes. At this moment, 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths join the fray, targeting their own kin. The massive bodies of the rampaging behemoths are effortlessly tossed aside like toys in the presence of these 7 even more formidable behemoths, their furious roars seemingly capable of tearing the air asunder. Ji stands observing the distant battle among the behemoth beasts. He understands that this is the way behemoths are trained. Even in practice, each behemoth gives their all. Their formidable defensive capabilities render them unafraid of injury. It is only through continuous combat that behemoth beasts can maintain their terrifying combat prowess that instills dread in human nations. As the blood within him boils, Ji realizes he cannot remain here any longer. For he is beginning to lose control of his emotions. He lets out a roar that brings the distant behemoths to a halt, and in an instant, he transforms into a purple shadow, darting towards the left side of the fortress of Thor's Hammer, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. When Yi Inju awakens from his stupor, he finds himself lying in his dormitory bed. The enticing aroma of food wafts through the air, causing his stomach to emit a mournful growl. He turns over and rises from the bed, aside from a slight dizziness in his head. He feels no discomfort whatsoever. Even he is surprised at how remarkably his body has recovered. The internal injuries inflicted by elemental backlash have seemingly healed. That you're awake. Time to eat, comes the somewhat icy voice of Sula. 2 plates of vegetarian dishes and a few steamed buns are placed on the table. Are we not having any additional dishes today? Yi Inju inquires with a smile. Sula scoffs. Additional dishes? Having something to eat is already a blessing. Yi Inju takes a bite of a bun and asks, Sula, what is wrong with you? I don't recall offending you. Didn't you say before I fainted that you wanted to kill me? While speaking, his hands are not idle, rapidly consuming the vegetables. Sula's culinary skills are quite remarkable, and the flavors are nearly impeccable. What is wrong with me? Sula grits his teeth. Who told you to win? Who told your sound system to win? Why are you so strong? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Huh? You never asked me. Yi Inju responds, somewhat perplexed. Sula, what is the matter? I recall my father mentioning that only those entering menopause exhibit unstable emotions. You are not experiencing early menopause, are you? You. Sula's face darkens, and suddenly he bursts into tears. Money, my money. You scoundrel, you caused me to lose all my money. That I'm going to kill you. As he speaks, a dagger appears in his hand, and he brandishes it in the air as if it were Yi Inju himself. That I caused you to lose money. I remember you only bet 1 gold coin. And since you were betting on our sound system to win, how could you lose? Yi Inju replies, baffled. This, Sula's sobbing halts abruptly, and he looks at Yi Inju with an awkward expression, lowering his head. Actually, I didn't have faith in your sound system, so I bet all my money on the dark magic system. That I thought I could earn some money to improve my life. Who knew you all would win? Upon hearing this, Yi Inju finally comprehends, frowning. I've always said gambling is unwise. Why did you still go and gamble? Sula huffs. I don't care that I lost all my money anyway. This is my last meal. After this, we won't even have money for food. You caused me to lose money, so you owe me. Looking at Sula's tear-streaked face, Yi Inju finds it hard not to smile. He sighs softly, and with a flicker of his spatial ring, the last few gold coins appear in his hand. Here, take it all. It's all I have left. Sula is taken aback. He never expected Yi Inju not only to refrain from blaming him for losing all his money, but to also give him the remaining coins without uttering a single reproachful word. Taking the gold coins, Sula slowly lowers his head, and subtle changes appear on his face. His gaze is unconsciously softened. Let us eat. Don't gamble next time. These few gold coins should be enough for us to eat for a while. Right? Yi Inju takes the initiative to hand a bun to Sula and pulls him to sit opposite him. However, Sula stares at the bun in his hand for a long time without making a move. Inju. You're a good person. Sula sighs lightly. Yi Inju smiles slightly. I think so too. Sula chuckles wryly. But how will we get by in the future? Everything in Milan is expensive. This money will barely last us over a month. I lost dozens of gold coins. That's dozens. Yi Inju replies helplessly. Well, I don't know what to do either. That I'll aim to win the championship in the upcoming New Life competition. That way, we'll have money. Sula scoffs. Do you think it's that easy? You've seen the strength of the dark magic system, but in the 9 magical systems. Oh, counting your sound system, now it's 10. The dark magic system can only rank around 3 or 4. The wind system, space system, and light system are not weaker than them, and the mental and summoning systems are certainly stronger. Miracles don't happen all the time, even if your sound system has some strength. It doesn't guarantee you'll keep winning in the subsequent matches. Yi Inju asserts. I have confidence in myself. Sula rolls his eyes. But I have no confidence in you. Yi Inju smiles wryly. What can we do then? Gold coins 1T just fall from the sky. Suddenly, Sula's eyes light up. Inju, how about we go out and find work? Milan's Magic Martial Academy places great emphasis on self-study. And we only have classes 3 days a week. We can utilize our free time to find jobs. As long as we secure a regular job, it should cover our expenses at the academy. Don't forget, we also have to pay tuition next semester. 1 year's tuition is 100 gold coins. That's no small sum. Upon hearing Sula mention tuition, Yi Inju recalls the ocean and nods. All right then. What shall we do? Sula shakes his head. I don't know either. How about this? You still need to compete, and I have no pressing matters. That I'll go out in the next few days to look for suitable jobs. And if I find one, I'll bring you along. Yi Inju nods. Okay. Sula grins. However, from now on, I'll manage our wages. So you don't spend it recklessly. You tend to be too extravagant. Ye Inju looks at him speechlessly. Thinking, I isn't it because of you that I lost all my savings. Although he thinks this in his heart, he doesn't voice it. Instead agreeing to Sula's request to him, money is not of great importance. Having food to eat and a place to stay is sufficient. When the competition begins the next day, a vibrant scene emerges at Milan's Magic Martial Academy. 81 students from the sound system across 5 grades form a super cheerleading squad that appears early at the competition venue. Perhaps the sound system is not a favorite to win the championship, but it undoubtedly holds the title of most popular. This is the might of the first system of Milan's Magic Martial Academy. In comparison to other venues, the audience here at the Shinin department can only be described as a meager handful. Those who come to observe the competitions, including students and teachers, may not hold high hopes for the Shinin department. Nor do they seem to care about the outcomes. After all, it is always pleasant to behold beautiful women, with 81 enchanting maidens representing the Shinin department, even if not all are breathtakingly stunning. At least over half can be deemed attractive, with many being truly exceptional. Furthermore, given their undoubtedly noble backgrounds, who wouldn't wish to capture the attention of such beauties, attending the competitions at the Shinin department? One can at least indulge their eyes. After all, this marks the first collective action of the Shinin department's students across all grades. From this day forth, prior to the commencement of any Shinin department competition, spectators will be treated to a line of young girls clad in white skirts and blue blouses, their bright eyes and radiant smiles captivating all who gaze upon them. Their melodious and alluring voices ring out. The Shinin department shall surely triumph. It remains uncertain whether the Shinin department's freshmen possess genuine strength or if the cheerleading squad merely inflates their morale. In the ensuing 2 days of competition, the Shinin department secured 3 consecutive victories against the Earth, Fire, and Light departments. Only in the match against the Light department did they encounter some difficulties. The captain of the Light department, unlike the Dark Demon department's captain, Yuming, did not command a growth-type magical beast. Although also at the high yellow level, they failed to breach Yi Inju's defense, bolstered by the Moon God's protection and the Sound Blades. Instead, they fell beneath the harmonious melody of the Shinin department's quintet. In a remarkable turn of events, the Shinin department achieved an outstanding record of 5 victories in 5 matches, standing alongside the mental and summoning departments at the pinnacle of the freshman competitions within the magic department. Their next adversary is the Wind department, led by the prodigious magical girl, Roland, who issued a challenge to Yi Inju upon registration. Seated in the stands, Director Nina appeared somewhat haggard, her brow furrowed, despite the Shinin department's recent 3 victories. She had not allowed a smile to grace her lips. Why is this so? My magical power is undoubtedly far superior to that of Yi Inju, yet why can't my flute music control the opponent's beast? Was his success merely a stroke of luck? What thoughts occupied Director Nina's mind? The competition is about to commence. The gentle voice broke through her reverie, pulling her back to reality. Upon looking up, she noticed that the dean, Ferguson, had quietly taken a seat beside her. Perhaps due to the Shinin department's unexpected rise, Ferguson had attended every match, silently observing before departing discreetly after each event. Greetings, Dean. I was merely contemplating some issues regarding the musical pieces, Nina replied coolly. Ferguson smiled. The performances of the Shinin department have truly opened my eyes. It is a pity that the advancement of Sound Mages is fraught with difficulty. Otherwise, their contributions in any battle would wreak havoc upon their opponents. Indeed, the greatest challenge facing the Shinin department is not the duration of their musical performances, but rather the arduous nature of their training. The magical power of Sound Mages can only be enhanced through performance, a far more challenging process than the simple meditation employed by ordinary mages. Otherwise, there would be no occurrence of low-level instructors like BG. The 5-year curriculum of the Shinin department permits graduation upon reaching the orange level, a significantly lower standard than that of other magical disciplines. With a soft sigh, Nina reflected that beyond the yellow level, the enhancement of a Sound Mage's abilities relies solely on innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of effort would yield results. This is why the profession is often deemed the most lackluster. However, I have always believed that Sound Mages possess the potential to become the most formidable mages on the continent. One day, beyond the 7 towers of Phelan, there will be an additional tower dedicated to Sound Mages. Ferguson was taken aback, casting a knowing glance at Nina, who praised Phelan. Director Nina, Such words should not be spoken again. Realizing her faux pas, Nina felt a shiver run through her. Falling silent, Ferguson's gaze shifted towards the Chenin department's cheerleading squad. Though no longer young, who does not appreciate beauty? Even he found himself feeling envious of the youth surrounding him. Yi Yinju, you must give it your all. The Chenin department is the strongest. A melodious voice rang out from the forefront of the cheerleading squad, where a girl waved a specially crafted cheerleading baton, exclaiming with excitement, "If there are over 5,000 men in attendance, then at least 95% of them have their eyes fixed upon this girl, with more than 70% swallowing hard. Their gazes glimmering as the captain of the Chenin department's cheerleading team, Xiang Wan, the most beautiful girl of Milan Magic Martial Academy, undoubtedly commands such attention. Xiang Wan is not her true name, but rather a title. No one knows what her real name is. Even in the Academy's student records, her name is replaced with Xiang Wan, named after a flower symbolizing happiness. Its outward tranquility and harmony embody the free-spirited and optimistic essence of the Milan Empire. Serving as its national flower, the people of Milan cherish it, referring to it as the Golden Lily. Upon hearing that voice again, Yi Yinju, already on stage, instinctively turned his gaze towards its source, though this was not his first encounter with Xiang Wan. Seeing her still quickened his heartbeat. The same white skirt and blue blouse worn by Xiang Wan exuded an ethereal beauty. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, her proportions were perfectly balanced, with long, shapely legs partially exposed. Her golden pink hair cascaded in large waves down her back. Her light purple, crystalline eyes sparkled, her movements graceful as a startled swan, akin to a dancing dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums and flourishing as spring pines. From a distance, she appeared as radiant as the sun rising amidst morning clouds, and upon closer inspection, she shone like a lotus emerging from tranquil waters. Her captivating visage drew the gaze of anyone who beheld her, overshadowing all other beauties of the Chenin department standing behind her. The first time Yi Yinju laid eyes on Xiang Wan, his mind went blank. He had encountered many beauties within the Chenin department, yet only Xiang Wan could induce such a rapid heartbeat and flush of warmth. The impression she left was entirely unique, as though her visage was etched into his very soul. This moment, their eyes met once again, and Yi Yinju caught a glimpse of Xiang Wan's encouraging gaze. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an infusion of boundless energy and unwavering confidence. Is she watching me? Is she encouraging me? I must win. I am determined to achieve victory alongside the Chenin department. Hey, stop staring. Have you not had enough? Xueling's teasing voice jolted Yi Yinju from his reverie. He stammered, his cheeks warming under her gaze. Xueling huffed, leaning closer to Yi Yinju and whispering, "Stop looking. It's pointless. Do you have any idea how many people in our academy are vying for Senior Xiang Wan's affection? Even if she truly fancied you, you would be unworthy of her. Why is that?" Yi Yinju instinctively inquired. Xueling replied, "Do you wish to become the target of the entire academy's ridicule? The competition is about to begin. Focus your mind." Taking a deep breath, Yi Yinju ceased his glances towards Xiang Wan and redirected his attention to the opponent across from him. Upon seeing Roland once again, he noted that she was clad in the Milan Magic Martial Academy uniform. While she too was beautiful, having beheld the stunning Xiang Wan and numerous other beauties of the Chenin department, Yi Yinju felt almost immune to her allure. His initial purpose for entering the freshman competition was to prove himself, and Roland could be considered the catalyst for that ambition. The expression on Roland's face appeared somewhat grim. She had not anticipated that Yi Yinju would truly lead the Chenin department into competition, and even more so, achieve an unbroken string of victories. "Roland, it seems we meet again." Yi Yinju, as the captain of the Chenin department, approached her directly. Roland let out a cold snort. "I never expected that a penniless boy like you would possess some ability. But your winning streak ends here. I will personally demonstrate to you what true magic and genuine strength entail." Having acquired considerable knowledge during his time at the academy, coupled with his naturally calm demeanor cultivated through a life steeped in music, Yi Yinju's temperament and aura were rare, making him less susceptible to provocation. Smiling slightly, he replied, "Then let us commence. That we choose a team battle." He would not engage in disputes. Demonstrating the truth through action was the best course. The 5 competitors from the wind department, aside from Roland, were all male. The referee announced the official start of the match. 5 beams of yellow light ignited simultaneously. following in the footsteps of the dark demon and light departments. The Chenin department once again faced a scenario where all 5 opposing contestants were at the yellow level. Roland and 3 other competitors were at the mid-yellow level, while the second-year student had even reached the high-level standard of the wind department. Although wind magic may not be the strongest in terms of offense, it is undoubtedly the fastest. The sharp, piercing shrieks filled the air as dozens of crimson wind blades shot forth from the wands of the 5 competitors. Raining down upon Yi Yinzhu and his team, a milky white light flared, as the moon goddess protection appeared, as always, to shield the bodies of Yi Yinzhu's group. Today, they had chosen a piece titled White Snow for their ensemble. A composition imbued with sorrow. For sound mages, melancholic music is the most potent in evoking emotional resonance, making it easier to manipulate the emotions of their opponents in light of their generally inferior magical prowess compared to other disciplines. Nina orchestrated a performance for them that was steeped in sorrow for the entirety of the competition to counter the onslaught of their adversaries. Yi Yinzhu remained on high alert, while Bai Shui commenced with the haunting notes of the gushing. As the crystalline sound resonated in the air in that very moment, however, the blades of wind hurtling towards them underwent a sudden transformation. Dozens of wind blades, mere meters from their position, abruptly altered their trajectory, colliding with one another in rapid succession, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks that disrupted the rhythm of the performance. The ocean's subordinates faltered momentarily, and Bai Shui found herself forcibly interrupted in an instant. The expressions of Xueling, Lanxi, and Kong Ke shifted simultaneously. The melody was the sole weapon of the divine sound system, and its abrupt interruption by the howling winds was an ominous sign. The wind blades continued to clash incessantly in the air, the shrill howls echoing one after another. Aside from Roland and a senior-level wind mage, the remaining 3 were relentlessly unleashing wind blades, not with the intent to attack, but rather to collide with one another around the moon goddess's protection, creating a tumultuous din that obstructed the harmonious ensemble of the 4 women from the divine sound system. The ocean, though slightly better off, remained icy in demeanor. Despite the initial disruption, the slow yet steady notes of the guzheng struggled to maintain Bai Shui's melody. However, Xueling, Lanxi, and Kong Ke found themselves at a disadvantage, their mental fortitude lacking in comparison to the ocean's steadiness. Under the influence of the howling winds, their performance was utterly derailed, and the dissonance further impacted the ocean's playing. From the moment the competition commenced, the divine sound system found itself in an unequivocally unfavorable position. Roland cast a taunting glance at Yi Yinzhu. Although the ocean could still produce music, the interference of the wind howls rendered the melody woefully ineffective against the incantations of the yellow-level mages. Roland and her second-year companion had already begun their deep and protracted chant. Yi Yinzhu remained seated, unperturbed by the clashing wind blades, his gaze fixated on Roland as if he were anticipating something. As the low incantations quickened, Roland and her companion unleashed a brilliant yellow glow. The deep yellow radiance emanating from the second-year student intensified, and a faint 6-pointed star pattern began to materialize before them. A subtle smile graced Yi Yinzhu's lips, as though he were detached from the tumult surrounding him. In that moment, his focus was solely on the Qingyue Qinghui, the guqin before him, with a subtle lift of his right hand. His fingers danced lightly, striking the strings with the swiftness of a falcon's strike, unleashing a rumbling resonance that reverberated profoundly, akin to the tolling of a bell. This explosive sound was a hallmark of Yi Yinzhu's unique technique. A combination of martial energy and sound, the dark red waves of magic surged forth instantaneously, and in an instant, the clashing wind blades ceased their relentless assault. All 5 wind mages, including Roland, were jolted as if struck by a powerful force. Unlike his previous encounter with the dark magic system, this time Yi Yinzhu employed a continuous explosive sound. One must not underestimate the simplicity of his motion. It was a culmination of 16 years of meticulous preparation, where his essence and spirit reached their zenith, resulting in the pinnacle of explosive sound, 7 consecutive blasts. What is the optimal moment for unleashing explosive sound? Qin Shang had once elaborated on this matter to Yi Yinzhu. Regardless of the magic system, if the incantation exceeds half its duration, it becomes irrevocable, much like a musical piece. Once the magical energy propels the performance past the halfway mark, it must be completed, lest one suffer a backlash from their mental energy. Clearly, the explosive sound achieves its maximum potency when the opponent's incantation exceeds the halfway mark. Forcing an interruption at that stage inflicts significant harm upon the mage. If the opponent does not disrupt their chant, one can employ explosive sound to achieve that end. Thus, merely relying on elemental backlash can easily injure the opponent and secure one's own victory. Of course, explosive sound is merely a step above the ordinary instantaneous magic. Therefore, if the opponent's mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, disrupting their chant becomes a formidable challenge. Yi Yinju held unwavering confidence in his technique, particularly with the explosive sound amplified by his martial energy. However, given the presence of a senior-level yellow mage among his adversaries, he resolved to unleash the 7 consecutive blasts for the first time. The cumulative power of 7 explosive sounds harmonizing was far from a simple addition. The synergistic effect obliterated Roland and her companion's incantation. As the spell was interrupted, both Roland and her companion's faces paled dramatically. A faint green light erupted from Roland's chest, flickering momentarily, and the intense magical fluctuations caused her body to tremble anew. Clearly, she possessed a magical artifact akin to a protective charm, which shielded her from the elemental backlash in this dire moment. However, the second-year student was not as fortunate. The fierce backlash from the wind magic caused the yellow magical aura surrounding him to surge violently. As if in chaotic collision, he let out a pained scream, blood spewing forth as his body crumpled to the ground. The remaining 3 wind mages were left reeling, their ears ringing with a persistent buzzing, their minds clouded in confusion, rendering them incapable of continued combat. The inaugural use of the 7 consecutive blasts yielded an unexpectedly profound effect. This moment, although Roland remained conscious, the disdain in her eyes had evaporated entirely. She now comprehended that the divine sound system's string of victories was not merely a stroke of luck. Yi Yinju's music was not easily withstood. The strategic approach of the wind system against the divine sound system was utterly dismantled by the 7 consecutive blasts. Ferguson had grown somewhat accustomed to the astonishment Yi Yinju elicited. Muttering to himself, "Praise the law of blue. What remarkable magical fluctuations. That earlier display undoubtedly reached levels beyond green. Yet he remains at the red level. The dual cultivation of martial and magical prowess truly that effective for a divine sound master?" Little did he realize that the dual cultivation of martial and magical prowess was the most challenging among all disciplines. Otherwise, Qin Shang would have long since mastered it. Even someone as extraordinarily gifted as Yi Yinju, a rare talent, had spent a grueling 16 years to achieve initial success with his innate affinity for the Guqin. At long last, Bai Shui commenced her performance smoothly. Yi Yinju refrained from joining in, raising his gaze toward Roland, and calmly stated, "Surrender. You no longer have any chance." With 4 of the 5 wind mages incapacitated and armed with the dual magical abilities of sound blades and explosive sound, Yi Yinju would not allow the howling winds to re-emerge. The lone yellow mid-level mage, Roland, was thoroughly suppressed. Within the melody of the divine sound master, any further attempt to chant would prove increasingly arduous. Moreover, even with the aid of magical artifacts to mitigate the elemental backlash, she had sustained some degree of bodily harm. No, I will not concede, especially not to you. Roland's face betrayed a stubborn resolve as she commanded, "Come forth, my companion." Fade, a blue magical 6-pointed star materialized before her, and as the azure light flickered, it seemed to bolster Roland's confidence immensely. The colossal azure figure began to emerge from the star. Ferguson and Nina gasped in unison. A growth-type wind beast, the green dragon. Ferguson, smiling, remarked, "Praise the law of blue. The children of today are becoming increasingly formidable." Yet another growth-type beast. Has the prevalence of growth-type beasts on the continent of Longqinus reached such heights? It appears that a golden generation is emerging from our Milan Martial and Magic Academy. Nina's expression, however, was far from as cheerful as Ferguson's. The green dragon was not merely a dragon to be tamed, but a true dragon. Although the strongest green dragon could only ascend to level 8, which was slightly inferior to the growth potential of the previous day's Nether Snow Spirit, it remained a genuine dragon. Its melee capabilities were incomparable to those of the Nether Snow Spirit. Only mages possessing actual dragons as mounts could be deemed dragon mages, a distinction that set them apart from dragon knights. Clearly, Roland was a dragon mage, even though her green dragon was currently only at the growth stage of around level 5. Lacking awakened intelligence, it measured 7 meters in length and 3 meters in height, its rotund form suggesting it had indulged excessively in delightful fare, appearing adorably plump. Upon its emergence, it promptly patted its own head with its forepaws before turning to seek out Roland. "Fei Fei, attack, defeat them, or there will be no dinner for you tonight," Roland commanded furiously. Fei Fei turned to face Yi Yingzhu and the other four, who were significantly smaller in stature, its previously innocent gaze transforming into one of ferocity as it brandished its forepaws, seemingly declaring, "For dinner's sake, I shall fight." This was the first time Yi Yingzhu encountered a true dragon. He observed the green dragon's body, adorned with a layer of fine scales, its chubby form endearing. Its 7-meter length paled in comparison to the ferocity of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus he had encountered before. Its sluggish demeanor made it difficult to imagine it posed any threat. However, this time, he had underestimated the creature. With a tremendous flap of its immense wings, Fei Fei accelerated, and in an instant, its bulky form left a fleeting shadow in the in a mere blink. It had reached the front of Yi Yingzhu's moon goddess's protection. With tremendous force, its colossal body collided directly against the moon god guardian. The wind attribute dragon, despite its plumpness, was not hindered in speed. Boom! How much power could a body measuring 3 meters in height and 7 meters in length generate after an instantaneous acceleration? Fei Fei was about to demonstrate this to Yi Yingzhu. The moon god guardian disintegrated into sparkling white light in an instant under Fei Fei's formidable impact. Fortunately, Yi Yingzhu's mental energy had conjured a moon god guardian with defensive capabilities comparable to a green-level magic, which, although shattered, temporarily staved off the collision with the massive creature, preventing it from crashing directly into him. Roland shouted from a distance, "Wind blade breath." "No," Nina cried out, but it was already too late that a whirlwind of green energy erupted from Fei Fei's mouth. Composed of countless wind blades, the breath was a natural ability of dragons, varying among different races. The Fei Fei's green-level wind blade breath was evidently worlds apart from the wind blades unleashed by the previous wind system students. In the absence of the moon god guardian, in the blink of an eye, the green wind blades sped towards Yi Yingzhu and his companions at that moment. Yi Yingzhu had no time to rally his mental energy to summon the moon god guardian once more. What fate awaited a mage confronted by a dragon endowed with formidable melee and magical prowess? The watching members of the sound system cheerleading team fell utterly silent, most of the girls closing their eyes in fear. Even the judges and teachers observing from outside could not intervene in time. No one had anticipated such a powerful dragon would suddenly enter the competition. Fei Fei was alarmingly close to Yi Yingzhu and his group. As the massive green wind blades hurtled toward them, everyone held their breath in suspense. Roland, too, stood frozen, a wave of regret flooding her mind, but Fei Fei's intelligence was limited, entirely relying on her control, the fury ignited by the 7 sounds explosive provocation. She had forgotten the terror of the dragon. As she watched Yi Yingzhu, who was at the forefront, poised to be annihilated by Fei Fei's wind blades, it was already too late for her to intervene. The performance of Bai Shui had become meaningless. Shui Ling was stunned, while Lan Shi's eyes brimmed with fear at the impending onslaught of wind blades. Kong Ke screamed in alarm. Hai Yang lifted her head. Her hands pressed against the zheng strings, her icy gaze revealing a faint despair, tinged with a sense of relief. The gust stirred by the wind blades tousled Hai Yang's dark hair, unveiling half of her face that had long been shrouded. It was a visage marred by scars, a stark contrast to her exquisite left side that rivaled Xiang Wan's beauty. In that moment, confronted by the destructive green wind blades, Hai Yang's secret was finally laid bare. If Xiang Wan was the most beautiful in the sound system, then Hai Yang was undoubtedly its most unfortunate. Yet Yi Yingzhu remained unflustered, devoid of despair, as the green wind blades descended upon them like a tempest. He sprang into action, not with the quivering of strings, but with his hand, specifically his right hand with 4 fingers. The radiant emerald light extended instantaneously, reaching a length of 3 zhang, swirling in the air as ripples of emerald hue unfurled. In that fleeting moment, the wind blades unleashed by the green dragon Fei Fei were entirely enveloped by the emerald brilliance. The circular emerald ripples thrashed violently, and Yi Yingzhu let out a muffled groan as the force reverberated through him. Shaking his body, he coughed up blood but did not retreat. His resolute gaze remained fixed upon the towering beast, charging directly at Fei Fei. With ethereal steps, he dodged the descending claws of Fei Fei, propelling himself upward like an arrow. And within the blink of an eye, he had reached the dragon's back, The gentle circular ripples silently coiled around Feifei's stout neck at that moment. Keen observers noticed an emerald thread emanating from Yi Yingzhu's right hand, now pulsating with a fierce yellow glow, tightening around Feifei's neck. Blood gushed forth as Feifei let out a pained roar. The seemingly delicate emerald thread had burrowed into its formidable scales that Yi Yingzhu pressed himself firmly against Feifei's back, both hands exerting force, tightening the emerald thread further in response to the searing pain around its neck. Feifei roared in fury, its massive form soaring into the air as it struggled to fling Yi Yingzhu off. However, contrary to its intentions, the emerald thread only tightened more, the agony intensifying, as torrents of dragon blood streamed down its robust neck, while Yi Yingzhu clung to the dragon as if glued, unable to be dislodged. In desperation, Feifei launched itself into the air, crashing into the arena's barrier, causing Yi Yingzhu to spit another mouthful of blood. Yet, he gripped the emerald thread with renewed determination. "Withdraw your dragon, or I shall be forced to slay it." Yi Yingzhu's voice rang coldly across the arena. The sudden turn of events transpired within mere breaths. Few could comprehend Yi Yingzhu's swift actions. Roland felt Feifei's intense suffering acutely, though she yearned for victory. Feifei was of paramount importance to her. Without hesitation, the six-pointed star reappeared as Roland summoned her beloved dragon back. Yi Yingzhu's lithe form spun gracefully in midair, the three-zhong-long emerald thread snapping down like a whip, striking the ground with a force that decelerated his descent, allowing him to land safely. The emerald thread then transformed into rippling circles, retracting into the sleeve of his right wrist, disappearing from sight. Despite his pallor akin to that of parchment, he stood unwavering, exuding an air of pride. The wind system had lost. Roland had been bested, both in contest and in spirit. Sound system wins, the judge announced, halting the match, his heart still racing. The harrowing sight of 5 sound system students nearly perishing beneath the green dragon's wind blades had chilled him to the bone. After all, these young women hailed from distinguished lineages. Should any harm befall them, it would spell disaster for the entire Milan Magic Martial Academy. Roland and the now conscious wind system contestants departed in dejection at that moment. She could not even bear to meet Yi Yingzhu's clear gaze. Standing there, Yi Yingzhu's eyes found the stunned Xiang Wan among the cheerleaders, a smile gracing his lips as if to convey, "I have triumphed. The sound system has triumphed." Yingzhu, Xueling was the first to rush forward, followed closely by Lan Shi, Kong Ke, and Hai Yang at that moment. Hai Yang's dark hair cascaded down again, concealing her disfigured visage. Her face was ghastly pale, devoid of color. Yi Yingzhu regarded the 4 girls. "We have one that I promised to shield you from all attacks, and I have fulfilled that promise." With a gasp, Yi Yingzhu expelled another mouthful of blood, his body tilting toward Hai Yang. Startled, she instinctively embraced him, the faint scent of blood mingling with the distinctive aroma of a man wafting towards her. Her previously pallid face flushed with a hint of color, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In a daze, Yi Yingzhu seemed to perceive the inner workings of his own body. Meridians, blood, and organs lay vividly before him. "Why can I see all this?" he pondered, confusion swirling in his mind. Just then, his blood underwent a transformation, shifting from a vibrant red to a faint purple hue. Soon, everything he perceived was tinted with this ethereal violet. An irresistible itch spread throughout his body, as if it penetrated to the very bones. He yearned to scratch it, yet found himself utterly incapable. The itch intensified, accompanied by a wave of warmth coursing through him, a torment far worse than pain, rendering him unable to endure. His entire being itched fiercely, the acute suffering driving him to fight back against it. Alas, this was beyond his control. Time flowed on, and just as Yi Yingzhu felt himself on the brink of collapse, the warmth surged into a torrent, devouring all sensations of itchiness. The searing heat enveloped him, akin to being boiled in magma. However, this intense warmth was far preferable to the previous torment of itching. Finally, as the warmth receded, Yi Yingzhu's consciousness began to blur once more, sinking into darkness amidst the sensation of refreshing relief that a cool, moist touch caressed his face, indescribably soothing. With a soft groan, Yi Yingzhu slowly opened his eyes. "Praise the Lalon. Yingzhu, you have finally awakened." Sula's excited voice resonated, her deep concern warming his heart. His blurred vision sharpened, his senses gradually returned. Yi Yingzhu discovered that he was resting upon a remarkably resilient thigh, the faint fragrance of a maiden mingling with a hint of coolness. tantalizing his senses. It was blissful, truly the finest pillow he had ever laid his head upon. Simultaneously, he realized he seemed to be embracing something soft. Haiyang, why are you here? He inquired, bewildered, awakening from his stupor. Yi Yinzhu gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. He found himself resting his head upon Haiyang's thigh, his arms tightly encircling her waist, his face half pressed against her delicate abdomen, from which emanated a captivating, cool fragrance. Almost instinctively, he released his grip, sitting up abruptly, only to realize that his arms and body felt somewhat stiff, evidently having maintained that position for a considerable duration. At this realization, his heart raced, beating even faster than when he had encountered Xiang Wan. With her dark hair partially obscuring her face, Haiyang kept her head lowered, preventing him from discerning her expression. Yet, the portion of her charming visage that was visible had turned a deep shade of crimson. Su La stood nearby, towel in hand, the refreshing sensation on Yi Yinzhu's face presumably originating from this very cloth. With a bemused smile, he looked at Yi Yinzhu and remarked, "You still have the audacity to inquire? You fainted in the trial arena, only to collapse upon poor Haiyang, clutching her as if she were your lifeline. There's nothing to be done. Haiyang had no choice but to bring you back. I initially thought placing you on the bed would suffice, yet you only tightened your embrace, merely relocating your position. You truly treated her as a pillow." Yi Yinzhu was at a loss for words, his face reddening even more than Haiyang's as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the gaze of the half-beautiful, half-ugly icy maiden beside him. The flush on Haiyang's face gradually receded, returning to her usual cold demeanor, her pale countenance evoking a pang of sympathy. "Are you all right?" It was then that Yi Yinzhu recalled that he had sustained grave injuries from battling the green dragon. Fei Fei, the dragon's wind blades were not easily evaded, and in a moment of desperation, he had utilized his fighting spirit and special weapon to dissipate the wind blades, but the force of the impact had left him severely wounded. Subsequently, while struggling against Fei Fei, he had collided with the barrier, suffering further trauma that led to his blood loss and subsequent unconsciousness. As he moved his body, he was astonished to discover that not only was there no lingering pain, but his magical and fighting energies seemed to have recovered to about 70 or 80%. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he were brimming with vitality. However, he noticed a sticky sensation on his skin, indicating he had perspired profusely, which was somewhat uncomfortable. "How is it that you are recovering so swiftly? Did you all assist in my healing after I lost consciousness?" Su La replied, "No, after bringing you back, you fluctuated between chills and fever, trembling incessantly. I attempted to channel my fighting spirit into you to aid in your recovery, but was met with a force that pushed me back. Eventually, you began to sweat profusely, as if a stream of purple energy coursed through you, and it took nearly an hour for you to finally settle down before you embraced Haiyang and fell asleep. It is now evening. You appeared gravely injured. Are you truly unscathed now?" Before Yi Yinzhu could respond, Haiyang had already risen to her feet, revealing significant sweat stains on her pristine white dress, undoubtedly remnants of Yi Yinzhu's earlier state. "Since you are well, I shall take my leave. If you have not fully recovered, do not participate in tomorrow's competition." With that, she turned to exit, and in that fleeting moment, Yi Yinzhu distinctly caught a glimpse of her half-concealed, unsightly visage beneath her dark tresses. "Haiyang," Yi Yinzhu called out. Her footsteps faltered momentarily. "Thank you." She gently shook her head, saying nothing more before gracefully departing. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Yinzhu felt a sense of determination welling within him. He recognized that the primary reason for Haiyang's icy demeanor stemmed from her appearance, which was evidently a result of circumstances beyond her control. "Stop staring. She has already left. Yinzhu, do tell me what weapon you employed at the end of today's match. I don't believe I have ever seen it before," Su La inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Ah, that was..." Yi Yinzhu raised his right hand. "The Qin Emperor's Collector's Edition. Stop staring. She has already left. Yinzhu, do tell me what weapon you employed at the end of today's match. I don't believe I have ever seen it before." Su La reiterated, his intrigue unabated. That, Yi Yinzhu rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a verdant bracelet that shimmered with a soft glow upon his wrist, unlike the life-preserving bracelet which adhered closely to his skin. This green bracelet was merely worn over his wrist. What a beautiful bracelet! How much must it be worth? Su La's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Yinzhu chuckled wryly. "You are always thinking about money." Su La retorted, Money may not be everything, but a lack of it is certainly debilitating. Without funds, what shall we eat? A young man like you wearing a bracelet. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes widening. You cannot be telling me that this bracelet is the very weapon you showcased today. Zhu smiled subtly. It is called by C. Observed. As he spoke, he gently flicked his wrist. And in the blink of an eye, the green bracelet transformed into a 3-zhang-long green thread, as if it possessed a life of its own, continuously shifting forms under the gentle guidance of his faint yellow fighting spirit. Sula reached out to grasp the Bai Si in midair, only to realize it was slightly thicker than hair, yielding a smooth and warm sensation in his hand when he tugged at it lightly. The Bai Si showed no reaction. Under Zhu's deft control, the Bai Si coiled and wound itself back around his wrist, reverting to its original bracelet form. That I reside in a place known as Bai Kong Hai. A small locale within the Arcadia Kingdom. Bai Kong Hai is essentially a vast bamboo forest, with a singular life bamboo at its heart, serving as the core of all Bai Kong Hai. The life bamboo has a core that grows an inch every century, and that inch becomes Bai Si.it is arguably the most resilient material in this world, imbued with tremendous vitality. Sula stared in disbelief. An inch every century? That means your Bai Si is 3 zhang long, which equates to 30,000 years. Zhu chuckled. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that its vitality is unparalleled. Do not be deceived by its slender appearance. It possesses both flexibility and rigidity, with countless applications. It can even pulverize stone, its sharpness rivaling any weapon. He refrained from mentioning that this Bai Si was the treasured heirloom of the bamboo clan. Zhu, born with 8 fingers, was ill-suited for swordsmanship. Thus, Yili had spent over a decade researching to derive a unique martial art based on bamboo clan techniques, utilizing Bai Si as a weapon that was tailored for his learning. Years prior, Qin Shang had made a pact with Yili, vowing not to impart any martial arts to Zhu for 15 years. Hence, from the age of 15, Bai Si had finally come into Zhu's possession. Apart from honing his innate Qinzi Qin Xian, he had dedicated the year before leaving Bai Kong Hai to perfecting Bai Si, which had become his martial art, with the foundation of yellow-level initial stage bamboo fighting spirit. As the legitimate heir of the bamboo clan, although he had not yet mastered Bai Si to perfection, at the very least, he had begun to employ the bamboo clan techniques imparted by Yi Li. During his confrontation with the Green Dragon today, due to Fei Fei's unexpectedly swift movements, he had not had the time to counter with Yin Run, and in desperation, had resorted to employing this martial art for the first time. Had it not been for the resilience and sharpness of Bai Si, how could he have possibly inflicted harm upon a colossal dragon like the Green Dragon? So you truly are adept in both magic and martial arts. Possessing yellow-level fighting spirit, Sula gazed at the Bai Si in Zhu's hand, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. Zhu smiled in silence. While he had come to trust Sula, he remained cautious about revealing the secrets of his abilities. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Who could it be at such a late hour? Could it be Hai Yang returning? Sula mused, rising to open the door. Dressed in a white magical robe, Nina entered, immediately inquiring, Zhu, how are you faring? Ah, it is Director Nina, greetings. Zhu has awakened. Sula quickly ushered Nina into the room. Nina, dear, what brings you here? Zhu rose, the room being somewhat cramped. He offered his bed for Nina to sit upon. Nina surveyed Zhu with a keen eye, deducing from his now lucid gaze that he was indeed in good health. You are well. You have recovered so swiftly that I truly cannot fathom what your body is made of. Seeing that Zhu was unharmed, a visible sigh of relief escaped her. Zhu scratched his head. I too am uncertain why my recovery has been so rapid. Perhaps it is due to my robust physique. Although he spoke casually, his mind wandered back to the dream that had left his body in an intolerable itch. A nagging feeling that his recovery was somehow tied to that dream. As long as you are all right, I can rest easy that I have come for 2 reasons today. To assess your health, and to share some good news. Nina rarely wore a smile, but her current mood was exceptionally bright, as if she had not felt such joy in many years. Good news? What is it? Zhu inquired eagerly. Nina beamed. Our Divine Sound department has advanced to the finals of the newcomer competition. What? We have only just completed 6 preliminary matches, haven't we? Zhu stood in stunned silence as Nina proudly declared. Praise be to Fa Lon. Perhaps this is the favor of the heavens. Our Divine Sound department has triumphed in all 6 battles and has secured a place in the finals ahead of all others. Regardless of whether it is the Department of Magic or the Department of Martial Arts, we are the first to advance. Beside them, Sula interjected, really, even if the Divine Sound department has emerged as the dark horse this year. There are still the Space Department, the Summoning Department, and the Mentalism Department. 3 formidable competitors. The final 3 matches against them will surely be arduous. Can you definitively declare that the Divine Sound department will prevail? Nina replied, of course not. However, even without further battles, we have already qualified. Although the new students from the Mentalism and Space departments are quite talented, their strengths are too closely matched in the matches held this afternoon. They both suffered heavy losses. Out of the 10 competitors, including the captains, 8 were severely injured and have now forfeited, thus relinquishing their chance to compete tomorrow. This means they can at most achieve a record of 7 wins and 2 losses. And both departments are our opponents tomorrow. Thus, we will secure victory without conflict and achieve 8 wins, regardless of the outcome of the final match against the Summoning Department. One of the 2 qualifying spots from the Department of Magic must belong to us. The Summoning Department has also had a stroke of luck, as they will face us, along with the Space and Mentalism departments, in the final 2 days of competition, making it nearly certain that they will qualify alongside us. Yi Zhu exclaimed in surprise, so that's how it is. It seems our fortune is truly remarkable. Nina, rest assured, I will prepare diligently for the final match against the Summoning Department and strive to defeat them. Nina shook her head and said, no, I have decided to forfeit our match against the Summoning Department. Why? Yi Zhu's eyes widened. Nina explained, it is evident to any keen observer that although our Divine Sound department fields 5 competitors, it equates to you single-handedly overcoming the 6 major magical disciplines. You have worked exceedingly hard. The consumption of both magical and mental energy has been significant, while your body may now be sound. I still wish for you to rest and recover to your optimal condition before the finals. Furthermore, if you encounter a perilous situation like yesterday's during the finals, you must concede immediately. After all, this is merely a competition, and I do not wish for any unfortunate incidents. Though Nina's tone was calm, both Yi Zhu and Su La could discern the concern woven into her words. Nina, who will our opponent be in the finals? Yi Zhu inquired. Nina responded, it is still too early to say. The Department of Martial Arts has 17 disciplines, and their round-robin matches will extend over several more days. Several of these departments are of similar strength, so it is difficult to predict who will reach the finals. If we enter as the second from the Department of Magic, we will face the first from the Department of Martial Arts in the finals. The various departments within martial arts are relatively balanced, and the top 2 will not differ significantly in strength. Thus, relinquishing the top position in the Department of Magic is inconsequential. The finals will not commence for at least another week. So you need not report to the Divine Sound department in the meantime. Simply rest in your dormitory. All right. Thank you, Nina. By the way, Dean Ferguson has been observing our matches to AS, the head of the Academy and the most powerful mentalism magician. He has privately expressed his intention to guide you in honing your mental prowess. Although there are some differences between the magic of our Divine Sound department and the Mentalism department, in application, they ultimately converge. Once this semester officially begins, I hope you will accept his guidance, as it will be beneficial for you. I must take my leave now. Please escort me out. Nina stood and walked out of his dormitory accompanied by Yi Zhu. Noticing that Su La had not followed, she turned to Yi Zhu and said, Zhu, should Dean Ferguson seek you out to offer guidance on your magical training, it is of no consequence. However, you must remember not to divulge the secrets your teacher has imparted to you. Do you understand my meaning? Yi Zhu nodded, saying, I understand. Are you comfortable living here? Nina glanced at the dormitory behind Yi Zhu, her brow furrowing slightly. Yi Zhu replied, it's quite good. Good. Nonsense that I will arrange for a better accommodation for you. How can a student from our Divine Sound department reside in such a place? But I don't have any money, Yi Zhu murmured. Nina replied nonchalantly, I have the authority to waive a portion of the fees for our department students. You need not concern yourself with that. Nina, enough of that. Return to your rest, Nina said, her eyes radiating kindness as she nodded at Yi Zhu before turning to leave. Yi Zhu watched her youthful figure vanish into the night before returning to his dormitory. Upon returning, Yi Zhu filled a large basin with water and walked back to his bedroom, grabbing his towel from the bedside cabinet and tossing it into the basin. Sula, reclining against the bed. Exclaimed in astonishment, "Inju, what are you doing?" "Taking a bath. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." That as he spoke, Yi Inju swiftly removed his moon guardian attire, leaving only a pair of shorts. A high-pitched scream erupted as Su La stared wide-eyed at Yi Inju's bare torso. As though he had been greatly shocked, he observed that, while Yi Inju typically appeared slender, his physique was remarkably well-proportioned and athletic, with muscle that was not overly exaggerated, creating a harmonious impression. Beneath his bronzed skin, a faint purple aura seemed to shimmer. Yi Inju was startled by Su La's scream, nearly knocking over the basin of water. Su La, what are you doing? Nothing, but why are you bathing in the room? Su La averted his gaze as he saw Yi Inju begin to remove his last pair of shorts, hurriedly turning away and covering his head with a blanket. Yi Inju chuckled. "It's cold outside. The weather has turned chilly. Besides, it would be improper for me to be seen by the female students outside. I am not a flasher." "You are a flasher." Su La's voice trembled slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. As a composed and ruthless assassin student, he had long since forgotten the sensation of being flustered. Hearing the sound of splashing water, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the dormitory. Every minute felt like an hour. "Much better," Yi Inju sighed contentedly, lying back on his not-so-spacious bed and stretching comfortably. Completely washing away the grime was undoubtedly a pleasurable experience. "Su La, aren't you going to wash up?" "I don't think I've ever seen you bathe. I've already bathed. I'm not like you, washing in front of others like a flasher," Su La retorted with irritation. "That we're all men. What is there to fear?" "I never expected that our divine sound department would qualify so easily." Su La turned around, peering out from beneath the blanket at Yi Inju. "Indeed, you can rest for a week now. Why don't we go find work right now? I saw a place hiring when I arrived in Milan yesterday." "Oh, sounds good." Yi Inju readily agreed without inquiring about the details of the job Su La had found. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yi Inju was pulled from his slumber by Su La. "Let me sleep a little longer." Yi Inju groaned, clutching the blanket in a sleepy haze. "Get up." "I've already prepared breakfast," Su La insisted, dragging Yi Inju from the bed and pressing a cool, damp towel against his face. The cold, moist towel jolted Yi Inju awake. Reluctantly, he sat up, his nose twitching as he caught the enticing aroma wafting from the simple breakfast prepared by the skilled Su La. Suddenly aware of his empty stomach, he dashed to the table to eat. "Hey, you haven't tea washed up yet. Go do that first." Su La grabbed Yi Inju's arm. "Su La, you aren't really that particular about cleanliness, are you?" "I'm starving. Can I eat first?" "No way." Su La's response was curt as he glared at Yi Inju and pointed to the basin filled with clean water nearby. Fine, fine. You win." While Su La acted like the strictest of caretakers, Yi Inju relished this warm sense of home, as he had not spent much time with his parents. Initially, Qin Shang had only been concerned with his training, taking a rather indifferent stance toward everything else. After the two finished breakfast and stepped out of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, most of the students remained in slumber or meditation, situated in the northern region of the continent. Milan was already feeling the early autumn chill, and even the lush vegetation within the academy bore a slightly desolate air. "Inju, let us have a race," Su La proposed enthusiastically. "A race? What are we racing for?" Yi Inju asked, intrigued. Su La explained. "Let us see who can reach Milan City first. The distance from here to Milan City is about 2 li. Let us see who reaches the city gate first. Shall we?" Initially, I harbored concerns that our daily commute to the city for work would be too taxing on your health. However, if you are also honing your martial skills, then there is no need for such worries. Consider it a means of physical training. As he spoke, he eagerly bounced on the spot. Yi Inju glanced at the distant, imposing walls of Milan and chuckled. "Very well. Begin," Su La said with a sly smile. And before Yi Inju could react, he had already dashed away. Without any apparent effort, his agile form created an illusion, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several dozen meters ahead. The fighting spirit surged within Yi Inju, prompting him to hastily give chase. With his second-tier Huang Bamboo, equivalent to mid-level green, his fighting spirit was both robust and pure, allowing him to maintain a swift pace. However, he soon discovered that despite his utmost efforts, he could only watch as Su La gradually pulled away. Indeed, Su La's speed was extraordinary. Within just a few breaths, only a faint silhouette remained ahead. How swift? What level of strength does Su La possess? Yi Inju's mind was filled with questions. When he arrived at the west gate of Milan, Sulla was already there, waiting with a smile. Appearing neither flushed nor out of breath, exuding an air of tranquility, Sulla, your speed is truly remarkable, Yi Inju remarked sincerely. Although Sulla had initially played tricks, he knew that even starting simultaneously, he could never hope to catch up. Sulla smiled and replied, it is not that I am fast. Rather, you are too slow. Come, let us enter the city. In the distance, the sun had just begun to rise above the horizon, and Milan awakened as if from a slumber. When Yi Inju had last visited, the city's vibrancy had yet to be revealed, and the streets were still sparsely populated. Sulla seemed intimately familiar with the city, pointing out various buildings as they walked. Look, that is the magic goods store. It is not a place for just anyone. Though the items are not remarkable, the prices are exorbitant. Only nobles dare to enter. Over there is the warrior guild. Any registered warrior in the Milan Empire can obtain corresponding badges from there. That restaurant is quite renowned in Milan. Many nobles enjoy dining there. Look, that area is where the dragon riders are stationed. The reason Milan is the largest city on the continent is closely related to the 3 dragon rider regiments stationed here. No other nation would dare to station so many dragon riders in their capital. Following Sulla's, Yi Inju beheld a compound enclosed by walls nearly as tall as the city walls themselves, the vastness of which was indiscernible from the outside. At the center of the compound stood a towering gatehouse, exceeding 10 meters in height, with a grand entrance that rivaled the city gates. Most striking were the dragon riders seated upon their dragons at the forefront. The dark and solid black armor completely enveloped the dragon riders, and the over 5-meter-long dragon spears gleamed with a faint chill in the newly risen sun. Their mounts were the formidable gray earth dragons, nearly 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long, exuding an aura of latent ferocity, their thick scales apparent even at a glance. Though only 2 dragon riders were present, they resembled 2 machines of slaughter, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. Sulla, what kind of dragon is that? I have never seen one before, Yi Inju whispered. Sulla replied, this is a type of earth dragon known as the Machino iron dragon. Machino in ancient language means indestructible. Though this earth dragon is only 4th tier, its defensive capabilities are legendary among earth dragons. With its robust scales, common attacks cannot inflict harm upon it. Among the dragon riders, they are considered a primary force, employed for direct assaults and defense, on par with the Eric Min dragons. While these 2 types of dragons rank lowest within the dragon rider regiments, their numbers are the greatest. Of course, compared to the green dragon you defeated yesterday, the Machino iron dragon is merely trashed dough. Is the green dragon truly that formidable? It seems rather ordinary, Yi Inju remarked non-committally. Sulla retorted, fool, the green dragon you vanquished yesterday is a growth-type magical beast. Still not fully matured in terms of strength, it cannot compare to the Machino iron dragon. However, once it reaches adulthood, boasting a level of 7 or 8, not even you, nor the esteemed Nina from the Sound Elemental Department, would stand a chance. Do not forget, that is a true dragon, not a tamed one. If true dragons are so exceptional, why do the dragon rider regiments still employ tamed dragons? Yi Inju once again displayed his naive curiosity. Sulla rolled his eyes. What do you think true dragons are? If they were so easily tamed, they wouldn't be true dragons. The number of true dragons on the continent of Longqinus is never in the 4 digits, and most are exceedingly proud. Unless under special circumstances, they will never submit to humans. Any human who possesses an adult dragon can become a dragon knight or dragon mage, representing the pinnacle of power in various nations. Within the dragon rider regiments, only Gold Star Dragon Knights and Purple Star Dragon Knights are allowed to possess true dragons. Indeed, there are many formidable tamers, but their numbers are far too scarce. In the configuration of mounts for the cavalry, if the capabilities of each tamed dragon were disparate, command would be impossible. Thus, when selecting tamed dragons, the criteria of quantity and practicality are prioritized. The Eric Min dragons and Machino iron dragons are prime examples. As they conversed, the gates of the Dragon Rider barracks suddenly swung open, revealing a 1-meter-long unicorn shimmering with a crystalline golden hue, followed by a massive body measuring 4 meters in height and 10 meters in length, exuding a heavy and fierce aura that felt suffocating, adorned in resplendent silver armor, which was 2 meters longer than that of ordinary dragon riders, and wielding a thick dragon spear, all of which underscored his noble status and formidable power. Ah, It's him. Ye Inju recognized this individual as the Silver Star Dragon Knight, Viscount Austin, whom he had encountered on the road to Milan. Ye Inju spotted Austin, but Austin did not notice him. The enormous golden crystal Tyrannosaurus occupied a third of the street's width, striding heavily toward the west gate, with a somewhat grim expression on his face. Lost in thought, "Oh, you know him?" Sula asked. His tone laced with curiosity. Ye Inju nodded. "I met him once on the way to the academy. He was quite domineering and even wanted to take our mercenary group's antelope. I had mentioned to Sula that he arrived in Milan with the Iron Thorn mercenary group." Sula's expression turned serious. "Inju, you might be in trouble. It appears Austin is heading to our academy." "Trouble? What trouble? What does his visit to our academy have to do with me?" Yi Inju questioned, bewildered. Sula glanced at him. "You truly know nothing. The trouble I speak of is that Austin is the elder brother of that little witch, Roland. You injured Roland and her magical beast, the green dragon, yesterday." Yi Inju was taken aback. "What did you say? Austin is Roland's elder brother. Are you implying he seeks vengeance?" However, the freshman competition was a fair contest. Sula shook his head. "I cannot be certain, but it is a possibility. Fortunately, our academy holds a superior status. I doubt Austin would dare to be overly brazen. It seems I must introduce you to Roland's background. In the Milan Empire, there are 3 major families, and the Violet family, to which Roland belongs, is one of them. The family head is one of the 2 great marshals of the Milan Empire's military, and also one of the 2 Purple Star Dragon Knights. Martini has a brother named Matrak, who is the vice president of the Milan Mage Guild, and is said to have recently reached purple-level standards. Ye Inju furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the formidable family influence behind Roland. However, his expression quickly returned to calm. "Do you understand what it means to be a Purple Star Dragon Knight? They represent the most powerful existence on the continent, aside from the 7 Towers of Fablon. A purple-level battle master paired with a 9th-level giant dragon earns the title of Purple Star Dragon Knight. Matrak has devoted his life to magical research and has never married, thus he has no offspring. Martini's only son perished in battle against the orcs, leaving behind 4 children, the youngest of whom is Roland. She has 3 older brothers, the eldest being Austin, who is considered the least gifted of the 3rd generation of the Violet family. Roland's second brother, Okafu, is the youngest Gold Star Dragon Knight on the Longqinus continent, boasting an adult 8th-level Earth-type giant dragon. Her third brother, Oliveira, is also a student at our Milan Martial and Magic Academy. A 5th-year student hailed as the top student in the martial arts department, possessing a water-type growth giant dragon that has already advanced to 7th-level. It is said that upon graduation, he will directly become a Silver Star Dragon Knight, and has a chance to break the record for the youngest Gold Star Dragon Knight on the continent. As the youngest, Roland is undoubtedly the most cherished. Unlike her 3 brothers, she chose the path of magic. Matalachi has no children. His most cherished is this beloved niece, at Roland's request. He even joined the Violet mercenary group established by the 4 siblings. It is worth noting that a purple mage deigning to join a mercenary group is an exceedingly rare occurrence across the entire continent. You have certainly offended Roland gravely. There will be consequences for you in the future." Upon hearing Sula's words, Yi Inju's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he recalled a scene from the mercenary guild. Clearly, that purple grand mage must have been Roland's 2nd grandfather, Matalachi, while the other young warrior was likely her 2nd or 3rd brother. Seeing Yi Inju lost in thought, Sula assumed he was concerned about his situation and said with a wry smile, "Though you've only been at the academy for a few days, the people you've offended are not limited to just the Violet family. That dark magic commander, the 1st-year student Yu Ming, is a member of another family, the Yuehui family. Moreover, her status within the Yuehui family is quite comparable to Roland's in the Violet family. Yu Ming's grandfather, Yuehui, symbolizes the family's rise. He is not only the president of the Milan Mage Association, but also a purple-level, 5th-tier Grand Mage of Dark Magic. It is said that he is the most powerful mage outside of the Fablon 7 Towers. Even more formidable than Matalachi, he stands on par with our Academy's purple-level, 4th-tier Grand Mage Ferguson, serving as the Imperial Minister of Magic, overseeing all mages in the Milan Empire. Raising his head, Yi Inju's gaze remained clear and serene as he smiled faintly and replied, "So what? Let us go." "Huh? Aren't you worried about your situation?" Sula exclaimed, astonished at Yi Inju's nonchalance. Yi Inju smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you the one who wanted to take me to work? If we don't hurry, We will miss our chance. It seems I was indeed wasting my breath. You truly aren't worried at all? Sula felt utterly defeated by Yinju's demeanor. It appeared he was unfazed by everything he had just heard. Yet, she couldn't help but admire Yinju's composure in the face of such circumstances. If the roles were reversed, she doubted she could maintain such tranquility. As Yinju walked forward with Sula, he said calmly, "What is there to worry about? What do those eminent figures have to do with me? Surely they wouldn't come looking for trouble with an ordinary first-year student from the Milan Magic Martial Academy just because their granddaughter was bested in a fair competition." The two walked through Milan City for a full hour before Sula finally led Yinju to their destination. It was an elegantly designed three-story building that was rather inconspicuous amidst the bustling Milan City. Its location was not on the main thoroughfare, but rather on a side street, giving it a somewhat desolate atmosphere. This three-story building had a unique character. Its footprint was not extensive, comparable to the teaching building of the sound system. The octagonal eaves paired with dark green glazed tiles imparted a refreshing and comfortable ambience, surrounded by verdant trees. Even though the weather had turned somewhat chilly, the trees here remained exceptionally lush. The interplay between the trees and the building imbued the structure with a natural essence. Most remarkably, a gigantic tree sprouted from the center of the building, as if the three-story structure had been constructed around it. The tree's canopy extended beyond the rooftop, adorned with delicate blue flowers that exuded a faint fragrance reminiscent of musk and orchids, creating an atmosphere that was both ancient and elegant, easily enveloping one in its charm. Perhaps due to his origins from the Azure Sea, Yinju felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon gazing at this building. "What do you think? It's quite nice, isn't it? After careful selection, I decided to come here for work. Not only is the environment pleasant, but the pay is also decent. It's a house, and the waitstaff's daily earnings are around 10 silver coins, with tips as well. If we perform well, the salary could be even higher. Come on, let's go inside," Sula said, pulling at Yinju's sleeve as they headed toward the tea house. As they approached, Yinju looked up to see three large characters inscribed above the entrance: Piao Longqinus. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, Sula had already dragged him inside. "Apologies, gentlemen, but we have not yet commenced operations." A young server, appearing to be around 20, stopped them, dressed in a blue uniform. The server's appearance was unremarkable, yet he possessed a tranquil aura that easily garnered goodwill. "We're not here to drink tea. I saw your recruitment notice yesterday, and we're here for an interview," Sula hurriedly explained. The server smiled slightly and replied, "I apologize, but you have come too late. After the recruitment notice was posted yesterday morning, over 300 applicants arrived by afternoon, and we have already found suitable candidates." "Glory to Fablon. Are you no longer hiring?" Sula urged. "We're very diligent workers, and look, we are students from the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Our qualifications are definitely superior to the average person's." The server shrugged apologetically. "I am truly sorry, but we have already recruited enough personnel. You should have come yesterday. Perhaps then there would have been a chance. Please take your leave." Yinju gently grasped Sula's slender shoulder and said, "Let us forget it. Since they have already filled the positions, let us seek opportunities elsewhere and not impose on them." Sula had intended to press further, but upon hearing Yinju's words, she could only nod in resignation. Just as they were about to turn away, the server suddenly called out excitedly, "Wait a moment." Stepping forward, his eyes fixed on Yinju's hand gripping Sula's left shoulder, he respectfully inquired, "Sir, may I ask if your name is Yinju?" Yinju instinctively responded, "Yes. How do you know my name?" The server stepped aside, blocking their path, and bowed respectfully to Yinju, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I did not realize you were the friend of the young lady. Please, do come in." Taken aback, Yinju replied, "Young lady? Do I know your young lady?" The server looked astonished. "Are you not Yinju?" The young lady instructed that if a young man bearing her ring came, it would be you. A flash of realization struck Yinju. Piao Longqinus. Was this not the place of Sister Anya? He suddenly remembered why the name sounded so familiar. When he first arrived in Milan and parted ways with Anya, she had told him to come to Piao Longqinus if he needed anything. Indeed, Piao Longqinus was founded entirely by the young lady. "Please, both of you, come in." As he spoke, the server led Yinju and Sula inside. Upon entering Piao Longqinus, the first thing that struck them was a sea of green. Not only were there various plants, but even the furnishings and decor inside were in shades of green, reflecting the owner's affinity for the color. There was no sense of opulence, yet an indescribable elegance permeated the space. The building's design was open and airy, and at last, Yi Yinju and Sula beheld the ancient tree that had emerged from within. The trunk of this tree was so immense that it would take at least 20 people to encircle it. Such a colossal tree was unlike anything they had ever seen. Perhaps it was the presence of this ancient tree, combined with the transparent design of Piao Longqinus, that created an atmosphere of refreshing air, leaving everything spotless. Some staff dressed in green were engaged in light cleaning. Sula pinched Yi Yinju gently at his waist, whispering in mild irritation, "So you know the owner here. Were you intentionally trying to make me look foolish earlier?" Yi Yinju chuckled wryly. "Of course not. I found the name Piao Longqinus somewhat familiar when we arrived. But you pulled me in so quickly that I hadn't the chance to think. Didn't I mention that my spatial ring was stolen on the way to Milan, and I lost all my money? I came to Milan with the Iron Thorn mercenary group, escorting Sister Anya's caravan. Sister Anya is very kind. Since I haven't found work, it would be nice to see her." The server led them to a table near the center, where they could clearly see the ancient tree's trunk, and the air was particularly fresh. "Please sit. I will inform the young lady," he said before heading upstairs. The staircase spiraled around the ancient tree, showcasing a unique design that thoughtfully avoided touching the tree, demonstrating a clear intent to protect it. The simple wooden table was spacious, adorned with an antique tea set, and the chairs were also wooden. In a dark green HUEY, Yinju surveyed the area and noted that although the first floor of Piao Longqinus was not small, the seating was limited, surrounding the central ancient tree. There were only 10 tables in total, each enclosed by bamboo curtains. Perhaps because they had not yet started operations, the curtains were drawn up, allowing a view of the entire hall. Sula exclaimed, "This place is truly wonderful." Even though it's just the first-floor hall, the design fully considers the customer's privacy, and this ancient tree in the center is simply extraordinary. It must be unique across the continent. Yi Yinju lowered his gaze to the ring adorning his left middle finger, a teardrop-shaped blue gem emanating a gentle radiance. Though not overpowering, the soft glow was undeniably soothing. Sula also noticed the ring on his hand, and couldn't help but curl her lip. It was indeed rare for a woman to gift a man a ring. Before long, accompanied by the sound of soft footsteps, Anya gracefully descended the spiral staircase of the ancient tree. Today, she wore a flowing aquamarine gown that cascaded to the ground, concealing her slender legs. Her azure locks fell freely down her back, with 2 wisps framing her ears unchanged, even with the joy sparkling in her eyes. Her elegant and noble demeanor remained unblemished. Among the women Yi Yinju had encountered, only Xiang Luan could rival her in beauty and grace. Yet, Xiang Luan lacked the mature voluptuousness of Anya, possessing instead a youthful exuberance. "Yinju, have you finally decided to visit your sister?" Anya approached with a warm smile. Yi Yinju hastily stood to greet her, feeling somewhat awkward as he confessed, "Actually, I came here to search for a job with my classmates, and I didn't expect to find myself at my sister's place." Anya glanced at Sula behind Yi Yinju, a hint of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes, before turning back to Yi Yinju with a hint of reproach. "The expenses for students at Milan Academy are quite substantial. Given your struggles, why did you refuse the money I offered you back then?" Yi Yinju shook his head, replying, "I cannot accept my sister's money. The coursework at the academy is not too demanding. I should be able to cover my tuition and expenses with the earnings from part-time work." Since Anya's arrival, Sula had grown somewhat peculiar. "Yinju, since there are no openings here, let us leave. We still need to find jobs." Anya smiled gently, saying, "No need to rush. Why not have some tea and take a moment to rest?" While speaking, she nodded at the blue-clad server who had descended with her, prompting him to promptly turn and leave. Anya invited Yi Yinju and Sula to resume their seats, taking a place not far from Yi Yinju herself, and inquired, "What kind of jobs are you looking for?" "Since Yinju wishes to be self-sufficient, perhaps I can assist you in finding a suitable position." Yi Yinju responded, "We are open to any job as long as it is within our capabilities. Initially, we came here hoping to work as servers, only to discover that this is my sister's establishment." Before Anya could speak, Sula interjected, "There's no need to trouble Miss Anya. We'll manage on our own." Anya smiled, saying, "It's no trouble at all. Yinju, I remember you mentioned being a sound master. You even said you would play the piano for me. I happen to have a piano here. Why not play a piece for me now? Although the server positions are filled, I am currently in need of a performing sound master." She cast a knowing glance at Su La and added, "Of course, I will not show favoritism. If your musical skills do not meet my standards, I shall not hire you." Yi Inju chuckled. "Even if you don't hire me, I still wish to play a piece for my sister. I already have a piano to at that moment." Tea was served. With exquisite purple clay teapots and cups, the server had evidently prepared the tea and warmed the pot, pouring the fragrant brew into the cups. Instantly, a delicate scent of plum blossoms wafted forth, invigorating the senses, and the tea appeared in a tempting pale red. Anya smiled. "Let us enjoy some tea first. This is red Xiao Mayflower tea, a rare delicacy in the Milan court, known for its health benefits including cooling, anti-inflammatory properties, detoxification, and delaying aging. A touch of rock sugar enhances its flavor." Yinju lifted the teacup and took a sip. The subtle fragrance of plum blossoms mingling with the sweet taste, filling him with a profound sense of comfort, leading him to involuntarily exclaim, "What a wonderful tea!" Su La, initially dismissive upon seeing the flower tea, was soon captivated as he took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Before he knew it, he had emptied the small cup of red Xiao Mayflower tea. Anya smiled slightly, remarking, "In the realm of tea, green tea and oolong tea are often held in high regard. Yet I have a particular fondness for flower tea. Many disdain it, even calling it the commoner among teas, but I beg to differ. The flower tea I serve is not merely a blend of flowers and tea leaves. It consists of real flowers, dried before being infused into the tea. Flower tea is a primary offering of my establishment, Pio Longqinus, and I consider it the aristocrat of teas, boasting diverse benefits that surpass those of green and oolong teas." Yuinju smiled shyly, saying, "I am no connoisseur of tea, but it is indeed delightful." Anya sighed softly. "The culture of tea is deeply rooted and has been passed down from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Sadly, so much has been lost over the years." "The Eastern Dragon Empire?" Yinju exclaimed in surprise, looking at Anya. Though this was the first time he had heard that name, he was all too familiar with the term Eastern Dragon. Having heard his grandfather and Grandpa Qin mention the 8 clans of the Eastern Dragon more than once, while he did not fully understand its implications, he sensed a connection to what Anya had described. Anya's expression shifted slightly before she quickly returned to her usual demeanor, steering the conversation away. "Inju, weren't you going to play for me? Shall we begin now?" Although Yinju was astonished, his innocent nature led him to follow Anya's cue without further inquiry. The ring on his finger shimmered, and the high Qinghui piano gracefully appeared atop the table, despite the table's height. Yinju's tall stature allowed him to sit upright and manage it as a piano. The chestnut-colored lacquer, flowing patterns, and the polished surface of the high Qinghui exuded an air of nobility. With its softly glowing strings and the 13 pearl inlays signifying its exquisite craftsmanship. "What a splendid instrument!" Anya exclaimed, taken aback by the quality of the piano Yinju had acquired in such a short span of time. With unwavering focus, he settled before the 5th string, his hands poised above the strings. He pressed down lightly, merging his spirit with the strings. Yinju transformed, the innocence in his eyes replaced by a fervent obsession. Even clad in the Milan Magic Martial Academy uniform, his serene aura surpassed that of the most refined aristocrat. With a subtle flick of his hands, he brushed the sleeves away from his wrists, revealing his fingers. His left hand pressed down while his right hand lifted, playing with the grace of a spring oriole taking flight. The deep resonant tones filled the air, the melody of autumn swan unfolded. Perfectly attuned to the season, heart and intent united, intent and melody entwined. Perhaps inspired by the act of playing for Anya, it was the first time since joining the Milan Magic Martial Academy that Yinju fully released his heart, playing without purpose. Thus, he embodied the essence of tranquility and focused in that moment. His spirit settled completely, his eyes radiating a leisurely confidence, every fiber of his being harmonized with the music, the notes expressing the beauty of the impending autumn. Everything blending in serene harmony. Without the release of magical red light, Yinju played simply for the joy of it. All present ceased their activities, standing in quiet reverence, listening to the ethereal melody that lingered in the air. Though Anya and Su La may not fully comprehend, in the midst of his impassioned performance, Yinju's right hand executed a series of intricate techniques, while his left hand complemented them with equally sophisticated movements. His fingers danced like spirits, executing a fluidity that seemed almost otherworldly if one were to evaluate Autumn Swan solely from a musical perspective. Even Qin Shang would have to concede defeat. The chill of autumn settled in, awakening the season, drifting around like a startled swan. The joy of harvest mingled with a touch of fear of the approaching winter, all deeply etched in the hearts of those present by the celestial music. As the final tremors of sound faded into the distance, Yi Yinzhu gently raised his hands before slowly lowering them onto the strings, bringing everything back to tranquility. His gaze was serene. Within the heartfelt performance, he gleaned new insights into the intricacies of music, sensing a burgeoning potential in his musical magic. Silence enveloped Longqinus, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind remaining. Every gaze in the hall was fixed upon Yi Yinzhu, each face reflecting a dazed admiration. Even without deliberately infusing her mental prowess into the melodies, the piece Autumn Wild Geese successfully enveloped everyone in its enchanting embrace. The 7 strings served as faithful companions, while the ears became discerning listeners. Tranquility of heart brought forth a delicate sound, transcending the bounds of time that a fine instrument, a splendid composition that it has been years since I encountered such an evocative piece. An aged voice emanated from the entrance, awakening all from the reverberations of the music. Indeed, it is a remarkable instrument. Anya exhaled softly, her gaze at Yi Yinzhu's eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. She could scarcely fathom that Yi Yinzhu's artistry had reached such extraordinary heights. The performance nearly moved her to tears, evoking memories of her homeland. Sula was not unfamiliar with Yi Yinzhu's piano playing, yet this was the most complete experience she had encountered, absent the mental impact of the magical music. The captivating notes nonetheless stirred many past memories, almost bringing her to tears. I apologize for my lack of finesse. I have not had much time to practice at the academy lately, and I fear I may have grown rusty. The music could bestow beauty upon others, while simultaneously granting Yi Yinzhu a profound sense of joy. The near-perfect rendition of Autumn Wild Geese left him invigorated, a sensation of comfort enveloping his entire being. The refreshing air flowed between his heart and lungs, as though his entire being had succumbed to a specific rhythm, naturally enhancing the magical prowess of the instrument. Miss Anya, I did not expect you to invite such a distinguished musician. And so young at that. It seems that if I do not report here daily, I would be doing a disservice to my ears. The deep, resonant voice echoed once more, this time directed towards Anya. Yi Yinzhu turned to behold the source of the voice, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a blue long robe. Approaching the trio, from the verses he had just recited, Yi Yinzhu sensed a profound understanding of music within him. He promptly rose and respectfully greeted, "Good day, sir." The elder stood tall, his appearance ancient yet robust. Though simply dressed, he emanated a distinct aura akin to a solitary pine standing proud. His eyes flickered with an occasional brilliance that could captivate the soul. Silvery hair cascaded over his shoulders in a seemingly careless manner. Virtue is the essence of character. Joy is the adornment of virtue. Through music, one perceives the character of the musician. Young man, your playing reflects your disposition. Quite impressive, indeed. Such a fine young talent is a rarity. Finishing his words, he patted Yi Yinzhu's shoulder in admiration. His hand was broad, warm, and strong. The gentle pat sent a wave of warmth coursing through Yi Yinzhu, granting him a sense of comfort and seemingly enhancing his inner strength. Observing the elder's approach, Anya remained seated, a chill evident on her face, merely stating, "Indeed, an old horse knows the way. You have arrived early. Alas, you have disrupted my enjoyment." The elder offered a faint smile of resignation. "Very well, I concede my error. However, Miss Anya, will I still have the pleasure of hearing such enchanting melodies here in the future? It is truly rare to find a musician who captures the essence of clarity, subtlety, gentleness, and distance." Hearing the elder praise Yi Yinzhu, Anya finally revealed a hint of a smile and turned to Yinzhu, saying, "Did you hear that? This gentleman is a frequent visitor to my Piao Lawn Pavilion, and his tastes are quite discerning. If he admires you so, my decision to keep you here as a musician cannot be construed as favoritism. Can it? You must accept compensation for your labor. There is no need to decline." Yi Yinzhu glanced at Sula, who was still lost in the reverie of the music and did not acknowledge him. "Very well. Work is work, and I shall have the chance to see my sister often." A pure smile graced Yi Yinzhu's face. For him, playing the piano was the finest form of cultivation, and it would also provide him with some tuition and living expenses. What reason could he have to refuse? "What do you call her?" The elder looked at Yi Yinzhu in disbelief, then quickly turned to Anya. "Is he your brother?" Anya replied coldly, "My affairs are none of your concern. Speak further, and you shall no longer be welcome here at Piaolon Pavilion." A hint of bitterness crossed the elder's face. "Could you not temper your temper just a bit? After all, we are old friends." Judging by age, the elder could easily be Anya's grandfather, yet his tone reflected deep respect towards her. Anya ignored him and turned to Yuinju. "Yuinju, how much compensation do you desire?" Yuinju scratched his head, inadvertently revealing a blue ring on his left hand. The elder stiffened at the sight of the ring, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. "Sister Anya, it matters not how much compensation. Sula is my roommate. Could he also stay here to work alongside me? We do not require much. 10 silver coins a day would suffice for our expenses." At that moment, Sula regained his composure. And upon hearing Yuinju request a servant's wage, he could not contain his frustration and pinched him from behind, hastily interjecting, "No problem, as long as I can stay with Yuinju. However, since Yuinju is a musician, shouldn't the compensation be a bit higher? A talent like him is not easily found. He is a genius among the first-year students of the Divine Sound Department." Anya disregarded Sula's input, focusing solely on Yuinju. "You foolish boy, how could a musician's pay be so low? In my establishment, even an ordinary servant earns 1 gold coin a day. That I know you are naturally easygoing and indifferent towards wealth. How about this? Your salary shall be set at 10 gold coins a day. As for this young brother Sula, let him remain as a servant. One more person is of no consequence." No, Sister Anya, that is far too much. 10 gold coins a day, that is a small fortune. A typical family's monthly expenses barely amount to 1 or 2 gold coins. Anya smiled. "As long as I find it worthwhile, that is enough. If you doubt me, inquire with this esteemed gentleman if your music is indeed worth this price." Before Yuinju could voice his query, the elder had already nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is worth it. Absolutely worth it. 10 gold coins is hardly excessive. Such melodious music cannot merely be measured by monetary value." Remarkably, Anya did not refute him this time, smiling, "See, I am still benefiting from you. Let us settle this matter. Since you are already here today, stay and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Your primary working hours will be in the afternoons, which is our main business time. You are students, so feel free to skip work when you have classes to avoid disrupting your studies." The generous compensation was unparalleled. Not only Yuinju but even Sula's daily wage of 1 gold coin was unimaginable elsewhere. In most common establishments, a servant's pay was nowhere near that amount. Piaolon Pavilion spanned 3 stories, with the first floor containing a spacious hall featuring 10 tea tables, the second floor housing 6 private rooms, and the third being Anya's private residence, which even the servants of Piaolon Pavilion could not easily access. Though the 3-story building appeared vast from the outside, it could only accommodate a maximum of 16 tables for guests at any given time. Lunch was bountiful, and Yuinju and Sula dined alongside all the other servants, all of whom were male, with the leader being the blue-clad servant they had first encountered. Piaolon Pavilion is so large, yet why are there only a few tables? Can one truly earn a profit this way?" Yuinju inquired with curiosity. The only servant dressed in blue, appeared to be in his late 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, easily lost in a crowd, whether due to Yuinju's special relationship with Anya or the impact of his performance. The other servants treated him with great courtesy. Dida explained, "The fewer tables allow us to provide the best service to our guests. Most patrons stay on the first floor, while the 6 private rooms on the second floor are often booked for extended periods." After lunchtime, the afternoon crowd gradually increases. "The elderly gentleman we just met is a regular in one of the second-floor private rooms," Dida continued. "Miss Anya has instructed that a specific area will be prepared for you to play on the second floor. Do you have any particular requirements?" Yuinju shook his head, smiling. "No, I appreciate your efforts, Sister Anya. I only need a quiet space to play. I cherish a pleasant environment, and this place is delightful. The large tree in the center of Piaolon Pavilion is the grandest I have ever seen. The air and surroundings are to my liking." Dida nodded. "I am glad you find it satisfactory." After lunch, Sula was reluctantly assigned to work on the first floor, while Yuinju ascended to the second floor with Dida. Anya did not make another appearance. The second floor, like the first, also encircled the giant ancient tree at this moment. Within the inner side of the ancient tree's staircase, there appeared a circular platform adorned with a wooden table. The platform's support was surprisingly crafted from the vines that cascaded down from the ancient tree, exuding an appearance of remarkable sturdiness. Dadar pointed towards the circular platform with a smile and remarked, "This shall be your workplace from now on. When the weather turns cold, I will devise a means to address the temperature concerns for you. The platform is positioned at a distance from the surrounding private booths, allowing you to perform in a relatively tranquil environment." This was truly splendid. Inju gazed at the layer of blue flowers atop the colossal tree, feeling the vibrant life force and the serene aura of nature emanating from it. Overwhelmed with excitement, playing the piano in such an enchanting locale would undoubtedly provide immense assistance in his future cultivation. Had it not been for his financial constraints, he would have gladly paid to practice in such an environment. As Inju settled upon the platform, Dadar lowered the prearranged curtains, concealing him from the outside world. Having honed his musical skills for 16 years, the piano had become an integral part of Inju's existence. Upon arriving in Milan, this was the first time he played as he had during his training in the Azure Sea. For an entire afternoon, he was oblivious to everything outside, fully immersed in his music. Although he possessed merely a moonlit harmony piano, his heartfelt performance seemed to elevate the melodies to new heights. For 4 uninterrupted hours, Inju played without repeating a single piece, filling the air of the Pialon Pavilion with an ethereal resonance. The piano sec's repertoire comprises 8 extraordinary techniques: observing the wind, capturing the soul, distinguishing joy and anger, delighting the heart, calming the spirit, bolstering courage, transcending mundanity, and confronting the divine. Inju had previously attained minor proficiency in these 8 emotional musical magics. At this moment, he suddenly realized that even without consciously infusing his music with magical power, he seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of these techniques through the pure act of playing. As the last notes faded away, Inju mused, could this be what Grandfather Qin meant when he said that only by engaging with society could I achieve breakthroughs and ascend to higher realms of musical magic? Just as he contemplated this, applause erupted from the 3rd floor of the Pialon Pavilion. Anya, unbeknownst to him, had arrived at the staircase on the 3rd floor, gazing down at Inju through the curtains. The only one able to witness his focused expression as he played, that a gentle smile graced her elegant-visaged, in a calm voice. Anya announced, "Let us conclude for today. Please return, everyone." Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the varied sounds of footsteps. In a short while, the Pialon Pavilion returned to tranquility. "Sister Anya," Inju emerged from behind the curtains. "Inju, your piano playing is truly remarkable. You must be exhausted. You haven't moved from your spot all afternoon. Please take a moment to rest while I arrange dinner," Anya said, her concern evident. Yet, from Inju's countenance, she saw no sign of fatigue. Instead, his bright eyes radiated clarity. "No need, Sister Anya. I must return to the academy. I have some matters to attend to. I will come back tomorrow. For the next 7 days, I can make it. But after classes commence, I'm uncertain if I can manage it." Anya's presence brought him a sense of warmth and comfort. "Very well. Be cautious on your way," Anya replied without further delay, offering him a gentle smile before instructing Dadar to escort him downstairs. "Inju, are you tired?" Sula, now dressed in the Milan Magic Martial Academy uniform instead of the waitstaff attire, awaited him. Inju shook his head and smiled. "In the past, I spent far longer playing each day than I did today. How could I be tired? The atmosphere here is delightful. The rich natural aura allows my heart to settle easily, enabling me to immerse myself wholly in the music." They exited the Pialon Pavilion and made their way back to the Milan Magic Martial Academy. "Inju, do you know who that Miss Anya truly is?" Sula inquired suddenly. Inju paused, replying, "Isn't Sister Anya the owner of the Pialon Pavilion? What's the matter?" Sula shook his head, saying, "No, it's far more intricate than that. When you first began playing this afternoon, the 1st and 2nd floors of the Pialon Pavilion were filled to capacity. Strangely, there was no uproar. Even conversations were conducted in hushed tones. The guests were dressed in hues of green or blue, somewhat reminiscent of our waitstaff. Yet, I could discern that the patrons of the Pialon Pavilion are not ordinary folk. They sat quietly, sipping tea or engaging in low conversations, as if they were regulars here." Inju responded, "Isn't that a good thing? The absence of loudness merely indicates that the patrons possess good manners." Sula countered, "But do you know how much the floral tea at the Pialon Pavilion costs?" Inju shook his head in confusion. Sula let out a cold laugh. "A cup of floral tea costs 1 ruby coin, and that's just the standard fare for the private booths on the 2nd floor. Each cup costs 3 ruby coins. Refilling requires an additional ruby coin. Have you ever encountered such exorbitantly priced tea?" No wonder Miss Anya is so generous, offering you 10 gold coins a day for your wages. Compared to the income from the Pialon Pavilion, our earnings are but a drop in the bucket. So expensive. Does that mean the red camellia flower tea we had this afternoon was? Sula interjected. You restarting to sense something amiss, aren't you? I have the impression that the Pialon Pavilion harbors some mysteries. We ought to refrain from returning. Yi Inju shook his head obstinately. How can that be? I promised Sister Anya I would play the piano. Furthermore, the Pialon Pavilion is ideal for me. It allows me to earn tuition while honing my musical skills. Such a place is surely unparalleled. Sister Anya has been exceptionally kind to me. She is a good person. Trust me, Sula, she truly is a good person. I can sense the pure natural aura surrounding her. Only those with pure hearts can evoke such feelings in me. Sula, somewhat helpless, replied, Since you feel that way, I have nothing more to say. I merely advise you to exercise caution. Nonetheless, your performance today was truly exceptional. The patrons were utterly captivated, and many were quietly speculating about your background. If it weren't for Miss Anya's dismissal, I believe they would have been reluctant to leave. Wanting to learn more about your identity, Yi Inju smiled and remarked, In truth, playing the piano is primarily for oneself. To listen to one's own heart. Grandfather Qin once stated that there are 7 reasons for playing the piano. First, to illuminate morality. Second, to evoke the spirits. Third, to beautify customs. Fourth, to clarify the heart. Fifth, to regulate sound. Sixth, to convey elegance. And seventh, to impart knowledge. The essence of music precedes its artistry. When the heart is righteous, the strings resonate harmoniously. Otherwise, one cannot produce beautiful melodies. Sula mused. It seems there truly are no trivial professions. Only trivial individuals. I can see in you the hope of becoming a maestro. Just now, I heard you mention to Anya that you had matters to attend to at the academy. What could those matters be? Yi Inju pondered for a moment and replied, I wish to seek out Haiyang. Sula chuckled. What do you need her for? Haven't you had your fill of her yet? Yi Inju's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted. It wasn't intentional yesterday. I wish to find Haiyang for her sake. Sula was taken aback, looking at Yi Inju in surprise. For her sake? Haiyang is already quite unfortunate. You wouldn't want to add insult to injury. Would you? If her face hadn't been marred, she would undoubtedly be a breathtaking beauty. Yi Inju replied with annoyance. Am I the sort to kick someone when they're down? Moreover, beauty and ugliness are not absolute. A girl may possess striking looks, yet if her heart is unkind, she remains unattractive. Sula's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Then why do you seek out Haiyang? Yi Inju responded, I want to see if I can assist in her healing. I can tell that her current cold demeanor is largely due to the scars on her face. A girl who has been disfigured must endure great suffering. Her condition seems to stem from external causes. And perhaps there is still a chance for recovery. Sula stared at Yi Inju in astonishment. You claim you can heal? Yet, Haiyang's facial injuries should be beyond the reach of even the most powerful light magic practitioners. Do you understand? Haiyang's family is the last of the 3 great families, the Ancelotti family. Her grandfather is another renowned Purple Star Dragon Knight in the Milan Empire, Marshal Siddhav. Marshal Siddhav has 2 sons. And Haiyang's father is the elder son, who married the younger sister of the current Emperor Berlusconi IX. But they have only this one daughter, meaning Haiyang is of royal lineage. Even if her looks are not highly regarded within her family, they would have certainly sought out the best physicians for her treatment. In my opinion, your chances of success are quite slim. You aren't thinking of returning the favor just because you embraced her yesterday, are you? Yi Inju let out a soft sigh and said, When I beheld her countenance during yesterday's competition, I felt compelled to attempt to assist her in her healing. My approach to treatment differs from that of others. Even the slightest chance should not be forsaken. Otherwise, would she be condemned to a life of perpetual suffering? Sula cast a deep glance at Yi Inju and remarked, Inju, you are the most foolish fool I have ever encountered. Yet also the most endearing one. I shall accompany you. It would be imprudent for you two, a lone man and woman, to venture forth alone. Upon their return to Milan Magic Martial Academy, night had already fallen. The 2 first returned to their dormitory to partake of a modest dinner before heading towards the dormitory of the Divine Sound Department. Neither Yi Inju nor Sula knew where Haiyang resided. But the students of the Divine Sound Department, apart from Yi Inju, who was in the mixed area with the work-study students, all lived together, making it easy to find. Is that not Inju? Upon their arrival at the Divine Sound dormitory area, they encountered Xueling at that moment. Xueling was clad in a long nightgown, brushing her long hair before the door of her villa-like dormitory, evidently preparing to rest. I am looking for senior sister Haiyang. Xueling, do you know where she resides? Xueling chuckled. All you think about is your senior sister Haiyang, even fainting in her presence. Have you perhaps developed feelings for her? Should I play matchmaker for you? Yi Yingzhu's face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing his awkward demeanor, Xueling laughed heartily, exclaiming, truly, our divine sound department's most adorable little boy. Yingzhu Tsula rolled her eyes nearby. Xueling. Do you know where senior sister Haiyang lives? I genuinely have matters to discuss with her. Yi Yingzhu, flustered by the embarrassing topic, found it increasingly difficult to articulate his thoughts, his face burning with embarrassment. Xueling laughed. All right, I shall not tease you further. Follow this small path straight ahead. Senior sister Haiyang's dormitory is at the very end of that building. She tends to be rather introverted and speaks little. I truly cannot fathom what you find so appealing about her. I do not. Yi Yingzhu hastily retorted, but upon seeing Xueling's teasing smile, he could say no more and quickly fled down the path she indicated. Observing his panicked retreat, Xueling burst into laughter, wholly unconcerned that Su La was present beside him. They continued along the path until they reached the innermost white villa, at which point Yi Yingzhu's face had finally returned to its natural color. Su La seemed to take great delight in Yi Yingzhu's blushing, only chuckling softly along the way without speaking to why Yi Yingzhu arrived at the villa's entrance and gently knocked. Senior sister Haiyang, are you there? Before long, the door swung open, revealing an unforgettable visage of exquisite beauty, not Haiyang, but Xiang Wan, the most stunning woman at Milan Magic Martial Academy. Their gazes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "What are you doing here?" This was Yi Yingzhu's first close encounter with Xiang Wan, who was clad in a pink long gown. As the weather had turned a bit chilly, the gown was quite modest. Enveloping every inch of her skin, her soft lavender eyes revealed a hint of panic upon seeing Yi Yingzhu, while her golden hair cascaded down her left shoulder, draping over her chest. Could it be that Xueling deceived me? Is this not Haiyang's dormitory? Yi Yingzhu pondered in confusion. Yi Yingzhu, are you here to see Haiyang? Xiang Wan was the first to break the awkward silence. Oh, yes, indeed. Yi Yingzhu hastily affirmed, tentatively inquiring, is this senior sister Haiyang's dormitory? With a slight smile, Xiang Wan replied, please, come in. Haiyang is upstairs. I will call her down. As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Yi Yingzhu and Su La to enter the villa's hall before ascending the stairs. The interior of the villa was simply adorned in cool tones of blue, and upon entering, one could feel a subtle chill, reminiscent of the cold aura that emanated from Haiyang. Su La murmured, your senior sister Haiyang's cultivation as a divine sound master is truly a waste. I believe she would be better suited to the dark magic realm. That moment, Yi Yingzhu felt his heart racing intensely. He could not comprehend why he experienced this reaction each time he encountered Xiang Wan, even feeling hesitant to gaze into her eyes. Before long, accompanied by Xiang Wan, Haiyang descended the stairs, garbed in a gown identical to Xiang Wan's, albeit in white. Her long, dark hair flowed gently over her shoulders, and her attire bore no significant difference from her usual appearance. Upon first seeing Yi Yingzhu, her expression was slightly unnatural, a faint blush creeping onto the visible half of her face. Clearly recalling the events of the previous night, upon seeing Haiyang, Yi Yingzhu's heart was likewise unsettled. The recollections of the previous evening, coupled with Xueling's teasing, stirred within him a peculiar sensation, causing his face to redden once more. Xiang Wan chuckled. What are you two doing? It appears as though you were on a blind date. Yi Yingzhu, what brings you to seek out our Haiyang? After she escorted you home yesterday, she returned quite late. I inquired about her whereabouts, but she would not divulge anything. Did you perhaps bully her? Yi Yingzhu was uncertain whether his actions from the previous night could be classified as bullying Haiyang. Leaving him momentarily speechless, Xiang Wan, please do not tease him. He is a good-natured fellow. Haiyang finally spoke, her voice retaining its coldness, yet now infused with a hint of fluster. Xiang Wan laughed. So you are defending him now? Yi Yingzhu, do speak up. What is it that you desire? Taking a deep breath, Yi Yingzhu suddenly felt that these young women were all quite formidable. Conversing with them felt like an easy path to being teased. I have come to express my gratitude for senior sister Haiyang's care yesterday. No need for thanks. It was you who saved us during the competition, Haiyang replied coolly, her gaze having returned to normal. Moreover, I wish to ascertain whether I might heal your face. Yi Inju hastily stated his primary purpose for coming. What did you say? You can heal Haiyang's face. Xiangwan gazed at Yu Inju in surprise, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. However, Haiyang's expression darkened, her gaze turning icy as she said, "You may leave, that I do not require your help." Even Su La, standing behind Yi Inju, could sense the coldness radiating from her. Inwardly cursing Yi Inju, this foolish boy, how could he so bluntly address a young lady's vulnerability? Haiyang clearly possessed a strong sense of pride. Did he not realize he was inviting trouble? Yi Inju, oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart, hastened to say, "Senior Sister Haiyang, while I do not possess absolute certainty, I can at least attempt it. Your facial injuries were likely caused by corrosive effects stemming from dark magic, possibly even carrying curse effects. Though light magic can dispel such spells, the damage already inflicted cannot be healed by it alone. It is essential to realign the meridians of your face and provide subsequent care for a chance at full recovery. I wish to attempt to clear the meridians on your face. If successful, there is at least an 80% chance of restoring your appearance." Upon hearing this, Haiyang's gaze toward Yi Inju shifted to one of surprise, her resolve wavering as the rejection in her eyes diminished. Beside her, Xiangwan quickly interjected, "Haiyang, let him give it a try. He has already brought miracles to the divine sound department. Perhaps he can bring one to you as well." Haiyang's eyes struggled for a moment before she slowly nodded. "Very well. How do you intend to proceed?" Yi Inju gestured toward a nearby sofa, saying, "Senior Sister Haiyang, please take a seat." Haiyang complied, and Xiangwan and Su La stood by, eager to witness Yu Inju's method of treatment. It was well known that the corrosive injuries caused by dark magic were among the most challenging to heal, especially when the scars on Haiyang's face were the result of a spell with curse effects. Yi Inju approached Haiyang, lifting his hand to gently tuck away the strands of black hair that had fallen across her face, tucking them behind her ear. This simple gesture caused Haiyang's body to tremble slightly. Although Yi Inju's hand did not make contact with her skin, she could still distinctly feel the warmth emanating from his hand. Especially at this moment, the focused gaze of Yi Inju instilled in Haiyang a sensation akin to being pricked by thorns. As her deepest anguish and shortcomings were laid bare before this man, who was still somewhat unfamiliar to her, despite harboring a modicum of affection for him, Haiyang's heart was entangled with a myriad of complex emotions. I can't be cured," she thought in a fluster, attempting to pull back her long hair, only to be gently restrained by Xiangwan beside her. "Haiyang, perhaps this truly is an opportunity," Xiangwan reassured her, while using her other hand to shield Haiyang's eyes from Yi Inju, allowing her to relax slightly. Yi Inju observed Haiyang's face with the same intensity one might apply while gazing upon an ancient guqing. Almost 80% of the right side of her face bore the marks of atrophy, the skin a grotesque dark crimson that evoked a sense of horror, although the corrosive and cursed effects of the dark magic had been eradicated. The sight of her countenance stirred a profound compassion within Yi Inju. He could easily envision the immense suffering and struggles Haiyang had endured due to her facial injuries. The soft yellow glow manifested on Yi Inju's right hand as he cautiously pressed his four-fingered hand against the scar on Haiyang's face. Her skin was cold, yet his hand radiated warmth. As he touched the scar, she visibly trembled, a surge of energy coursing through her, akin to water flowing over the scars on her visage. It's more severe than I imagined. "Some meridians are already necrotic," he remarked solemnly as he withdrew his hand. Xiangwan inquired anxiously, "Can it still be treated?" Yu Inju nodded and replied, "I shall give it a try. But multiple treatments may be necessary for a chance of recovery. Haiyang, you might experience some pain and tingling sensations shortly. Please bear with it." With that, he rolled up his pant leg. Sula and Xiangwan noticed a bandage resembling cloth wrapped around Yi Inju's right leg. He removed it and handed it to Sula, instructing him to hold it carefully. At that moment, Sula recognized it as a fabric pouch adorned with numerous slender pockets, from which a faint purple glow emanated. Yi Inju's fingers brushed over the pouch, and instantly, a long purple needle appeared between his index and middle fingers. The needle, approximately 3 inches long, was exceptionally sharp at both ends, exuding a gentle purple light. Xiangwan looked at Yi Inju with surprise and asked, "What are you doing? What purpose does this needle serve?" Yi Inju explained, "This is the purple bamboo needle, found exclusively in the bamboo grove known as Baiquanghai, belonging to my family. Surrounding the life bamboo at the center of Baiquanghai grow 18 purple bamboos, as hard as iron. imbued with immense vitality and the harmonious essence of nature. Each purple bamboo contains a core that must be specially refined to become a needle. In this pouch, there are a total of 18 purple bamboo needles, which, through my family's medical techniques, can treat certain ailments. Previously, Yuanzhu had lost his spatial ring, resulting in the simultaneous loss of 5 ancient gyukins, the treasures of the Qin sect. However, he was fortunate to carry his family's treasures with him, the bai silk on his wrist and the purple bamboo needles tied to his calf, both seemingly inconspicuous yet unparalleled treasures within the bamboo sect. Yili had entrusted these artifacts to his grandson, fearing he might face adversity in the outside world, keeping it a secret even from Yizhong. During the last year in Baiquanghai, Yuanzhu had devoted himself to mastering the bai silk and the purple bamboo needles through extraordinary focus and wisdom. Xiangwan gasped, exclaiming, "Could this be the legendary acupuncture technique of the divine needle? Wasn't this medical art thought to be lost?" Yuanzhu did not respond, merely offering a faint smile, with a flick of his hand. A purple light swirled, and the purple bamboo needle discreetly pierced Haiyang's right cheek. A slight sting accompanied by a tingling sensation did not cause her significant discomfort upon hearing of the divine needle's acupuncture technique. A glimmer of hope ignited within her. "Haiyang, please remove your top," Yuanzhu instructed, withdrawing 2 more purple bamboo needles from the pouch. "What?" the remaining 3 exclaimed in unison, their gazes turning peculiar as they looked at Yuanzhu. He, holding the needles, responded somewhat helplessly, "My technique isn't very refined. I cannot perform the acupuncture through clothing as it poses risks. The meridians in your face must be unblocked starting from the upper body." Addressing the source of the cheek meridians, without hesitation, Xiangwan interjected, "That's out of the question. If you do that, won't you see Haiyang's entire body?" She positioned herself protectively between Yuanzhu and Haiyang, preventing him from drawing closer. Sula nodded repeatedly, saying, "Exactly. How can you look at a girl's body?" Yuanzhu gazed at Haiyang, noticing that Xiangwan's hand had lowered, allowing their eyes to meet. Yuanzhu's clear gaze. Haiyang discerned no ulterior motives, only sincerity reflected in his pure eyes. Biting her lip, Haiyang's typically frosty eyes now shimmered with determination as she recalled the scene during the battle against the wind element students, where Yuanzhu had bravely faced a green dragon to protect them. His genuine and pure gaze, coupled with a calm and refreshing aura, inspired an involuntary trust in him. "All right, I will undress," Haiyang said, pulling Xiangwan aside, taking a deep breath as she began to unfasten the buttons of her white dress. "Haiyang, this is unacceptable," Xiangwan exclaimed urgently, trying to restrain her hands. Sighing softly, Haiyang replied, "Sister Xiangwan, didn't you just say this might be an opportunity? If he truly possesses the legendary medical skills, perhaps this is my last chance that I am willing to give it a try. I trust Yuanzhu's character." Reluctantly, Xiangwan released her grip, sorrowfully stating, "Yuanzhu, I leave this to you." A surge of excitement filled Yuanzhu as Haiyang's trust invigorated him, the energy of the bamboo flowing rhythmically within him. Calming his heart, he knew that during Haiyang's treatment, no errors could occur. The facial meridians were extraordinarily intricate, and any mistake could not only hinder healing, but potentially impair her ability to express emotions in the future. "Why are you still here? Do you wish to take advantage?" Xiangwan shot a glare at Sula, who stood behind Yuanzhu. Sula initially paused, casting a complex glance at Yuanzhu before handing the pouch to Xiangwan. "Yuanzhu, I will wait for you outside." As one button came undone, then another, the neckline of Haiyang's dress gradually opened, revealing her slender and graceful neck. A faint fragrance of maidenhood, tinged with sweetness and coolness, tantalized Yuanzhu's senses. Finally, as the last of the intricate buttons came undone, Haiyang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering gently, as her trembling hands slowly pulled down her top, revealing more and more of her alabaster skin, the scent of her body growing increasingly pronounced. Yuanzhu's gaze remained calm, his breathing unhurried despite the exposure of Haiyang's skin. He was wholly ignorant of matters of intimacy, merely noting a subtle peculiarity in his heart at the sight of her snow-white complexion. At last, her dress slipped down, hanging at her waist, leaving only a strapless top. Yuanzhu thought, "So Haiyang's physique is quite robust. Do I need to remove anything else?" she asked, her hands gently resting on her top. A hint of unease in her voice. "That's sufficient. This will do," Yuanzhu replied. Prompting a sigh of relief from her, he stepped forward, his clear gaze shifting to one of gravity. "Sister, regardless of what sensations you feel, you must remain still. Absolutely do not move that I am about to begin. Sula stood outside, lightly pressing on his belt, causing a small square box radiating a gentle glow to appear in his hands. His expression grew distant as Iinju's words echoed in his mind. Beauty and ugliness in a person are not absolute. If a girl is beautiful yet possesses an unkind heart, she remains an ugly woman. Iinju, perhaps I am indeed the unkind heart you speak of, Sula mused, the glow flickering as the square box vanished. Feeling the cold and solitude of the night, his expression slowly turned icy. Sister Xiangwan, could you please be quiet? Your chatter is making it impossible for me to concentrate. Iinju could hardly endure Xiangwan's presence any longer. Each time he aimed to insert the needle, she would obstruct him, as though Haiyang were fragile porcelain that might shatter upon the slightest contact. Xiangwan's face flushed. She realized she had spoken too much. Just be careful, all right? Without the disturbance of Xiangwan, Iinju could finally concentrate. Two faint purple rays simultaneously shot from his hands, quietly merging into Haiyang's body, revealing only a small portion of the needle tips. Strangely, Haiyang seemed entirely unperturbed, his body remaining still. Although Iinju's hands possessed only 8 fingers, they were exceptionally nimble. When he practiced the healing technique of the purple bamboo needles, his years of piano training endowed his fingers with remarkable dexterity, yielding extraordinary results. This moment, his 8 fingers moved with a rhythmic grace, continuously extracting the purple bamboo needles from the pouch and swiftly puncturing Haiyang's body, along with the needle in his cheek. That made a total of 3 needles. This was the 3 needles of the spirit fixing technique from Iinju's purple bamboo divine needle method. The tension on Haiyang's face gradually relaxed, and the aura around him softened considerably, placing him in a hazy, dreamlike state. Iinju took the pouch from Xiangwan's hands and draped it over his left wrist, staring intently at Haiyang. Seemingly lost in thought, he appeared to enter a peculiar rhythm, standing still yet becoming the focal point of the entire villa's hall. A gentle yellow light radiated from him, the soft aura of his duki, rising and falling with his breath. In an instant, his right hand swept across the pouch, and a swirl of purple cold flame danced in his palm. Xiangwan blinked in astonishment as the purple cold flame burst forth like fireworks, transforming into beams of purple light that quietly vanished. When she looked again, the 15 purple bamboo needles had completely embedded themselves in Haiyang's body. Haiyang let out a muffled groan, seemingly enduring great pain, as his body began to tremble violently. Iinju moved, stepping forward with an intricate gait to Haiyang's side. His right hand deftly extracted the 3 purple bamboo needles, infusing them with a gentle yellow from the needle tips, only to swiftly reinsert them in 3 new locations without a moment's pause. With another step, he repeated the motion, his actions flowing like water, as his yellow began to swirl rapidly around Haiyang's body. The light of the shone brightly, completely enveloping Haiyang, making it difficult for Xiangwan to discern his true form from the outside. A faint scent of bamboo wafted through the villa's hall. Xiangwan widened her eyes, gazing at Haiyang. That moment, she realized the purple bamboo needles had ceased their movement. Iinju was now twisting the 18 long needles at an astonishing speed. A total of 18 needles were in play, 6 on Haiyang's cheeks and the remaining 12 positioned at the back of her head, shoulders, chest, and back. The tips of the 18 purple bamboo needles now emitted a delicate purple mist, and the fragrance of bamboo seemed to emanate from them. Iinju's ethereal figure gradually slowed, every motion transitioning from lightness to gravity, as though it required immense effort to twist the purple needles. The divine needle pulse therapy demanded exceptionally high standards from the practitioner. Not only must one have ample, but a profound understanding of the patient's condition is also essential at the beginning of the needling process. Iinju was carefully assessing the state of Haiyang's body and the scars on her face. As he commenced the treatment, the control of the bamboo became critically important. Even the slightest deviation could ruin the entire effort. This placed immense demands on his mental acuity. The dual consumption of and mental energy had already soaked his robes in sweat. Were it not for his childhood training in the Chi Heart Sutra that often placed him in a state of pure focus, it would have been exceedingly difficult to maintain such concentration for an extended period. At this moment, Iinju realized that his had indeed improved. After forming an equal life contract with Zicheng, his bamboo had ascended to the yellow bamboo 2nd level, becoming considerably denser than before. Moreover, the guest referred to as Old Ma by Anya had infused a trace of into his body, seemingly causing a slight transformation in his own. rendering it even more solid. Thus, he did not feel fatigued just yet. Naturally, Hai Yang was unaware of the tremendous effort Yuanzhu was exerting. Initially, the needles on her face had only imparted a tingling sensation. However, as the 18 purple bamboo needles fully penetrated her form, and Yuanzhu's bamboo began to infuse her body through the needles, a varying degree of pain began to manifest in her upper body. One moment it was sharp pain, the next it was searing heat, and then an itch that overwhelmed her, causing her to involuntarily emit sounds of discomfort. She attempted to raise her hands to scratch, but found her arms utterly unresponsive, unable to lift even her upper body. To ensure precise needling, Yuanzhu had already sealed her meridians with the purple bamboo needles. Otherwise, any sudden movement from Hai Yang during the procedure could lead to misalignment in the needle placement or the flow of, rendering all efforts futile. The scent of bamboo in the air gradually faded, replaced by a faint metallic tang. Sweat dripped steadily from Yuanzhu's temples, fatigue beginning to etch itself onto his features. A rising heat enveloped him, as if he were in a steamer. The pale yellow bamboo had begun to wane, its hue growing increasingly faint. The expression of pain on Hai Yang's face showed no signs of abating. Under the relentless onslaught of discomfort, she felt her consciousness slipping, almost losing her sense of self. Suddenly, the slow tempo quickened, and Yuanzhu called out firmly. Rise. 18 rays of purple light shot forth simultaneously. As he pivoted, returning each of the 18 purple bamboo needles to the pouch, breathing heavily, Yuanzhu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. This treatment had taken a full hour. Xiangwan rushed forward a few steps to steady him. Are you okay? Yuanzhu waved his hand, fatigue evident in his voice. I'm fine. I have not failed. Sister Hai Yang has a chance to recover. Xiangwan exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Hai Yang, who was now experiencing 18 streams of dark liquid slowly oozing from the punctures left by the purple bamboo needles. The metallic scent intensified, yet Hai Yang's expression began to calm. The atrophied scars on her face had shifted from a dark red to a soft pink, although the scarring had not fundamentally changed. It appeared less fearsome than before. Is Hai Yang all right? Yuanzhu replied. One treatment is insufficient. I need to gradually clear the remaining toxins hidden within her meridians using the purple bamboo needles. Allowing the necrotic and atrophied meridians to rejuvenate. I will need to treat her once a week for approximately 10 sessions, which should yield noticeable improvements. As for the extent of her recovery, I cannot be certain. However, at the very least, her appearance should recover to over 70%. Looking at Yuanzhu, listening to his breathless yet weary voice, Xiangwan suddenly realized that this student, who had brought immense honor to the divine sound department and was the first male student in its history, appeared quite endearing. His pure gaze resembled that of a child, evoking a sense of fondness within Xiangwan. I thank you on behalf of Hai Yang. Regardless of the outcome, we will be grateful for your assistance. Yuanzhu smiled faintly, but the waves of dizziness made it difficult for him to stand. No need for thanks. I simply cannot bear to see Sister Hai Yang in such despair. A girl suffering such injuries must endure great pain. Sister Xiangwan, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to heal her. Now, I must take my leave. Please help her clean up. The liquid that has flowed out is the toxins originally within her body. With some of it cleared, she should feel a bit more comfortable. I shall take my leave now. Rest a moment before you go, Xiangwan urged. Yuanzhu shook his head, lightly biting his tongue to jolt himself awake. Before exiting through the door, watching Yuanzhu's retreating figure, Xiangwan smiled, a genuine admiration blossoming within her as she softly murmured, Yuanzhu, you possess a heart of gold. Yuanzhu, what troubles you? Sula gently supported the unsteady Yuanzhu, concern etched upon his face. Yuanzhu smiled and replied, It's nothing, merely a touch of fatigue. Shall we return? Sula sighed softly and remarked, I truly find it difficult to express my sentiments towards you. Come, allow me to assist you. As he spoke, he draped Yuanzhu's arm over his frail shoulder and made their way towards the dormitory in the mixed area. In his eyes, an unmistakable tenderness shone through. Yet due to the dimness of the night and Yuanzhu's considerable exhaustion, he remained oblivious to it. The evening breeze was cool, caressing their skin with an indescribable comfort. At that moment, Yuanzhu's spirits soared even higher than the night wind itself. Helping the ocean had never been his intention to seek reward, yet the sheer exhilaration he felt within was profoundly satisfying. Irreplaceable by anything else, the gentle smile graced his lips as he reveled in the autumn breeze. Realizing his growing fondness for the Milan Magic Martial Academy, in the dormitory of the sound system, Hai Yang stirred from her slumber, her mind still clouded. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness, and Xiang Wan sat beside her, gently wiping her body with a warm towel. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" Xiang Wan inquired with genuine concern. Haiyang paused for a moment, recalling the events that had transpired, and with a hint of bitterness, she asked, "He has left." Xiang Wan nodded. Haiyang let out a soft sigh. Her gaze distant and cold. "I know there was never any hope for recovery in my life. I should not have troubled him. He is a kind-hearted person." Xiang Wan chuckled. "I thought you were going to say that he shouldn't have seen your body." Haiyang's face flushed. "Sister, why would you say such a thing? Can't you see that he is different from those ordinary boys? Every other male student avoids me due to the scars on my face. Yet he has never made me feel uncomfortable." Xiang Wan smiled. "It seems that this Yin Zhu has indeed touched your heart." Haiyang's expression shifted slightly as she shook her head. "Sister, please do not speak nonsense. Yin Zhu is a good person, but we are not meant to be. You know that I have long ceased to consider matters of romance." Xiang Wan replied, "Why not? Have you forgotten the vow you made as a child? You once said that if anyone could heal the scars on your face, regardless of who they were or their age, you would marry them in gratitude. Now, a handsome young boy stands before you, and even I find myself somewhat envious." Suddenly, Haiyang realized something, her gaze towards Xiang Wan shifting from dazed to peculiar, her voice trembling. "Are you saying he has succeeded?" Xiang Wan handed her a copper mirror with a smile. "Take a look for yourself." Trembling, Haiyang took the mirror, struggling to steady her breath before daring to glance at her reflection. Her pale complexion had gained a hint of color. Her black hair disheveled from perspiration, and while the scars on her face remained, they still loomed ominously in their original places. Yet, in a mere blink, she noticed something different. The once dark red scars had transformed into a soft pink, particularly around the edges where a vibrant red hue emerged, almost as if the tender skin beneath was gently pulsating, sending delightful tingles from the scars. She felt something. It actually had sensation. Haiyang gazed in astonishment at her reflection, instinctively lifting her other hand to touch her face. Since her childhood injury, this side of her face had been entirely numb for 17 years, and now, for the first time, it had feeling. Though faint, this sudden sensation took root in her heart like a seed of hope, sprouting instantaneously. Xiang Wan said, "Don't ask me how he achieved this. I do not know. His movements were swift, but I could see that he was utterly exhausted, almost unable to stand. He mentioned that your facial injuries would require multiple treatments, approximately 10 sessions for them to fully heal, restoring your appearance to at least 70 to 80%. Don't you think it's time you fulfilled your promise to him?" Haiyang was left in a daze. Knowing that tonight would be an insomniac night for her, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the small window of the dormitory, and Yin Zhu awoke from his meditation. The fatigue and exhaustion of the previous night had vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness and vitality. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, "When did my recovery ability become so remarkable? This is not the first time." "Yin Zhu, hurry and wash up for breakfast." Sula had prepared the morning meal as usual. Perhaps due to the newfound work, today's breakfast boasted several additional eggs, appearing considerably more sumptuous. "Sula, where did the eggs come from?" The enticing aroma of breakfast had become too tempting for Yin Zhu to resist. Yet, under Sula's watchful gaze, he first went to wash up. He had always believed that Sula was undoubtedly the best caretaker, as he had been quite obedient under his guidance. "Of course, I bought the eggs. Do you think they just fall from the sky?" Sula replied with a hint of irritation. His complexion appeared slightly pale, indicating a restless night. Why? Yin Zhu was taken aback. "You bought them? Did you go out early in the morning? How early must you have woken up?" Sula replied nonchalantly. "Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? Sleeping until dawn? Come eat." Sitting at the narrow dining table, Yin Zhu suddenly recalled that he had casually mentioned a few days ago, during breakfast, that he had loved eating eggs as a child. Could it be that Sula, venturing outside the Milan Magic Martial Academy to procure supplies, was quite troublesome, as the academy itself had a cafeteria? The nearest market for groceries was at least 20 miles away. Thus, their options for buying groceries were limited to either entering Milan City or traveling to a more distant village. Additionally, departing from their residence in the mixed area required traversing a considerable distance. There were only 4 eggs, neatly peeled and resting in a dish, their smooth white surfaces exuding an enticing allure. For reasons unknown, Yin Zhu felt a warmth gathering at the corners of his eyes. "Sula, do you eat eggs as well? I have never liked eggs since childhood. Only you enjoy them. What is so special about eggs?" "All right, I'm full. Sula quickly finished the thin porridge before rising to wash the dishes. Not sparing a glance at the remaining eggs. Yinju consumed only one egg, carefully wrapping the other three in a clean cloth and stowing them away in his spatial ring without Sula noticing. At that moment, an icy voice pierced the air. Is Yinju present? Sula, currently washing dishes outside, recognized the voice. Is that you? What do you want with Yinju? Of course, I have matters to discuss. Yinju, come out. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Yinju to instinctively step outside the dormitory. A girl clad in a black magic robe stood at the dormitory entrance, her presence causing other working students from neighboring dormitories to divert their paths. The visitor was none other than the first-year student from the dark magic system, and the main contender for the freshman competition, Yuming. Yuming? Yinju gazed in surprise at the dark magic beauty, whose expression was less than amiable. Oh, you need something from me. Yuming snorted, come with me. With that, she turned and strode towards the woods adjacent to the mixed area. Yinju, don't go. Sula set down the dish he was holding, positioning himself in front of Yinju. Yuming, a loss is a loss. Do you really intend to seek private revenge? Be careful, or I will report you to the disciplinary office. Yuming scoffed. Yinju, weren't you quite impressive? What? Do you need someone to protect you? She showed no hesitation in admitting her intentions of seeking revenge, her eyes brimming with provocation. Yinju furrowed his brow, gently pushing Sula aside. It's all right. I will return shortly. With that, he strode confidently towards Yuming. Despite her hostility, her aura felt unstable, as though she were filled with anxiety and unease. Sula whispered, be cautious. If she attempts to ambush you, shout loudly. I will be nearby. Yinju offered a slight smile, looking at Sula. From now on, I will protect you and ensure no one harms you. Sula was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Yinju would say such words at that moment. You will protect me. Yinju nodded earnestly. This is my promise. You are the second person to receive this vow. Hearing this, Sula's expression shifted. The second? Who was the first? Haiyang, Xiangwan, Anya, or perhaps some other enchanting beauty? He was certainly unaware that the first to receive this promise was a companion who had been with Yinju for a decade. As Yinju followed Yuming into the woods, autumn had already settled in. The autumn breeze caressed the air, causing leaves to cascade from the trees, bringing with it a hint of chill and desolation. Yuming walked until she reached the center of the forest before halting. Suddenly, she turned around, her gaze towards Yinju filled with fury. Yinju, what exactly have you done to Ming Shui? Yinju was taken aback. Are you referring to your magical beast? I haven't done anything to her. Tears shimmered in Yuming's eyes as she replied, you are lying. If you haven't harmed her, then why has my Ming Shui been in a deep slumber since the competition? Despite my calls, she remains unresponsive. Yinju furrowed his brow and said, I cannot explain that. On the last occasion when I used my lute to fend off her attack, I suddenly sensed her emotions. She seemed profoundly sorrowful, as if she were struggling to break free from your contract. That is why I advised you to treat her kindly and show her more care. A magical beast is your companion, not merely a tool. Upon hearing Yinju's words, Yuming paused momentarily, her emotions softening. However, she countered, yet, Ming Shui has never slept like this before. She was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 12. For over 4 years, she has been by my side. Though she cannot speak, her presence has kept me company, even during my solitary training in dark magic. How could she possibly feel sorrow? She lacks wisdom. Even emotions. Yinju shook his head and replied earnestly, no, you are mistaken. Everything possesses emotions. Every creature has its own life, and even the most primitive beings experience feelings. Not only your Ming Shui, but even my lute has its own unique emotions. These emotions can only be sensed when you truly immerse yourself and communicate with them sincerely. I heard Director Nina mention that your Ming Shui is a growth-type magical beast of the undead, capable of reaching level 9 upon maturity. How could she not be affected by the world around her? It is simply that your understanding of her is insufficient. The piece I played that day was titled, A Ghostly Woman's Soul. Perhaps this melody stirred her heart, which is why I sensed her sadness. Listening to Yinju, Yuming fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, she gasped. Could it be that Ming Shui is sad because she has been separated from her parents? Yinju responded, separated from her parents? Yuming's pale face flushed slightly as she continued. There are several ways to obtain a magical beast. Generally, defeating a magical beast to earn its recognition is the most straightforward method. However, acquiring a growth-type beast is much more challenging. Before reaching level 7 and evolving into a wise magical beast, their parents will protect them vigilantly. After reaching level 7, capturing them becomes exceedingly difficult. My grandfather invested considerable effort to distract her parents before bringing her back to sign a master-servant contract with me. How could you do such a thing? What differentiates this from robbery or theft? Yuan Zhu glared at Yiming. Have you ever considered how you would feel if someone were to abduct you from your parents? How heartbroken would your parents be? It is no wonder Mingshui harbors sorrow. She is longing for her distant parents. What she desires is to break free from your contract. So, your acquisition of a growth-type magical beast involves such despicable means. Are you scolding me? Yiming stared blankly at Yuan Zhu. Having never been scolded in her life, for a moment, she was completely taken aback. What of it if I scold you? Shouldn't your despicable actions be condemned? To be honest, Yuan Zhu is not one to scold others. However, upon recalling Ming Shui's sorrowful demeanor, his heart was filled with indignation. What should I do then? I truly care for Ming Shui. I even consider her as my sister. I cannot bear to be without her. The coldness in Yiming's eyes, in the solitude typical of a dark magic practitioner, had vanished, leaving only a sense of urgency. Yuan Zhu replied calmly, I do not know what you should do. If you genuinely care for her, you should return her to her parents so she can live happily, rather than restricting her freedom. That is all I have to say. You must decide for yourself. I am leaving. With that, he turned and walked towards the dormitory without looking back. Wait. Yiming hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the sleeve of Yuan Zhu's garment. Can you help me awaken Ming Shui first? If she truly wishes to return to her parents, then I will let her go. Upon uttering these words, she seemed to have made a significant resolution, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, that trace of determination revealed the kindness within her heart. Seeing Yiming's anxious demeanor, Yuan Zhu's heart softened a little. That I truly do not know how to awaken Ming Shui. I have heard that your grandfather is the president of the Milan Magic Association. Surely, he has no way to assist. Yiming nodded and replied. Grandfather said he cannot help either. He does not understand why Ming Shui has fallen into this slumber. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Grandfather mentioned that this situation arose during a fair competition, and he would not assist me, urging me to resolve it myself. Although Yuan Zhu had never met Yiming's grandfather, he felt a measure of respect for him at that moment. However, upon recalling that Yiming's grandfather had separated Ming Shui from her family to please his granddaughter, any goodwill dissipated instantly. How about this? Do you have a way to allow Ming Shui to hear the sounds of the outside world? Yes, I can. When I summon her, it is akin to opening a passage to this world. Yuan Zhu said. You open the passage, and I will try to awaken her with my lute's melody. If that fails, then I will be out of options. However, you must remember what you just said. Return Ming Shui home. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the Hai Yuqing Hui lute from his spatial ring and positioned it across his knees. Nodding at Yiming. Although he had no certainty, he felt a peculiar connection between his lute and Ming Shui. Yiming raised her right hand, conjuring a yellow magical light that instantly released a dark blue magical hexagram. Materializing before them. Come forth, my companion, Ming Shui. The chilling magical aura failed to bring Ming Shui before her, and at that moment, Yuan Zhu's fingers danced gracefully, producing a low, resonant sound from the lute. As the melody began, the ethereal harmonics transported listeners into a realm of rippling waters and swirling mist. The soft, distant notes flowed deliberately towards the dark blue magical hexagram under Yuan Zhu's careful guidance. This piece, titled Shao Xiang Shui Yun, belongs to the category of sentimental melodies within the 8 great techniques of lute playing, designed to resonate through mental energy, allowing emotions and music to intertwine and influence the listener. Its essence is profound and melancholic, and Yuan Zhu had deliberately chosen it in consideration of Ming Shui's nature as an undead magical beast. The enchanting celestial sounds varied in tempo, slow, moderate, and swift, creating a myriad of sensations through light, lively harmonics. Even though Yiming, who was not the target of the melody, found herself unable to contain her emotions as she listened to Shao Xiang Shui Yun. She thought to herself that losing to him during the competition was not merely a matter of luck. The rich emotional power of his music seemed far more intense than that of mental magic. And he was merely at the crimson level. At that moment, Yuan Zhu had completely immersed himself in the music, with the strings of the lute resonating in harmony with the strings of his heart. Yiming waited anxiously, but the dark blue hexagram remained still. Opening such a passage was manageable for a short duration, but what would happen if Ming Shui did not appear before his magical energy was depleted? As the Shao Xiang Shui Yun concluded, it coincided with the moment Yiming's magical energy ran out. The dark blue hexagram vanished amidst her reluctance, while Ming Shui remained absent. Is it hopeless? Yu Ming gazed at Yi Yinzhu, her eyes filled with disappointment. Yi Yinzhu smiled gently and shook his head. Do not worry. Although I could not awaken Ming Shui, I have come to understand the situation. You should be happy for Ming Shui. Yu Ming was taken aback. Happy? What has happened to Ming Shui? Yi Yinzhu explained. Perhaps she was stimulated by my melody, a ghostly woman's soul that day, and as a growth-type magical beast. She has undergone early evolution. However, since her body has not fully formed, she requires time to rest in order to complete her evolution. Yu Ming's heart stirred as she recalled that during the final moments of their battle, Ming Shui's body seemed to have grown slightly. After hearing Yu Yinzhu's explanation, her mood lightened considerably. If that is the case, then that is wonderful. But can your lute's melody truly facilitate a magical beast's evolution? My grandfather said Ming Shui would need at least another year to reach level 5. Yi Yinzhu chuckled wryly. I do not know why it happened. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Well then, I must be on my way. Yi Yinzhu, Yu Ming called out, a hint of difficulty evident in her expression. What is it? With a sigh, Yu Ming implored, please do not disclose today's events to anyone. All right, especially the words you have spoken to me. I promise you that once Ming Shui awakens, during this year's school break, I shall escort her back to her parents. However, this matter must remain undisclosed to my family. My grandfather would never consent to it. Yi Yinzhu smiled, a genuine smile emanating from her heart, nodding at Yu Ming as she said, I shall keep it a secret. If Ming Shui were to learn that you are willing to let her return home, she would be overjoyed. Gathering her courage, Yu Ming asked, Yu Yinzhu, will you accompany me when the time comes to send Ming Shui back? I have never traveled across the mainland before. She felt a twinge of fear in her heart, though she hesitated to express it outright. Yi Yinzhu's earlier words had deeply pierced her heart. Despite practicing dark magic, she possessed the innocent heart of a young girl. It was only through Yu Yinzhu's awakening that she comprehended Ming Shui's plight. Having devoted most of her life to magical cultivation, she had achieved her current accomplishments, which mirrored Yi Yinzhu's journey. At this moment, Yu Yinzhu, who had just reprimanded her, was now regarded as a mentor figure. Very well. This is a positive development, and I shall certainly assist you, Yu Yinzhu replied without hesitation. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yi Yinzhu discovered 3 unexpected guests awaiting her outside. Due to the limited space in the work-study dormitory, these 3 guests had no choice but to wait outside, as Sula was nowhere to be found. Yinzhu, where have you been? Nina inquired, impatience evident in her tone, while Hai Yang and Xiang Wan stood behind her, their gazes fixed on Yi Yinzhu. Nina, what brings you here? Yi Yinzhu responded quickly, her eyes scanning the 2 girls behind Nina before settling on the department head. Nina huffed, pack your belongings and come with me. I've arranged a new dormitory for you. What? Nina, that isn't necessary. I'm quite content here, Yi Yinzhu protested. Though the work-study dormitory was small, she enjoyed living with Sula, particularly appreciating his care and the warmth he provided. Nina retorted sharply, stop making excuses and hurry up. As a student of the Sound Magic department, you must adhere to my directives within the academy. Faced with Nina's authoritative demeanor, Yu Yinzhu felt somewhat helpless. Xiang Wan was stifling a laugh behind Nina, while Hai Yang, though cold in expression, had a gentler gaze. Tentatively, Yi Yinzhu asked, Nina, who will I be sharing the new dormitory with? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Nina's eyes as she chided. You mischievous child, why do you have so many questions? You are the only green leaf in the Sound Magic department. Do you expect to live with the girls? I did not mean it that way. If I am the only one in that dormitory, may I invite Sula to move with me? We get along well, and being the only male student there would be rather lonely. Nina replied with a frown. No way. That boy is from the assassin department. He cannot reside in our Sound Magic dormitory. Quickly gather your things. I don't have time to waste here. Yi Yinzhu frowned and shook her head. Then forget it. Nina. One team moved at HM. Nina narrowed her eyes, and Xiang Wan, familiar with Nina's temperament, recognized this as a precursor to her anger. She quickly interjected, Yi Yinzhu, the dormitory Nina has prepared for you is a separate villa. Just like Hai Yang's, why don't you hurry and pack your things? Be sure to thank Nina. She shot Yi Yinzhu a meaningful glance. Yi Yinzhu, however, did not grasp Xiang Wan's implication and continued to shake her head. No, Sula is my good friend and I do not wish to be apart from him. The surprise of Xiang Wan and Hai Yang. Nina, who they thought would explode in anger, unexpectedly softened, saying resignedly, do as you wish. There is enough space over there. However, I do not want to see any male students harassing the female students of our department. If that occurs, you will both be out. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Xiangwan covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming softly, "Goodness, has Aunt Nina changed her disposition? When did she become so agreeable?" Haiyang looked at Yi Yinju and said, "Thank you for yesterday." Her voice was somewhat awkward, but the glimmer in her eyes caused Yi Yinju's heart to tighten inexplicably. "Sister, if it weren't for you, I would not have been able to officially enter the academy," Yi Yinju replied. Feeling a bit bashful under Haiyang's unusual gaze, Xiangwan leaned in with a playful smile, her enchanting face revealing a hint of mischief. "Haiyang came specifically to express her gratitude to you today. You will need to assist her with 9 more treatments. All right, let us help you move." As she spoke, Xiangwan glanced around, her eyes expressing distaste. "It's far too messy here. The environment in our Sound Magic dormitory is much more pleasant." At that moment, the attention of several passing work-study students was drawn to Yi Yinju's dormitory door. The reputation of Xiangwan, the most beautiful girl in the Sound Magic department, was well-deserved. Even a pure-hearted individual like Yi Yinju felt his heart race in her presence, let alone the ordinary students. Each smile and simple gesture from Xiangwan seemed like a celestial being descending to earth. Imbued with endless allure, Yi Yinju looked around, noting that Sula was nowhere to be found. "Sisters, why don't you return first? We can move once Sula comes back." Just as Xiangwan was about to speak, a calm voice interjected, "I'm here." Sula slowly emerged from the shadows beside the dormitory, his eyes revealing a hint of unusual emotion that Yi Yinju and the others did not notice. At that moment, his hand, grasping a black dagger within his sleeve, trembled slightly. As Yi Yinju left with Yuming, Sula followed closely behind. He had overheard everything said between Yi Yinju and Nina. "Sula, it's good that you're here. Nina has instructed us to change dormitories to our Sound Magic department, but you'll have to walk a bit further for classes from now on. Is that all right?" Sula nodded gently, his gaze meeting Yi Yinju's clear eyes. "Then let us pack our belongings." The dormitory Nina had arranged for Yi Yinju was situated not far from Haiyang's, also a quaint white villa. The bedroom was still singular, yet it was far more spacious than all the rooms in the work-study dormitory combined. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were all significantly improved. What Yi Yinju cherished most was the surrounding environment. This new dormitory was on the edge of the Sound Magic dormitory area, enveloped by tall trees that provided fresh air and tranquility. Occasionally, melodious music wafted through from nearby, uplifting the spirit. In the days that followed, Yi Yinju and Sula's routines gradually became more structured. Each morning, after breakfast, Sula would head to the assassin department's training grounds to practice, while Yi Yinju would remain in the dormitory to hone her harp magic. Sula would return just before noon to prepare lunch, and after they had eaten, they would work together at the restaurant, with Sula serving as a regular waiter while Yi Yinju performed music throughout the afternoon. They would return together when the restaurant closed at dusk. After dinner, they would continue their training, sitting across from each other on their respective beds. Concluding the day's fatigue, during their time at Bihai Sea, Yi Yinju relished this calm and orderly lifestyle, which suited him best. However, he noticed that since moving here, while Sula remained diligent as before, he spoke far less and occasionally sat in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Whenever Yi Yinju inquired, Sula would simply shake his head and remain silent. Before they knew it, 6 days had passed. One evening, as Yi Yinju and Sula returned from the restaurant, they found Xiangwan and Haiyang waiting for them at the door. "Yinju, where have you two been? You're so late," Xiangwan remarked. Clearly having waited for some time, though dressed in a school uniform, her radiance could not be concealed, and her playful yet charming demeanor caused Yi Yinju's heart to race. Yi Yinju smiled. "Nothing much. Sula and I just went for a stroll." Sula had advised him to keep their work a secret from others. Opening the door and ushering the two girls into the villa, Xiangwan eagerly exclaimed, "The finals of the new student competition are tomorrow. How prepared are you?" Yi Yinju was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the week of respite had come to an end. Rubbing his head, he replied, "Not much to prepare, I suppose." "Sister, who is our opponent?" Xiangwan shot him an exasperated glance, and the allure in her beautiful eyes left Yi Yinju momentarily entranced. "What am I to say to you? Tomorrow, our Sound Magic department will face a far more formidable opponent than those we have encountered thus far. The 4 departments that have reached the finals are the Summoning Department from the Ministry of Magic, our Sound Magic department, and the two traditional powerhouses of the martial arts department, the heavy sword warrior department and the heavy cavalry department. Each of these three departments poses a significant challenge. In truth, our advancement to this stage has been quite fortuitous. The traditional triad of the Ministry of Magic, mental, spatial, and summoning, was not as balanced this year as in previous competitions. The summoning department emerged unexpectedly, entering the finals with an undefeated record. Conversely, the mental and spatial departments, embroiled in fierce competition, each forfeited matches against us and the summoning department, finishing with 2 losses and 7 victories, placing them jointly in third within the Ministry of Magic, while we claimed the second position with 8 victories and 1 loss. Consequently, our first opponent in the finals will be the heavy cavalry department, which topped the preliminary rounds with a flawless record. Oh, Yi Inju nodded, glancing at Sula beside him, rubbing his stomach. Sula, aware of his hunger, smiled lightly and promptly headed to the kitchen. Oh, you? Xiangwan's temperament was far from her gentle appearance. She glared at Yi Inju and exclaimed, "Aren't you the least bit concerned?" Yi Inju replied, astonished. "Concerned? Why should I be concerned?" Xiangwan displayed a cute expression of defeat, utterly baffled by his mindset. No one in the academy believes our sound magic department can win against the heavy cavalry department. Everyone thinks we will lose. So what? Yi Inju smiled. Didn't no one believe in us before? Xiangwan paused, realization dawning on her. Yes, no one had faith in the sound magic department before. Yet here we are in the finals of the freshman competition. This is the first time our department has ever participated in the freshman competition. Does that mean you are quite confident? Yi Inju shook his head. Not at all, but I will give it my all. You're driving me crazy. Xiangwan was quite dissatisfied with Yi Inju's attitude. If you're not confident, shouldn't you prepare properly? Director Nina asked me to tell you that she is already very pleased with your advancement to the finals. She does not want to see any injuries among the 5 of you in tomorrow's semifinals. If you find yourself unable to compete against the opponent, as the captain, you must concede immediately. I have ways to ensure that the others remain unharmed. A faint glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Inju's eyes, unnoticed by Xiangwan, but perceived by Haiyang, who saw the resolve within his gaze. Praise the heavens, what a futile endeavor. I want to say more. I'm off to bed. Xiangwan stood, kicking Yi Inju lightly on the calf before storming off in a huff. Yi Inju sighed, rubbing his leg, and addressed Haiyang, who remained seated. Haiyang, what is up with Xiangwan? She seems upset. Haiyang replied calmly. Xiangwan is always quite straightforward. She came to remind you with good intentions. She seems a bit dissatisfied because you appear nonchalant. Don't worry. She isn't genuinely angry with you. But, Yi Inju, do you know about our opponent for tomorrow? Yi Inju shook his head. Haiyang continued. The heavy cavalry is a crucial military force in any nation on the Dragon Chinu continent. For instance, the renowned Dragon Knights are a type of heavy cavalry and the strongest among them. Their charge is terrifying, the combined strength of the knight and their steed in close combat, such as in the trial arena, leaves us with little opportunity to cast spells. As far as I know, among the 5 contestants from the heavy cavalry department, there are 2 mid-level yellow ranks, 2 high-level yellow ranks, and 1 low-level green rank. Despite our Ministry of Magic's consistent victories in the freshman competition, this time, the heavy cavalry department seems well prepared, as each of their 5 competitors possesses magic resistance equipment. Aiming resolutely for victory. Yi Inju said, Senior, I have an idea for tomorrow, and I hope you will support me. Haiyang did not inquire further about his idea, but nodded in agreement, saying, all right. The semester had commenced for over 10 days. And although official classes had yet to start, the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts was abuzz with excitement. The finals of the freshman competition were finally underway for the students of Milan. The finals represented a festive occasion. The finals were spread over 3 days. The first day featured the semifinals, with the morning match pitting the sound magic department against the heavy cavalry department, and the afternoon match featuring the summoning department against the heavy sword warrior department. The second day would be a rest day, while the third day would see the victors from the first day as semifinals clash in the final match. All 3 contests would take place in the central trial arena, which served as a major examination venue for the academy. The central trial arena of the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, situated between the 2 major branches of the martial arts and magic departments, adjacent to the mixed dormitory area, was 5 times the size of the trial arenas of other departments. On the eastern side of this colossal circular arena stood a podium capable of accommodating 300 spectators. with a circular extension on either side leading to a 10-tiered high platform. This venue could easily host all students of the Milan Academy, resembling a grand coliseum. Conducting a match among 10 individuals in such an expansive arena was designed to provide ample space for each participant to showcase their abilities. At that moment, the stands surrounding the central trial arena were filled with students from both the magic and martial arts departments, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. The atmosphere was electric, with cheers rising and falling in waves. Heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry. The number of students from the martial arts department was double that of the magic department, as students from all 5 years shouted with fervor, completely overshadowing the magic department's support. Sound Magic. Sound Magic. Although few believed in the Sound Magic department's chances, they still rallied to support their fellow magic users. Unfortunately, their voices were drowned out by the roar of the martial arts department. Even before the match officially commenced, the students from both departments were subtly vying for dominance, and the faculty members mingled among the students, refraining from curtailing their cheers, as the competitive spirit was essential for student growth. Yi Inju stood at one side of the central trial arena, accompanied by the other 4 contestants from the Sound Magic department. With his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, Yi Inju appeared composed. Quietly awaiting the start of the match, Haiyang stood beside him, asking, "Are you truly going to proceed with this?" Yi Inju nodded, affirming, "Yes, I have made my decision." "Very well. Please be cautious." Shuling and Lanchi wore calm expressions, gazing at Yi Inju with a hint of admiration, while only Konkei displayed a sense of pride mixed with dissatisfaction at that moment. The voice from the podium captured everyone's attention. "Students, please be quiet." The voice was deep yet imbued with undeniable authority, causing every student and faculty member present to feel a mental jolt, and the entire central trial arena fell silent, bathed in a gentle purple glow. Ferguson stood before the podium, having not employed any amplification devices. For a purple-level Grand Mage of the mental department, instilling mental awe was a trivial task, with a mere 6 words. He effortlessly commanded the attention of thousands of students. Ferguson's gaze swept across the arena as he absorbed the reverent stares of the students. The wrinkles on his aged face deepened into a smile. The annual freshman competition has reached its final stage, and I am delighted to see many outstanding young individuals among this year's newcomers, that I shall forego grandiloquent speeches. I merely hope that the students newly welcomed into the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts will learn from these elite competitors who have reached the finals. The efforts you put forth today will serve as the foundation for your future endeavors on the Dragon Chinu continent. Thunderous applause erupted, as the might of the purple-level expert and the clarity of his words left the students, especially the newcomers, with a newfound respect for the venerable headmaster of the academy, the chief court Grand Mage of the Milan Empire. Ferguson raised his hands, signaling for silence. Next, the students of the Sound Magic department will perform a piece titled Rainbow Garment. Following the conclusion of this piece, the competitors from the Sound Magic and Heavy Cavalry departments will enter the arena to commence the match that I shall personally oversee the judging of this contest. 100 robust students from the Martial Arts department swiftly entered the central trial arena from the side, setting up tables and benches. Soon after, a stunning spectacle unfolded before the faculty and students of the Milan Academy. Dressed entirely in pink, flowing gowns, their long hair tied up in ponytails, they moved with light, graceful steps, their enchanting figures captivating all. Leading the procession was none other than the first beauty of the Milan Academy, Xiangwan. Today, she appeared especially radiant, her already stunning features enhanced by subtle adornments, resembling the most exquisite creation of a master artisan. Hardly anyone could believe that such perfection existed in this world. The 81 female students of the Sound Magic department could each be described as embodiments of beauty. At this moment, the remaining 80 individuals are destined to serve merely as her backdrop, in her star-like eyes. A faint smile graces her lips, and every inch of her embodies the essence of perfection. All adjectives pale in comparison before her. The melody of the rainbow garment begins to play, yet most are still entranced by Xiangwan's stunning presence. 81 individuals, nearly 20 different instruments, resonate simultaneously, devoid of the sound sorcerer's melodic magic. Only a captivating tune fills the air. Xiangwan sits before the table, cradling a pipa that seems sculpted from jade. She is the heart of the entire composition, while the others merely accompany her. With fingers as delicate as spring onions, she deftly plucks the strings, causing the melody of the rainbow garment to waft and sway. With a few gentle strokes, The emotions of the piece begin to unfold before the melody takes form. From her, one can entirely understand why sound sorcerers are regarded as the most esteemed profession. Enchanting melodies effortlessly drift from her hands, and Yi Inju gasps in awe. After a vague, dreamlike reverie, the soft, melodious sounds break the stillness. The unexpected depth of Xiangluan's understanding of music, despite her candid temperament, astounds her. Haiyang remarks, Sister Xiangluan is indeed the foremost among us sound sorcerers. Others may recognize her as the most beautiful, but few grasp her genius as a sound sorcerer. As a third-year student, she has already attained a high-level proficiency in the yellow tier. Presently, even the faculty within the sound sorcerer department scarcely match her prowess. The resonant bass of the larger strings mimics a torrential downpour, while the higher strings whisper like intimate confessions. The cacophony of intertwined melodies creates a symphony akin to jewels cascading upon a jade plate. In a gathering of thousands, the performance of the rainbow garment and its mistress casts an enchanting silence, a dreamlike beauty rendering the scene almost surreal. The rainbow garment concludes in ethereal tones. Xiangluan, still cradling her pipa, bows towards the podium, and the thunderous applause reverberates through the entire Milan Magic Academy. The sound sorcerers have never before showcased their artistry before students of other departments, for they possess noble status. However, due to the sound sorcerers' advancement in the freshman competition, their unprecedented performance has left an indelible mark on the memories of students from other departments. Some ponder what extraordinary displays the sound sorcerers' cheerleading squad might present if they were to win today's contest. Unbeknownst to them, a single performance of the rainbow garment has significantly boosted the sound sorcerer's popularity. As the cheerleading squad passes before Yi Inju and her companions, Xiangluan pauses in front of Inju and smiles. Was it pleasing to your ears? Inju instinctively nods. Her senior's pipa playing is indeed exceptional. Xiangluan beams with a hint of pride, saying, though I do not hold high hopes for you, if you win today's competition, I shall perform the rainbow garment just for you. My dance surpasses my pipa playing by far. With a laugh like silver bells, she departs, leaving Yu Inju gazing after her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes shimmering with unwavering confidence as she strides towards the center of the competition arena alone. As Xiangluan leaves, the central arena gradually falls silent. The final stage of the annual freshman competition is about to commence. All eyes are riveted upon the expansive arena, watching as the competitors draw near. With her hair cascading behind her, and dressed in the pristine white of the moon goddess's protection, her star-like clear eyes and handsome, elegant visage, adorned with a subtle smile, Inju approaches the center with poise and confidence. This moment, she seems to have entered a strange rhythm, melding seamlessly with her surroundings. The heavy, powerful footsteps accompany 5 towering black figures advancing from another direction towards Inju. In comparison, her figure appears remarkably diminutive. The 5 individuals, all with golden hair and clad in heavy black armor, resemble 5 moving fortresses. They stand at least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and rugged features exuding a fierce aura. A standard issue, 5-meter heavy cavalry lances and 2-meter-wide swords hang from their waists and from the wings of their mounts. A formidable presence that commands attention. The mounts of the 5, which Inju has seen before, are all Machino iron dragons. Their nearly 3-meter height and over 5-meter length radiate an intangible ferocity, reminiscent of the dragon knights she encountered in Milan. Their overwhelming presence surpasses that of her previous encounters. The other 2 riders are Ericman dragons, smaller yet much swifter. The quintessential 5-dragon knight formation elicits frenzied cheers from the martial arts department students. In any nation, dragon knights represent the absolute pinnacle of military might. Although Machino iron dragons and Erican dragons are the most common breeds in dragon taming, their worth is still immeasurable. Their mere presence on the Academy's competition grounds exudes an aura that far surpasses that of the solitary figure of the sound sorcerers. On the podium, Nina's expression shifts, and with a cold snort, she remarks, the heavy cavalry department truly has brought out their trump cards. They might as well summon some real dragons for these students. The head of the heavy cavalry department, a robust man in his 40s, remains silent in the face of Nina's taunts, his stern countenance betraying no emotion as his gaze remains fixed on the competition grounds. Ferguson smiles slightly and whispers to Nina, it has already astonished many that your sound sorcerers have reached the finals. Do not be too greedy. Director Nina, in battles of equal rank, warriors can never hope to match the prowess of sorcerers. All sorcerers stepping onto the battlefield possess their own magical beasts as shields. These beasts can withstand warriors of equal rank. As long as a sorcerer's magic is fully unleashed, the outcome for the warriors is invariably tragic. This situation, however, has an exception in the heavy cavalry, for the heavy cavalry also possesses their own mounts. If their steeds are sufficiently powerful to contend with a sorcerer's magical beast, they stand a chance of victory. It is exceedingly challenging for sound sorcerers to command powerful magical beasts, while the 5 heavy cavalry members engaged in this battle are entirely structured as dragon knights. With the speed of the Ericman dragon and the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the Machino Iron Dragon, Ferguson is entirely convinced that if the sound sorcerers attempt to employ their previous strategy of group combat, they will likely be trampled by the dragon knights before the music's power can manifest. The moon goddess's protection cannot withstand the charge of the dragon knights. Although Inju possesses the sound blade, the heavy cavalry also wields their own battle energy, ensuring they hold an absolute advantage in every aspect. The only glimmer of suspense for Ferguson lies in Yi Inju herself. Regardless of the outcome, he hopes to witness another surprise from her. The two teams now stand face to face at the center of the arena. Seated atop a Machino Iron Dragon, the heavy cavalry's commander, Nesta, along with his imposing stature, reaches nearly 5 meters in height, rendering Inju appear exceedingly small in comparison. Heavy cavalry commander, Nesta, second year, he dismounts his lance from the winged mount, lightly taps his helmet with his left hand, and performs a standard knightly salute. Yi Inju, commander of the Sound Sorcerers, first year. Inju places her right hand over her heart, returning the gesture with a noble's courtesy. Nesta is the most imposing among the 5 heavy cavalry. His broad frame and stoic face reveal no sign of underestimating Inju's smallness. Please select the method of competition. Wolfpack. Inju's response is succinct and straightforward. A hint of surprise flickers in Nesta's eyes. Wolfpack. Inju nods. The Wolfpack is one of 3 methods of competition. Unlike one-on-one duels or group battles, the Wolfpack method involves each side sending forth one competitor to engage in combat. The victor continues to fight until defeated, at which point the next competitor enters, and so forth. Thus, it is not a best-of-5 series. Rather, one side must defeat all of the opposing competitors to claim victory. Upon confirming Inju's choice, the audience erupts in astonishment. Everyone present, even opting for a group battle, would have been perilous for the sound sorcerers. Yet, she has chosen the Wolfpack method, meaning that each vulnerable sound sorcerer could potentially be exposed to the Dragon Knight's ferocious onslaught, seemingly extinguishing any remaining suspense in the match. Only Ferguson on the podium displays a hint of approval, nodding slowly and stating, "A commendable choice that it avoids the heavy cavalry's most advantageous collective charge and cooperation. Perhaps Inju will indeed bring us a miracle." In truth, most students from various departments are unaware that the heavy cavalry excels in group battles. Sister Haiyang, aren't we going to help Inju? Longqi asks, her voice tinged with urgency. Haiyang glances at her and replies, "Do you think our intervention would make any difference?" Gazing upward at the imposing figure of the Dragon Knight, Longqi's complexion turned a ghastly white, and he gently shook his head. Prior to the commencement of the competition, Yi Inju had already determined the Wolfpack strategy. However, he was the sole representative of the Sound Division in this battle. This meant that if his opponent triumphed over him, it would be tantamount to conquering the entire Sound Division, and to secure victory himself, he would need to vanquish each of the 5 opponents individually. As everyone anticipated, the Sound Masters faced the charge of heavy cavalry. Even the most rudimentary contact could result in fatal harm, and Yi Inju had vowed to protect his comrades. Therefore, upon entering the finals, he opted for the Wolfpack approach. This not only demonstrated his accountability to all, but also showcased his profound self-confidence. The 5 contestants from the heavy cavalry gradually retreated to the sidelines. But Yi Inju did not retreat to his half of the arena to prepare for his performance as others might have expected. With a flourish of his left hand, the Hai Wei Qing Wei Qin appeared out of thin air. Cradled in the crook of his left arm, the match commenced. The first to charge forth from the heavy cavalry was a student mounted on an Arakan dragon, a faint yellow aura shimmering at the tip of his lance. Amidst the cheers of the martial arts department students, he charged towards Yi Inju. This was Yi Inju's first encounter with a dragon knight. Although the Arakan dragon was not particularly large, its powerful legs propelled it forward with a force reminiscent of a hurricane. In mere moments, it covered hundreds of meters, arriving before Yi Inju with violent gusts of wind. The sharpness of the lance emanated a chilling glow, and under the combined speed of the Arakan dragon and the strength of the yellow-level mid-tier aura, Even a thick wall would be pierced through entirely. Holding the Haiwei Qinghui Qin, Yi Yingzhu stood firm without even attempting to evade, watching as the Arakan dragon loomed larger before him. His expression remained unchanged. While many students in the martial arts department silently questioned whether the Sound Division's leader had been paralyzed with fear, with a resonant hum, Yi Yingzhu finally moved, as the Arakan dragon closed in within 10 meters. His right hand swiftly glided across the strings of the qin, unleashing a sound burst unique to his style. The sound burst, known for its amplified potency at close range, was deliberately released at this moment to deliver a comprehensive shock to his opponent. Although the heavy cavalry boasted superior physical defenses compared to mages, their mental resilience was significantly weaker. The sudden explosion of sound could cause even yellow-level mages to momentarily lose focus, let alone a first-year heavy cavalry student. The once ferocious charge of the knight faltered, his mind blanked. For the Arakan dragon, 10 meters was merely an instant as Yi Yingzhu's right hand swept across the Haiwei Qinghui Qin. He leapt from the ground. His body enveloped in a yellow glow. Suspended in midair, Yi Yingzhu's posture was as graceful as a cloud, overshadowing his opponent. Without any complex maneuvers, he leapt 3 meters high, raising his right knee just in time to evade the lance. Meanwhile, the knight, still dazed, had yet to regain his senses. With a thunderous crash, the knight's heavily armored chest collided with Yi Yingzhu's right knee, and the speed of the Arakan dragon became an integral part of Yi Yingzhu's attack. The towering figure, clad in heavy armor, was propelled backward over 10 meters by the impact. A massive dent appeared in the knight's chest plate, and his helmet was sent flying as he fell to the ground. The once menacing dragon knight now rendered unconscious. The Arakan dragon, devoid of its rider, swept past Yi Yingzhu, who had only been knocked back a few meters by the tremendous force, with a gentle twist in midair. He landed softly on the ground, in the central testing arena, filled with over 10,000 spectators. The silence was palpable. Everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Throughout the encounter, Yi Yingzhu had executed only a few simple actions. Yet those very actions had incapacitated a dragon knight mounted on an Arakan dragon that a mage had, through sheer physical prowess, vanquished a dragon knight. A feat that was utterly astonishing. That Ferguson's eyes sparkled, Nina's gaze brightened. And the members of the Sound Division's cheer squad beamed with pride. Sound Division, onward. Sound Division, victory. The students from the magic department finally found an outlet for their emotions, unleashing frenzied cheers that reverberated through the arena. This time with a shift in focus towards Yi Yingzhu, the Wolfpack strategy allowed no respite. Before the thunderous applause had subsided, the second heavy cavalry contestant charged forth from their ranks, this time mounted on a Machino Iron Dragon. The Machino Iron Dragon was considerably slower than the Arakan dragon. However, once it began to move, it transformed into a veritable fortress on the battlefield. This moment, the heavy cavalry's previous disdain for Yi Yingzhu had vanished entirely. As this student, also wielding a yellow-level mid-tier aura, urged his Machino Iron Dragon closer. This time, Yi Yingzhu did not wait. Instead, he approached his opponent, moving at a leisurely pace akin to an ordinary stroll. The Haiwei Qinghui Qin, which had previously rested in the crook of his arm, was now stowed away in his spatial ring. As he advanced unarmed towards the fully equipped dragon knight, as they drew nearer. The audience held their breath in anticipation of yet another thrilling clash. With a roar, the knight unleashed a 5-meter-long lance, its yellow aura shimmering in the air as the head of the Machino Iron Dragon surged towards Yi Yingzhu's chest. Yi Yingzhu's speed was not particularly swift, especially in comparison to Sula, yet he was significantly faster than the Machino Iron Dragon, known for its defensive prowess. In an instant, he sidestepped the dragon's charge, and, facing the oncoming lance's shadow, executed a seemingly reckless leap toward the sharp weapon. Once again, yellow aura coalesced around his right fist, and a fierce glint shone in Yi Yingzhu's eyes as he struck upward into the lance's trajectory. The dragon knight felt an overwhelming sensation. No matter how he attempted to manipulate his lance, he could not escape the enveloping force of Yi Yingzhu's punch, leaving him with no choice but to concentrate all his aura into the lance for a direct confrontation. Flesh and blood against the razor-sharp lance. With both wielding yellow-level aura, the outcome seemed predetermined. Suddenly, just as fist met lance, Yi Yingzhu's right hand transformed. His fist morphed into an open palm, executing a peculiar rotation that allowed him to grasp the lance's tip instead of striking it directly. The knight, initially startled, felt a surge of hope. With both arms exerting force, he bellowed, "Lift!" If he could hoist this sound division leader into the air, today's battle would hold no uncertainty. Indeed, the body lifted, but alas. It was not Yinju's. The moment he seized the lance, Yinju's feet landed atop the Machino Iron Dragon's enormous head, with both competitors exerting force. The combined weight of the heavily armored knight, exceeding 400 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Yinju from the back of the Machino Iron Dragon. At this moment, the elegance in Yinju's demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming ferocity. His dark hair billowed behind him as he stood, smaller in stature than his opponent, yet appearing towering in the eyes of the spectators. The Machino Iron Dragon, suddenly having its head stepped upon, let out an enraged roar, attempting to throw Yinju off. Its massive body twisted violently, consumed by fury. Yinju raised the lance high and stepped forward, moving from the dragon's head to its back. Be still, he commanded softly, crashing his right foot down upon the Iron Dragon's back. The creature, renowned for its defensive capabilities, emitted a pained cry as its powerful limbs buckled, collapsing onto the ground. I concede. The knight, who had initially hoped to continue the struggle, now endured waves of Yinju's aura. Witnessing his Machino Iron Dragon falter so easily before Yinju, he lost all desire to resist and promptly surrendered. With the lance in hand, Yinju gently placed the knight down, regaining his elegance atop the Machino Iron Dragon. Even he was taken aback, wondering why his strength had surged so dramatically. Though his yellow-level mid-tier aura equated to the rainbow-level green tier, it allowed him to completely dominate his opponent's aura. However, just moments ago, as he lifted his opponent and trampled upon the Machino Iron Dragon, it was not mere fighting spirit that propelled him, but sheer, unadulterated strength. In that fleeting moment when he grasped the knight's spear, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth rising from the depths of his being, compelling him to execute those actions without a second thought. This frenzied power seemed poised to burst forth from his very form. And deep within his clear eyes, a hint of purple began to flicker. Director Nina, perhaps you might consider relinquishing the student from your sound magic department to our heavy sword warriors department. Keeping him within your ranks may squander such extraordinary talent, remarked a rather unsightly, hunchbacked elder standing behind Nina. Nina scoffed. You wish, old monkey. Why don't you go and procure Nestor instead? His aptitude is universally recognized as that of a warrior prodigy. The heavy sword warrior department's director, known as Old Monkey, chuckled and replied, it would be a rarity for Iron Arm to part with someone of such caliber. However, today's competition is indeed peculiar. Your magical department's student has managed to triumph over our martial arts department through martial prowess, which truly saddens me. It is not merely martial prowess, but absolute strength, interjected the ever-silent director of the cavalry department. Iron Arm, his icy tone belying a flicker of fervor in his gaze as he regarded Yinju, unperturbed by the loss of his student. The match resumed, and to everyone's astonishment, the third contestant from the cavalry department was none other than the commander. Nestor, gripping the heavy knight's spear, tilted towards the ground as if it were a mere stalk of straw. Nestor did not, unlike the previous two contestants, immediately charge at Yinju. Instead, he urged the Machino Iron Dragon forward at a measured pace. Steadfast as a mountain, this was the aura Nestor emanated at that moment. His gaze was serene, yet it brimmed with boundless martial spirit. Every movement he made was deliberate and fluid, exhibiting no hint of vulnerability. Yinju, your strength commands my respect, Nestor stated coolly as the Machino Iron Dragon halted 30 meters away. Yinju smiled nonchalantly, the sea moon celestial harp reappearing within his grasp. He sensed that the impending battle would prove to be the most formidable challenge he had faced since the commencement of the freshman competition. On the surface, Nestor seemed less perilous than Roland, who possessed the green dragon, yet his instincts warned him that this heavy cavalryman's combat prowess was the strongest he had encountered among his peers, thus imposing the greatest pressure upon him. In deference to your strength, I would prefer that my companions not exhaust your energy further. Let us engage in fair combat. If you best me, you shall have triumphed over the entire cavalry department. Just as you represent the sound magic department in this duel, Nestor declared, his calm demeanor gradually giving way to excitement as he raised the knight's spear. Yinju, taken aback, responded, but wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? Nestor smiled lightly. If I require others to squander your energy for me to triumph over you, then such a victory would hold no significance for me. I seek continual enhancement of my strength. Only by persistently challenging the formidable can I achieve this. Come, let me witness your fusion of magic and martial arts. Yinju chuckled, placing his right hand upon his chest, and performed a formal mage's salute to Nestor. This towering adversary earning his respect and admiration in turn. Charge, Nestor suddenly bellowed, and the massive Machino Iron Dragon was effortlessly hoisted upright with a sweep of his left hand. As the colossal beast descended, the 5-meter-long knight's spear shot forth towards Yi Yinzhu with lightning speed, the intense martial spirit and formidable aura surging to a peak in an instant. A pale green fighting spirit burst forth from the knight's spear as the Machino Iron Dragon surged forward, closing the distance to Yi Yinzhu in an instant. Yet, when he thrust the knight's spear, the lethal point still remained a good yard away from Yi Yinzhu. Was it a miscalculation on his part? No, certainly not. A sharp edge, coalesced from green fighting spirit, traversed that distance in the blink of an eye, its suffocating sharpness rendering its destructive potential indisputable. Battle Ray? Ferguson, observing from the judge's platform, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The director of the cavalry department, Iron Arm, remarked coolly, to condense green-level fighting spirit into a battle ray. Nestor is the first I have ever witnessed accomplish such a feat, if all goes well. Within a decade, he shall become a Golden Star Dragon Knight. In 20 years, he will be the youngest Purple Star Dragon Knight in history. Perhaps his aptitude does not match that of the two scions from the Violet family, but his dedication to the enhancement of strength is unparalleled. The battle ray, an evolved version of fighting spirit, is typically a skill only accessible to those whose fighting spirit has reached the blue level or higher. A formidable warrior can unleash the battle ray outward, striking enemies within a 10-foot radius. The stronger the fighting spirit, the broader the range of the battle ray. This technique demands an exceptional level of fighting spirit. During its execution, one must compress their fighting spirit significantly, making its successful application impossible without a solid foundation and perfect mastery. That Nestor, with merely green-level initial fighting spirit, could employ the battle ray was already an anomaly. While the judges marveled, the battle in the practice arena could not be paused. As the flash of the battle ray approached, Yi Yinzhu barely had time to invoke the explosive sound technique. The moon goddess's guardian unfurled instantaneously, its milky white radiance colliding with the pale green battle ray midair. That a halo of white light erupted at the point of contact, instantly expanding, the jarring friction eliciting a wince from all present. The battle ray, under the impact of Nestor's assault, grew shorter, while the spear itself drew ever closer to the moon goddess's guardian. Yi Yinzhu realized he could not retreat. Nestor was unlike his previous two opponents. Should he falter, he would find no opportunity for counterattack, and Nestor's ensuing tempestuous onslaught would obliterate him. Thus, he stood firm, utilizing the moon goddess's guardian as a buffer, stepping forward with his left foot and thrusting his right fist directly towards the spear's tip. Was Yi Yinzhu attempting to employ the same tactic as before? No, certainly not. To repeat the same strategy in such a short span would be tantamount to courting death. This time, he genuinely met his adversary's fighting spirit head-on. Yellow and green, the two colors of fighting spirit clashed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time itself had momentarily stilled. Yi Yinzhu's fist and Nestor's knight's spear did not collide directly. Rather, it was their fighting spirits that clashed, the yellow and green energies compressing within an exceedingly confined space, their luminescence twisting under the pressure. Yi Yinzhu stood firm upon the ground, while Nestor towered above him. In terms of sheer weight, they held an undeniable advantage. Yi Yinzhu's physique, not particularly robust, appeared diminutive in comparison. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant form that, with a single punch, staunchly halted Nestor's assault. Yi Yinzhu's legs, like nails, remained firmly planted in the earth without yielding an inch. The massive Machino Iron Dragon found itself unable to advance further, with a second-tier yellow fighting spirit equivalent to mid-level green fighting spirit. Yi Yinzhu indeed held a slight edge over Nestor in terms of fighting spirit. However, the disparity between their fighting spirits was minimal if relying solely on this marginal advantage. Yi Yinzhu would not have been able to withstand the onslaught of Nestor atop the Machino Iron Dragon. What enabled him to do so was the raw power emanating from his very flesh. As Nestor thrust downward with his spear, a voice seemed to echo within Yi Yinzhu's mind, urging him not to retreat, as if his dignity declared he must stand firm. The earlier surge of warmth rekindled within him, and only upon delivering that punch, which successfully countered Nestor's onslaught, did Yi Yinzhu realize the terrifying extent of his own strength. Boom, the combined force of their compressed fighting spirits could no longer withstand the immense pressure and erupted. In the cacophony, Nestor and his Machino Iron Dragon were forced back 10 steps before they could regain their footing. Yi Yinzhu, however, did not retreat. the fervor ignited within him forbade him from doing so. The defensive energy released by the moon goddess's guardian dissipated into motes of white light, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale. The arena fell silent, every spectator holding their breath as they beheld this earth-shattering confrontation. A flash of purple energy flickered in Yi Yinzhu's eyes as he calmly settled onto the ground, placing the sea-moon celestial harp flat upon his knees. Nestor, unscathed, found his spirits renewed by the setback. Glaring at Yi Yinzhu with indignation, "Are you underestimating me?" Yi Yinzhu shook his head. "Not at all, do not forget. I am a Sound Mage, not a warrior," seizing the moment while Nestor was momentarily taken aback. Both of Yi Yinzhu's hands descended upon the harp strings. With a deft flick of his right hand and a press of his left, a resonant hum emanated from the strings. Explosive sound. Nestor's movements momentarily slowed, yet his gaze swiftly regained clarity, and within his breastplate, a faint milky luminescence emanated. This was an enchanted artifact blessed by light, designed to stabilize the knight's mind for formidable warriors. Their greatest fear lies not in direct confrontation, but in the arcane, particularly in the presence of mental mages, and no matter how powerful a warrior may be, their mental fortitude can never rival that of a mage. Consequently, high-ranking warriors often possess certain defenses against mental magic. Should an adversary breach their mental defenses, no martial skill could be executed, leaving them vulnerable to the whims of their opponent, under the blessing of light. Nestor's momentary daze was fleeting. In the next instant, his lance surged forth once more, this time not as a mere flash of battle, but as a torrent of spear shadows. No one could discern how many thrusts Nestor unleashed in that fleeting moment. They only beheld a gentle green glow enveloping Yi Yinzhu's form, sealing off all avenues of escape. It is worth noting that Yi Yinzhu remained seated on the ground, even if he wished to evade. There was no possibility of doing so. Yi Yinzhu felt the weight of the situation acutely. Though the number of Nestor's thrusts was daunting, the true terror lay in the fact that each thrust was imbued with an equally immense fighting spirit. Leaving no distinction between reality and illusion, the green-level initial stage fighting spirit was wielded to its utmost, rendering each thrust suffocatingly potent. "Has Nestor mastered your 1,000 Shadow Strike, Iron Arm?" That had been a tale from the previous year. An unimaginable scene unfolded as a swirl of yellow and green light surged from Yi Yinzhu, resembling a mist that met Nestor's oncoming spear strikes head-on. The sound of energy surging forth brought with it a cacophony of explosive fighting spirit. In an instant, the training ground was engulfed in chaos. Nestor's towering figure remained steadfast behind the Machino Iron Dragon, yet the beast struggled to match his speed, appearing as though Nestor were dragging it along. Each thrust accompanied by a piercing shriek. However, no matter how fiercely Nestor thrust his lance, upon reaching the yellow-green barrier before Yi Yinzhu, it was instantly repelled, unable to breach that threshold. Observers could see only Yi Yinzhu's raised right hand. Throughout, he remained seated, his forefingers subtly moving in rhythm, akin to a blossoming flower, continuously shifting into various hand shapes, while that azure yellow barrier billowed like smoke from his palm, steadfastly blocking the onslaught of the 1,000 Shadow Strike. In terms of martial arts, Yi Yinzhu had only practiced for a year during his time in the Azure Sea. For a warrior, a single year is insufficient to acquire an abundance of techniques. Even with Yi Yinzhu's unwavering focus, he could not transcend this limitation by much. Thus, in that year, he had only mastered 3 skills, honed through the rigorous training of the bamboo sect's leader. Yili, the technique he now executed was the defensive maneuver known as Bamboo Guardian. Bamboo, resilient and upright, embodies the very tenacity of its namesake. The shimmering strands in Yi Yinzhu's grasp were not mere smoke, but rather azure filaments. Under his control, these delicate strands transformed into a misty radiance. Regardless of the number of spears, wherever the filaments reached, the spear shadows were deflected. Bamboo Guardian represented the strongest defense of the bamboo sect. At this moment, Yi Yinzhu's expression turned solemn, his gaze intense, as his left hand deftly glided across the strings of his zither. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, with crimson magical energy intermingling with fighting spirit. The red, yellow, and green colors appearing almost blinding. Under the blessing of light, while the explosive sounds could not achieve their optimal effect, they nonetheless significantly impacted Nestor. After all, a special technique like the 1,000 Shadow Strike requires immense mental focus. Even a momentary lapse could diminish its efficacy. Consequently, the intensity of the spear shadows waned, and the pressure upon Yi Yinzhu gradually lessened. "Kill!" Nestor roared once more, all spear shadows coalescing in an instant. As the massive form of the Machino Iron Dragon leaped from the ground, propelled by Nesta's full might, charging towards Yinzhu with his lance poised as a deadly in truth. He was left with no other choice. The Thousand Shadow Strike was undoubtedly a high-level technique. Yet, before the Bamboo Guardian, he found himself at a loss. Yinzhu's explosive notes had a cumulative effect. And Nesta was acutely aware that if he could not disrupt Yinzhu's focus, defeat was inevitable. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he chose to go all in, should he breach Yinzhu's defense. The outcome of the battle would be beyond doubt that to dismantle the Bamboo Guardian is not within the capability of just anyone. Only an absolute force that surpasses the user of Bamboo Guardian can shatter its defenses. Nesta's decision was undoubtedly the correct one. However, Yinzhu was not static. As Nesta and his dragon leaped into action, the Bamboo Guardian transformed into the Bamboo Assault, the second technique he had mastered. While the Bamboo Guardian inherited the resilience of bamboo, the Bamboo Assault embodied its pride and uprightness. That a wondrous sight unfolded. Under the radiant sun, beams of azure yellow light shot skyward, sprouting like bamboo after rain. With the delicate filaments seemingly vanishing, leaving only the pride of the Bamboo Assault, the thick, greenish light surged forth like a burgeoning bamboo grove, swiftly enveloping the battlefield where the two contended, though Yinzhu had yet to master the battle radiance. The capabilities demonstrated by the azure filaments were even more formidable. To execute the Bamboo Assault, his left hand could no longer afford to strum the zither, as all his fighting spirit coalesced into this singular offensive move. A chilling wail echoed from the heart of the battle, and a torrential rain of blood erupted, as two figures were simultaneously hurled away. Yinzhu managed to retract his Sea Moon's radiant zither at the last moment to avoid damage. But the force of the impact sent him tumbling back 5 paces. Fortunately, the Moon Goddess's protection left him unscathed, preventing him from becoming dirted. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion growing paler, yet the violet gleam in his eyes appeared even more vivid. Nesta, too, was not much stronger than Yinzhu. Leveraging his weight and the heavy armor he wore, he was only flung 3 paces before landing on the ground. However, due to his mass, the impact was harsher, sending his helmet flying off, while his lance splintered into 2 pieces, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His once sturdy armor now bore numerous dents, and his resolute visage appeared somewhat ghastly. At the center of their earlier clash, the Machino Iron Dragon remained, its previously formidable body now riddled with dozens of bloody wounds, blood gushing forth as its cries of despair grew ever fainter. Like the Moon Goddess's protection, the azure filaments remained untainted by blood. Perhaps due to having just consumed a life, the filaments now appeared more crystalline in their verdant hue. The attack power, rivaling that of divine artifacts, was fully realized under the assistance of the Bamboo Assault. Otherwise, it would not have inflicted such grievous wounds upon Nesta. Rising from the ground, Yinzhu stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. Casting an apologetic glance at the distant Nesta, "I'm sorry. I never intended to harm your dragon. However, if I hadn't given it my all at that moment, I simply could not have thwarted your attack." Nesta, now upright as well, his formidable physique evident, wiped the blood from his mouth and nose defiantly declared, "It's nothing to me. There is no distinction between a match and the battlefield. Only a wholehearted confrontation is worthwhile. It's exhilarating. I haven't been injured in quite some time. Surrender now. Your wounds must be more severe than mine." Yinzhu replied, his fondness for the heavy knight growing, reluctant to unleash further attacks. The first use of Bamboo Guardian and Bamboo Assault against an opponent had proven to be far more potent than he had anticipated. Nesta shook his head, from the perspective of the match. "You have slain my steed. I should have already lost. However, as long as I possess the strength to fight, I shall not concede. It seems I must reveal the secret I had intended to keep until the finals. Come forth, my companion, Digga." With a mighty shout, he raised his left hand, and a red 6-pointed star ignited in his palm. A golden light shot skyward, vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. Contract. Yinzhu gazed at his opponent in astonishment, suddenly realizing, "So you still have a mount. No wonder I felt your coordination with the Machino Iron Dragon was lacking earlier. A warrior's mount can be changed, unlike a mage's beast. Moreover, a warrior only has one opportunity in their lifetime to contract a mount. Only when a warrior finds their true companion will they forge this contract. Once completed, the beast will accompany them for life. Only such a contracted mount can resonate with its master's intentions, yielding unparalleled power. warriors cannot summon their mounts. They can only call upon them through contract. Generally speaking, contracted mounts do not stray far from their warriors. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon as a crimson cloud swiftly approached. Nestor bowed towards the podium, requesting, "Please activate the protective shield and allow my mount to enter. As the competition commenced. The defensive barrier of the central training ground was activated under Ferguson's supervision. Ferguson gazed in astonishment at the sky, instinctively channeling his magical energy to directly invoke the shield with the authority of the principal. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the most astonished ASA dragon mage. He was well aware of what soared through the air. Was a red dragon, akin to his mount, Kosa, though its aura was notably weaker than Kosa's. The sensation brought forth by the red dragon was equally formidable as a true dragon. The red dragon's rank was slightly above that of the green dragon. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how increasingly powerful the students had become. Nestor, merely a second-year student, possessed a genuine dragon. It is known that all true dragons belong to the category of growth-type magical beasts. Once matured, they possess strength exceeding the 7th tier, renowned for its offensive capabilities. The red dragon is a fire elemental giant. Its physical attacks and fire magic are exceptionally fierce. Iron Arm, after the match, I will require an explanation from you. I shall, Nestor replied, a gentle glimmer finally appearing in his eyes. The crimson cloud in the sky drew ever closer, and at that moment, Yi Inju also discerned that it was a colossal dragon exceeding 7 meters in length. It was even larger than Roland's green dragon, evidently having grown even more robust. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the red dragon, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It is important to note that the previous victory over the green dragon was due to Roland's incapacitation and his own sudden ambush. The red dragon before him was evidently more powerful than the previous green dragon, and with the formidable Nestor in the fray, how could he possibly face the upcoming battle for the first time? Yuinju felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he was not contending against a mere dragon knight. The red dragon circled in the air before suddenly folding its wings and gracefully descending beside Nestor. With a triumphant roar, Nestor leaped onto the broad back of the red dragon, and with a flourish of his left hand, a brand new spear materialized in his grasp. Although space rings require magical power for use, some advanced rings can be activated with minimal mental energy. The spear in Nestor's hand was even longer than Austin's dragon spear, measuring a staggering 8 meters, surpassing the length of the red dragon itself. The spear's shaft was a deep crimson, adorned with 4 blood grooves that shimmered under the sunlight, as if blood coursed within. Yi Inju, this is my true weapon and mount. The spear is named Blood Soul, and my partner is the level 5 fire elemental growth type red dragon. In the forthcoming battle, I shall unleash my full power. If you possess a magical beast, now would be the time to summon it. Yi Inju slowly shook his head. I do not have a magical beast. Since you are ready to fight, let us begin. I shall offer you a melody. The wild goose descends on the plain, his gaze transformed, the clarity of his eyes giving way to a gradual retreat of purple light, as a faint silver radiance emerged from the depths of his gaze. Without uttering further words, he placed all 8 fingers upon the harp, which had reappeared before him. The red dragon, Digga, soared into the sky at Nestor's command, ascending to a height of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The blood soul spear in his hand exuded a dazzling dark red glow, contrasting vividly with the pale green aura of his fighting spirit. The red dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that merged with the blood soul in Nestor's hand, creating a conflagration of green flames. The air ignited, rippling like water, propelled by an unstoppable momentum directly towards Yuinju below. An 8-meter blood soul spear, a level 5 red dragon, and a green tier warrior. This combination could pose a challenge even to a blue tier warrior without a mount. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Inju was merely a mage. The searing airflow seemed poised to tear the sky asunder, with Nestor and his dragon resembling a crimson-green lightning bolt, dashing towards Yi Inju like a shooting star. The true strength he spoke of encompassed not only his dragon and spear, but also the elemental attribute of his fighting spirit. In the previous battles, Nestor had engaged with Yi Inju purely using his fighting spirit, but now he was unleashing the attribute of fire. Yi Inju remained seated, motionless, his hands caressing the strings of the harp with profound emotion, as deep red magical energy swirled around him. At this moment, he even relinquished his fighting spirit, which was equivalent to a mid-level green tier. Hurry, stop them, Nina urged anxiously to Ferguson. No, wait a moment longer. A faint purple magical aura enveloped Ferguson, who stood poised to intervene and halt the match. Yet, For reasons unknown, as he gazed upon the composed and elegant Yi Yinju, he felt an inexplicable certainty that Yinju would not succumb so easily. Thus he restrained himself from acting. Nestor drew ever closer to Yi Yinju, and Ferguson's heart raced with trepidation. With his strength, he could effortlessly halt the match. Yet he found himself at a loss as to when to intervene. Hurry, Principal, if anything happens to Yi Yinju. Just as Nina's words became increasingly erratic, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Seated calmly, Yi Yinju did not commence playing the harp. Instead, he suddenly lifted his head, rising to confront the descending red dragon with a gaze filled with yearning, issuing a call that was not particularly loud. Purple. The magical radiance surrounding Yi Yinju vanished. A pearlescent halo seemingly guarded by the moon goddess ignited. From the depths of that halo, a purple light surged forth from his brow, instantaneously enveloping his entire being. Without the appearance of the magical hexagram, a purple ethereal figure emerged from him. The ethereal transformed into substance. Purple hair, purple eyes, a towering figure, and an icy visage, resembling an unyielding wall. He stood before Yinju, without uttering a word, for they required no extraneous dialogue. Purple raised his head, fierce eyes meeting the descending Digga.no fighting spirit, no radiant glow, he simply unleashed his fist.I in that moment. Yi Yinju returned to the ground, seemingly confident that Purple could withstand the oncoming flames. With all 8 fingers simultaneously caressing the harp strings, a deep, resonant melody arose from the movements of his fingers. How immense is the force of a dragon combined with a heavily armored knight charging at full speed? The term thousands of pounds scarcely suffices to describe it. Moreover, there was the fighting spirit, and the fire elemental dragon's magic. All of this culminated in that singular charge. Yet, facing them, there were only Purple's fists. Boom. In an instant, the clash sent red and green light scattering in all directions, causing the formidable protective barrier of the central training ground to tremble violently. Astonishingly, the massive dragon's body rebounded, with the frightened roar of the red dragon and Nestor's muffled groan echoing forth. Indeed, Purple had used his fists to halt the full-force assault of Nestor and the red dragon. At that moment, his legs were already buried knee-deep in the ground. Centered around him, a 10-meter radius cracked, yet the spot where Yi Yinju sat remained intact. Foul play. This is a violation of the rules. Allowing an outsider to intervene in the match, surely that is at least a blue-tier warrior. The head of the heavy swordsman department, Old Monkey, exclaimed in astonishment. Ferguson's expression grew grave as he observed the center of the training ground. Shaking his head, no, while he may be a warrior, he is not human. I sense no human essence emanating from him. A primal summoning. Could it be the legendary ancient primal summoning? Iron Arm's face also displayed shock. He was well aware of the sheer force of Nestor's charge. Even he would be reluctant to face such an onslaught head-on. You mean that is a magical beast? Only a level 9 magical beast can transform into a human, aside from the undead. Yet, his strength does not seem to have reached level 9, that if he were a level 9 magical beast, even the combined charge of Nestor and the red dragon would not be enough to cause Purple's legs to sink into the ground. Ferguson responded gravely, he is certainly not an undead. This has surpassed my understanding. Perhaps only the great masters of the Fablon 7 Towers can elucidate this matter. The roar of the collision did not disrupt Yi Yinju's performance. At this moment, his melody had already unfurled. The wild goose descends on the plain, akin to the arrival of wild geese, ethereal as the clouds in the sky, the sequence of geese harmonizing in song. Flickering in and out of sight, coming and going, dark red magical ripples emanated from the body of Yi Yinju, radiating outward in concentric circles. Upon hearing Yinju's melodious tunes, the sharp lines on Z's face softened somewhat, and he effortlessly extricated his legs from the ground, his movements appearing instinctual, evidently unscathed from the earlier impact. At that moment, the one most astonished was undoubtedly Nesta.to him. Z's fists felt anything but human. The collision had felt akin to striking a mountain forged from mithril, rendering his arms completely numb and causing him to cough up blood under the immense recoil. The fiery attribute of his fighting spirit not only failed to harm his opponent, but rebounded upon him. Were it not for the red dragon Digga absorbing most of the backlash, he would have surely been unable to maintain his position atop the dragon's back. Nesta sensed Digga trembling not from injury, but rather from an overwhelming aura. Among the red dragon kin, an adult red dragon could reach level 8. Only a beast of higher rank could induce such tremors. Gazing down at Z, who stood beside Yi Yinju, Nesta felt an unprecedented dip in his fighting spirit, uncertain if he should make another charge. At that instant, he heard the strains of Ping Sha Luo Yin. The melody rose and fell, endless and enchanting. its tone serene yet alive, smooth and flowing, imbued with a fresh and enduring quality. The tension in his heart eased considerably. The dark red aura now enveloped the entire trial arena. Yi Inju looked at Z beside him and suddenly realized that his heart had become remarkably tranquil. With Z at his side, his longing was alleviated, and he felt an immense joy that allowed him to fully immerse himself in the essence of Ping Sha Luo Yan. The dark red magical energy began to undergo a transformation. Starting around Yi Inju's body, its hue gradually fading, the deep crimson receded, replaced by a gentle yellow. Though faint, the color was strikingly clear. Everyone present watched in astonishment, while it was not uncommon for contestants to increase their levels during a match. According to the sequence of rainbow levels, after red should come orange. Yet, the change in Yi Inju distinctly defied this norm. Yellow, clearly signifying the initial stage of yellow level. If they were to realize that Yi Inju's magical level had now reached the initial stage of green level, they might very well be left agape, the heartfelt essence of the zither, which Yi Inju had painstakingly cultivated for 16 years, finally transcended at this moment. That gentle yellow did not represent the yellow level in the spectators' hearts, but symbolized the second grand stage of the zither sect, the courage and spirit of the sword intertwined with the zither. Through relentless effort and comprehension, Yi Inju had at last achieved the most significant metamorphosis in his journey of zither magic, right beside Z.as the autumn sky soared high, with gentle winds and smooth sands. Clouds stretched across the horizon, resonating with the cries of soaring eagles. What a splendid rendition of Ping Sha Luo, and Nina's gaze became somewhat entranced. She seemed to perceive that it was not Yi Inju playing at the center of the trial arena, but rather his master, the one she had longed for deeply. Z, his eyes closed, bore a look of serene satisfaction upon his resolute visage, unnoticed by anyone at that very moment. A layer of pale purple crystals began to sprout from his palm. As the gentle yellow magical energy released by Yi Inju quietly infiltrated his being. In a mutual life bond, should one party undergo a qualitative transformation, the other party would reap substantial benefits as well. A sudden cry of anguish shattered the beautiful ambience crafted by Ping Sha Luo Yan. Nesta had also been completely enraptured by the melody, but the abrupt sensation of weightlessness jolted him back to reality. He was horrified to discover that he and the red dragon were plummeting toward the ground. Ping Sha Luo Yan, one of the 9 renowned pieces of the zither sect, possessed the effect of nullifying flight. Upon hearing this melody, any creature with flight capabilities below the 3rd tier of the performer would inevitably fall. With Yi Inju's current magical level, any flying creature below the initial stage of blue level would be subjected to this melody. Yet, as one of the zither sect's masterpieces, Ping Sha Luo Yan required his utmost concentration to be played effectively. Only with Z by his side could Yi Inju fully unleash its maximum power without being affected during the competition. Z, save them. The melody of Ping Sha Luo Yan did not cease, but Yi Inju abruptly lifted his gaze toward the descending Nesta. Z, attuned to the music, furrowed his brow slightly, yet his body propelled forward. With a sudden forceful stomp of his right foot on the ground, he created a crater 1 meter in diameter, using the immense recoil to launch himself upward, reaching the spot just beneath the falling red dragon in the blink of an eye. As the dragon descended, Z let out a low roar, palms raised in a gesture of support, redirecting the tremendous force into a lateral trajectory, propelling Nesta and the red dragon Diggo away. The massive body of the red dragon skidded along the ground, coming to a halt 10 meters in front of Yi Inju. At this moment, Nesta's heavy armor bore multiple cracks. Had he not clutched the scales on Digga's back with all his might, he would have surely been flung away. The Ping Sha Luo Yan piece rose and fell thrice, quietly concluding between Yi Inju's 8 fingers. He looked affectionately at the returning Z, a knowing smile gracing his handsome and elegant features. Z nodded at Yi Inju and said, "There are many people here. I will take my leave for now, that I shall seek you out later." The luminescent glow of milky white and purple enveloped the two. As Z transformed back into light and vanished into Yi Inju, the Blood Soul spear struck the ground as Nesta gasped for breath. Why, Yi Inju, you have at this moment. His gaze turned icy, adding, "Yet, I do not understand why you deceived me. Was it to catch me off guard? Deceive you? I did not." Yi Inju replied, astonished at his accusation. Nesta snorted coldly. "When I asked you to summon a beast, you claimed you had none. So who was that just now? Only a level 9 intelligent beast or a necromantic beast can assume human form." Yi Inju shook his head and said, "I truly did not deceive you. Z is not my beast. He is my friend, my companion. Diga is also my companion. What significance lies in your words? Nesta shouted angrily. Originally, Yinju's formidable strength had earned Nesta's respect, but the unexpected turn of events had altered his perception. No, he did not deceive you. He spoke the truth. Surrounded by a gentle purple glow, Dean Ferguson had appeared beside the two without them noticing. Nesta looked at him and asked, "Why?" Ferguson replied, "Because the companions he refers to differ from what you understand. Perhaps your red dragon is also your companion, yet your bond is one of master and servant, whereas Yinju and his companions share an equal contract. For this alone, you have no grounds to fault him." The process of the competition was beyond dispute. Yinju did not violate any rules, and you have lost your combat capability that I hereby declare that in today's battle, the Sound of God faction has emerged victorious. The students observing from the martial arts department fell silent, while those from the magic department erupted into thunderous applause, knowing that the champion of this year's freshman tournament would once again belong to them. Though the other semifinal had yet to commence, the summoned beasts of this cohort were exceptionally powerful, far beyond the capabilities of the second-place heavy sword warrior from the martial arts department. Nesta turned his gaze to Yinju. Naturally, he had no doubt regarding Ferguson's words. With a bitter smile, he said, "I apologize. Perhaps it is that I cannot accept defeat, leading me to seek objective reasons for it. This time, you have won. However, when I feel capable of challenging you, I will seek you out." Nesta's honesty elicited a smile from Yinju. "All right, I await your challenge. You are correct. Only by continually challenging the strong can one grow stronger. I have already proven this point myself." Nesta laughed heartily, looking into Yinju's clear eyes. "Good. It seems we shall not only become rivals, but also friends that I, Nesta, welcome you as my friend." "Excellent." At that moment, Ferguson interjected, "Yinju, come with me. I have something to ask you." The first round of the semifinals had concluded, and the Sound of God faction, a dark horse in the freshman tournament, advanced once more. Propelled by Yinju's individual prowess, boldly entering the finals against all odds that in no time, the Sound of God faction had become the hottest topic at Milan's Magic and Martial Arts Academy. With Yinju emerging as the most talked-about individual in the entire institution. Yinju followed Ferguson to his residence within the Dean's Tower. Yinju, tell me, how did your magical power suddenly ascend from red level to yellow level? Ferguson, standing in the center of the room, regarded the young man before him with a peculiar expression. Yinju paused for a moment, shaking his head as he replied, "I cannot disclose that, though he is quite innocent. He is nevertheless aware that the secrets of the Qinzong must never be divulged to outsiders." Ferguson chuckled, remarking, "You truly are an adorably candid lad. However, are you aware that today's events have brought you considerable trouble?" "Trouble? Why?" Ferguson explained, "Among all practitioners, no one can contravene the rules imposed by the rainbow-level restrictions. Those who transcend these regulations will be deemed heretics and must be reported to the Fablon 7 Towers for adjudication. Today, your magical level has unexpectedly surged to the 3rd tier of the orange level. Tell me, should I send you to the Fablon 7 Towers?" "Fablon 7 Towers? No, I refuse to go. My grandfather warned me that it is a perilous place." Yinju quickly shook his head, recalling how his grandfathers always wore grave expressions whenever they discussed the Fablon 7 Towers, although they had never explained what the place was truly like. He surmised it could not be anything good. Ferguson continued, "However, many witnessed today's competition. If you wish to avoid the Fablon 7 Towers, you must provide a compelling explanation. How am I to silence the masses?" Yinju scratched his head. I don't know." Turning away from Yinju, a glimmer of cunning shone in Ferguson's eyes as he calmly said, "You are, after all, a student of the Academy, and I would prefer not to see you treated as a heretic by the Fablon 7 Towers. You have but one path before you, to take me as your mentor. In doing so, I can use the magical items I previously gifted you to justify this elevation in level and resolve the matter. What do you think?" Become your disciple, but I already have a master. I fear that won't work." Ferguson replied, "Then I am afraid I must assist you no further and send you to the Fablon 7 Towers. Is your teacher's rule that you may only have one master?" Yinju shook his head. "Not at all, but since there is no such rule, what are you hesitating for? I have dedicated my life to the study of mental magic and have yet to take on a single disciple. Rest assured, what I teach you will not conflict with what your teacher imparts. The Sound Master is merely a branch of mental magic. If your teacher inquires in the future, I can help you address it." At that moment, Yinju recalled Nina's words from that day and tentatively asked, May I simply call you teacher and not master? Ferguson was amused by Yinju's attempt to sidestep the issue and replied, Very well. As you wish. He could not help but reflect on how many nobles in Milan had sought to apprentice their children to him. Yet here was this boy negotiating terms. Teacher. Yinju earnestly bowed to Ferguson. His innocent heart sensed Ferguson's goodwill, and coupled with Nina's prior remarks, he felt no further hesitation. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple. If I am not mistaken, the one you summoned today via contract is your magical beast companion. Correct. Do you know its origins? Magical beast? No. Z is not a magical beast. He is my friend. My good friend. Yinju hurriedly clarified. Ferguson's expression shifted. So, you mean to say that he has been in human form since the moment you met? When was that? Yinju replied, 10 years ago. I was 6 at the time, and Z appeared while I was practicing the piano. He came to listen to me play every day thereafter. He was my only friend before I came to Milan. We have never been apart in these 10 years. Listening to him, Ferguson's aged face furrowed with concern. The situation Yinju described exceeded his comprehension. What about your equal contract? I have read about such equal life contracts in ancient texts. It seems to bind your life and soul together. Are you aware of this? Yinju nodded. I am. Z is my good friend, but he cannot come to the academy with me. Z said that with this contract, we can see each other often. So, I signed it with him. Ferguson sighed. However, such a contract will also prevent you from possessing your own magical beast. Furthermore, do you not wish to know where your Z learned about this contract? Yinju's answer was simple. I trust Z. Gazing into Yinju's steadfast and somewhat stubborn eyes, Ferguson fell silent. A disciple with such character pleased him, yet he sensed that Z was not as simple as he appeared. Lacking both fighting spirit and magic, yet able to withstand the full force of a green-level dragon knight with mere strength, such power was unprecedented among humans. The equal life contract, traditionally a bond between spouses, requires an emotional connection that transcends individuality, leading to the relinquishment of one's right to possess a magical beast in order to be with the other. No, that Z can never be human. Despite his human-like appearance, he lacks any trace of human essence. If he were a magical beast, what kind of beast could possess such formidable physical strength and still transform into human form? This line of thought left Ferguson with a headache. Very well, Yinju, you should return now. Rest well, and prepare for the final match. I need to contemplate how best to impart the knowledge of mental magic to you. Do not forget what I just told you. If anyone inquires, inform them that the magical items I gifted you have concealed your true strength. Everything else, I will handle. Thank you. Teacher. Yinju expressed his gratitude as he bid farewell to Ferguson. Just as he was about to leave, Ferguson called him back. Wait a moment, Yinju. There is something I must tell you. After this new student competition concludes, the Academy will organize a practical drill, not in the form of a competition, but on a real battlefield. Outstanding students from various departments will be selected to participate, and I hope you will attend. The trials of war often expedite personal growth. The Academy will notify you of the specifics in due course. All right, I will heed your advice. Teacher. Yinju's innocent mindset led him to harbor no excessive doubts, not even questioning why a tranquil continent would experience war. As he watched Yinju depart, a smile returned to Ferguson's face. And he mused to himself, is this not a form of coercion mixed with persuasion? A disciple like this is rare to find in all of Longqinus. His pure and simple heart, profound and unblemished mental strength, and the miracles he brought to the Sound Master, along with the equal life contract. Everything about him epitomized the word genius, and a genius devoid of any impurities at that. Ever since witnessing several of Yinju's matches, Ferguson had set his sights on him. As the competitions progressed, Yinju continued to surprise him increasingly. Upon seeing Yinju's magical prowess suddenly rise to the yellow level today, he no longer hesitated and seized this fortuitous opportunity to somewhat coercively accept him as a disciple. He vaguely sensed that in the near future, Yinju would undoubtedly emerge as a new star in the realm of magic on the Longqinus continent. No sooner had Yinju departed from Ferguson's residence than he encountered Sula. It appeared that Sula had been waiting for him. As soon as he saw Yinju, he rushed over and anxiously inquired, Yinju, what did the director want with you? Did he ask why your strength has suddenly increased beyond your level? You must be more careful. How could such an issue arise? Do you even realize how dangerous this is? How exactly have you been cultivating? Yinju found himself flustered by Sula's barrage of questions. Sula, please slow down. Don't rush. There won't be any issues. My teacher has already devised a solution. He proceeded to recount the entirety of his conversation with Ferguson. I and the Academy Yu Yinzhu trusted only two people, Nina and Sula. Aside from the secrets of the Qinzong and the Zhuzong, he felt there was nothing else to conceal. Thank goodness. You truly scared me to death. Sula patted his chest. Who was it that you summoned today? When I saw Nesta and his dragon charging at you from the sky, I was terrified. The director didn't stop him, but fortunately you had a way to handle it. Yu Yinzhu replied. That was Z. My friend, to be honest, I don't know how strong he is. Ever since we signed the equal contract, I've had a vague sense that his power surpasses mine, which is why I summoned him at that moment. Sula regarded Yu Yinzhu with a peculiar expression. Equal contract? You mean the equal life contract? Is that not allowed? Yu Yinzhu looked at Sula in surprise. Sula retorted, forget it, I won't discuss it with you. Last time, you mentioned I was your second promise to protect someone. The first wouldn't happen to be Z, would it? Yu Yinzhu nodded and said, indeed. Sula's voice trembled slightly. Do you really like him? Yu Yinzhu replied earnestly. Naturally, I hold deep affection for Z. We have been together for 10 years. He has been by my side since I was 6, listening to me play the piano that we grew up together and left by Konghai for this place. He is my only friend. Really, just a friend? Sula asked nervously. Yu Yinzhu nodded. Why say just friends? We are undoubtedly friends. Sula retorted. As friends, you sign a life contract with him. Have you lost your mind? Yu Yinzhu replied. What's wrong with that? I wish to see him whenever I can, so I signed it. Besides, I can always forego the magical beasts. Yu Yinzhu, I've realized that engaging in conversation with you is akin to playing music to a cow. Sula's body trembled again, but this time out of anger. Playing music to a cow? I used to play to bamboo. Is that a new method of cultivation? Wait, you're an assassin. How would you know our divine sound cultivation methods? Hey, Sula, don't go. Wait for me. Sula was indeed swift. By the time Yu Yinzhu had taken his first step, she had vanished among the winding paths of the academy. Yu Yinzhu knew she was definitely heading back to the dormitory. The recent battle had taken its toll, so he chose not to pursue her and leisurely strolled towards the divine sound dormitory area. Upon entering the magic department, he had not walked far when he encountered a familiar face. It was Roland, the wind system genius magician who had provoked him on his first day at the academy and subsequently lost to him in a competition. Roland was munching on something from a bag. Her eyes listless. In less than 10 days since their last meeting, she had noticeably gained weight, her face rounding out. Upon spotting her, Yu Yinzhu greeted cautiously. Oh, hello, Roland, aware that their relationship was far from amicable. It seems you were quite pleased with yourself. I heard you even defeated Nesta from the heavy cavalry system, Roland said, stepping closer to Yu Yinzhu. The moment she laid eyes on him, her rage surged to its peak. Her eyes blazing with fury. Throughout her life, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury and, due to her extraordinary magical talent, had entered the yellow-level realm at the tender age of 16. Bolstered by her green dragon, she had always believed herself to be the strongest among her generation, even surpassing her brothers. However, that battle with Yu Yinzhu had shattered her confidence entirely. For her, it was not merely a loss. It was an affront to her very being. The challenge had originated from her, yet she was the one who lost, and the humiliation was unbearable. For days, she had been unable to recover from the pain. Seeking revenge upon Yu Yinzhu. Yet, that had been a fair competition, and the remnants of her rationality and pride kept her from resorting to her family's influence. Perhaps she was channeling her frustration into her eating habits. For only when consuming food could she feel a fleeting sense of relief. Despite knowing she was gaining weight, she could not restrain her appetite. Seeing Yu Yinzhu now ignited her anger and hatred to an explosive degree, nearly overwhelming her. Roland, you seem to have gained some weight, Yu Yinzhu remarked, unsure of what else to say, eager to return to his dormitory, but Roland was blocking his path, forcing him to utter this comment. Are you mocking me? All of this is your doing. If I become a big fatso in the future, I will cling to you for the rest of my life. Driving you mad, Roland said, her eyes reddening as she spoke without thinking. Yu Yinzhu was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled a story his mother had told him before leaving by Konghai. Roland, it's not good for a girl to be too overweight. None of your business, Roland retorted. In truth, she was unsure of how to confront Yu Yinzhu. She knew she could not defeat him, but did not wish to let him off so easily upon encountering him here. Let me tell you a story, Yu Yinzhu began, subtly shifting his footing to the side. Once, there were 2 pigs, one male and one female. Every night, the boar would keep watch over the sow, fearing that their owner would take her away to slaughter while they slept. Days passed, and the sow grew fatter while the boar grew thinner. Are you calling me a sow? Roland exclaimed, her anger flaring. No, let me finish, Yuinju continued. One day, the boar overheard the owner discussing with the butcher plans to sell the now plump sow. Heartbroken, the boar underwent a drastic change. Whenever food was brought to him, he would devour it greedily and then lie down to sleep, telling the sow that it was her turn to keep watch. If he woke up to find her not on guard, he would ignore her completely. At this point, Roland's curiosity was piqued, and she asked instinctively what happened next. Due to the emotional upheaval, she had become somewhat distracted. Not noticing Yuinju had shifted a step to the side. Days passed, and the sow felt the boar was increasingly indifferent toward her. Disappointed, the sow could only watch as the boar continued living in blissful ignorance. Soon, a month had passed, and the owner arrived with the butcher, discovering that the once plump sow had lost much of her meat, while the boar had thrived. That moment, the boar desperately ran about, trying to attract the owner's attention to prove he was a healthy pig. Finally, the butcher took the boar away. As he was dragged from the pen, the boar smiled at the sow and said, "Don't eat so much from now on." The sow, heartbroken, rushed out, but the gate had already been closed by the owner. That night, watching the owner's family enjoy their meal of pork, the sow lay in the spot where the boar used to sleep. Suddenly noticing a line of words on the wall, "If love cannot be expressed in words, I am willing to prove it with my life." The sow was devastated by this inscription, and any human hearing this poignant tale would also be moved. Subsequently, girls began to popularize dieting in memory of this love story. Roland remained standing there, but she appeared dazed, her eyes gradually reddening as tears began to fall silently. Poor boar. Dieting. Hey, where's Yuinju? Roland exclaimed, turning abruptly to realize Yuinju's figure had vanished at the end of the path, seemingly in a bit of a hurry. Puffed, she laughed through her tears. Am I really that frightening? He ran off so quickly, but that story was so touching. Was he advising me to lose weight, or is he genuinely afraid I might cling to him? Humph, how navi she pondered this. A genuine smile spread across her face, and the resentment she had harbored toward Yuinju began to fade away unnoticed. Once the hatred dissipated, she suddenly realized that Yuinju was not so unbearable after all. In fact, when Maying had recounted this story to Yuinju, she had concluded by saying that if one day he encountered a girl for whom he would willingly give his life, he should take her home. As most would anticipate, during the afternoon's second semifinal, the summoning system effortlessly triumphed over the heavy sword warrior system and advanced to the finals alongside the divine sound system. What followed was a day of rest, with the final battle scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Yuinju felt somewhat dejected, or perhaps a bit at a loss, upon returning to the dormitory. He discovered it was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. All the beautiful girls from the divine sound system in his year were present, along with Hai Yang and Xiang Wan, over a dozen girls chattering animatedly as they awaited his arrival. The moment they saw Yuinju return, they nearly all rushed toward him at once. Wow, Yuinju, you were incredibly handsome today, taking down that big gorilla. I had no idea you were this strong. How about I be your girlfriend? Exclaimed a girl whose name Yuinju didn't even know, excitedly attempting to leap into his arms. How absurd. No way, Yuinju belongs to all of us. How could you monopolize him? Don't forget, he is the only splash of green among us divine sound beauties. As the foremost little charmer of the divine sound system, no one can have him all to themselves. Well, that does make sense. How about we take turns, one day each? Not a bad idea. Everyone, what is going on here? Yuinju finally found an opportunity to speak up. His face had turned beet red, surrounded by a throng of girls. Although the atmosphere was fragrant, it felt rather overwhelming. He would have preferred just being with Sula. Observing his embarrassment, Xiang Wan and Hai Yang could not help but giggle, their bodies shaking with laughter. Yuinju, pretend to faint. Quick, a soft voice whispered in his ear. Perhaps he was compelled by overwhelming pressure. His reaction was remarkably swift. With a sudden closing of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground, instantly provoking a chorus of gasps. Sula emerged from seemingly nowhere, enveloping Yuinju in a firm embrace. Her brow furrowed as she admonished, "Please, quiet down. Yuinju has just engaged in a fierce battle. Allow him a moment to rest, won't you?" At last, the dormitory fell silent, and under Sula's strong suggestion, the enchanting ladies of the divine sound faction gradually departed. Xiang Wan and Hai Yang lingered until the end. As they passed by Yuinju, Xiang Wan leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Your acting is rather lacking. I have not forgotten my promise. I shall certainly fulfill it when the opportunity arises. With that, a faint blush adorned her exquisite features, and she hastily pulled Haiyang away. As the door closed, Yinju sprang up from Su La's embrace, gasping for breath, and with a wry smile remarked, "Su La, I can't shake the feeling that being surrounded by them is more exhausting than battling Nasta. Thank goodness you reminded me. Who knows how long they would have lingered otherwise." Su La huffed a couple of times and retorted, "Isn't it simply due to your own lack of restraint?" Flitting about and courting attention, gazing at the now-closed dormitory door, Yinju felt a tickling sensation in his ears. The lingering fragrance left behind by Xiang Wan quickened his heartbeat anew. A promise. What could that promise entail? Was it merely to perform a dance? Anticipation quietly blossomed within him, and with a playful grimace at Su La, he hurried back to his room to rest. In preparation for the upcoming finals, Yinju refrained from attending work at the Piaolan Pavilion the following day, requesting Su La to take a day off on his behalf, opting instead to cultivate in solitude at home. After 16 years of dedicated practice, he finally broke through to the realm of sword heart and lyric soul. Unbeknownst to him, his entire mindset seemed to have matured significantly. Even his musical expression underwent a profound transformation, where once his melodies were gentle and soft, suffused with innocence and harmony, they now resonated with a balanced serenity, pure and rich, akin to the lingering notes of aged wine. Qin Shang had once conveyed to him that upon entering the realm of sword heart and lyric soul, he would embark on a rapid ascent in his mastery of musical magic. The pace of improvement would even surpass that of cultivating the childlike heart of music, continuing unabated until he reached the bottleneck of sword heart and lyric soul. The Qinzong's approach to the cultivation of musical magic diverged from the conventional practices of the continent's divine sound mages, exhibiting a notably accelerated rate of progress. Typically, a normal individual would require 10 to 15 years of training from a young age to attain the first stage, 9th tier, of musical magic. However, upon entering the realm of sword heart and lyric soul, the rate of advancement would significantly diminish. Qin Shang himself had taken 50 years to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the realm of purple micro-lyric soul. Yinju's journey was distinct. He was the first in the history of Qinzong to successfully cultivate the childlike heart of music, a method notoriously difficult to master, demanding exceptional standards across the board. Yet, the very challenges it presented ensured a more solid foundation. 16 years of unwavering focus was an almost unimaginable feat for an ordinary person. This was made possible only by Yinju's remarkable aptitude and innate talent, which granted him an unparalleled understanding of musical resonance. Once he successfully cultivated the childlike heart of music, his path to the purple micro-lyric soul would be paved with ease. Each time he played a piece, he could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his magical prowess, a notion that had once seemed entirely out of reach. For Yinju, spending a day immersed in music was nothing out of the ordinary. By the time the finals commenced, he had fully entered a peak state. Even Ferguson was unaware that his newly acquired disciple had already attained a level surpassing the fusion of magic and martial prowess. Exceeding the green tier, the opposing team in the Divine Sound faction's decisive battle consisted of a cadre of exceptionally talented summoners. This year, 10 individuals from both factions assembled at the center of the trial arena. Among the summoners stood a strikingly handsome youth of about 17 or 18, his eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding none of the aloofness typical of other mages. "Greetings, I am Ma Liang, the captain of the summoning faction." A first-year student. He extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. Yinju reciprocated the handshake, but at that moment, he felt something unexpected in his palm. Surprised, he glanced at Ma Liang, who looked back at him with a knowing glint in his eyes. Giving a slight nod, captain of the Divine Sound faction, Yinju, first-year student at AS, he released Ma Liang's hand. Yinju instinctively tucked the object Ma Liang had pressed into his grip between his fingers. It appeared to be a note. At him, Liang smiled gently, saying, "As fellow students of the magical arts, we should maintain a spirit of camaraderie. We have discussed it and prefer not to engage with your faction's lovely ladies. Instead, let us represent our respective factions in today's finals. Shall we settle our scores in a single battle?" Yinju paused, realizing that this arrangement undoubtedly favored his side. Apart from himself, only Haiyang from the Divine Sound faction possessed any notable combat ability. Judging by the composed gazes and prior achievements of the 5 summoners, they all seemed at least of yellow-tier caliber. The moment he laid eyes on Ma Liang, he sensed that this individual posed a threat not unlike Nasta. Wouldn't that be a bit unfair to you? Perhaps we should adopt a more collective approach, Yi Yinzhu suggested. Unwilling to gain an undue advantage, Liang shook his head, asserting, "No, I have confidence in myself. Just as you should in your abilities." That he then took a step forward, lowering his voice to a level only Yi Yinzhu could hear. This is not merely a contest for new students. It's also a confrontation between the Qinzong and the Huazong. Yi Yinzhu felt a jolt within. The Huazong, one of the 8 clans of the Eastern Dragon, though Qin Shang had not elaborated extensively on the 8 clans. He had mentioned that they were divided into 2 categories, magic and martial arts. The 4 clans representing magic were Qinzong, Shizong, Shuzong, and Huazong, while the 4 martial arts clans were Meizong, Lanzong, Zhuzong, and Juzong. Qinzong ranked first among the magic clans, with Huazong at the bottom. Although this ranking did not definitively reflect their absolute strengths, it did provide a glimpse into their standings within the 8 clans. Yi Yinzhu refrained from asking further questions, recognizing that it was not the right moment. Instead, he nodded. Very well then. As the other students gradually withdrew, the final battle of this year's new student competition was set to commence amid the cheers and encouragement of their peers in the magical arts department. Clad in the standard gray robes of the summoning faction, Ma Liang was slightly shorter than Yi Yinzhu, his sleeves notably oversized. Though not particularly handsome, he radiated an amiable disposition that easily endeared him to others. When Yi Yinzhu produced his Hai Yu Qing Hui, Ma Liang revealed an object of his OWNAT first glance. It appeared to be a peculiar magic wand, about 2 feet long, shimmering with a faint red glow. Topped with a large, white gem shaped like a teardrop, extending 3 inches outward. The untrained eye, it seemed merely a remarkable wand, but Yi Yinzhu recognized it as the brush of the Huazong. The 4 clans of Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua represented 4 distinct forms of magic. Qinzong belonged to the branch of spiritual magic known as divine sound, while Qizong was associated with spatial magic, specifically the domain of seals. Shuzong was akin to elemental magic, being the only clan focused on comprehensive magical practices. Huazong, on the other hand, specialized in summoning magic. Yi Yinzhu had heard a brief introduction of the 4 clans from Qin Shang. Yet this was his first encounter with them in a real confrontation. Liang smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Yi, I observed your previous matches, but it was your battle against Nasta that confirmed my assessment. I am aware of your formidable strength. Today, let us engage in a fair contest." The evolution of power beyond the rainbow tier was indeed a hallmark of the 8 clans of the Eastern Dragon. As he spoke, Ma Liang twirled the wand in his palm, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. With a swift gesture of his right hand, he began to chant an incantation. Yellow arcs of light materializing at the tip of his wand, gradually forming a magical array in the the onlookers. It appeared as though Ma Liang was crafting a dedicated summoning magic circle, synchronized with his spoken incantation. Yet only Yi Yinzhu understood that the movement of Ma Liang's lips was merely a ruse. With few exceptions, the magic practitioners of the 8 clans did not require incantations to wield their magic. In that moment, the brush in Ma Liang's hand was his true weapon. Liang's movements were swift. His brush-like wand danced through the air with fluidity, and within mere moments, a vivid image of a wolf was completed. An extraordinary scene unfolded. All the radiant lines he had meticulously drawn suddenly expanded and fused in midair at the moment of his final stroke. In the blink of an eye, the luminous aura had coalesced entirely. With a haunting howl, a colossal azure wolf, exceeding 3 meters in length, emerged from the illustration, charging directly at Yi Yinzhu. Seated on the podium, Ferguson observed this spectacle with a mixture of surprise and intrigue, exclaiming, "What a peculiar summoning array! I have never encountered anything like it before. These young people truly never cease to astonish me. Summoning magic is the most bizarre and unique form of sorcery. Apart from being classified by a rainbow grading system, its nature diverges significantly from other magical disciplines. Moreover, summoners utilize a myriad of eccentric methods to call forth various beasts. This was precisely why Ma Liang was untroubled by the possibility of his identity as a painter being unveiled. The 3-meter-long azure wolf was a 3rd-tier beast, known as the wind wolf, a commonplace creature. Although Ma Liang appeared to be at the yellow tier, Yi Yinzhu, well-versed in the Eastern Dragon's 8 clans hierarchy, recognized that Ma Liang was at least at the green tier's initial stage. He simply did not know the specific name for the 2nd stage of a painter, with his current magical prowess. He could summon beasts of levels 4 or 5 that once the number of summoned beasts reached a certain threshold, it would become exceedingly challenging for him to cope. He had not forgotten the troubles the 2 previous matches involving dragons had brought him. With this thought in mind, Yi Yingzhu propelled himself towards the wolf, cradling the Hai Weqing Hui in his left hand and extending his right. He deftly unleashed a series of threads, which shimmered with a yellow aura, transforming into concentric emerald rings in the air, directly heading for the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf, swift as the wind, released razor-sharp gusts from its mouth as it lunged at Yi Yingzhu. Though merely orange-tier wind blades, the wind wolf's attacks were instantaneous due to its affiliation with the wind element. Unfortunately for it, today it faced Yi Yingzhu with the strength of the yellow bamboo's second stage. Equivalent to the green tier's mid-level fighting spirit, he left no room for the wind wolf to retaliate. As soon as the wind blades encountered the threads, they were instantly shredded and reverted to their original gentle breezes. The threads accurately ensnared the wind wolf's head, and in the next moment, Yi Yingzhu had darted past the beast, charging towards Ma Liang. The wind wolf's form stood frozen, and as Yi Yingzhu zipped by, its massive body dissipated into a flurry of light. The beasts summoned by summoners are formed through the condensation of elemental energy, highlighting the unique nature of summoning magic. Upon their demise, they revert to their elemental forms and vanish. Therefore, for summoners, 2 aspects are of utmost importance: mastery of various summoning arrays and a robust magical force. Only with a ceaseless supply of magical energy can one summon an array of potent beasts through elemental transformation. Ma Liang had not anticipated that Yi Yingzhu would dispatch his wind wolf with such swiftness. His brush continued to dance rapidly, for his second painting, the second spell, was still incomplete, while Yi Yingzhu's speed could not rival that of Su La. His fighting spirit, equivalent to the green tier, allowed him to reach Ma Liang in the blink of an eye. He raised his right hand, directing the threads towards Ma Liang's wrist. That moment, a peculiar smile flickered across Ma Liang's face. The threads indeed made contact with his wrist, yet Yi Yingzhu distinctly sensed that his threads had struck nothingness. Before him, Ma Liang was gradually fading into the ethereal void. "Brother Yi, my apologies. I had previously cast a decoy beast spell upon myself." Ma Liang's voice echoed from behind. When Yi Yingzhu turned, he found Ma Liang positioned at the opposite end of the arena, a staggering 500 meters away. Meanwhile, his brush continued to flicker with fervent energy. This second summoning spell was evidently far more intricate than the first at a duel between the Qinzong and Huazong. Yi Yingzhu suddenly recalled Ma Liang's words before the match. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to pursue further, but instead sat down, facing Ma Liang. Since it was a contest between the Qinzong and the Huazong, he resolved not to employ the techniques of the Zhu clan. The Hai Weqing rested upon his legs as Yi Yingzhu delicately plucked the strings, producing a cascade of 7 explosive notes. 500 meters is a considerable distance for an ordinary Shun Yin master to convey the full potency of sound to the opponent's ears. However, for Yi Yingzhu, who possessed fighting spirit, this limitation was non-existent. The 7 resonant notes struck like thunderclaps next to Ma Liang's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically as his brushwork slowed. Nevertheless, due to Yi Yingzhu's earlier miscalculation, Ma Liang's second painting was now complete. With a resounding roar, a colossal figure obstructed Yi Yingzhu's view. Its powerful physique, formidable aura, robust scales, and the crystalline horn upon its head unmistakably revealed its identity: the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, akin to Austin's steed. The creature summoned by Ma Liang was evidently smaller than Austin's, not a golden crystal Tyrannosaurus king. Yet, even so, this beast boasted the prowess of a pinnacle 5th-tier creature. Its massive form charged toward Yi Yingzhu with astonishing speed. Exhibiting no sign of clumsiness, its crimson eyes, nearly frenzied, vividly displayed its primal nature, while its golden body glimmered under the sunlight, appearing even more ferocious than Nesta's red dragon at first glance. Summoning the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus had drained Ma Liang's complexion, as invoking a 5th-tier pinnacle beast required substantial magical energy. Nonetheless, he was confident in the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, for it served as both a sturdy shield and a formidable attacker. He believed that even if Yi Yingzhu were to summon that purple-haired man from earlier, it would be impossible for him to obliterate his beast in the near term. Seizing this opportunity, he sat down, closing his eyes, placing his brush horizontally across his legs, and began to meditate, striving to restore his magical power as much as possible. With 8 fingers dancing in unison, a beautiful melody poured forth, the soft rhythm and cheerful cadence imparting a sense of serenity. Within this melodious stream, crystalline yellow blades of light cascaded from the strings of the Hai Wei. The sound blades blended seamlessly into Yi Inju's performance, as if they were an integral part of the composition. The faint glow shimmered as they ascended, their target being the rapidly approaching golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. The sheer size of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus rendered evasion impossible. Although it was not a golden crystal Tyrannosaurus king, it exceeded 8 meters in length, an imposing figure that could not dodge. The sound blades, manifesting from the sword and heart's unity realm, accurately struck its sturdy armor, producing a surprising spectacle as the sound blades collided with the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, igniting a shower of sparks. With a resounding roar, the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus emitted an anguished cry, its robust scales marred by traces left by the sound blades. While unable to breach its defenses, the barrage of sound blades significantly slowed the beast's advance. At this moment, Yuinju was wholly immersed in the strings of his instrument, everything flowing seamlessly. Having entered the sword and heart's unity realm, he effortlessly resolved the long-standing issue of integrating sound blades with his melody. Each simple note was now imbued with destructive sound blades. Unlike wind blades, which inflicted swift and sharp lacerations, sound blades unleashed intense vibrations upon impact, cutting through the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's thick scales like a saw due to their high-frequency resonance. Their destructiveness far surpassing that of wind blades. With every step the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus took, at least 10 sound blades would meet it head-on. Under Yi Inju's precise control, all sound blades targeted a specific area on its chest, causing the cracks in its scales to widen, with small fragments of scales being shattered and sent flying. Intensifying its agony, the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus drew nearer to Yi Inju. The onslaught of sound blades grew ever more relentless. With a deft motion, Yi Inju swept across the strings, unleashing 14 sound blades that soared through the air, intersecting on their trajectory towards the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. At that moment, the beast's blood-red eyes suddenly transformed to a dazzling gold. An influx of elemental energy surged along its crystalline horn, and a brilliant beam of golden light erupted forth, colliding with the 14 sound blades converging upon it. The metallic clang of the ensuing clash resonated through the air as both sound blades and light beams shattered simultaneously. Metal-based magic, a niche branch of elemental magic, enhances one's own defenses while enabling powerful offensive capabilities akin to a mighty weapon. It is the innate magical prowess of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain inflicted by the sound blades, its forward momentum abruptly halted, as the crystalline horn atop its head and the massive tail raised behind it unleashed a barrage of golden metallic magical energy. Clashing fiercely against Yi Inju, a faint smile graced Yi Inju's countenance. Should the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus persist in its charge, before the power of green water could manifest, he would have no choice but to engage in close combat to thwart the frenzied assault of his opponent. However, at this juncture, as the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus unleashed its magical onslaught, it had already forfeited any chance of success. In terms of the rainbow rank classification, the level 5 pinnacle of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus was commensurate with the initial stages of human blue rank strength, surpassing Yu Inju by a full 3 tiers. Thus, Yu Inju's sound blades could not entirely withstand the metallic ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus's assault. Nevertheless, the velocity of the sound blades far exceeded that of his adversary. One after another, the sound blades diminished the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's metallic magical energy to its weakest state. By the time it reached Yi Inju, it could no longer breach the defenses protected by the moon goddess. At that moment, Ma Liang suddenly opened his eyes, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had never witnessed the sound blades of the Qinzong before. Yi Inju's ability was entirely innovative. He was acutely aware that the true strength of the Qinzong lay in their melodies. And now that the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus had ceased its onslaught, he found it difficult to ascertain what changes Yi Inju's music might bring to the contest. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath and raised his left hand, from which a crystalline vial of exquisite clarity materialized within his palm. The vial was transparent, revealing a substantial amount of crimson liquid within. The golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's assault began to slow, while Yi Inju curiously reduced the speed of his sound blade attacks. The frenzy in the creature's eyes gradually calming. Yi Inju played a captivating melody with the grace of a swan carrying a reed. The beast ceased its aggression entirely. With a gentle smile, Yi Yingzhu addressed the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. You are weary. Perhaps it is time for you to rest. In an unexpected turn, the notoriously temperamental creature nodded its massive head and turned to retreat to the sidelines of the battlefield. Its colossal form dissipating into a myriad of golden glimmers. Although green water was not among the Qinzhong's renowned pieces, it possessed the ability to soothe the heart and dispel all negative emotions. By the time the melody reached its one-third mark, Yi Yingzhu had not only quelled the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's desire to attack, but had also severed the connection between it and its summoner. Ma Liang, deprived of its bond with its master, the elemental summon was destined to vanish. Witnessing this, Ma Liang sighed from a distance. Yi Yingzhu, you are truly formidable that I must summon my utmost strength to contend with you. Their gazes met with mutual understanding. This confrontation was far more than a simple competition. They each represented their respective magical sections, thus, it was an internal struggle within the Eastern Dragonate sects. The calming influence of green water had minimal effect on Ma Liang. Furthermore, Yi Yingzhu had primarily directed his melodies at the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus to defeat a level 5 pinnacle magical beast in such a short span. Consequently, aside from the magical energy expended during his initial summoning, Ma Liang had sustained no significant damage. With both hands poised on the strings, as the echoes of green water faded, Yi Yingzhu smiled and said, I welcome your guidance. The rising stars of the Qinzhong and Huazhong now gazed at one another across the central practice arena of the Milan Magic and Martial Academy, this moment. Their duel had truly commenced. Liang extended his left hand, a circle forming before him, and a ring of ancient silver brilliance ignited from the silver ring adorning his left middle finger. Suddenly, 5 objects materialized before him, floating and emanating a soft silver glow. Each object was substantial, and their presence imbued the air with a peculiar density that a colossal elemental aura surged toward these 5 items. They consisted of a silver horn, a massive tooth from an unknown creature, a silver orb of light, a gigantic silver eye, and a large diamond-shaped scale on the judge's platform. The heads of several departmental directors from the Ministry of Magic rose in unison, including the director of the summoning department, their eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and dread. Ferguson stood at the forefront, sighing deeply. I fear Yingzhu may be at a disadvantage. The Silver Dragon Quintet, a coveted set of auxiliary summoning magical items that rivaled artifacts, was the stuff of dreams for summoners to know. It was not merely the Silver Dragon Quintet, but rather the Silver Dragon Sextet, in addition to the Silver Dragon Horn, Silver Dragon Tooth, Silver Dragon Heart, Silver Dragon Eye, and Silver Dragon Scale. The vial of crimson liquid in his hand was likely Silver Dragon Blood. This audacious young man possesses such a treasure, of which even I was unaware. The eyes of the summoning department director seemed to blaze with desire, a fire fueled by covetousness. For summoners, nothing is more alluring than these premier auxiliary summoning items. The thickening air caused Yi Yingzhu's expression to grow grave as he beheld the Silver Dragon Sextet before Ma Liang. Feeling the immense pressure bearing down upon him, he understood that these magical items were beyond his capacity to confront. The power of their magical elemental aura rivaled that of purple-level magic. He found even the act of playing his music increasingly challenging, as the overwhelming pressure made movement nearly impossible. Liang's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Yi Yingzhu, surrender. While winning through magical items may be somewhat embarrassing, I refuse to concede. The 5 items before me are organs of the Silver Dragon, and combined with the Silver Dragon blood in my possession, they form the Silver Dragon Sextet. The Silver Dragon, also known as the Magic Dragon, possesses the weakest physical combat ability among all dragons. However, it boasts unparalleled magical might, second only to the Holy Dragon, embodying the strength of a level 9 pinnacle magical beast. With the Silver Dragon Sextet, I can summon the Silver Dragon to unleash a single devastating attack, one you will not withstand that I do not wish to harm you. So, proceed. Yi Yingzhu interrupted suddenly. My grandfather once taught me that on the battlefield, one must never retreat, regardless of the foe one faces. Even the mightiest adversary will have their vulnerabilities. His heart remained tranquil, his gaze clear, and his movements graceful. Even as he faced the immense pressure of the Silver Dragon Sextet, the spectators on the judge's platform could not help but regard the student with newfound respect, and Ferguson nodded in satisfaction. However, He was prepared to intervene and halt the match. Liang, resigned, asked, "Are we truly to continue? If you cannot withstand the silver dragon's assault, I implore you to concede. I may still be able to retract my magic." Retracting magic once cast is fraught with backlash for a mage, particularly under these circumstances of exceeding one's limits. Although Ma Liang did not wish to harm Yi Yinju, he craved victory to him. This was an unparalleled opportunity for the Huazong to surpass the Qinzong. Thus, he would risk the backlash of his own magic to fight until the endas. He slowly opened the vial containing silver dragon blood. The magical elements in the air surged toward him with fervor. The silver dragon quintet glowed in unison, forming a radiant halo that absorbed the incoming elemental force, dipping his brush into the silver dragon blood. Ma Liang seemed fearful of wasting a single drop, hastily sealing the vial. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red image began to take shape in his hand. The faint silver glow intensified. The silver halo expanding as an invisible authority and immense pressure solidified the air. The unique magical pressure of the silver dragon compelled all magical elements within the central practice arena to retreat from Yi Yinju, converging instead upon the center of the silver dragon sextet point. One of the significant advantages of casting magic with the silver dragon sextet is that within its aura, all other mages are rendered incapable of using their magic. A crucial reason for its classification as an artifact. Yi Yinju remained still, fixated on the unfolding image of the silver dragon that Ma Liang was crafting. His mental energy could no longer detect the presence of a single magical element. Even his music magic was stifled in this moment. He refrained from utilizing his combat energy, knowing that his bamboo sect's energy could never penetrate the silver halo surrounding Ma Liang's form. Yet, he sensed the familiar surge of heat within him, igniting once more as he faced the external pressure. Intensifying its blaze, the subtle ripple of mental communication emerged, a sensation of uncertainty from Ji. Clearly, Ji sensed Yi Yinju's peril from afar and sought to connect with him, hoping to be summoned to aid him against this formidable foe. However, Yi Yinju chose not to summon Ji this time, as he distinctly felt that even with the assistance of the silver dragon sextet, Ji would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught. He wished to spare Ji from any harm. Thus, he steadied his mind, conveying through their subtle connection that he was unharmed. The silver light grew ever more radiant, and a misty aura began to swirl around Ma Liang's head at this moment. With each stroke he painted, his complexion grew increasingly pale, as though he were exerting an extraordinary effort. Beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead, dripping onto his magical robe. The prior summoning of the golden crystal tyrant had already drained a portion of his magical energy. Although he had the assistance of the 6 artifacts of the silver dragon, the toll of this summoning was undeniably immense. Were it not for the support of the silver dragon's blood, he would have been utterly drained of mana, reduced to a mere husk. On the podium, Nina suddenly smiled, turning to the head of the summoning department, Veli, and said, "Shall we make a wager?" Veli, completely captivated by the 6 artifacts of the silver dragon, did not even glance back as he replied, "What shall we wager?" Nina smiled and proposed, "Let us wager on the outcome of this match." Only then did Veli turn in surprise. "What? Do you believe there is still any uncertainty in this match? Have you not seen your students from the Sound Division being so thoroughly suppressed that they cannot even continue playing? Do you truly believe he can still win?" Nina nodded earnestly, asserting, "Indeed, I believe he can win. In fact, I am certain he will." Veli scoffed. "Director Nina, are you not indulging in wishful thinking?" Nina replied with a smile, "If you doubt my conviction, let us wager. If Yinju wins, I shall grant you an eternal avatar puppet from the summoning department." Veli was taken aback. "How do you know the eternal avatar puppet is in our department?" Realizing he had let something slip, he attempted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Nina smiled. "So, do you dare to take this bet?" Veli glanced at the silver dragon taking shape in the arena, then at Nina's confident demeanor and the other department heads who were watching with a mix of amusement and skepticism. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "And if you lose, what shall you concede to me?" Nina replied nonchalantly, "If I lose, you may select any 3 items from the Sound Division's treasury." This, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. The Sound Division was the wealthiest among all departments. Even if there were no artifacts in their treasury, the value of 3 treasured items would undoubtedly surpass that of a single artifact. Veli could hardly believe that, despite the match unfolding as it was, Yinju still had a chance to turn the tide. His eyes darted back and forth before he relented. "Fine, I accept your wager. Dean, please serve as our witness. Ferguson shot a surprised glance at the composed Nina. Though he was unsure why she remained so confident at such a moment, he nodded and waved his right hand in the air. Commanding, praise the law of blue. A simple contract spell was thus completed. Maliang finally completed the arduous final stroke. In an instant, the 5 artifacts of the silver dragon soared into the air, the crimson patterns magnifying exponentially. The 5 artifacts emitted a breathtaking brilliance simultaneously. The scales of the silver dragon expanded, its teeth aligned in perfect order, its heart positioned at the center of the painting, and its horns proudly standing at the forefront. The dragon's eyes split, releasing a dual gleam of intelligence and icy radiance. A colossal silver dragon had now risen in the air above the central training ground. Inju beheld a 9th-level magical beast for the first time. The silver dragon's body was not as large as he had imagined, measuring slightly over 10 meters in length, only marginally larger than the golden crystal tyrant. Its scales were not as thick and robust as those of the golden crystal tyrant, appearing instead as crystalline and resplendent. The silver orbs of its eyes and the patterns on its single horn shimmered with vibrant hues. The 4 claws beneath its belly slightly retracted, and the silver light seemed to form small whirlpools of magical elements. Its enormous wings spread out like a vast canopy, hovering in the air, exuding an invisible majesty and a palpable pressure from elemental energy that seemed to suffocate the very earth around its body. Every part was imbued with tangible magical elements, forming a powerful elemental shield of purple grade 1 without the need for any incantations. As the silver dragon manifested, Inju felt a sudden immobility. Struggling to gather a sliver of mental energy to retract the Haiyue Qingwei, drawing upon every ounce of strength, he managed to stand upright bit by bit, like an unyielding bamboo that would rather break than bend. At last, he straightened his back, the brilliance in his eyes shining brightly. Using his paintbrush for support, Maliang gazed at the enormous silver dragon above, unable to suppress a surge of pride, though it had drained him of all his magical energy, leaving him in a state of exhaustion that would require at least 10 days to recover. The sheer power of this first-time summoning filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The dragon's strike, though singular, possessed an attack power rivaling that of the purple grade. Go forth, silver dragon, defend your pride and dignity with your might. Following his command, the massive silver dragon beat its wings, bearing the surrounding purple grade elemental shield, and shot down towards Inju like a silver meteor. Even though Maliang's magical power had yet to fully harness the silver dragon's maximum potential, this simple charge alone achieved the intensity of purple grade magic. The shimmering silver meteor, trailing a brilliant blaze, rushed forward, in the central training ground. The air became utterly frozen, the tremendous surge of energy transforming the area into a vacuum. Every element had been completely absorbed by the silver dragon. Its majesty, even filtered through the protective barrier of the central training ground, still inflicted a suffocating pressure upon the spectators. The sharp, anguished cry erupted from outside the arena. The slender figure of Inju collided with the barrier, but no matter how hard he fought, breaching such a formidable purple-grade defense was impossible. The silver dragon descended in a mere breath. Its approach not one of collision but of consumption. Though the silver dragon released only a fleeting moment of brilliance, its destructive power was more than sufficient. With arms outstretched, Inju seemed to embrace the impending demise. Closing his eyes as if in anticipation of death, Ferguson felt a wave of anxiety, yet Nina insisted he allow the match to proceed uninterrupted. Maliang, too, was gripped by concern as he realized that the summoning of the silver dragon was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Retracting the magic was no longer feasible, and the dragon's momentum had become irreversible. His complexion turned even paler as he could only watch helplessly as Inju stood defiantly, poised to be engulfed by the silver dragon. All present were rendered speechless, witnessing the rise of the first male student from the sound division akin to a comet. Was he truly to fall in this competition? At this moment, only Nina on the podium retained a semblance of composure. A faint smile gracing her lips, that a golden halo appeared like a savior at the moment the silver dragon made contact with Inju, encircling his left wrist. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped Inju's form. Already handsome, his elegance was magnified under the golden light, making him shine as if he were a deity. A star descended upon the earth. Though the silver dragon had engulfed Inju, at the moment it fully enveloped him. The dragon seemed to turn transparent, allowing everyone to see clearly that Inju, cloaked in gold, was traversing within the body of the silver dragon. What kind of power could arise from the simultaneous explosion of all magical elements within the training ground? Catalyzed by the 6 artifacts of the silver dragon, the central training ground erupted into chaos. For centuries, this crucial location at the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts had never witnessed such turmoil. The solid ground, reinforced with magical protection, shattered utterly. Countless fragments of stones soared into the air, the earth sinking around the spot where Inju had previously stood. Fortunately, Ferguson and the faculty had preemptively channeled their mana into the overall defense barrier, preventing its collapse. Nevertheless, the violent tremors caused extensive fissures to spread across the ground surrounding the central training area. Ma Liang's body was flung into the air like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the barrier, rendering him unconscious without a sound as he fell into oblivion. 5 silver lights emerged from the epicenter of the explosion, merging into the ancient ring upon his hand. Fortunately, he was positioned far enough from the explosion's center. And since the silver dragon was his summoning, he had been situated in the direction where the explosion's force was weakest, thus escaping death from the overwhelming blast. Teachers and students stood in stunned silence, watching the swirling debris and listening to the cacophony of falling stones, unable to fathom that such a scenario could unfold in the freshman competition. Such destructive force was beyond the capability of even fifth-year graduates. Quick, save him! Ferguson, as the dean, was the first to regain his composure, urgency coursing through him. How could they lose a student of unparalleled talent, one born once in a century? As the barrier opened, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, prompting several students to cough. Teachers rushed from the podium towards the training ground. At that moment, a slender figure darted into the arena, heading directly for the spot where Ma Liang had fallen. I will kill you. A piercing, furious scream surged with astonishing speed towards the unconscious Ma Liang. In his grasp, a black lightning flickered, moving with such swiftness that even the teachers were caught off guard, helplessly witnessing the scythe-like black blade plunge towards Ma Liang's heart. Sula, no! Just as everyone was unable to intervene against that black lightning, a sudden burst of purple radiance shot forth from the dissipating dust. With a clang, the black blade halted abruptly, and Sula's slender figure came to an unexpected stop. As the black blade was pierced by a long purple needle, which strangely remained lodged upon it, Sula did not lunge at Ma Liang again, but instead turned, gazing dreamily at the gradually fading mist. Murmuring, "Inju, you're not dead?" A tall figure slowly emerged from the haze, his black hair now turned gray by the dust, his face so grimy that his once handsome features were unrecognizable. Yet his white robe remained impeccably clean. In that moment, Sula forgot everything, even failing to notice how his voice sounded far from masculine. The assassin's speed reached its zenith in an instant, crashing into Yi Inju's embrace like a fledgling swallow, his delicate arms tightly wrapping around Yi Inju's form, as if fearful he might vanish. Tears streamed down his face, his body trembling violently, oscillating between profound sorrow and euphoric joy, rendering his breath erratic. Be gentle. Be gentle. Do you wish to choke me? I'm filthy, Yi Inju said with a smile. I don't care. I don't care. You scared me to death. Sula exclaimed, his genuine emotions spilling forth as he wept uncontrollably, oblivious to the nature of the situation. All right, no more crying. Yi Inju, somewhat flustered, attempted to comfort Sula. You've ruined my dagger. It's very expensive. You owe me, he said. All right, I'll compensate you. As Yi Inju agreed. He recalled that all their money seemed to lie with Sula. Ferguson arrived at the center of the arena with the teachers, discovering a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter where Yi Inju had stood. The training ground was utterly ruined and would require at least a month of repairs to restore. Yet, at that moment, Ferguson's spirits could not have been higher. Yi Inju was unharmed, and what could bring him greater joy than that? Vieri, bewildered, carried the unconscious Ma Liang, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The silver dragon, that was summoned. Ahem, Nina's cough interrupted Vieri's thoughts. Director Vieri, do not forget our wager. The coldness that once adorned Nina's face had vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. Suddenly, Vieri seemed to remember something, springing to his feet. Life Guardian. It's the Life Guardian. Isn't it? You deliberately tricked me. Nina feigned surprise. Tricked you? Did I? You were the one who agreed to wager with me. I didn't force you. The dean and all the teachers can attest to that. Is it permissible for your students to wield artifacts like the Silver Dragon 6-piece set, yet not allow our sound system students to use the Life Guardian? That seems rather unjust. Vieri stared at Nina, dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Ferguson cleared his throat, suppressing laughter. Well, Director Vieri, a bet is a bet. But my eternal substitute puppet, the sound system's viewing area. The beautiful students of the sound system sighed in relief as they watched Yi Yingzhu emerge from the dust. Haiyang, you pinched me earlier, Xiang Luan whispered playfully in Hai Yang's ear. Hai Yang's chest heaved slightly as he glanced at her, saying, "But you tore my clothing at the hem just now. Were you afraid that if Yi Yingzhu died, you wouldn't be able to fulfill your promise?" Xiang Luan's cheeks flushed. Haiyang, when did you become so sharp-tongued? Haiyang smiled slightly. What about you? I've never seen you worry about any boy before, Xiang Luan huffed. Yet, that fellow Yi Yingzhu seems to have no interest in women. Otherwise, why would he overlook so many beautiful girls from our sound system? Look, he's even embracing another man. That's merely brotherly affection, a sincere display of feelings. Upon uttering those words, Haiyang's face instinctively flushed a shade of red. The dark system's viewing area. Yuming gently patted his chest, relieved that he was unharmed. Otherwise, who would accompany him to return Ming Shui? He truly is formidable. The wind system's viewing area. Roland gazed at Yi Yingzhu in the arena. Inexplicably exhilarated. This stubborn fellow, how could he possibly survive this? His vitality more resilient than those bumbling dragons. The heavy cavalry's viewing area. Nesta laughed heartily. It seems my list of opponents has just increased. Ferguson stood in the center of the arena, smiling as he addressed the entire crowd without needing amplification. Below, I announced several matters. First, the freshman competition concludes, with the champion being the sound system, the runner-up, the summoning system, and third place, the heavy cavalry system. The participants from these three departments will receive academic rewards.